The Secret of Light by Walter Russell, 3rd edition, University of Science and Philosophy, formerly the Walter Russell Foundation. Copyright 1947 by Walter Russell. Copyright 1971 and 1994 by the University of Science and Philosophy. There's a cool wheel here. I shall include it. To the one God, the Universal One, this book is humbly dedicated. The Cosmic Clock. Cool. Okay, here we go. Concerning the Divine Iliad. The Divine Iliad is the basis of this book. The Divine Iliad is an inspired message from the Creator to give man the needed comprehension of his relation to his universe, to man, and to God for the coming cycle. Man progresses in cycles of approximately 2,500 years. At the beginning of each cycle of his growing awareness of the light within him, God sends messages through prepared messengers to further his comprehension of the light. Comprehension of these cosmic messages gradually exalts mankind into higher beings, and thus each cycle is one more step for man toward full awareness of the light and of his oneness with God. The Divine Iliad cannot be fully published for many years. As much of it as can now be published will appear in these pages. Further portions of it will be released as the world is ready to receive them. Walter Russell. The Wave. In the wave lies the secret of creation. Author's foreword. Jesus said, God is light, and no man of that day knew what he meant. The day is now here when all men must know what Jesus meant when he said, God is light. For within the secret of light is vast knowledge, yet unrevealed to man. Light is all there is. It is all we have to deal with, but we do not yet know what it is. The purpose of this message is to tell what it is. Today's civilization has advanced far in knowing how to deal with matter, but we do not know what matter is, nor the why of it. Nor do we know what energy, electricity, magnetism, gravitation, and radiation are. Nor do we know the purpose of the inert gases and what they are. Nor do we know the structure of the elemental atoms, nor the gyroscopic principle which determines that structure. Nor are we aware of the fact that this is a two-way continuous universe of balance in all effects of motion and not a one-way discontinuous universe. Nor have we even yet heard of or suspected the most important of all principles in physics, the voidance principle, and the mirrors and lenses of space, which are the cause of illusion in all moving things. Nor do we even consider the entire material electric universe to be the illusion which it is, there being no reality to it whatsoever. Nor have we the slightest inkling of the cause of curvature of space, nor the voidance of that curvature in planes of zero curvature at wave field boundaries. No one knows how it is that crystals get their various shapes. It will amaze the world to know that those shapes of crystals are determined in space by the shapes of the wave fields which bound the various elemental structures. Nor have we the slightest conception of what constitutes the life principle, nor the principle of growth, nor the simultaneous unfoldment, refoldment principle which repeats all patterns in nature sequentially and records and voids them as they are repeated. Nor are we aware of that recording principle by means of which the Creator carries forth the sum totals of every sequential cycle in his unfolding and refolding universe into the very end of its manifestations upon one planet and its beginning on a new one. Nor are we dynamically aware of the souls and seeds of things. These roots of universal repetition are now but metaphysical abstractions to religion and physical guesswork to science. Within the secret of light is the answer to all of these heretofore unanswered questions, and many more, which the ages have not yet solved. This revelation of the nature of light will be the inheritance of man in the coming new age of greater comprehension. Its unfoldment will prove the existence of God by methods and standards acceptable to science and religion alike. It will lay a spiritual foundation under the present material one of science. The two greatest elements in civilization, religion and science, will thus find unity in marriage of the two. Likewise, human relationships will become more balanced because of greater knowledge of universal law, which lies behind all of the processes which light uses to interweave the patterned forms of this electric wave universe. There is no department of life which will not be vitally affected by this new knowledge of the nature of light, from the university to the laboratory, from government to industry, and from nation to nation. I therefore give it to you with all of its clarity, as I myself have become aware of it from behind the scenes of this cosmic cinema of light illusion, which is our universe. Walter Russell. He's written a lot of books. There's a few that are available. I don't know that I'll read them all, but The Message of the Divine Iliad, Volume 1 and 2, A New Concept of the Universe, The Self-Multiplication Principle, The Secret of Working Knowingly with God, The Electric Nature of the Universe, The Sculptor Searches for Mark Twain's Immortality, The Fifth Kingdom Man, The Dawn of a New Day in Human Relations, The Immortality of Man, The Book of Early Whisperings, Your Day and Night. Plus, there's some home study that he and his wife, Russel, did. It was called Home Study Course in Universal Law, Natural Science, and Living Philosophy. And then the next one is Scientific Answer to Human Relations. Another one is Atomic Suicide. Another one, The World Crisis, Its Explanation and Solution. A Vision Fulfilled, The One World Purpose, A Plan to Dissolve War, by a Power More Mighty Than War. Books by Russel, his wife. God Will Work With You, But Not For You. Love, A Scientific and Living Philosophy of Love and Sex. Why You Cannot Die. Reincarnation Explained. Cool, I'm going to have to check that one out. Okay, so those are some other books that are available. Let's just jump into it. Part 1, Omniscience, the Universe of Knowing. Okay, so there's 200 pages. Still, well, maybe more than that. Oh, cool. Hopefully these are here. Part 3 is Postulates and Diagrams. That I want to see. I am the light. I alone am. What I am, thou art. Thou art the light. Thou art one with me. Man may know me by desiring to know me. To know me is to be me. Through my light alone can man know me. Man is light when he knoweth that he is light. Man is me when he knoweth that he is me. All men will come to me in due time, but theirs is the agony of awaiting. From the Divine Iliad. The Secret of Light, Part 1. All power is from the One. All power returns to the One. Omniscience, the Universe of Knowing. Chapter 1, The Eternal Question. Who am I? What am I? Why am I? Whither am I bound? What is my relation to the universe, to man, and to God? What is truth? How am I to know truth? Whence cometh my power? What is the source of my power? How am I to find balance in my dealings with my fellow men? Now can you see why I fell in love with this guy immediately? Hello. How am I to find balance in my dealings with my fellow men? How am I to know that balance in our interchange, which will enrich both him and me? Countless are the religious teachings, and many are the commandments to goodness, but goodness is still veiled from my eyes, like a thick mist which hides thy light, which I vainly seek. I stumble into its darkness, unbalanced I fall. O thou unseen one, tear from my eyes the blinding veil which hides the path to thy light, that I may find my way to thee. That is the cry of the ages. That is the unanswered question which is arising from the heart of this awakening generation. Civilization progresses in cycles. New comprehension periodically transforms mankind into higher beings. A new cycle of 3,000 years' duration is now in its birth throes. God's omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence are centered in the consciousness of every man, but few there are who know of the oneness of their self-soul with the universal self-soul. Man requires many millennia to begin to be aware of that. Each cycle of man brings him nearer to his awareness of his oneness with the light of his self-source. Man lives in a bewildering, complex world of effect, of which he knows not the cause. Because of its seemingly infinite multiplicity and complexity, he fails to vision the simple underlying principle of balance in all things. He, therefore, complexes truth until its many angles, sides, and facets have lost balance with each other and with him. Truth is simple. Balance is simple. Rhythmic balanced interchange between all pairs of opposite expressions in natural phenomena and in human relations is the consummate art of God's universe of light. It is also the law. In this one fundamental universal law lies the balanced continuity of all creative expression in God's electric wave universe of two conditioned lights in seeming motion, which record God's one whole idea of creation into countless seemingly separate parts of that whole idea, the voice within. The great unanswered question of man has a simple answer. The silent voice within every man is ceaselessly whispering it to his awakening consciousness. Every desire written upon the heart of man is carried to the source, and its answer will come. But few there are who ask comprehensively, and fewer still who hear. Many are the ages of preparation for worthiness to hear it, for man's consciousness is insulated from his source by the sensations of his electrically conditioned body, which he wrongly thinks of its being his mind and his personal self. What he calls his objective human mind is but the seat of electric sensations of his body. What he mistakes for thinking is but an electric awareness of things sensed and recorded within the cells of his brain for repetitive usage through what is termed memories. Memories have no more relation to knowledge of universal mind, which is in man, than Victrola records are related to the source of their recordings. What he thinks of as his living body is but an electrically motivated machine, which simulates life through motion extended to it from its centering self-soul, which alone lives and wills the body to move. What he calls his subjective mind is his consciousness, his spiritual storehouse of all knowledge, all power, and all presence. That consciousness is his self, his eternal self, through which his omniscience, omnipresence, and omnipotence are expressed as he slowly becomes aware of his presence within him. The electrically oscillating nerve wires which operate his bodily mechanism act almost entirely through automatic reflexes and instinctive control, and to a very little extent through mental decisions. Each cell and organ of his body has an electrical awareness of its purpose, and each fulfills that purpose without any mental action whatsoever upon the part of the intelligence which occupies that body. The heartbeat, for example, is purely automatic. The white corpuscles of the blood rush to repair an injury to the body as automatically as a bell rings when a button is pushed. In this body and its electric recording brain, man thinks that he thinks and lives, loves and dies. He thinks himself conscious while awake and unconscious while sleeping, unaware that in all nature there is no such condition as unconsciousness when sensation ceases in sleep. Man does not say that his tooth is unconscious when it is put to sleep by short-circuiting the electric current in the nerve wire, which gives sensed electrical awareness to his tooth. He knows that his tooth cannot be conscious, but he does not know that his body cannot be conscious. Nor does he yet know that consciousness never sleeps, never changes, for consciousness in man is his immortality. It is the light which he is unknowingly seeking, but assumes that the sensation of his brain is his thinking. Man is still new. He is barely out of the dark of his jungle. For the million or more years of his unfolding, he has relied upon sensation for his actions and the evidence of his senses for his knowing. He has been aware of the spirit in him only a very few thousands of years. In this beginning of his new awareness, he is confused, knowing not which is mind in him, which is consciousness in him, and which is sensation. He has not yet learned that bodies are but self-created mechanisms which manifest their centering self, and that self manifests God as one with it. Likewise, he has not yet learned that bodies neither live nor die, but repeat themselves continuously and forever, as all idea of mind likewise repeats itself. The wheel, for example, is a mechanism consisting of a hub, spokes, and a rim. A little part of the wheel touches the ground, feels it, then leaves it, to disappear from... Oh, wow, I just caught that. Hello, did you catch that? A little part of the wheel touches the ground, feels it, then leaves it, to disappear from reach of the sensations which connect rim, spokes, and ground, but then it reappears. When that happens to man, we say he was born, lived, and died. When it happens to the apple, the flame, or the tree, we say the apple was eaten, the flame has gone out, and the tree is decayed. We say that because only a small part of the cycle of any idea comes within the range of our senses. The larger part of the cycle is beyond our range of perception, just as the larger part of the wheel is beyond the sensed perception of the ground. We do not yet know that the invisible part of the cycles of all idea is as continuous as the wheel is continuous. The cycle of the apple is light reaching from the sun and earth to that positive half of the apple cycle, which we hold in our hand. The negative half of the cycle is light returning to sun and earth for repetition, as another manifestation of the eternal idea of the apple. The same is true of the flame, the tree, or any other part of the one whole idea of creation. The flame goes out to our sensing, but it still is. Likewise, the tree, the forest, mountain, planet, nebula of the far heavens appear, disappear, and as surely reappear. Likewise, man appears to disappear and reappear again and again in countless cycles, to express eternal life of the spirit in eternal repetitions of that part of the man cycle which the body of man can sense. Man never dies. He is as continuous as eternity is continuous. Jesus rightly said that man shall not see death, for there is no death to see or to know. Likewise, the body of man does not live, and having never lived, it cannot die. The spirit alone lives, the body but manifests the spirit. That which we think of as life in the spirit of man manifests itself by willing the body to act. Actions thus made by the body under the command of its centering soul have no motivative power or intelligence in themselves. They are but machines motivated by the omniscient and omnipotent intelligence extended to them. These things we do not yet know, for man is in his infancy. He is but beginning to know the light. Be ye forever transformed. Man is forever seeking the light to guide him on that long, tortuous road, which leads from his body's jungle to the mountaintop of his awakening soul. Man is forever finding that light and is being forever transformed as he finds it. And as he finds it, he gradually finds the self of him, which is the light. And as he becomes more and more transformed by the God light of the awakening self within him, he leaves the jungle farther below him in the dark. There are those who seek the light, who are discouraged because they seemingly cannot find it, wholly unaware that they have forever been finding it. Unknowing ones expect to find it all at once in some blinding flash of all power, all knowledge, and all presence. It does not come that way until one is nearing his mountaintop. Man cannot bear much of the light at a time while his body is still new and too near its jungle. All who are well out of the jungle have already found enough of the light to illume their way out of its dark depths. He who is far out of the jungle and still seeks the light in the high heavens is forever finding it, and is forever being transformed as he finds it. One cannot for one moment remove his seeking eyes from his high heaven, for ever so slight a glimpse below into the dark brings him back to the fears of the dark. which tempt him to plunge back into them. Look ye, therefore, forever upward into the high heavens of inspiration, where glory awaits the fearless, all-knowing seekers of beauty in the purity of the universal light. To him whose eyes are in the high heavens, the light will forever come, and he will be forever transformed as he finds it. The dark road from his jungle to his mountaintop of glory becomes ever more illumined during the ascent from body to spirit. It is a hard but glorious road to climb. All must make the climb. The ascent of man from the dark to the light is the forever repetitive play of man on the planets of suns. When all of mankind has found the light, the play will be finished. Likewise, this planet will be finished as an abode for man. It will then be rolled off into its ever-expanding orbit, while Venus is gradually being rolled into place to become the stage for the next repetition of the ascent of man in this solar system. We actors of the play must therefore be content with the lines of the play revealed to each of us in light. We must likewise be ever joyous at our continuous transformation, as each one of us learns our part line by line, the better to fulfill it worthily. All parts of the play are experiences which become the action of the play. All man's experiences are part of his unfolding. Each experience is a part of his journey from the dark to the light. All experiences are steps in that journey to his mountaintop of glory. All experiences, therefore, are good experiences. There is naught but good. There is no evil. There is naught but life. There is no death. I am the one, the all. Glorify thou me, the one whom I am. For I am all, and no other is. I, the sexless one, am unity. What I am thou art, for thou art me, thou art the whole. Glorify thou thyself, for in so doing thou art glorifying me. I, the one whole, am knowing mind. I exist to think. All thinking is light of my knowing, but my thinking is not me. I am creator, creating with my thinking. Out of my light of knowing are my two lights of thinking born as sexed pairs of opposites for repetition, as sexed pairs of opposites. To think is to create. I create with light. Nothing is which is not light. I think idea. Light registereth my idea in the two sexed lights of my thinking, and form is born in the image of my thinking. Form hath no existence, nor have my imaginings. These exist not, for they are not me. I alone existeth, I, the all. I create all imaged body with the inbreathing of my pulsing universe of me. My universe is my image, but my image is not me. All things are my image, but they are not me. And though I am in them and they in me. From the Divine Iliad. Okay, chapter 2. Creator and creation. God, the creator, is all there is, all that exists. God's creating universe of matter in motion appears to exist. To our senses, it sequentially disappears to reappear. It has no reality, but it simulates reality through the illusion of two-way projected lights in motion. God, the creator, is the one being, the one person, the one mind, the one thinker, the one self, the one life, the one soul, the one power, the one reality. God's creation is the imaged, patterned form of God's imagining, built in his image. It is the body of God, the recording of his thinking, created by him for expressing the oneness of life, love, mind, soul, and power, which is in him alone, the one light. God is light. God is universal mind. Mind is light. Mind knows. Mind thinks what it knows. Mind thinks in two opposed lights simultaneously, projected from their centering white light source and sequentially repeated in cycles. God's thinking and imagining are qualities of God's knowing. God's knowing mind is timeless and still. so also are God's thinking and imagining timeless and still. So likewise, man's thinking and imagining are as timeless and still as is his knowing. Stillness never can be motion or become motion, but it can appear to be. Motion merely seems, but stillness always is. The universal equilibrium can never be other than its own balance, but it can seem to be. The illusion, which is motion, springs from stillness and returns to stillness. This is a universe of rest. There is naught but rest in the universe. Mind knows its one idea of creation as one whole. Mind thinks its one whole idea into seeming parts. Hence, the illusion of motion, which we call creation, and the illusion of substance, which we call matter. Matter, motion, time, change, dimension, and substance have no existence. The light of knowing mind alone exists. There is but one mind and one thinker. The one light of knowing mind is self of God. It is the universal self which centers all omnipresent, self-creating bodies of God selves. This self-creating universe is the mind-imagined body of God and record of God's thinking. We can know God. We cannot know his body, but we can see it. Likewise, we can know him. Likewise, we can know man. We cannot know the body of man, but we can see it. What God is, man is. God and man are one. Our seeming duality. We seemingly live in two universes, the still cosmic mind universe of knowing and the moving thought of mind rhythmic wave universe of sensing. We cannot sense the cosmic universe of God's knowing, nor can we know the thought wave universe of God's thinking. The cosmic mind universe of the one light of all knowing is all that is. The vibrating thought wave universe of sensing merely seems. The cosmic God light. The one still light of God is the cosmic light which watches over all creating things at countless points locatable by man, but invisible to man. Man's senses have misled him into believing in a force called magnetism, which attracts compass needles and lifts tons of steel. These phenomena of motion are due to electricity and not to magnetism. The cosmic light is absolutely still. It neither attracts nor repels. We now need to comprehend the nature and purpose of the magnetic poles, of suns, planets, and all other moving extensions of the one light. He had magnetic poles, in quotation marks, PS. Likewise, we need to know the nature and purpose of the two electric workers, which interweave this light mirage of seeming motion and dissolve it sequentially for rebuilding. This will give a foundation of knowledge to man which will enable him to see behind the illusions which deceive his senses. The time has come in the history of man's journey from his material jungle to his spiritual mountaintop, when it is imperative that he must live more and more in the cosmic light universe of knowing, and less in the electric wave universe of sensing. Man must know that his power lies in the stillness of his centering self, and not in the motion by means of which he manifests that stillness. He must know that his self is God in him. Also, he must know gradually the dawning awareness of the cosmic light of God in him, for which it comes an awareness of his purposefulness in manifesting the light and the power to manifest it. Man must now know the universe of God for which it is instead of what his senses have made him to believe it to be. Also, he must know that this forever creating universe which seems so real to him is but a cosmic cinema, conceived by the master playwright. It is but an electrically projected, spectrum-colored light and sound wave motion picture play of cause and effect, thrown on the black screen of imaged space and time. The cause is real. The effect is but a simulation of the reality. The self of man is cause. His self-creating body is effect. God's universe of magnetic light is static. God's perpetually creating electric wave universe of two moving lights is dynamic. It forever moves. The two moving lights are projected through each other from the static one to create the illusion of the idea they but manifest. The illusion which manifests the idea of creation through seeming motion is not the idea which is seemingly manifests. Creation is the product of mind knowing expressed in form by mind thinking. The product of mind is not the idea which it simulates. No idea of mind is ever created. It is but simulated by form and motion. Idea is eternal and belongs to God's still universe of knowing. Form of idea in matter is transient, but is eternally repeated as transient form of idea. The positive principle. The foundation of the spiritual universe is stillness, the balanced stillness of the one magnetic light of God. Balanced stillness is the positive principle of stability and unity. In it, there are no negations. The negative principle. The foundation of the physical universe is motion. The ever-changing motion arising out of pairs of unbalanced conditions, which must forever move to seek the balanced stillness of unity from which they sprang as multiple pairs of units. Unbalanced motion is the negative principle of instability, multiplicity, and separateness, which is this physical universe of electric octave waves of opposed lights. In the negative principle, there is no positive. It is composed entirely of pairs of negations, which are forever voiding each other, canceling each other's action and reaction, thus negating each other by never allowing either one to exceed its fixed zero of universal stillness. Quality begets quantities. The still magnetic light universe of God's knowing is an invisible, unchanging, unconditioned, and unmeasurable quality from which visible, changing, conditioned, and measurable quantities spring to simulate those qualities through two-wave motion. There is no one word in any language to express that quality, so we must use many words, all having the same meaning but different connotations. These words are mind, consciousness, love, life, truth, desire, knowledge, power, balance, and law. The God quality of the one light is seemingly transformed into quantities by being divided into pairs of oppositely conditioned light pressures of this electric universe. These divided pairs are then multiplied into countless octave wave units of light pressures and set in opposite directioned motion to create the illusion of sequence, change, dimension, condition, and time in a universe where none of these effects of motion exist. The calm sea, for example, is an unchanging, unmeasurable quality of oneness, of sameness and stillness. Upon its calm surface, there is no change, nothing to count or to measure. The moment that quantities of waves spring from that quality of calm, those quantities can be measured. Likewise, they are forever changing, nor are there 2 points in them which are similarly conditioned. This creating electric universe is composed of moving light waves, which spring from a calm sea of the one still light. It is a universe of moving parts of quantities which simulate the quality of stillness, from which those quantities spring. The quantities of divided and conditioned pairs of opposite lights, which thus simulate the one, are not the one they simulate. The Creator is one mind, indivisible. Creation is one whole idea of mind divided into countless simulated ideas of mind through motion. The simulation of idea thus expressed is not the idea that it expresses. Parts of the one whole idea are only seeming. There are no two separate or separable things in the universe. There is but one whole simulation of the one whole idea. Everything that is of everything else that is. All things are indissolubly united. From the Divine Iliad. Every happening anywhere happens everywhere. The milkweed fluff floating lazily in the summer sky affects the balance of the whole universe of suns and galaxies. Every part of the universe moves in interdependent unison, as the wheels of a watch move in unison. The watch wheels are geared together mechanically. The rhythmic wave universe is geared together electrically. The entire universe is one and must be kept in balance as one. Changes of condition in any one part are simultaneously reflected in every other part, and are sequentially repeated in it. Say thou these things in words of man's knowing, for verily I say, I am within all things, without all things, and involved in all things, for I am everywhere. All things are omnipresent, for all things extend from mind of me, and I am omnipresent. All omnipresent things are omniscient, for I am within them, and I am omniscient. When man's consciousness telleth him of my presence within and without him, he will then know all things, for I know all things, and I am he. All thinking things manifesteth all power, when consciousness within them recognizeth their omnipotence. Until then, things are naught but things, manifesting me not, being but blank slates upon which to write my mighty thoughts for blind eyes. For I am omnipotent. I give all power to him who asketh, but no one may ask of me, who is not aware of me. See thou to it that man will knoweth that, and manifest thou thyself that principle of power in thine own works. For I say to all the imaged forms of my imagining, that power lieth in them to manifest the balanced light which centereth them, by making the one light appear as two unbalanced lights, which interchange sequentially but equally. And again I say, that all things which man senseth are but waves of dual light, which record my electric thinking in the imagined forms of my imagining. And also I say that the imagined forms of my imagining have no being, for I alone have being. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 3. Sensation and Consciousness. God is consciousness. Consciousness is static. Consciousness is the knowing of mind. Knowing is static. Consciousness is the spiritual awareness of being, of all knowing, all power, and all presence. Thinking is electric. God's thinking is expressed by two-way moving wave extensions from consciousness. Like a lever swinging up a fixed fulcrum, or like waves extending from the calm sea, thought expression is dynamic. Thinking belongs to the electrically sensed and conditioned vibrating universe of motion. Thinking is the motionless principle in light which creates the illusion of motion. The self of man belongs to the static, invisible, conscious, unconditioned universe of knowing. We express knowing in the dynamic, visible, electrically conditioned universe of sensation. Sensation is the electrical awareness of motion, simulating the spiritual qualities of the one idea by creating imaged quantities of separate forms which seem to have substance. Consciousness is real. Sensation simulates reality through motion of interchanging lights, but the mirage of a city is not the city it reflects. Confusion and misunderstanding as to whether we are thinking consciously from knowledge or sensing electrically from memory records stored in our brains have led us to the necessity of distinguishing between the two by the common usage of such terms as the human mind and mortal mind. We know full well while using them that there is but the one mind of the one living God of love. The universal mind centers every particle and mass in this universe, animal, vegetable, or mineral, electron, atom, or sun. Man is the only unit in creation who has conscious awareness of the spirit within him and electrical awareness of dually conditioned light acting upon his senses. I think that last part may not be correct, but whatever. All other units of creation have electrical awareness only. Man alone can be freed by body to think with God, to talk with God, and be inspired by his centering light. All other units of creation are limited in their actions to automatic reflexes from sensed memories built up through ages of sensing and recording such sensing as instinct. Likewise, the same confusion leads us to the adoption of such terms as subconscious mind and superconscious mind. There is but one mind, functioning universally within all creating things, and that one mind is not stratified nor divided into the more or less. There are no differing conditions of the one mind, nor are there different kinds of minds. Imagination. God is the imaginer of his one idea. All imagining is God's imagining. All creating forms in this thought universe of God's imagining are built in the image of his imagining, creating in his image. All forms in this creating universe of imagined forms are but electric recordings of God's imaginings. They have no existence. Records of idea are not the idea they record. They have no substance. They are but black and white lights of sun-centered wave fields of space assembled in vibrating systems to simulate substance in an objective universe which is not, but seems to be. God's imagining never began and will never end. It was not created at some remote past time by some vast cosmic event, as commonly believed, nor is it condemned to a heat death by expansion into nothingness. Sensation and consciousness. This is a creating universe, not a created one. God did not begin to imagine at some fixed point, for time does not exist. This light wave universe, which records God's knowing by his thinking and imagining, is as eternal as God's thinking is eternal. Inspiration. Inspiration is the language of light, which man uses to talk with God. Inspiration is that deep awareness of the consciousness of being, which differentiates the genius or mystic from the being of average intelligence. Inspiration in man is accompanied by an intense mental ecstasy, which is characteristic of all who become intensely conscious of their closeness to God. Inspired geniuses forget their bodies while deeply conscious of their existence as holy mind. Their bodies, thus forgotten, act almost automatically in obedience to instinct and cell memory reflexes. Inspired geniuses translate God's knowing into words of man for the soul of man. They uplift all mankind by re-inspiring all who listen to their ecstatic words and rhythms. He who attunes his heart to the messages of genius purifies himself. No impurity can there be in his heart, for verily he then is in communion with the Holy One. Man alone of all my creating things hath begun to hear my whisperings. Since his beginning my still small voice hath whispered within him that I am he and he me. But even now barbaric man on thy small new world heareth dully, and maketh idols, which he treasures before me. For he is still new, he is but in the ferment of his early brewing. For I say that all things which floweth from life of me have life of me flowing through them. And to the least of these, but I say that and though my light of immortal life floweth through those mortal symbols of my thinking, it toucheth them not in its passing. When they shall know the light of me in them, then they shall be me and I them. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 4. Cosmic Consciousness. Beyond the genius is the mystic. The mystic is one who has attained cosmic consciousness by a complete severance of the seats of consciousness and sensation. He is then almost totally unaware of his body and is totally aware of the light of God centering him. Omniscience comes to him in that timeless blinding flash of light, which is characteristic of a complete severance. This experience was described in the illumination of St. Paul. Every timeless flash of intense inspiration which comes to any man is a partial illumination, for inspiration is the manner in which new knowledge comes to man from the cosmos. Of all mystics, Jesus was the outstanding example of all time. He was the only one in all history to have known complete cosmic conscious unity with God. The Bible refers to cosmic conscious experience as the illumination, or being in the light, or in the spirit. In all history, less than 40 cases of partial cosmic consciousness are known, and probably not more than 3 of these anywhere nearly approach the complete state of illumination experienced by the Nazarene. Cosmic consciousness is the ultimate goal of all mankind. All will know it before the long journey of man is finished. But there are many in this new age just dawning who are ready for it in part, if not fully. Many desire it fully, but it is best that it come bit by bit, for the complete severance is very dangerous. The ecstasy of this supreme experience is so great that one does not wish to come back. The power of severance of soul from body is within easy accomplishment, but to step back into the body is very difficult. The way to gradually attain cosmic consciousness is to intensify one's conscious awareness by much aloneness and companionship with God, while manifesting Him in every moment and in every task of life. Moment by moment, companionship with God brings with it so great a realization of oneness with Him that the transformation into that full realization of unity is apt to take place at any time. The deterrent to cosmic consciousness is the feeling that God is far away instead of being within, and that we can reach that faraway God only through sources outside ourselves. Hello. He who would interpret the rhythm of me in art must walk his path in ecstasy, undiverted by deviations, that he may see me only, and hear naught but me. Say thou to man these words: I am the source of inspiration. To him who seeketh inspiration through me, I say, learn thou to walk my path strongly in the light, for in the dark thou canst not find thy way to me. The path to me is light, and by it thou canst well see thy way to me. I am the soul of art. To him whose soul would touch my soul and feel the heartbeat of its mighty rhythm, I say, insofar as thou knowest thyself as light, shalt thou know me as light. I am beauty. In beauty must man be born anew. Through beauty must knowing man become ecstatic man. To him who would add ecstasy to his knowing, I say, seek me in truth, for only in the rhythm of truth shall thou find ecstasy. Verily, I say, the creations of ecstatic man are my creations, for they are balanced things, and I am balance. To him who wouldeth create unbalance, I say, untruth exists not in my house. I alone hold balance, and the eyes of those who see through me are immune from all but balance. For I am balance, I am energy, and I am rest. I am the light of love and truth. Upon that foundation have I laid the cornerstone of my universe. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 5. Creative Expression. Inspired man alone can create enduring things. To create, we must first conceive. To conceive, we must stop thinking and know. All sensing must cease. There is no power in thinking. Thinking but expresses the power which lies in knowing. We must project ourselves into the still light of knowing to commune with God. We must become one with God to conceive idea in order to produce the form of that idea. A concept must precede its manifestation in form. The culture of the entire race is given to it by the few inspired ones who know God in them. They alone know immortality. The art of a civilization long outlives the civilization. The pyramids of Egypt still speak of the creation of a race which is long gone from the face of the earth. The sculptural and architectural beauty of Greece still tells us of a type of creative genius which has never been excelled. The great in the arts are few. Art alone endures, all else passes. Great art can be created only by working moment by moment with God as co-creator. When man and God thus work together, they commune one with the other as one person. The language of their communion is the language of light, which man calls inspiration. When man works alone, his works are as the winds which blow. When man works with God as co-creator, his works are forever enduring. Every great genius manifests this law. that he is one with the God mind, that God in him is the source of every thought, and that he is inspired by that omniscience and omnipotence within him, which makes his work enduring. All knowledge existeth, all knowledge cometh to man in its season. Cosmic messengers periodically give to man such knowledge of my cosmos as man is able to comprehend, but that which he can bear is like unto a thimbleful out of the mighty ocean, for man is but beginning to comprehend. When man knoweth the light, then he will know no limitations, but man must know the light for himself, and none there can be who can make words of it. For light knoweth light, and there need be no words. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 6. Knowledge. Knowledge is cosmic. It belongs to the still light of the positive principle. It never can become a property of the two negations which constitute this mirage universe of matter and motion. To know all things means to have all knowledge of the whole one idea of the cosmos as cause. It does not mean knowledge of created things which are effective cause. The whole cosmic idea is simple. It can be known by anyone of average intelligence. Its bewildering complexities lie in effect of cause. Man cannot know transient effect. He can know cause only. He can but comprehend effect. Man cannot know a sunset sky, for example, but he can comprehend it if he knows its cause. Knowledge is therefore limited to cause. All knowledge exists. All mankind can have it for the asking. It is within man, awaiting his awareness of its all presence. Knowledge cannot be acquired by the brain from without. It must be recollected from within the consciousness of self. Gradually dawning conscious awareness is but gradual recollection of the all-knowing which has always been within man. Man cannot acquire knowledge from books or schools. He can but acquire information that way, but information is not knowledge until it is recognized by the spiritual consciousness of man. Just as food is not nourishment for the body until it becomes a part of the bloodstream. Information gained by motion of the senses must be returned to the stillness of the source before it becomes knowledge. For the same reason, man cannot acquire knowledge from the so-called facts of matter, for there are no facts of matter in a universe of transient matter in motion. All matter in motion is but a series of illusions which deceive man into drawing wrong conclusions. It is impossible for man to draw right conclusions from his observation of matter in motion until he has acquired the ability to translate dynamic effect back to cause. This he can do only through decentration to the one light of his conscious awareness of the source of all knowledge. Until he knows the why of effect and its deceptions, he has no knowledge whatsoever upon which he can rely. He has naught but unreliable information. Information concerning the body, for example, does not give knowledge concerning cause of body or of the body's relationship to the universe. Information of birth and death of the body, on the assumption that the body is self, never can lead to knowledge that body is not self or that self is immortal. Nor can information concerning the material body alone, its chemistry and its functionings, heal the body. Bodies manifest life, but life is cosmic. Life is not in the body. Life is spirit, and spirit is still. Life is not chemistry or germ of matter. To heal the body so that it can manifest life of the spirit self of the body, one must give the unbalanced body the balance of the spirit. Knowledge of the light can alone do this. All the information in the world will not heal a body unassisted by the light in him who heals and in him who is being healed. I am light, but the light which is me is not the sensed light of the sensed universe of my creation. I, the Creator, think. I think in two lights, extended from the one light of me. Yet those two lights are not me, nor is my thinking me. Verily I say, I give of me and I take away. For I am the imaginer, who builds image forms to tear apart, to build anew. I am thinking mine. Verily I say, I give of me and I take away. For I am the imaginer who builds the image forms, to tear apart, to build anew. I am thinking mind, forever thinking the changing image of my unchanging self. My image changes ever with the changing of the two lights of my thinking, though I, myself, change not. All things change, and their changing still images me, yet they are not me. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 7. Knowledge versus thinking. Man's knowledge is his power. His thinking is the expression of that power. The expression of power is not power, therefore thinking is not power. As man gradually becomes aware of his omniscience, his thinking intensifies in voltage in proportion to the increase in awareness of his omniscience. Thinking is an electric wave extension from the centering fulcrum of knowledge, which seemingly divides knowledge into ideas and sets those ideas in motion to create forms of ideas as product of knowledge. Man's knowledge is like a deep well of still water. His thinking is like a two-way pump which divides the quality of that stillness into quantities of parts and sets them flowing. That is what the objective universe is. Quantities of many seemingly separate forms of ideas, all of which are but parts of the one whole idea. Each seemingly separate part is a dynamic extension of the one static unity, but separateness only seems, for all are indissolubly bound together in light as one part. Knowledge is the foundation of man's concepts. Thinking transfers concepts into product. The quality of man's products depend upon the degree of awareness of his knowledge, and not upon the quality, quantity, or intensity of his thinking. Water cannot be drawn from an empty well, nor can clear water be drawn from a muddied well. Likewise, good product cannot come from intensive thinking unless knowledge backs that thinking. No idea of mind can ever become matter. Idea of product can never become product. Moreover, no expression of anything in nature is the idea which it expresses. The product of idea is not the idea it simulates. Idea is cosmic and cannot be produced in matter. Idea must be conceived in the mind before it can be simulated as product. Conceptions belong solely to the magnetic God light and never become matter. A lever, for example, moving upon its fulcrum, expresses the idea of power by motion, but the idea of power is in the still fulcrum source of power. It is not in the moving lever. The lever would be both powerless and motionless if it did not have the stillness of the fulcrum from which to extend the simulation of power. A watch expresses the idea of time, but the watch is not time. Likewise, it expresses the idea of mechanical principles, but the watch is not the idea which is expressed by those mechanical principles. The printed poem is not the idea expressed in the poem. That printed poem has no meaning to anyone whose intelligence is insufficient to reflect the idea from the composer's mind to his own. No idea of mind ever becomes matter. Likewise, neither the musical composition on the printed page nor the art of music which issues as sounds from musical instruments is the inspired idea of the musician. Inspiration can never be produced. It can but be reflected from one inspired mind to another recognized one. Idea and inspiration may be echoed from spirit to spirit, but they can never become product of matter in motion. Man's sense-seeing with his eyes binds him to the illusion of my dual thinking. For I but build illusion with my dual thinking for his sense-seeing. Sense-seeing binds man to forms and things, while mind-knowing opens doors of glory to the opposed threads of light, with which I weave all idea of mind into forms of many moving things. Mind-seeing decentrates unto the farthest reaches of my universe of me, and sees all forms as one. With his seeing eyes, man sees light as matter energized, but senses not that the energy of matter is the light of my divided thinking. With man's unseeing eyes of spirit, he knows the light of me, the source, and knows that he is bound in me as one, and I in him. Behold in me thy God of love, the one, inseparable. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 8. Thinking versus Sensing. Man is still primate with very few exceptions. He has not yet learned to think powerfully from knowledge. He is just beginning to think as an extension of knowledge. We sense electrically and mistake that electrical sensing of observed effects for thinking. Sensing is not thinking. Sensation is but an electrical awareness of wave motion by other waves. We mistake the electrical records of this information, which our brains have recorded as sensation, for thinking and for knowledge. Information thus acquired by the senses is not knowledge, however. A man may have vast information and skill, but have very little knowledge. The greatest scientists of today, for example, are well informed. They know how to do wonderful things, but they do not know why of what they do. Information from observed effects and skills in putting those effects together for useful purposes have multiplied vastly since man's first observed natural phenomena. His sense of observation told him how to make a boat, then a sail for the boat. Then he discovered the wheel and fire. Electric awareness of effects of motion plus memory plus the power to reason objectively gave him the ability to do this. Very little of it has been due to either thinking or knowledge. We thus confuse sensing for thinking and knowing when, factually, we have been but functioning through sensed electrical awareness acquired from information. The information thus conveyed is electrical, not mental. The telegraph message which goes over any wire is not the thought conveyed by that message. Even the typed telegram is not the thought conveyed by it. Its symbols inform the thinker of the thought conveyed by it, but it is not the thought. Thus, it is that our vast mechanistic, electrically motivated universe is intersensitized for the purpose of informing every nerve ganglion in every cell of every organic and inorganic part of it, of the condition of every other part of it. Our supposedly five senses. In speaking of an electrical awareness, which we call sensation, we think of our senses as five in number. These are the senses of seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, and feeling. All of these five senses are but the one sense of feeling. We do not have five senses. Seeing is a sensation of feeling light waves through our eyes. Hearing is a sensation of feeling light waves through our ears. Tasting and smelling are sensations of feeling light waves reacting upon mouth and nostrils. All variation in sense of feeling is due to a difference of electric conditioning in pulsing wave matter. If pulsing wave matter is but an electric wave record of thought, the sensation likewise is but an electric wave record of thought. Neither of them have reality, neither of them are the thought they record. It also follows that if matter, motion, and substance are electric records of thought, then sensation has no reality, for sensation is but an electrical awareness of wave motion by other waves. It likewise follows that if matter, motion, and substance are electric wave recordings of thought, then electricity which records thought and thought itself are non-existent. There is but one thing in this universe, light, the still light of all knowing, the one light which is God. God alone lives. His thinking and imagining is knowing. The knowing universe is all that is. Knowing mind is still. There is no activity whatsoever in the universe of either spirit or matter. Empirical knowledge. Man's present civilization is erected upon the foundation of empirical knowledge, obtained through his senses. What is empirical knowledge? The definition in the dictionary is conclusions founded upon experiment and observation alone. In other words, the so-called knowledge upon which man relies is founded upon the evidence of his senses, or more simply, upon the non-existent waves of motion of a non-existent substance. That fact is the answer as to why mankind has, as yet, practically no knowledge. During his amoeba and jungle days, he lived a purely sensed existence. His body cells were controlled entirely by instinctive flux threads of light extended to him directly from the Creator. Man is still new. Out of millions of such years, he has had but a few thousand years since the dawn of conscious awakened in him the slightest suspicion of his spiritual inheritance. The advance of man since the first messengers of God appeared on earth to kindle an awakening spark in him has been based upon information gained by his senses and stored in his electric brain as memory records of sensed observations. These observations he has reasoned into sensed conclusions by an electrically sensitized brain. All such conclusions, which are based upon the evidence of senses, have within them the element of deception, which characterize all effects of motion in this three-dimensional universe of illusion. Man is aware of some of these illusions, such as those of perspective. He is aware of the fact that railroad tracks do not meet upon the horizon, but he is not aware of the fact that all effects of motion are not what they seem to be. He is thus misled into forming conclusions which have no relation to nature whatsoever. One can have no knowledge of effect, for all knowledge lies in cause. Our new fundamental laws and principles must be based upon knowledge of cause. Laws based upon illusion. Newton, for example, confessedly did not know what gravitation was, yet wrote laws concerning it based upon his observation as to what gravitation did to an apple. Also, he concluded that the moon would fall upon the earth if it were not for its motion. He even proved this mathematically, not being aware of the fact that those same mathematical formulae would apply to every satellite, planet, and star in the heavens, as well as to every electron in every atom, none of which are falling into their primaries. Observers in natural phenomena are still calculating the age of the universe and weight of the earth. The universe is ageless. It had no beginning. Likewise, the earth has no weight in respect to anything else in the universe. Every orb in the heavens is in perfect balance with every other orb. Messengers of the light. What little knowledge man has acquired during these last few thousand years has been given to him by the very few geniuses, prophets, mystics, and other messengers of the light who have come to re-inspire mankind with their inspired knowledge. From these rare few, the beginnings of our culture have sprung. Without them, there would be no understanding of beauty in the world. Without beauty, man would still be barbarian. Through beauty alone will he gradually become consciously aware of his oneness with the light. When man knows the light, he will know all things. Today, that light is so dim in all mankind that no one has as yet fathomed the secret of light or of gravitation, radiation, electricity, growth, life, reincarnation, or the wave. The day has now dawned when he will know these things. This is man's inheritance for this new age. Behold in me the one light from which a seeming two lights appear as pairs of rhythmically interchanging opposites. These are my light messengers. They are my workers, which build my imaged forms and give them back to me devoid of form. They are the pulsing heartbeat of my body, the makers of forever borning cycles of my imagining in forms of things. The two are equal halves of one. They never can become one. They forever interchange to simulate a balanced unity, which they never find, for they never can be aught but two. From me one light extendeth to give form to my imaginings, and give them pulse beat to simulate eternal life in them which is in me. The other light dissolveth that form, and giveth it back to me unquickened, for resurrection in my rest, to repeat my imaginings. Say thou therefore that life is eternal in man through eternities of resurrections of him in me, and say thou also that his resurrection is his own, for he is one with me. Thus, my imagined dual light, universe, born, dissolved, and reborn, concentrated, decentrated, and reconcentrated, integrated, disintegrated, and reintegrated forever and forever in my imagined universe of imagined time and space. And behold, each of my pairs of opposite expressions of me are reborn through me as the other one. Again, I say, there is naught but rebirth in me. There is no death. Go thou and tell to man that both life and death are but mirrors of each other, which becometh each other in their forever interpassing through each other to their still fulcrum in my knowing, from which both sprang into seeming being, to record the imaged forms of my thinking. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 9. Sensing binds all things. The electric intersensitizing of the two pulsing light extensions of the one still light is for the purpose of recording thought patterns in matter. Mind knows but one idea as a whole. Thought is idea taken apart and patterned as separate idea. Thought is patterned idea electrically expressed and electrically recorded in matter by its two pulsing, interchanging lights. This universe of matter in motion is but the electric record of thought. The process of recording is to take the one undivided universal idea apart and express it as many seemingly divided parts. This gives form and multiplicity into many seeming parts and things of a universe of but one thing. Electricity is the servant of the God mind. Electricity expresses the desire in the God mind for creative expression by seemingly dividing the one still light into transient waves of spectrum, divided positive, negative colors of light. This entire universe of seeming substantiality consists solely of transient light waves in seeming motion. Motion itself is illusion. Seeming separateness. All pattern thought creations of God or man are the interweavings of the spectrum colors of the two electric opposites of light waves into the pattern designs of those thoughts. Creation might be likened to the tapestry weaver who knows the one idea as a whole, then thinks it into parts, then records those parts by interweaving their spectrum colors into the many forms which together manifest the whole idea. To exemplify our meaning, consider any one part of the whole idea of creation. Iron, for example. Iron is a separate part of the whole. We think of iron as a hard, cold metal with certain properties, which make it possible for us to manufacture it into many products. When iron is in its frozen condition, we do not think of it as light, but we can photograph by it if we heat it to incandescence. Not only is it then light, but all of the properties which make it available to us as iron have then gone out of it. It is as though the divine tapestry weaver had unwoven all the threads of the idea of iron and sorted them into their spectrum colors, thread by thread. The physicist can tell you what elements those threads of light would be if frozen. Upon looking at them, he would say, that is iron. But it would not be the form of iron as we know it. It would be the formless idea of iron as the sun knows it. There is no separateness. In the incandescent sun is all idea that earth knows. The idea of the apple of earth is in the sun. Likewise, the wood of the tree and the violet in the meadow. Likewise, the cool earth is there, with its rivers and mountains. All idea is one idea in the light of the sun. The light of the sun is never divided into its many seeming separate ideas until it is electrically extended from the sun and those extensions electrically echoed back to it. The sun is a crucible which melts all ideas into one, then sets them out into space to cool and separate into many units of that one. Likewise, idea of mind never becomes the many ideas of creation until electricity divides the one idea into many separate parts. The one light cannot be divided, but extensions of the one light can appear to divide it. The spots of sunlight upon the cathedral floor are many, but they are all extensions of the one light of their source in the sun. Likewise, all mankind is an extension of the one idea of man, for man is but one in the light of his source. Likewise, All moving extensions of the one still light, as manifested in the white light of suns and the black light of their surrounding space, are but extensions of one source. All idea is still. The cinema exemplifies this meaning. Upon the screen are many patterned ideas in noisy, violent motion. We know, however, that all the motion of separate ideas and all the sounds emanating from those patterned, moving forms would instantly cease if the still source of light from which these images and sounds are projected were turned off. We know that the cause of all this transient division into positive and negative effect is in the one still light from which it is projected. We know that the sounds we hear emanate from that stillness, yet we seem to be totally unaware of the fact that all of our pulsing universe is but an extension of one still light of universal mind, projected through positive and negative light upon the universal screen of space. It is difficult to conceive Earth and all of its phenomena of motion, sound, people, animals, and plant life as a motion picture projection from our sun. Yet all of the separate ideas of Earth are in that one incandescent light of the sun. All are but one thing, light. Turn off the sun and all of its patterned ideas on Earth would instantly cease. The still idea which is extended into motion is not in the motion, but in the stillness from which it is extended. For I say that man who senses but clay of earth in him is bound to earth as clayed image of his earth. Clayed images of my imagining, who knoweth not me, in them are but dwellers of earth's dark. To sensed man, the doors of my kingdom are self-barred by darkness until the light of me in him is known by him as me. Until then, he is but moving clay, manifesting not me in him, while sensing naught but moving clay of him, knowing not the glory of my light in him. Wherefore I say to thee, exalt thou thyself beyond thy sensing. Know me as fulcrum of thy thinking. Be me as deep well of thy knowing. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 10. Function of the brain. Electric awareness of observed effects of matter and motion is registered in the brain. It is commonly believed that the brain thinks and knows. The brain does not think, nor does it know. It is but a storehouse of recorded sensations. The brain remembers these records for man's usage as he needs them, and for fulfilling the requirements of his body. The brain is a complex state of motion expressed by waves of light pulsing in cycles. States of motion cannot know anything, nor can they think anything. The brain is part of a machine, a human machine. Machines can express thoughts which are electrically projected through them, but machines are incapable of thinking the thoughts thus projected. Likewise, machines can do marvelous things when patterned and controlled by knowledge, but they cannot know what they do. The centering conscious mind of man's soul will alone thinks by projecting desire for creative expression through the brain machine. Desire in mind is electrically expressed. Electricity is the motivative force which projects the one light of mind two ways to create cycles of light waves for the purpose of expressing thought cycles. Desire is not in the brain. It is the centering conscious self. Desire is the cause of all motion. Desire is the cause of all motion. The brain records sensations. The brain is but the electric recording mechanism of conscious mind thinking. It is also man's storage warehouse of electric records of memories and thoughts since his beginning. It is the servant of universal intelligence. It operates all mechanisms of the body. It acts as the central switchboard for all its instinctive, voluntary, and involuntary actions. The brain is the seat of sensation. Its purpose in this respect is to keep the body electrically informed of the condition of the body through electrical messages. Such messages are not mental, they are purely electrical. They produce sensation. The brain senses and records every message. It sends counteracting messages to other parts of the body. The body is a vast and complex mechanism. The brain is an electrical recorder, distributor, broadcaster, and receiver for all operational parts of that multi-celled machine, but its actions have no relation to intelligence. The brain records sensations of experiences and observations which the senses convey to it. Such sensations are mistaken for thinking and knowing. Sensation arising from electrical motion is purely automatic. The mistake in assuming that the brain thinks and knows is due to the fact that man believes himself to be thinking when he is only sensing. Man also believes that he is acquiring knowledge through sensed observation of sensed effect, when he is but recording electrical sensations which inform him as to the nature of things observed by his senses. The body is a pattern machine designed to do many things. Electric motivation through nerve wires determines each movement. When such sensations act in unison with his conscious awareness of the light, which centers him in person, he is then thinking as well as sensing. The centering consciousness of man, the person, transforms information received by the senses into knowledge to the extent of which he is capable of recognizing cause, in spirit, back of the effect which his senses record. Until that transformation takes place, man is without knowledge, no matter to what extent his senses may have informed him, for information is not knowledge. A man may be a veritable encyclopedia of information. He may have earned many college degrees for being well informed, and yet be without sufficient knowledge to create anything. For instance, we cannot sense the idea of a harp while it is still, but we can know the idea of the harp. We can know its various possibilities of expression, even though its strings are not vibrating. Likewise, we can imagine countless complexities of rhythms which lie unexpressed within those still strings. Conversely, we cannot know the vibrations which come from those strings when we set them in motion. We can but sense those vibrations through our own sensed electrical awareness. The source of all things is within all things, centering them as rest, from which their motion springeth. It is also without all things, controlling their balance with all other things. Man's universe is still composed of many things, many separate things, all separable. Yea, not one thing is there in my imaged universe which is apart from me, nor of itself alone. Yea, I guide my borning things from very seed by sensed threads of light, extensions of my thinking, until they themselves can guide themselves. Not in the least of these which are not bound to me in light. Images of my imaginings which grow from earth, and those which freely move, all of these things grow and move through extended light of my dynamic thinking, until they themselves can think with me. From the Divine Iliad, Chapter 11, Electrical Awareness. This material universe of many seemingly separate parts is electric. The whole universe of countless parts is wired together by an electric flux of nerves, which inform each part of the universe of the ever-changing condition of every other part. There is no sensation between balanced parts or balanced conditions of matter. By sensation, we mean the feel of the electric current, which conveys the message. The electric current is impossible in an equilibrium condition. Hence, we can feel no sensation whatsoever when our bodies, or parts of them, are in a balanced condition. Electrical awareness is necessary to an electrically mechanized universe. An electrically controlled machine in one's factory has exactly the same electric awareness that a man has. Its wired nervous system conveys electric messages to its parts for the dual purpose of motivating them as well as for adjusting all parts to each other in continuity. Electric machines do what electric awareness demands of them through sensation. So does man, tree, the solar system, and every nebula of the heavens. Man's body cells are electrically aware of their mechanistic purposes and respond to electric messages sent to them. They have electrical cell memory of their individual and group purposes. They act automatically when sensed reflexes are electrically motivated. Bodily functions such as our heartbeat, digestion, chemical gland transformation, breathing, and walking are automatically operated by cell memory reflexes. Cell memory and instinct causes birds to migrate, spiders to spin webs, and certain vegetable growths to close in on flies and fish. Instinctive actions and cell memory reflex actions are not mental. They are purely mechanical and automatic. Electric awareness is universal. This principle of electric awareness through sensation is not limited to animal life alone. It is equally characteristic of the mineral and vegetable kingdoms. It extends to the veriest electronic particle and to the mightiest galaxy. Not only is each particle in each mass electrically aware of its purpose, but each particle in the entire universe reacts in response to electrical messages sent to it from every other particle in the universe. This physical universe is controlled solely by electrical sensation, which is measured and balanced by the still magnetic light, centering all things. For behold, saith the Universal One, I am within all things centering them, and I am without all things controlling them. From the Divine Iliad. All of the electric universe of motion is thus so perfectly conditioned by the two electric workers which build the universe and tear it apart sequentially for rebuilding, that all moving things in it sense all other moving things in it. Likewise, all differently conditioned things in the universe readjust their conditioning to every change of condition of every other thing in the universe. There is a constant separating process in nature, which forever expresses the universal desire for change and multiplicity, and there is likewise a constant leveling process, which forever expresses the universal desire for oneness. Don't tell Dale I'm drinking from his cup, but I think he already knows. Whatever. For some reason, I really am partial to this cup. I like it because it looks like one of those tin ones, but it's not tin. That's why I like it. I, with man, am creating man in my universal image. What I am, man is. I think man, and man appears in the pattern of my thinking. Man thinks man, and man appears in the image of man's thinking. Man's thinking is my thinking. All thinking things are thinking my thinking. All creating things are formed in the image of my thought, imaginings, to manifest my thought imaginings. The universe is my image, creature of my imaginings. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 12, Instinct. Organic matter generates purely from the desire of mind to manifest idea into matter. That cosmic desire to create form produces the desired form. Desire is the motivating force of all creation. Man begins to express the idea of man as a single cell. The whole idea of man is in that single cell. It then unfolds in orderly time and space according to cosmic law. Likewise, the whole idea of all creation is in that single cell. All idea is omnipresent. There are no parts of the whole. Each step in the unfolding of the man idea follows the continuing desire for unfolding. Cell memory of purpose is given to each cell as it unfolds. Pattern of idea follows in sequence as desire in God mind and desire in the growing idea work together to express the idea in form. Every action of unfolding man is a part of the unfolding of the man idea as it exists as a whole in God's mind. Any desire of man is therefore a two-way extension of the light of that idea from God to man. Whatever God desires to express in man, he will express, for he is man's creator. Whatever man desires, the God in him will create. Man must, however, co-create with God, according to God's universal law. If man breaks that law, the law will break him into an equal extent. Life is a sequence of experiences. All of the expressions of desire in the unfolding of any idea are a part of the idea. They are experiences in decisions. All experiences are parts of the unfolding of any idea. Whatever those decisions are, however, they are recorded upon the individual man as his own interpretation of the man idea. Likewise, they are recorded in the whole of the race of man as the sum total of all desires and experiences of the whole man idea. As the idea of anything is one, so also the parts of that idea are one. Instinctive intercommunication. If it were not for instinct, animal life could not survive or develop. Instinct causes mechanical actions to take place in all bodies to meet the necessities of existence. Instinct protects animal life from enemies. It tells the proper food to eat, how to build nests, how to take care of its young, how to return home when taken great distances, as the carrier pigeon does, and countless other wonderful things that animals do. A salmon spawned in a certain river instinctively leaves that river and makes its way to the sea until maturity. At the proper time for its mating and spawning, it then returns over thousands of trackless miles to the very river in which it was born. It is instinct which tells birds to fly south before winter. Instinct tells them the direction of south. Instinct tells them it is warmer in that direction. Instinct likewise governs the migration of seals, the building of the beaver's dam, and the weaving of the spider's web. Instinct might be defined as a cell memory record of all actions of a body and of all the sensations caused by those actions. The beginnings of instinct. Without instinct in all animal and vegetable life, their evolution would not be possible. All creations of the Creator are the result of electric wave recordings of the Creator's thought. They are parts of the whole idea, taken apart and put together bit by bit. They are the result of universal law of cause and effect. It takes millions of years for complex organisms to recognize the spirit within them sufficiently to think at all. During these long ages, they are guided almost entirely by their instinctive reflexes. Man alone has begun to think, reason, imagine, create, and invent, and then only during the last few thousand years. Instinct is, therefore, God control over the actions of His creations. The involuntary actions of the body, such as the heartbeat or the action of white corpuscles, do not know their purpose in the healing process of the body, but God centers and controls every atom of His creation, and each must fulfill its purpose. Instinct building by God and man. A good example of the manner in which God and man work together for creative expression is the familiar knitting woman. Knitting is part of the man idea, which requires a skill. A woman who desires to knit must desire to acquire that skill. Desire must precede all expression of that desire. Slowly, she takes one stitch at a time. All of her power of concentration is needed to take those first stitches. Each stitch taken, however, has within it the desire for taking the next stitch. Very slowly, she interlaces yarn into the pattern required. The cell of her fingers gradually acquires cell memories of their purpose. These cells coordinate with other cells of the body in the development of the whole skill. Gradually, she learns to knit instinctively. Her mind is freed from concentration, and she may think of other things and converse freely. Her body cells alone will work from the memory of purpose given to them. Instinctive skills are thus imparted to bodies of man by the co-creative efforts of God and man. The pianist teaches his fingers to work instinctively in order to free his mind to think music. God is working with him. Without this moment-to-moment cooperation with God, he could do nothing. God, creator of all things, knows all things and has all power. Man and God are one. Man may know all things and have all power to the extent in which he desires to know all things and have all power. Awareness of the light in man will give him all knowledge and power. Man may not be apart from God at any time, nor can any part of creation be apart from God at any time. All things come and go from my divided thinking. All things go from very heart of me into my imaged universe. And when they disappear from there, I also take them back to very heart of me. Know thou that all creating things are resurrected things, again manifesting life of me through my divided thinking. Man divides his thinking in manifesting me. The body of man sleeps that it may awaken in me to manifest me. The body of man dies that it may be resurrected in me to manifest me. The body of man disappears that it may reappear to manifest me. Man who sleeps or dies or disappears is but man's image. For self of man sleeps not, nor dies, nor disappears. For self of man is me. Again I say that I am one, and man is one in me when he knows that I am he. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 13. Unconsciousness, Sleep, and Pain. There is much confusion regarding the supposedly possible condition known as being unconscious. When we sleep or are anesthetized, we say we are unconscious. We cannot be unconscious. We have always been conscious without the slightest awareness of it. Our confusion in this respect lies in mistaking sensation and thinking for consciousness. When we stop thinking, whether asleep or awake, we do not stop knowing, nor do we cease being consciously aware of our being. We but cease to set our knowledge in motion to express idea through the pulsations of thinking. Conscious mind does not sleep. Sleep is merely the negative half of the wave cycle of electrical awareness of sensation. Wakefulness is the positive half. All nature sleeps when the sunlight lessens the ability of all things to manifest life. Sleep is the death half of the life-death cycle. One may say, I am unaware of this or that, but one cannot say, I am unconscious, when one is always conscious. Conscious awareness is knowing. Unawareness means that one does not yet know. Knowledge is within him, which he can know when he desires to know. Sleep and wakefulness are positive negative wave parts of a wave cycle, just as birth and death are opposite ends of a life cycle. Sleep is but an anesthetic. Sleep can be induced chemically, either to the whole body or any part of it by desensitizing its cells. When the body or parts of it are thus put to sleep, they have not been rendered unconscious. Their voltage has merely been lowered. The dentist does not refer to a local anesthetic as having produced unconsciousness. He refers to it as a desensitizing condition. But when the surgeon desensitizes the body, it is then supposed to be unconscious. We assume that the brain has stopped thinking. The brain does not think. Therefore, it cannot stop doing that which it never does. We assume that bodies cease to be conscious, but consciousness is never in bodies. A local anesthetic stops pain. Pain is a too intense electric current. The voltage is too great for the nerve wires to stand the strain. They burn out, and the overcharge of burning out causes the pain. When the nerves of the body feel an electric current running through them, the body is aware that something is happening to throw it out of balance. When the body is in balance, it has no sensation. When the body is unbalanced, sensation informs it when and where, otherwise it could not function. Wakefulness and sleep are merely the charging and discharging of the uncountable electric batteries of the body. If these batteries were kept constantly charged, there would be no such alternating conditions as sleep and wakefulness. This planet is carrying us on our uphill journey to our pinnacle. The sun is the generator which charges its batteries. The sun is that generator, but the earth is turning toward and away from its generator continually. As the sun's charging light disappears from one edge of the planet's rim at evening, everything goes to sleep. Conversely, all things awaken at the dawn. The batteries of all things on earth are being forever charged daily and discharged nightly. I center the moving shaft of my universe, yet I move not, although its power to move springeth from me. I center growing systems and changing cells of growing systems, yet I change not, and though their changing patterns spring from me. I center living things which manifest my life, but they live not. I alone live. Moving things are changing things in man's sensing, yet they change not in man's knowing. Even though fast-moving things of man's sensing move fast, they simulate the rest. while moving, from which they sprang into seeming motion, from the Divine Iliad. Chapter 14, Motion Simulating Rest. This electric universe of motion forever moves to find rest, but never finds it. Matter in violent motion simulates rest and balance through violent motion. The more violent the motion, the greater is the illusion of rest and balance. Motion can cease, but it can never become rest. This make-believe universe. The entire dynamic wave universe of electric matter is not what it seems to be. Everything which seems at rest depends upon violent motion to make believe it is at rest. A wire wheel could appear to be a steel disc if spun fast enough. The faster it is spun, the more at rest it would seem. This planet seemingly at rest is in violent motion around its centering point of rest, from which it is electrically extended. Seemingly motionless clouds floating above the Earth are rotating with it at the tremendous speed of 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, or 4 times faster than a plane. All the planets are evolving swiftly around their central sun, which seemingly stands still in the heavens of space, but in fact is moving with incredible speed. Likewise, all the stars of night simulating rest are moving at terrific speeds to adjust their mutual imbalances in this dual universe of divided pressure. The pencil in one's hand, the desk upon which one is writing, the room full of motionless things seeming to be at rest, are but simulating rest through violent motion of their many parts. Tremendous vibrations may be in that glass paperweight. Not one thing could manifest the rest it simulates if it were not for the incredible speeds of those atoms, which so incessantly rotate and revolve to make that seeming restfulness possible. Even still things are not still. All seemingly still matter is manifesting make-believe rest by make-believe motion. Motion itself is an illusion. The motion one senses in one's brain has no more reality than the motion which one senses in a motion picture. The seeming motion of the cinema is caused by sequences of changing pattern forms projected on the screen, which give the impression of motion because of the rapid change of pattern in the negatives. That self-same illusion applies to the material universe. Without change, my play of creation could not be played, nor its actors be. Behold, therefore, the changing universe of my imagining, the seeming universe of my thinking. And again I say that there is no change in me, the changeless one, so also is there no change in my thought universe of pairs of opposed things, which forever interchange to simulate my universe of change. E'en the seeming changing of my thought universe is not change, save for senses of sense things, which are bound to pairs of parts of wholes. Each pair wendeth its way through the interchanging pressures of its electric journey. Each appeareth, then disappeareth, to reappear. E'en those senses of sense things, sense changing in all things, they change not to conscious knowing. Why be thou slave to sensing? Rise above thy sensing. Be me in thy knowing. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 15, The Illusion of Change. Change is an illusion of the senses due to motion. There is no change whatsoever in the conscious universe of knowing. There is only an illusion of change set up by the two interchanging lights of thinking to divide the one whole idea into many separate ideas and record them in moving matter. The senses are the audience for these thought pulsations. The senses are a part of this illusion. Senses are electric. They belong to the thought universe of motion and do not respond to stillness. As motion itself is non-existent, so also are senses non-existent. The senses are but the imagined records of imagined motion and change. As such, they are limited to pinhole peeks into the vastness which extends beyond their sensing. The senses have no knowledge of what they sense, they merely record motion. The senses respond to motion in only one direction. They sense the forward flow of time, but not its backward flow. If they could register both directions, they would become aware of the stillness of the zero universe of seeming motion. The Universal One planned it this way. Otherwise, there could be no sequential manifestation of thought which constitutes the creating universe. When our knowing exceeds our sensing, we will no longer be deceived by the illusions of our senses. A man seeing a technicolor motion picture for the first time and without knowledge of such electric effects would think he were looking through a window at real happenings, unaware that it was but an illusion created by projecting positive light through pattern negatives. That is all that creation is. Two lights projected through each other to simulate motion, form, and change. Our senses are like passengers on a fast-moving train. They sense parts of the landscape as they rush forward, while to their senses the landscape rushes backwards. The senses interpret these effects as matter in fast motion, which is forever fast changing. A man seeing the same train from a mountain would sense that same fast motion and fast change as changeless and still. As man unfolds from sensed man to spiritual man, he gradually becomes aware of the two-way motion of all effect. That two ways being the visible effect which responds to his senses, and the invisible effect which he knows but does not sense. Gradually, the time arrives in his unfolding when his full awareness of cause voids all reliance upon sensation. He then rises above his sensing. He then knows the universe of motion for what it is instead of for what it seems to be. See thou no more with outer eyes alone, for thou hast knowing eyes to void the illusions of thy sensing. Throughout long eons, man hath walked his earth with eyes of outer seeing, giving belief to that earth of his body's sensing. Throughout his new eons, he must walk the earth of inner seeing and know me, in it as but visioning it in light of me and light of him. For I think earth, and earth appeareth, disappeareth, and reappeareth in balanced rhythms of my thinking. Wherefore I say, man's earth and man are but my imagining, to come and go with my imagining. It is not me, nor is it him, nor is it in what it seems to be to him. Nor shall man longer place earth before me, gaining aught of earth and naught of me. For I am a patient God. I patiently await awakening man. Awakening man is he who knoweth the light of me in him. Man may choose his own eons for his awakening, but know me he must. Until that day, man's agony of knowing shall be man's alone. His knowing must be his own desiring. Knowing man is ecstatic, cosmic man. He who beginneth to know me in him, yea, in him who suspecteth me, in him hasteneth his unfolding to cosmic man of all knowing. From the Divine Iliad. Knowing man is ecstatic cosmic man. He who beginneth to know me in him, yea, in him who suspecteth me, in him hasteneth his unfolding to cosmic man of all knowing. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 16. The Senses Deceive. Imagine a perfectly motionless wheel and a fly walking around its rim, moving ever forward over changing ground, and the wheel seemingly moving backward, during a continuity of time in which the fly sensed a constant change in the changeless wheel. Every time the fly got back to the same point, it would compute the past time consumed on the journey and the forward time necessary for the next circuit. The wheel being still, motion, change, and time are created by the fly itself, as it takes the whole idea of the wheel apart by journeying around it and examining it bit by bit. The fly sensed motion by changing its position on the wheel. It sensed change by finding a seeming difference of condition at each forward movement. It sensed time by creating the sequences necessary in taking the one idea of the wheel apart and dividing it into many separate ideas. This simple analogy is a good symbol of creation. This planet, like the fly on the wheel, moves forever around its motionless orbit. The orbit is as rigid and still as the wheel upon which the fly is moving. As the planet moves upon the wheel of its orbit, it senses constant motion and change. It senses changes of days into nights, of spring merging into summer, autumn into winter. All of these seeming changes are in the motion of the planet and not in the wheel of its orbit. Each change is entirely due to the motion of the planet and not the changeless orbit. the planet itself registers change on its changeless wheel. Change, therefore, lies in motion alone. The senses are motion, therefore the senses sense only that which they themselves are. Inadequacy of the senses. Man overrates his senses. He places too much dependence upon them without justification, for they are not recording all of the phenomena of his surroundings. He likewise trusts them too much without justification, for they are constantly deceiving him. While his senses are recording the stillness and rest of nature, on a lazy afternoon, they are failing to record the violent motion of everything in his entire environment, from the blade of grass to the clouds in the heavens above him. Those seemingly motionless clouds are moving at the speed of 1,000 miles an hour at the equator without the slightest evidence of that swift motion being recorded upon his senses. The earth also is moving many miles per second in two directions, one of rotation upon its axis and the other of revolution around its orbit. His senses register stillness. They are electrically unaware of that motion. This deception is as it should be, just as the same deception in a cinema is as it should be. God's universe is but an electric recording of his knowing, manifested by his thinking. To thus record the idea of his knowing in the two lights of his thinking, a three-dimensional universe is necessary. If the senses could detect and record all motion instead of but a part of it, the illusion would disappear. The senses would see behind the illusion and find that all motion voids itself. Division of the whole into parts causes the illusion. If the film were removed from the projector of the motion picture, the illusion of motion and change would be voided. That is what creation is, the one light of knowing divided into the pattern parts of thinking. Sensing is but an electric tension set up by the seeming division of one into many which strain to fulfill their desire for oneness. When a unity of condition is consummated, sensation between those parts ceases because the tension ceases. The senses, being but tension of desire for unity between divided parts, have no existence. The senses are electric flux threads of light connecting every particle in the universe with every other particle. They are the intercommunicating nerves of the one universal body. When strain of desire for balance, rest, or unity ceases, sensation ceases. In this electric universe, sensation is the strain of resistance to the separation which exists between all separated masses. All matter is one. Separated particles desire to find that oneness. It is part of God's plan that the senses are limited entirely to the recording of a very small fraction of effect. The senses can never sense the whole, but the conscious mind can know the whole. These words I now say for newly comprehending man of his new cycle. Love ye one another, all men, for ye are one in me. Whatsoever ye do to one in me, ye do to all, for all are one in me. Love thy brother as thyself. Serve thy brother before thyself. Lift high thy brother. Lift him to high pinnacles, for thy brother is thyself. For of a verity I say, love of self, or nation of selves, turneth neighbor against neighbor, and nation against nation. Self-love breeds hate, and soweth its seed in all the winds to blow wherever it will. Wherefore say I, love of neighbor for neighbor, and nation for nation, uniteth all men as one. Serve first thy brother, hurt first thyself rather than thy neighbor. Gain naught from him unbalanced by thy giving. Protect thou the weak with thy strength, for if thou use thy strength against him, his weakness will prevail against thee, and thy strength will avail thee naught. He who giveth love prospereth mightily, but he who taketh aught gaineth naught. Why for lose all to gain the world, gaining naught? He who hath not laid up a treasure in heaven to equal treasure gained of earth has sought the dark. For him the light is far. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 17, Man's New Cycle. This coming age will mark an epochal advancement in man's evolution toward his goal of omniscience and omnipotence. Man becomes a higher being with greater power as he acquires knowledge. In knowledge alone lies power. Only through knowledge can man become co-creator with God. Knowledge can be obtained by man only through awareness of the spirit within him. Lack of that awareness is the tragedy of today's civilization. During the last century of the greatest scientific progress in the history of man, great nations of the world have killed, robbed, and enslaved other men to build their own empires. Even today, man kills by the millions, condoning his killing as necessary for his self-preservation. He is now but reaping the seed of his sowing. He who lives by the sword shall die by the sword. No man can hurt another man without condemning himself to greater hurt. Fear dominates the world of today. While fear is in the world, love cannot also be. Love can never dominate the world until man ceases to live a primarily sensed existence and knows the light of the spirit within him. This new age brings man one step nearer to the universe of greater knowing through greater comprehension of man's relation to man and to God. Each past cycle in the growth of man towards higher levels has been illumined by the few inspired messengers of the light who have known God in themselves. New inspired messengers who know God in themselves will likewise give the light to this new cycle, and these few messengers of the light must multiply into legions, for the need of a spiritual awakening is great. Man's whole reason for being is to gradually pass through his millions of years of physical sensing into his ultimate goal of spiritual knowing. Man has now reached a transition point in his unfolding where he must have that knowing. He can acquire that knowing only through greater awareness of the light, of the universal self, which centers him as one with God. The Secret of Light, Part 2, Omnipotence, the Universe of Power. The creating universe appears from the One and disappears into the One. Without thinking, my one idea could not become many one ideas for my stage setting. Without motion, my cosmic play could not be played, nor could its actors be. Without change, my undivided one idea could not unfold. Without time, my drama of my creating universe could have no sequences. Without motion, time, change, and sequences, the unfolding of my mind imaginings could have no measured space for its stage settings, no screen for its light projections. Therefore, see them as I imagine them, but know that they are but unfolding patterns of my knowing through my thinking. Know thou, therefore, that time is not, nor are there moving things which change, nor is there life, nor death, nor cold, nor heat, nor good, nor bad in my universe of me. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 1. Man's Two Supreme Illusions. The secret of light is fathomable to man only by first solving his two supreme illusions. The greater of these is the illusion of the universe itself. Man has never known his universe for what it really is, but only for what his senses have made him believe it to be. His senses have deceived him mightily. The other is the illusion of man himself. With the exception of the Nazarene, man has never yet known man, nor has he known his relation to the universe, nor to his still more unfathomable God. The little that man knows of himself and his universe is what the eyes and ears of his body have told him they have seen and heard about himself and his universe. But man has eyes and ears of the spirit which see and hear what man's sensed eyes and ears can never see or hear. For man is still too new in his unfolding. He is still but in the ferment of his beginning. Man senses motion, change, sequence, multiplicity, time, activity, death, good, and evil. Of these things he is most certain. His senses have made him most certain of their substantial reality. In face of the fact that he has lived with his familiar universe all his life, it is not easy for him to accept the statement that it has no existence whatsoever, that it is all illusion, all of it, nothing being left upon which to even base that illusion. He can accept the illusion of the railroad tracks meeting upon the horizon, but the railroad tracks are real, even though their seeming meeting is not. They at least still remain as a basis for their own illusion. A mirage of a city is comprehensible to man also as an illusion. He knows it does not exist, but he also knows of the reality of the city, which thus repeats itself, ghost-like, in the mirrors and lenses of light waves of the heavens above the city. To tell him that the city, as well as his own mirage, has no existence, is to lay too heavy a tax upon his credulity and patience. Yet that is what the secret of light reveals, and that is what we must tell, simply and convincingly, to laymen, churchmen, and scientists alike, and in the language, standards, and methods which each requires for his conviction. So come therefore and know God, his universe, and man with eyes other than our sensed ones. The eyes of the Spirit are knowing eyes. God's universe of knowing is all that is. The universe of seeming motion does not exist. Why, be thou slave to sensing, be me in thy knowing. From the Divine Iliad. The heavens and the earths of my curved universe are father, mother of my universe. Each of each and each to the other one. Neither one can be save the other also be. Nor can one leave the other saying, sit thou here while I journey to the far reaches. Nor can there be aught upon the earth without the fathering skies, nor in the skies without the motherhood of earth. Neither man, nor bird, nor reptile, nor fish, nor beast of wild jungle, neither tree, nor flower, nor shrilly singing insect, neither tempest, wild tornado, nor gentle breeze of calm ocean, nor cloud, nor mist, nor dewdrop for flower petal. Not one of these things can be born of earth alone, unfathered by the heavens, nor can heaven alone born them without the motherhood of earth. Again I say, I, the light, am one, but my thinking is two, for thought is two in every creating thing. Two halves of one, which can never be one. Always must they be two, to go opposed ways from me and back again to me, for reborning from the other one after finding rest in me. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 2, Genesis. 1. In the beginning, God, the Father. The Father is light, the still light of the Spirit, whom no man can see. The dwelling place of the Father is the kingdom of heaven, and it is without form and void. In the light is a seed of creation, and the light is father of the seed. In the light is being, and in the seed is desire for being. And desire in the seed is soul in the seed. The Father in heaven knows his idea. He knows it as one, the undivided one. In the Father light is the seed of all knowing. In him is twofold desire to unfold and refold his seed of all knowing into imaged forms of his imagining, by dividing wholeness into parts, stillness into motion, unchanging into changing, unconditioned into conditioned, void into form, infinity into measure, eternity into time, and immortality into mortality. 2. The Spirit of God moved to fulfill his two desires and said, let there be light, and let darkness shine out of light, and light out of darkness. And it was so. The one light of the Father in his kingdom of heaven divided the void. And behold, two father-mother lights of nightless suns shone out of the darkness of the void, and day appeared in undivided oneness of everlasting day. And the Father centered his sons as seed of his desire that forms should appear from formless light, to fulfill his desire for division of the one into many divided ones formed in the image of his imagining. And mighty polar breathings of desire within the nightless suns begat earths to coarse suns, far heavens, to divide the day and give night to day to mate the day. And lo, night was born on earth's from nightless days, and day was born from night. And God saw that it was good that each of the two begat from one, was born of each other, to disappear into the one, to reappear as the one. Thus the one light of God's knowing extended to the two of his thinking, pulsed as the three of all creating things, the one centering the two extended from the one, the Spirit, the father-mother polarity of light. the Trinity centering the shafts of creation, seeming fulcrum of its heartbeat, all one. 3. The manner of the extension of God's knowing to his thinking was in this wise. The Father of the kingdom extended his arms of still light unto his heaven and said to one, Sit thou here and look thou inward. Be thou seed of my knowing for repeating my thinking. Refold thou the forms of my imagining within thy stillness and give them back to me for resurrection in the imaged forms of my imagining. Father, thou my thinking, and let thy name be North. For north in light means inward breathing from the heavens toward oneness in the seed. Guide thou the unfolding forms of my imagining from seed of thee to centering seed of me. And to the other light, the centering spirit said, Sit thou here and look thou outward. Be thou womb of my knowing for borning my thinking. Unfold thou my seed from the stillness of seed and give earth forms of them to heavens to manifest me. Mother thou my thinking, and let thy name be South. For south in light means outward breathing from the seed into their heavens. Interweave thou thy threads of light of earths and suns with threads of light from heavens into patterns of my thinking, extended from my knowing to manifest my knowing. 4. To north and south the Father said, Behold in thee and me the firmament of my desiring to mirror the light of my knowing into father-mother forms of my imagining. And earths appeared below and heavens above the firmament, each being each mirrored from the other to become the other. And lo, all imaginings in seed of earths unfolded into the heavens, for heavens refolding into patterned seed of earths for earth's reborning. And behold, God's imaginings pulsed with light of his imaginings within his omnipresent kingdom. In this wise, God divided the waters from the waters, those which were under the firmament from those which were above the firmament. And each was of each, and each of the other. And God saw that it was good. All things were thus divided, as two halves of one, which never could be one, but must forever born the other from each other to manifest the knowing of the one as the two opposed desires of his thinking. 5. And all knowing was in the light, and God sowed seed sons of all knowing light unto far reaches of his firmament, for borning into pattern images of his imagining. And the earth brought forth grass and herb, yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:12. And God said, Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And God created great whales, and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly, after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth. Genesis 1:20-22. And God said, Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind. And it was so. And God made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:24-25. 6. And it was that God had whispered to man for long ages while man was new, but man heard not God's whispering. And God said, Let us give man knowing, and make him in our image after our likeness, and let him have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. Genesis 1:26. And lo, man knew God in him, and emerged from the dark of his jungle into dawn of the light in him, and turned his eyes upward toward the mount of his ascension from sensing to knowing. And man desired his ascension to the light. And God saw that it was good, and dwelt within man to give him the light of all knowing, as awakening man desired the light of all knowing. Great art is simple. My universe is great art, for it is simple. Great art is balanced. My universe is consummate art, for it is balanced simplicity. My universe is one in which many things have majestic measure, and again another many have measured too fine for sensing. Yet I have not one law for majestic things, and another law for things which are beyond the sensing. I have but one law for all my opposed pairs of creating things, and that law needs but one word to spell it out. So hear me when I have but one law for all my opposed pairs of creating things, and that law needs but one word to spell it out. So hear me when I say that the one word of my one law is balance. And if man needs two words to aid him in his knowing of the workings of that law, those two words are balanced interchange. If man still needs more words to aid his knowing of my one law, give to him another one, and let those three words be rhythmic balanced interchange. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 3, the Law of Balance. The underlying law of creation is rhythmic balanced interchange in all transactions in nature. It is the one principle upon which the continuity of the universe depends. Likewise, it is the one principle upon which the continuity of man's transactions, his health and happiness depend. It is the manifestation of God's two opposing desires in all processes of creation. Balance is the principle of unity, of oneness. In it is the stability which lies in cause. Balance is the foundation of the universe. Balanced interchange simulates oneness by interchange between pairs of opposites. It is the principle of equal giving between all moving pairs of unbalanced opposites, which constitute this dual electric universe. In it is the instability of effect. Instability is forever seeking to find stability. It can never find it, but it can simulate it by balancing its instability through equality of interchange. Rhythmic balanced interchange is the principle of continuity of effect. Balanced interchange between opposites repeats simulation of stability, and rhythmic balanced interchange continues that repetition. Obedience to the one law is absolute. Rhythmic balanced interchange is the inviolate law which must be obeyed. Nature persistently violates it, and nature instantly pays the price of its violations in its storms, tornadoes, crashing avalanche, and tragedy of field, forest, and jungle. Man persistently violates it and instantly pays the price of his violation in his crashing business failures, enmities, unhappiness, and illness. All the storms of earth cannot affect the balance of the earth, for balance in the universe cannot be upset. The earth continues in its fixed, balanced orbit with so much precision that its position can be determined at any time to the split second. If the earth disobeyed this law by the slightest variance, its oceans would sweep its continents clear of all living and growing things. Man must pay for disobedience. Man's disobedience to the law cannot affect the balance of man in his whole journey, for every unbalanced action of his must eventually be balanced. Man is on his way to his cosmic goal of oneness with his Creator, and he can in no way deviate from that fixed orbit, which will eventually take him to his destination of glory in the high heavens. By disobeying the law, he is but hurting himself while on his journey. But he must make the journey and must balance every unbalanced action while on the way. It is as though a man on a great ocean liner disobeyed the laws of the ship. In spite of his disobedience, the ship is taking him to his destination, and he must go with it. Likewise, he has hurt himself by lessening the happiness of his journey. The whole principle of creation lies in equal giving. The oneness of the light is divided into an equal and opposite two. and all interchange between the two must be equal in their giving. God's division of the light into a seeming two is manifested in nature by electric waves of two opposing lights, springing from the still sea of God's magnetic light, just as waves of water spring from the still ocean. The outstanding characteristic of waves is that they forever interchange. Troughs become crests, and crests become troughs. Gravity pressure above and below their axes is equal. So long as equality of interchange continues rhythmically, waves repeat their interchange. When the sloping sand at the beach prevents this equality of rhythmic balanced interchange, the waves accumulate unbalanced until they crash on the shore. Every transaction in human relations either continues or discontinues in accord with obedience or disobedience to this one law. A man who sells and gives less value for what is given to him lays the foundation for his own wreckage. He finds it ever harder to sell and loses many purchasers by gaining their ill will. He who gives equally for what is given to him multiplies his purchasers and prospers by gaining their goodwill. The pulse beat, the swinging pendulum, the in-breathing and out-breathing of living things all exemplify God's one law of rhythmic balanced interchange. Any deviation from that law in the heartbeat of a man would endanger his continuance. But when there is a rhythmic balanced interchange between the two compression and expansion opposites, man's life continues to function at maximum. Man has free right to choose his own actions, but he must balance those actions with equal and opposite reactions until he learns that God's one law must be obeyed. This God holds inviolate. The whole purpose of life is to learn how to manifest God in truth and the law. The lesson is a hard one, but man himself makes it hard by his unknowing of the law. As man gradually knows his purpose and the law by knowing God in him, life becomes more and more beautiful and man more powerful in his manifestation of power. Man's power lies in giving. He must learn to give as nature gives. Each half of a cycle eternally gives to the other half for regiving. Nature forever unfolds into many for the purpose of refolding into one. Each individual must manifest this universal law. The desire of some so-called apron string parents to run their children's lives for them, often claiming that they have sacrificed their very own lives for them, are taking from their children, not giving. They are taking away the initiative children need to complete their own cycles. They must live their own lives for themselves. Man must know the principle of creation, giving between each interchanging opposite half of each cycle for the purpose of repeating its giving. This is universal law, and each individual must manifest this law. Man will forever war with man until he learns to give his all with the full expectation of equal receiving, and never taking that which is not given as an earned reward for his giving. All things are one, but made to appear as two extensions of the centered one. Know thou that the two extensions of my recorded thinking are divided by the one, which centers the two, the one balancing the two, the one controlling the two. I, the one, am not divided into two, as pairs of opposites of me. I divided the two extensions of my thinking, but I am not my thinking, nor am I two. When man thinketh man alone, denying me, then is man's image man's, not mine, and man's, for the pattern of my balanced, rhythmic images within man may not be seen in him, nor may the glory of my light be seen in him or known by him. When man thinketh me, through knowing me, then is he patterned by my image, and I am he. When man thinketh me in him, then is man's balance absolute. When man so thinketh, then hath he all power that I, thy father, mother, thinker of creation hath. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 4, the source of power. God, the creator, is power. There is no other power. All energy lies within the stillness of the one magnetic light of God. God is mind, the intelligence of the universe. In God's mind is one idea, which God knows as one whole idea. In God's mind is desire to give creative expression to that one idea by thinking it into parts. Desire in the light of mind is the power quality of mind. Desire is the soul of mind, the will of mind. God expresses the desire of mind to manifest his idea by creating this electric wave universe. This electric universe is the sole product of God's mind. All product of God or man is the result of desire of mind to create product. The power to create product is in mind. It is not in the product. Product has no power in itself to produce itself. This assumption that product has power within itself to produce itself is another of man's illusions, which has deceived the senses of man during these early days of his unfolding. It is as though the architect gave to his cathedral the power of creating itself. The cathedral is an expression of desire of the architect to give form to the idea of his knowing. The power to create the idea is in the knowing. The idea of the cathedral already exists. The eyes of the spirit can see its spiritual image as clearly as the eyes of the body can sense it in stone as product of his knowing. The expression of power to create the idea as product lies in the electric action of thinking idea at rest in the light of mind into the two lights of waves of motion which simulate that idea. As servant of mind, electricity gives moving form to the idea by performing the work necessary to produce it. The power to thus produce does not lie in electricity nor in motion. It lies in desire of mind only. Without that desire, creation could not be. Without desire of mind, in man his power to create could not be. Mind is light at rest. Desire of mind is expressed through waves of light in motion. The expression of power in waves is not power. All of the power of the ocean is in its stillness, whether expressed or not. Likewise, all of the power of light is in the stillness of its knowing, whether expressed by light waves or not. All expressions of energy spring from rest. Seek a point of rest and return to a condition of rest. The power of a moving lever is not in the lever nor in its motion. It is in the stillness of its fulcrum, from which it borrows its ability to manifest the power of its fulcrum. God is the fulcrum of man and of the universe. Neither man nor any moving thing in the universe has power within himself to do anything. All power expressed by man must be extended directly from the Father in heaven to his Father-Mother lights of earths and heavens which manifest him. The mechanical principle by means of which power is expressed by the Creator is in the light waves of two-way motion which record his two-way thinking. Waves are two-way cycles which are divided equally to express the two desires of mind, to create form images of mind imagining, and to destroy those forms sequentially for reforming. Waves of motion spring from the stillness of the universal equilibrium. They are the universal heartbeat which manifests eternal life and power in God's stillness by eternal repetitions of simulated life and power as expressed in waves of motion. Waves of motion express the power of desire for unbalance and motion which is in light at rest. And they also express the opposite desire for balance and rest which is in motion. Desire in the one light of mind is positive. Its expression in the two lights of opposed motion is negative. Every expression of power in nature is negated by its opposite expression. The senses are limited to the perception of but one of these negations at a time, and then only in small fractions of whole cycles. If the senses could record the whole of each cycle both ways, they would record stillness, not motion, for every action would be voided by its oppositely flowing reaction. For I have ordained that the Father-Mother of my image stage, its players and its motions become an equal to extension, retraction of my light. An equal two must be an equal two, for desire of each to outbalance each would upset my spatial stage and all the father-mother offspring of my stage. Therefore, I have set a measure in my high heavens to balance each with each, that each might have its all, but not one whit more, nor lose aught, nor gain one whit more. Wherefore I, the one, watch o'er all my creating pairs of father-mother things, with my two measuring eyes to balance that which fathers my universe with that which mothers it. And as my sexed electric universe is two, so also must its watchful measuring eyes be two, centered by another one, from which the two extend, and seem to move as that mirage expression of my thinking seems to move. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 5. This sexed electric universe. The still magnetic light of the Father of all creation is one. The one light is the positive principle. It is cause. The moving electric father-mother lights of all creation are two. The two are opposites of each other. The two negate each other. They are the intercommunicating nerves of the universal body, like those of man's body through which he senses things. They have not existence save in awareness of each other. They are but mirage extensions of mind, imagining which senses that which they but manifest. Each electric opposite conditions the other with sex unbalance. Each sexed condition gives unbalance to the other to separate each from each, to increase the power of each to oppose each. Each then gives of itself to the other to void the unbalanced condition of each other. In order to effect balance in each must become the other. The charging one must discharge, and the discharged one must charge. Voidance of unbalance can only come that way. Likewise, repetition can only come that way. The electric universe is the negative principle. It is the effect. The two moving lights of the electric universe are two equal halves which express themselves in opposite directions. Their sole purpose is to oppose. Opposites which violently oppose and void each other can never become one, nor can they attract each other. Sex defined. Hello. Sex is the division of a balanced equilibrium condition into two equally unbalanced conditions which negate each other periodically for the purpose of repeating the two unbalanced conditions. Sex is the creative principle. It is the dual desire force in mind for expressing its one idea. Without a division of the one unconditioned light into two seemingly conditioned lights, creation could not be. Sex is not a thing, it is a condition of a thing. An electrically balanced condition of anything is sexless, whether it be man, woman, electric battery, or the atmosphere. A sexed condition is an unbalanced condition. An electric battery which is fully charged is dually unbalanced by the opposite electric pressures of compression and expansion. These two opposite unbalanced conditions violently desire to return to the oneness of balance from which they were divided into one. A short circuit between the two poles of the battery will give it that balance. We then say it is dead, for it will no longer perform work by expressing its desire for balance. An unbalanced atmosphere will violently seek a balanced condition, depending upon the intensity of the unbalanced condition. When calm follows the storm, it means that desire for balance has gone out of it, for when balance has been attained by rest, motion is no longer possible. The sexed condition of unbalance in man is exactly the same in all phenomena in nature. An unbalanced sex condition in man demands balancing in the same way, and its violence depends upon its electrical measure of unbalance. When the desire is satisfied and balance is restored, man is as sexless as the dead storage battery, and for the same reason. Man is recharged into a sexed condition by his heartbeat, by the food he eats, and by his in-breathing, out-breathing. These are the generators which recharge the dead storage batteries of all the universe into sexed condition live batteries. A sexed condition and an electric condition are identical, Electricity conditions all sexless matter into its sex condition by dividing a pressureless condition into two opposite pressures, which desire release from their opposition. All of the work of the universe is performed as a result of that desire in unbalanced matter to seek rest in a balanced condition. This is a sexed electric universe in every effect of motion, whether it be in the heart of a giant sun or in the petal of a meadow violet. Every action of motion in the universe is a result of sex desire for motion from a state of rest, or for rest from a state of motion. These two sex desires of electric action and reaction are the result of the two desires of the Father to manifest His one light through the extended Father-Mother lights, which interweave His idea of creation into the multiple forms of that idea and void them periodically for the purpose of repeating them. The desire for two-way motion in equal action and reaction is reflected in the dual electric desire to give for regiving and to unfold for refolding. Each thing in my universe is paired as opposite expressions of that thing. Neither expression is that which it expresseth. Therefore, both life and death of things which seem to live and die are neither life nor death. For all things in my universe interchange with their opposites and with all other things. Each opposite becometh the other sequentially, for I say, in me is balance. I balance all opposites of pairs of things with equal opposites of pairs of things. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 7. Sex-conditioned opposites. The entirety of this balanced universe is thus divided into unbalanced pairs of father-mother sex-conditioned sex-mates for the purpose of seemingly divided universal oneness into a universe of many ones. No matter what names we use to designate one pair of sex-mates from another, whether gravity and radiativity, male and female, positive and negative, charge and discharge, centripetal and centrifugal, generative and radiative, integrative and disintegrative, plus and minus, heat and cold, life and death, buyer and seller, producer and consumer, import and export, emptying and filling, inward and outward, north and south, heaven and earth, growth and decay, all of them are similarly conditioned by the two opposite electrical conditioners. In other words, they are all being either compressed or expanded if we use pressure terms, or charged and discharged if we use electrical terms. Both are the same. Likewise, all that are being compressed or charged by positive electricity are simultaneously being expanded and discharged by negative electricity to a lesser extent. Likewise, all that are being expanded by negative electricity are simultaneously being compressed and charged by positive electricity to a lesser extent. This is a two-way universe in all effects of motion, and both opposite effects are expressed in both mates simultaneously as well as sequentially. This two-way universe. Electricity is forever winding light up into hot spheres, surrounded by cold cube wave fields of space, and likewise sequentially unwinding them for rewinding. While winding them into compressed light masses, they are simultaneously unwinding to a lesser extent. Conversely, while unwinding, they are simultaneously rewinding to a lesser extent. Every opposite of a pair charges in excess of its discharge for one half of its cycle. It then discharges in excess of its charging. Life and death are good examples. Life charges a body in excess of its discharge for one half of its cycle, and death discharges it in excess for the other half. Likewise, the sun charges the earth during half of its 24-hour cycle in excess of its charge on the night side of the planet. The night side sequentially becomes the day side. The discharge of night then reverses to a preponderance of charge. The father-mother principle is fundamental in every expression, and both are simultaneously manifested in every expression, each being preponderant sequentially during half of each cycle. The father principle multiplies light into density and high potential. The mother principle divides it into vapors and gases of lower potential. Light is thus multiplied and divided into suns and planets surrounded by space. He's got space in quotation marks. The matter of Earth is the same as the matter of heavens, with but one difference: volume. And therein lies the secret of the universal pulse beat. Space is a division of solidity into tenuity. It is also a multiplication of volume at the expense of potential. Interchange between these two unbalanced opposites is the basis of all motion in this rhythmic universe. Sex mates are two equal halves of one. They never can be one. They can never unite, for they are the opposites of motion. Opposites of motion can cease to be, and by thus ceasing to be, they can give birth to the other opposite. But they can never be other than opposite. Opposites born each other. Compression can never expand, but expansion is born from compression. Conversely, expansion can never compress, but compression is born from expansion. They can interchange with their opposites with every pulse beat, and they do. Each opposite is born from the other. Each pulse beat brings each opposite nearer to voidance of each, and complete interchange into the other. It becomes the other sequentially at the halfway point in its cycle. But it is still an opposite. Opposites oppose. They never perform any other office than to oppose. Opposites alone produces the idea of separateness in a universe of one inseparable thing. The opposite of water is water vapor. Water is a compressed condition. It is of the father light. Water vapor is the expanded condition of water. It is of the mother light. They are two halves of one, which can never be one. The mother light unfolds from the father light. The father light refolds the water vapor into water. Each has been born from the other. Each is the other, but they can never unite to become one. All idea of mind is thus divided into sex pairs of opposite mates. Matter is divided into solids and gases. The gases are the solids outwardly bound toward the heavens. Solids are those same gases inwardly bound toward gravity. Heat and cold are opposites. Inwardly bound light rays generate heat from cold by compressing cold. Outwardly bound light rays degenerate heat into cold by expanding heat. It is said that cold is less heat. One might as well say that east is less west. East and west are two opposites, just as cold and heat are opposites. Opposite sex conditions born each other. Matter and space likewise are sex mates. Each has become what each is opposing the other to attain the appearance of separateness. Then each interchanges with each by breathing into and out of each other until space disintegrates matter and becomes what the other was. Space disintegrates suns and earths by the way of equators and generates them by the way of poles. Heat generated by cold by the way of poles is radiated by the way of equators. Suns thus turn inside out. Cold bores black holes right through their poles, and great suns become rings, like those in Lyria, and other ring nebulae which are plentiful in the heavens. All matter is generated by the degeneration of its opposite. Likewise, all generated matter is sequentially degenerated by the generation of its opposite. Compression in matter is balanced by an equal evacuation in space. Every unbalanced condition in nature must be balanced by an equal opposite. All borrowings from the bank of nature are debited with an amount equal to the credit extended, just as money borrowed from man's bank is debited and credited. Desire for rest follows desire for motion. The two are always two and never can become one, although the desire for oneness is with each during the entirety of its cycle. It is this desire for oneness which causes them to interchange. When credits and debits are balanced by interchange with each other, they cease to be. They do not become one. When electrical opposites thus cancel each other out by interchange of their plus and minus conditions, they do not neutralize each other, as commonly believed. They cease to be. Motion cannot be neutralized. There is no exception to this process of nature. All idea is recorded electrically in equal pairs of opposite expressions. Each of the pair cancels the other out in cyclical periodicities. Each then becomes what the other was. Generation of any idea exceeds radiation during the first half of its cycle. Radiation then exceeds generation for the second half of the cycle. Both of these simulations of the idea, as expressed by motion, disappear. The idea still exists, however. The idea is at rest in its seed from which it can again appear in form of idea. The 2 points of rest, which are the fundamentals of every cycle, are the point of beginning at the wave axis and the point of interchange between positive and negative opposites at the wave amplitude. At these 2 rest points, motion has utterly ceased. It has not been neutralized into a condition of rest. The one light of me desires to be two. 2 sensed, warring divisions of the one spring forth from my unsensed oneness into an imaged space. 2 voiding lights of my one white light spring from their rest in unity to find rests of their own, but find not 2 but 1. For 2 rests there cannot be in my universe of one. For I say that each light seeks rest in each where wave of my pulsed thinking meets wave. And at that mutual point of rest, each voids each in the one from which another 2 spring into their mirrored infinities. Hear thou me when I say that all things which flow from me are sex-conditioned pairs of 2, even to the cosmic dust of space, which formeth new worlds, yea, and even to the heart of blazing fires of hottest suns. Naught is there in my divided universe which is not sex-conditioned, sex-interchanging and sex-balancing. Thus, these moving pairs seek balance and voidance forever to repeat the thought patterns of my thinking in the sex-balancing voidance of their conditioning. Chapter 7. The Sex Reproductive Principle. All creating things are paired as unbalanced equal and opposite sex mates. Reproduction of 2 unbalanced mates cannot be repeated until balance has first been restored. The calm surface of the ocean may be broken up into waves, but those waves cannot be repeated until the calm surface of the ocean has been restored to the equilibrium of its rest position, even though that rest position is not maintained. Reproduction begins at the rest point where the previous wave cycle ends. Reproduction of unbalance must find a fulcrum from which the wave lever may leap into wave expression for repetition of pattern. That is what creation is, merely the repetition of pattern with added pattern forever. This is a universe of waves within waves and waves without waves, pulsing waves of dual light, extending forever outward to the ends of mirrored space and reflecting back again to microscopic centers of rest from which they may again spring from rest to seek rest through dual motion, but never finding it. This is a sex-divided, opposed 2-way electric universe, which creates and voids through unbalanced pairs, but reproduces through voided ones. Sexes do not unite. Reproduction of dynamic sexed pairs does not come through the union of dynamic sexed pairs, but from the voidance of sex condition, and with it, the power of dynamic sex expression reproduction. Reproduction is not the unity of 2 opposite halves of one pattern thing. It is the voiding of the power of dynamic expression, which all unbalanced opposites express. Reproduction is the cessation of those 2 unbalanced conditions, which restores a balance from which similarly patterned negative forms reverse their expressions and become positive forms. Sex opposites reproduce through sex voidance. In this manner, all patterned forms repeat their patterns sequentially. All pairs of unbalanced opposites come from God, the One, and return balanced as one to God. All unbalanced pairs of separately conditioned things must first find voidance of unbalance and voidance of opposition. They must then become their own opposites. to again acquire an unbalance necessary for another voidance and consequent repetition. All twos must become voided in the one in order to again become two. Reproduction of unbalanced opposites by unbalanced opposites is impossible. Opposition must first be voided. The dynamic must emerge from rest, and it must be voided in rest in order that it may again become dynamic. The desire for balance. All things seek balance. Two opposed, unbalanced halves of one are forever seeking to balance their opposition. Two children on a seesaw are balanced when they are on a level with their centering fulcrum. When they are on two different levels, they are unbalanced with their centering fulcrum. They are then dynamic. The fulcrum no longer centers them, although they are balanced in themselves. In such a position, they are obliged to move. Repetition of their motion is impossible while they are in balance with their fulcrum, but it is imperative when the fulcrum no longer centers them. A sexless condition is imperative before a sexed condition can be repeated. Just as all motion starts from rest and returns to rest, so does a sexed electric condition arise from a sexless one. The two sexes, therefore, cannot be united to cause reproduction. They must first be voided. Unbalanced condition and change cannot unite to reproduce unbalanced condition and change. The unbalanced condition and change must be voided in order to repeat unbalance and change. Sex opposites do not neutralize, they void. The sexes, like the two opposites of motion, cannot neutralize each other by so-called union. The dynamic cannot be neutralized. I'll stop doing that now, but I just want you guys to know that's what he's doing. Likewise, it cannot become static, but it can be voided. The static condition does not then take its place, for the static condition is eternal. It was there before the dynamic condition arose. The dynamic condition of sound, for example, arises from the static condition of silence, but sound does not become silence. Sound is voided. Silence is eternal. The dynamic conditions of sodium and chlorine do not unite to become the static condition of sodium chloride, nor are they neutralized. They must be voided before they can be repeated. Sex determined by direction of pressures. Opposites are not things, they are conditions of things. Just as heat and cold, or east and west, or inward and outward, or compression and expansion cannot unite to become one, so also the opposite sexes cannot unite, for they are but inward-outward pressures. Sex opposition is a difference in the pressure condition of things. The male condition is one of compression. The female is one of expansion. The sexes are thus differently conditioned by the two directions of electric pressures, in accord with the two opposite desires of the Creator. The difference of conditioning makes basically similar substances appear to be different things and different substances. All things are sex divided. When, therefore, any two opposed and unbalanced sex halves of one conditioned thing balance their opposed conditioning through motion, they appear to become another thing or substance. This appearance is a deception of the senses, for they do not become another thing. They become voided, and another thing from which both are extended appears in their place. In chemistry, we call these pairs stable compounds, such as the salts. Water, for another example, is a voidance of oxygen and hydrogen, for there is no oxygen or hydrogen in water, nor do oxygen and hydrogen become water. Water is the result of the voidance of two unbalanced and opposed conditions caused by equalizing opposed pressures at static equators. Consider the static condition of a calm ocean. A storm transforms that surface into a dynamic condition. Waves which spring from the static ocean surface toward crests and troughs do not unite to reproduce another wave. They withdraw into the ocean surface. They disappear entirely and then reappear from it in reverse to repeat the next wave. Absolute voidance of one condition must take place before repetition can follow. Voided motion is recorded in the stillness from which it was unfolded in order that it can be repeated from that record. Records of motion are seeds for repetition of motion. In the seed is desire for manifesting imaged forms of idea. All forms are waveforms. All waveforms unfold from seed records of those waveforms. I am dual thinking mind, thinking two in action and reaction. I am dynamic thinking mind, pulsing with my dynamic thinking. With one pulse beat of my dual thinking, I build my multiple one image and bind them all as one in me. I then cancel them with the other voiding pulse. Each then is naught, but both are seed for another two. Thus I produce, void and reproduce, generate, radiate, and regenerate in cycles without end. For behold, my imaged universe is mirrored to infinity. It is repeated to the endless end, yet there are but multiples of three in all my universe. And again I say to thee, two of those very three are not, but my imaginings, for my Trinity is but one. The two are in me, and they are of me, but they are not me, nor am I them. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 8, Electricity Defined. Electricity is the strain or tension set up by the two opposing desires of universal mind thinking, the desire for balanced action and the desire for rest. This electric universe is a complexity of strains caused by the interaction of these two opposing, interchanging electric desires. All matter is electric. All matter is conditioned into greater or lesser strains according to the intensity of desire, which is the cause of all electric strain to which it electric desires. All matter is electric. All matter is conditioned into greater or lesser strains according to the intensity of desire, which is the cause of all electric strain to which it is subjected. The farther removed from rest, the greater the strain or tension. That which we call high electric potential is merely great strain to maintain a condition which is far from the condition of rest. The familiar return ball with which a child plays is a good example of electric strain. When the ball is thrown from the hand, the elastic gradually tightens to increase the tension of resistance to strain generated in the elastic. The strain continues to intensify until the ball comes to rest. When the ball returns, the strain gradually lessens until the ball again comes to rest in the child's hand. When that happens, the strain and tension have been voided. Tension has not become rest. It has ceased to be. This whole electric universe is a complete maze of similar tensions. Every particle of matter in the universe is separated from its condition of oneness, just as the return ball is separated from the hand and each is connected with the other, one by an electric thread of light which measures the tension of that separateness. It is as though all of the universe of separated particles were playing return ball with each other. When a condition of oneness has been attained in matter, the electric tension ceases to be. Sodium chloride will illustrate this meaning. When sodium and chlorine desire separateness from their oneness off condition in sodium chloride, an electric strain is set up between that separated trinity. When the desire for separateness has gone out of sodium and chlorine, the electric tensions which bound them to the rest condition from which they sprang are voided. Likewise, sodium and chlorine are utterly voided. The reason for this is because all matter is a series of electric tensions. When the tensions cease, the conditions set up by them cease. It is as though two children on a seesaw withdrew into their fulcrum. Sex tensions and strains intensify the farther they are removed from rest. When unbalanced, sex tensions void their unbalance through interchange between the opposite electric desires, which cause those tensions. Electrical force ceases to be. Likewise, sex desire ceases to be. Electrical tensions exist only between unbalanced electrical matter in motion, which is separated from other electrical matter in motion. Wherever there is a condition of rest, electricity ceases to be. Electricity is, therefore, a dual force which seemingly unbalances a condition of rest by dividing it into two opposite conditions and sets them in seeming motion. Interchange between the two opposites of motion voids the unbalanced condition at the end of each cycle of electrical expression. As rest cannot be unbalanced, save by illusion, Electricity, which causes that illusion, has no existence. Behold in me the one, inseparable. Two things there are not in my universe. There is but me. Everything that is of every other thing that is. Nothing is of itself alone. All things are indissolubly united. This is a universe of seeming, an imagined universe of thinking, an action universe of desiring. That which mind desireth will appear in the image of that desire. Seek ye therefore what ye will in me, and ye shall find it. Desire what ye will, and behold, it standeth before thee. Throughout the eons it hath been thine without thy knowing, e'en though thou hast but just asked for it. Sit ye not and ask, acting not, for thy desire will not come thy way to thee, unaided by thy strong arms. Behold, I am within, all things centering them, and I am without, all things controlling them. But I am not those things which I center in them and control in space surrounding them. I am the center of my universe of me. Everywhere I am is the center of all things, and I am everywhere. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 9. The Two Electric Desires. Electricity is the servant of mind. It does all of the work of creating this light wave universe in unfolding, refolding sequences which mind desires. The universal mind has two desires: the desire for creative expression through the action of concentrative thinking, and the desire for rest from action through decentrative thinking. One desire is for separation from oneness into balanced multiplicity, and the other is for voidance of multiplicity into balanced oneness. One desire is for action, and the other for rest. These two desires of mind constitute the give for regiving principle, by means of which all things in nature grow or unfold by appearing from the void of rest in the kingdom of heaven, from which all creating things appear, disappear, and reappear in sequential cycles. The electric expression of the two desires is reflected in the pulse beat of the universe. One pulsation compresses, the other expands. The compressive pulsation gives form to idea by seeking rest at wave amplitudes through centripetal action. The destructive pulsation voids form to seek rest at wave axes through centrifugal reaction. These two opposite desires are characteristic of all effects of motion. All animal, vegetable, and mineral life seeks action and rest alternately. All effects of motion manifest that principle. A ball thrown in the air seeks rest from its action and returns from its unbalanced condition to seek rest through reaction. After a day of work, man rests from action so that he may repeat his day of action. Because of these two opposite desires of universal mind thinking, all creating things appear on earths from the void of their heaven, disappear from their earths into their void in the heavens, and reappear from that void to repeat their desires. This explains the mystery of matter appearing from space to be alternately swallowed by space. These are all in quotations from the Iliad, but I'm not going to go there. Again, I say, I am the soul of my universe of creating things. Within my being is desire for manifesting my being. Desire in me is soul in me. That which is soul in me desireth to manifest in form through light. Light extendeth from soul in me and returneth to soul in me. The extension and returning being two seeming lights of me. Again, I say, I am the seed of my unfolding and refolding universe. Within my light, all formless seed of planned idea are unfolded in my being at rest in me. Again I say, all things extendeth from me and returneth to me. From me all things are born from seed of thought in me, and born again with each pulsation of my thinking. There is naught but birth in my imagining. There is no death in me. For endings and beginnings are one in me. Naught but life reacteth out from me, and naught but life meets returning life for rebirth in me. Wherefore I say, ye must be born again and again unto that infinity of mirrored reachings, which is my imaging. Thus is my one idea continued endlessly in imaged forms of my thinking. Thus is my one idea reborn as many ones in the multiplying mirrors of my light, forever without end. Again I say, the mirrored multiples of my thought images are but reflections of my imaginings. They are not me. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 10, The Unfolding Refolding Principle. The two opposite electric expressions of desire of mind unfold all idea of mind from its pattern in the seed into imaged forms to simulate the idea of mind, and refold it back into its recorded pattern in the seed for again unfolding. Each one unbalances the other in order that each may seek balance in the other to disappear and reappear as the other. Positive electricity is the father light, which gravitates toward a point of rest, which centers all creating things. Negative electricity is the mother light, which radiates toward planes of the one light at rest, which bound all wave fields of motion. Positive electricity winds the light of motion into dense solids around points of still magnetic light. It compresses motion into incandescent spheres surrounded by the vacuity of negative electricity. Negative electricity unwinds the light of motion from dense solidity to tenuous vacuity by expanding it into cubic wave fields of space. Positive electricity pulls inward spirally from within against the opposing resistance of negative electricity, which thrusts outward spirally from within. This two-way radial universe of seeming motion is the product of these two opposed electric conditioners of matter which pass through each other in opposite directions. Each interchanges with the other in sequential pulsations as they pass through each other from points of gravity to wave field boundaries and back again in endless cycles. Each one becomes the other at halfway rest points of their cycles. Large-scale examples of this process can be seen in any of the spiral nebulae, notably Nebulae 74, probably not going to say this word right, Piscium, Piscium. Two fiery spiral arms of radiating mother light reach out from the equator of its central sun to born its countless other suns and earths by unfolding them from its centering seed. Two black arms of gravitating father light pull spirally inward from the heavens toward the poles of the centering giant sun to generate the sun in incandescent oneness of all form. The father light of gravity refolds all unfolding forms from creation's seed in formless light of suns and gives them growing bodies. Gravitation is the male principle of creation. Gravity refolds toward the seed. Radiation is the female principle of creation. Radiation unfolds from the seed. The generating light of gravitation and the degenerative light of radiation are projected through each other from rest to rest in pulsing sequences to manifest idea by borning father-mother forms of idea through their voiding interchange. This principle of rhythmic balanced interchange between father-mother lights of gravitation and radiation is fundamental in all creating things. It is the principle of two-way equal giving which manifests the quality of love in the light of the one. Translate thou the light of my thinking into man's words for his guidance. I am balance. In me all my imaginings are balanced in their seeming unbalance. I add, but that which I add to one pulsation of my thinking, I subtract from the other one. I divide, but that which I divide, I multiply. My pairs of opposites are equal, but again I say that they are opposites, and opposites oppose in my universe of me. Opposites void opposites, while likes retain their friendly orbits side by side. All the sons of heaven give light of each to each, while the dark voids the light, and the light likewise the dark. My two lights move in opposed ways to avoid the other's path, but find these paths to be lanes leading into and out of vortices centered by but one rest pole, where the two poles are not, having never even met as two. Pairs of opposites are drawn into each other's vortices, where they void each other passionately. Each is then naught, a zero simulating that zero of their source from which they sprang. but they are also seed for another seeming two, which emerge from the oneness of their source. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 11. The illusion of attraction and repulsion of matter. One of the great illusions of the senses is that matter attracts and repels matter. It is also believed that oppositely charged electrical particles attract each other and like charges repel. There is much evidence of the senses to justify such a conclusion, but it is of the same elusive nature as the evidence which deceives the senses that railroad tracks seem to meet upon the horizon. We see the tides rise toward the moon on one side of the earth and away from it on the other. We conclude that the moon attracts the earth and thus pulls the ocean toward it, but that does not account for the fact that the tides also rise on the opposite side of the earth away from the moon. What is actually happening is that all conditioned matter is constantly seeking to balance its condition with all other matter. The moon and the earth center their own respective wave fields surrounded by space. All wave fields are bound by planes of zero curvature and a zero pressure condition, which insulate each field in the universe from every other field. The very shapes of wave fields of Earth and Moon are forever changing to adjust their balance as the Moon revolves around the Earth. As a result, the mutual equators of both fields must lengthen, disc-like, on a plane which intersects the center of gravity of each body. Naturally, the tides rise toward and away from the Moon. If the Earth were all liquid instead of solid, it likewise would lengthen appreciably at its equators, disc-like, and flatten at its poles to meet the interchange of balance between the fields of the Moon and Sun, as Jupiter and the outer planets are so noticeably doing. It would also throw off rings as Saturn and all the stars of heaven are doing, and for the same reason. Polarity. We see the positive pole of a compass needle pointing toward the negative pole of a magnet, and the negative pole of the magnet pointing toward the positive pole. This evidence is one of the bases of our conclusion. That is what our eyes see. What actually is happening is that they are voiding each other's unbalanced condition to seek balance through each other. Opposite poles get as far away from each other as they can until their opposition is voided by balance in their fulcrum and they cease to be. When the positive pole of a magnet is brought into contact with the negative pole of another magnet, that effect which we think of as attraction is one of avoidance. It is a cessation of opposition or power to manifest anything. Polarity utterly ceases at that point, and each opposite extends to each opposite end, each getting away from the other and through the other spirally as far as it can. If opposite poles attracted each other, they would be together in the middle of a magnet instead of at its ends. Matter is powerless to attract. Matter neither attracts nor repels other matter. Unbalanced conditions in matter seek balanced ones. All matter is motion, constantly seeking rest. This it can find only by balancing its condition with matter similarly conditioned by voiding the tensions of its sexed condition. That alone is the cause of motion and the reason for its continuance or discontinuance. All matter in motion seeks rest. This is a universe of one thing. All matter which is electrically separated from that oneness seeks it. This is a fundamental principle and underlying desire of all creation. It is as true of humans and their emotions as it is of matter. We again repeat that electricity is a division of the one light into two extensions of that light, projected through each other, each becoming the other alternately. The one light is a pressureless and sexless condition. The two lights which are extended from the one are opposed pressures and opposed sex conditions. Thus, there are but two conditions of matter, either expanding from stillness or contracting towards stillness. Each condition arises from the other. The instant it becomes its own opposite, it gets as far away from the opposite as is necessary to find balance in a like condition. It seeks its like condition to find rest in a balanced condition, and not because the matter of it is attracted by the matter it seeks. A log floating downstream is seeking a balanced condition and is not being attracted by the dam or by the other logs. These opposites represent the compression extension, father-mother principle, which integrates light into solids and disintegrates it into vapors and gases. All moving masses are unbalanced. To say that these opposites attract each other is equivalent to saying that north attracts south, that inward attracts outward, that wetness attracts dryness, or that darkness attracts incandescence. Water, for example, is a compressed condition. When water vaporizes, it expands into its own opposite condition. It then seeks rest in clouds of like condition. When it thus finds rest in a balanced condition, its motion ceases and its opposition also ceases. Elusive evidence. Another effect of motion, which has misled the senses into believing that opposites attract, is that hot air is said to rise toward cold and cold air to descend toward heat. That is not what is happening, for like seeks like. Cooling air is expanding and rising toward cold, and heating air is contracting and falling toward heat. Negative oxygen bubbles gather at the positive pole of a charging electric battery, and positive hydrogen bubbles gather at the negative pole. What is actually happening is that the positive pole is taking the positive condition out of the water, leaving the negative oxygen as residue. The negative pole is, likewise, taking the negative condition out of the water, leaving the positive hydrogen as residue. Again, like seeks like. The outstanding demonstration of the principle of like conditions, seeking like, is in the elements of matter. If opposites attracted opposites according to present concepts, it would be impossible to gather together 1 ounce of the same elements. All elements seek their kind. In any chemical decomposition of compounded mixtures, each element seeks and finds similarly conditioned elements. Nature's gyroscopic principle does this automatically. Every element has its own gyroscopic relation to the axis and amplitude of its wave. Each seeks that relation of pressure and moved until it finds itself in the orbit of its own gyroscopic plane of pressure. Behold in me the light of all knowing. In light is all idea of knowing. In divided light of me, the thinking of my knowing is recorded in moving imaged forms of my imagining, which reflected each divided one into its opposed one to manifest my knowing. Each mirrors light of each to the other one to manifest my knowing through their mirrorings. Know thou that moving things move not, their moving is but seeming. Know thou also that moving things also sense moving things and know them not. For moving things have not in them but their seeming moving. Moving light of my thinking's mirrorings is my universe of image building in lights of my imaginings. These have no being, for they are not me. I alone have being. From the Divine Iliad, Chapter 12, Light. Light cannot be seen, it can only be known. Light is still. The sense of sight cannot respond to stillness. That which the eyes feel and believe to be light is but wave motion simulating the idea of light. Like all things else in this electric wave universe, the idea of light cannot be produced. Electric waves simulate idea only. They do not become idea. When man sees the light of the sun, he believes that he is actually seeing light when the nerves of his eyes are but feeling the intense, rapid, shortwave vibrations of the kind of wave motion which he senses as incandescence. The intensely vibrant electric current mirrored into the senses of the eyes fairly burns them. They cannot stand that high rate of vibration. The eyes would be destroyed by such a vibration, but light would not be the cause of that destruction. Fast motion, simulating light, would be the cause. It would be like sending a high voltage electric current over a wire so fine that the current would burn it out. Man likewise cannot see darkness. The nerves of his eyes, which sense motion, slow down to a rate of vibration which he can no longer feel. Man is so accustomed to the idea that he actually sees light in various intensities illuminating various substances to greater or lesser degree, that it is difficult for him to realize that his own senses are but acting as mirrors to reflect various intensities of wave motion, but that is all that is happening. Every electrically conditioned thing in nature reflects the vibrations of every other thing to fulfill its desire to synchronize its vibrations with every other thing. All matter is the motion of light. All motion is expressed in waves. All light waves are mirrors which reflect each other's condition unto the farthermost star. This is an electrically conditioned wave universe. All wave conditions are forever seeking oneness. For this reason, all sensation responds to all other sensation. Is light a wave or corpuscle? Much controversy has arisen as to whether light is corpuscular, as Newton claimed it to be, or a wave. There is much evidence in favor of both theories. It is both. Light is expressed by motion. All motion is wave motion. All waves are expressed by fields of equal and opposite pressures of two-way motion. The entire volume within wave fields is filled with the two opposite expressions of motion. The positive expressions, which compresses light into solids, and the negative expression, which expands it into space surrounding solids. All space within wave fields is curved. Curvature ends at planes of zero curvature, which bound all wave fields. These boundary planes of omnipresent magnetic light act as mirrors to reflect all curvature into all other wave fields in the universe, and as fulcrums from which motion in one wave field is universally repeated. All matter is wave motion. Together, these constitute what we call matter and space. It has been difficult to conceive light as being purely corpuscular, for light is presumed to fill all space. Space is not empty. It is full of wave motion. Corpuscles of matter are one half of wave cycles of light. Space is the other half. There need be no mystery as to whether light is corpuscular or wave, for waves of motion, which simulate the light and darkness of space, are all there is. The light and motion of solid matter and of gaseous matter of space differs only in volume and condition. Water of earth is compressed into small volume, while water of the heavens is expanded thousands of times in volume. Each condition is the opposite half of the cycle of water. Water vapor is water turned inside out. It again becomes water by turning outside in. Expansion, contraction, sequences result from this process. All matter is simulated light. Water of the heavens still is water, and it still is light waves. No change whatsoever has taken place between the waters of earth and those of the heavens, except a change of its condition from positive to negative preponderance. This change is due solely to a change of its direction in respect to its center of gravity. All dense cold matter such as iron, stone, wood, and all growing or decaying things are light. We do not think of them as light, but all are waves of motion, and all waves of motion are light. Light is all there is in the spiritual universe of knowing, and simulation of that light in opposite extensions is all there is in the electric wave universe of sensing. The simulation of light in matter is not light. There is no light in matter. Perhaps the confusion which attends this idea would be lessened if we classify everything concerning the spiritual universe, such as life, intelligence, truth, power, knowledge, and balance, as being the one light of knowing, and everything concerning matter and motion as being the two simulated lights of thinking. Thinking expresses knowing in matter, but matter does not think, nor does it know. Thinking also expresses life, truth, idea, power, and balance by recording the ideas of those qualities in the two lights of matter in motion. But matter does not live, nor is it truth, balance, or idea, even though it simulates those spiritual qualities. Man's confusion concerning this differentiation lies in his long assumption of the reality of matter. His assumption that his body is his self, that his knowledge is in his brain, and that he lives and dies because his body integrates and disintegrates, has been so fundamental a part of his thinking that it is difficult for him to reverse his thinking to the fact that matter is but motion and has no reality beyond simulating reality. The light which we think we see is but motion. We do not see light. We feel the wave vibrations set up by the motion which simulates light. But the motion of electric waves which simulate light is not that which it simulates. Confusion concerning light corpuscles. There is much confusion concerning the many kinds of particles of matter, such as electrons, protons, photons, neutrons, and others. These many particles are supposedly different because of the belief that some are negatively charged, some are positively charged, and some are so equally charged that one supposedly neutralizes the other. There is no such condition in nature as negative charge, nor are there negatively charged particles. Charge and discharge are opposite conditions, as filling and emptying, or compressing and expanding are opposite conditions. Compressing bodies are charging into higher potential conditions. Conversely, expanding bodies are discharging into lower potential conditions. To describe an electron as a negatively charged body is equivalent to saying that it is an expanding, contracting body. Contracting and expanding bodies move in opposite directions. Contracting bodies more radially inward toward mass centers, and expanding bodies more radially outward toward space, which surrounds masses. In this two-way universe, light which is inwardly directed toward gravity charges mass and discharges space. When directed toward space, it charges space and discharges mass. All direction of force in nature is spiral. The charging condition is positive. It multiplies speed of motion into density of substance. The principle of multiplication of motion because of decrease of volume is the cause of the acceleration of gravity. The discharging condition is negative. It divides speed of motion into tenuity of substance. The principle of the division of motion because of expansion of volume is the cause of the deceleration of radiation. One can better comprehend this principle by knowing that what we call substance is purely motion. Motion simulates substance by its variations of pressures, its speed, and its gyroscopic relation to its wave axis. Particles are variously conditioned as to pressure, but there are no different kinds of particles. All are light waves wound up into particles which are doubly charged. Their position at any one point in their wave causes them to have the electric condition appropriate for that point. Light particles are forever moving in their octave waves. All are either heading toward their cathode or their anode, which means toward vacuity or gravity. They are all moving either inward or outward, spirally. We're in chapter 12, and here we go. All light particles are either expressing the mother light principle or the father light principle. For example, if a particle is on the amplitude of the wave, it would be a true sphere. And as a true sphere, it would be neither positive nor negative. It might then appropriately be called a neutron. A particle which is spirally heading inward toward the apex of a vortex, in the process of becoming a sphere, might appropriately be called a proton because of its expressing the father light principle. Again, if it is moving spirally outward, it could appropriately be called an electron because it would then be discharging in excess of its charge or expanding in excess of its contraction. Light rays, for example, leaving the sun are discharging the sun. They are also discharging themselves because they are expanding into greater volume. They are also lowering their own potential by multiplying their volume. They reverse their polarity when radially converging upon the Earth. They are then charging the Earth and themselves by contracting into smaller volume and are simultaneously multiplying their own potential by thus contracting. Semi-cyclic alteration. In an electric current, there is a constant interchange between anode and cathode, or positive and negative poles. A light particle expands as it leaves the anode in an outward radial direction and contracts as it radially approaches the anode. This light particle has been the same light particle at all times in all parts of its journey. Its variation of charge and discharge, its direction of motion, and the condition of wave pressure in which it finds itself at any time are the sole reasons for its changing from one condition to another. The light particles are all the same light particles, all being different only in pressure condition. This is also true of the elements of matter, whether they be iron, carbon, silicon, bismuth, or radium. All are composed of the same kind of light particles. They all seem to have different qualities and attributes, but those qualities and attributes are likewise given to them purely by the positions they occupy in their waves. All things simulate light. A particle of light, which belongs to an atomic system of sodium, has in it all of the entire range of the elements, besides all of every other creating thing in the universe. It acts to carry out the purposefulness of the idea of sodium simply because it is in the pressure condition of sodium, and is a part of the unfolding pattern of the seed of inert gas, of the octave from which it has unfolded. If that same particle unfolded from the seed of the oak, it would be part of the wood fiber of its trunk or leaf, or of the chlorophyll which colored its leaves, but it would be the same kind of particle while fulfilling the purpose of cellulose, as while fulfilling the purpose of sodium. All matter in this universe is but differently conditioned, motion simulating light, and all differences in condition are pressure differences. Light does not travel. The speed with which light presumably travels is 186,400 miles per second. The distance between stars is so great that the speed of light is computed as light years, for the distance computed by lesser units of time would yield figures so great that they would be meaningless. Light only seems to travel. It is but one more of the countless illusions caused by wave motion. Waves of the ocean seem to traverse the ocean, but they only appear to do so, for waves are pistons in the universal engines, and pistons operate up and down. Wave pistons of light or of the ocean operate radially and spirally inward and outward, toward and away from gravity. Waves of light do not travel. They reproduce each other from wave field to wave field of space. The planes of zero curvature, which bound all wave fields, act as mirrors to reflect light from one field into another. This sets up an appearance of light as traveling, which is pure illusion. The sunlight we feel upon our bodies is not actual light from the sun. What actually is happening is that the sun is reproducing its own condition on the earth by extending the reproductions out through cold space into ever enlarging wave fields until those reproductions begin to converge again toward our center of gravity into even smaller wave fields. The heat we feel and the light we see are dependent entirely upon the ability of the wave fields to reproduce the light and heat, and that ability is conditioned upon the amount of moisture in the atmosphere. If there were no moisture in the atmosphere, our bodies would carbonize from the heat thus reproduced. One cannot consistently think of that heat as direct rays of the sun, for that same sunlight was intensely cold during its reproduced journey through the immensely expanded wave fields of space between the sun and earth. The light and heat which appear to come from the star or sun have never left the star or sun. That which man sees as light and feels as heat are the reproduced counterparts of the light and heat which are its cause. The rate of vibration in a wave field depends upon its volume. Vibration in a wave field means the pulse of interchange between its compressed core and the space surrounding that core. A slow vibration in a large wave field would cool one's body or even freeze it, while fast pulsing interchange in extremely small wave fields could burn one's body. A lens which multiplies light and heat toward a focal point which sets paper on fire merely compresses larger wave fields into smaller ones. The rate of vibration increases for the same reason that the planets nearest the sun move much faster in their small orbits than those which are far away from the sun. Kepler's law, covering the speeds of planets, will apply to rates of vibration in wave fields so appropriately as with the movements in the solar system. The imaged universe of my dual thinking is a two-way interchanging between unbalanced lever ends of light, which extend from me, their fulcrum of power in rest, and return to me. Behold in me the fulcrum of my changing universe, which manifests change, though I change not, nor move. For I am rest. In me alone is balance. He who would find power must know that he extends from me, that I am he. He who would find rest must return to me, be fulcrum of his own power. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 13, Cycles. All energy is expressed in wave cycles, A cycle is a two-way electric journey from a compression point of rest, where gravity ceases and radiation begins, to an expansion point of rest at wave field boundaries, where radiation ceases and gravity begins. It is the universal heartbeat of this pulsing universe of two-way motion. The life-death cycle of man is one wave in an electric current. Growth and decay, or the incoming-outgoing, is the universal heartbeat of this pulsing universe of two-way motion. Matter is expressed in two-way cycles because matter is but a record of God's knowing, expressed by the two opposed desires of His two-way self-voiding thinking. All nature is an expression of the two desires of the Creator, the desire for separation from the oneness of rest in Him, into a multiplicity of imaged forms of His imagining, and for avoidance of that multiplicity by a return to rest in His oneness. A cycle is like winding and unwinding a clock spring, except that matter is wound up into visible spheres and unwound into invisible cubes. The unwinding of a clock spring is a reverse process from that of its winding. Nature is continuous. It never reverses. Like the piston in an engine or two children on a seesaw, nature turns its waves inside out and outside in a continuous spiral flow of direction. Solid matter gradually interchanges with space in its breathing cycles until gravitation has attained its maximum. Radiation then exceeds the power of gravitation, and matter begins to expand instead of to contract. Radiation is light outwardly bound from the seed. Gravitation is light inwardly bound toward the seed. Outwardly bound light manifests the unfolding of pattern light from the seed. It is the mother of creation. Inwardly bound light manifests the refolding of pattern light into its seed. It is the father of creation. The mother of creation gives pattern bodies to idea by unfolding idea unto the heavens. That is the first half of every cycle. The father refolds all unfolding idea back toward its seed. Otherwise, the unfolding form could not become visible as matter. That is the second half of every cycle. All growing things manifest this unfolding and refolding process in every pulsation of interchange between the father-mother lights of creation. The outward-inward breath of all things is the constant interchanging cyclic process by means of which one opposite gradually becomes the other until each becomes the other in totality by completing the interchange. Each outward-inward breath is a cycle. Each half cycle is canceled by its other half until both are canceled. Neither then manifests. Both disappear into their equilibrium to reappear as the other. Life and death gradually interchange to cancel each other for the purpose of repeating the cycle of life and death. Death is born in the same cradle with life, but life is strong while death is weak. From the very first breath of the newborn babe, death voids life by each outward breath, and life voids death by each inward breath. At maturity, death has become balanced with life, and death then becomes stronger until both disappear to reappear with life as the stronger, and death with the weaker opposite. This expanding universe. It is said that the universe is expanding to a heat death, that all heat is gradually going out of the universe, leaving it utterly cold and empty. It is believed that radiation is a downhill flow of energy, which is not compensated for by an equal uphill flow. Radiation is known as radiant energy. Radiation is but the outbreathing of this universal body, which breathes in its entirety exactly as man and all things else in nature breathe. Radiation is the unfolding mother light. The inbreathing of nature is gravitation. Gravitation is the father light, which refolds that which unfolds. For every drop of water that radiant energy discharges from the earth, gravitation energy charges it with falling waters. One of these opposites is the downhill flow of expressed energy, and the other is its equal uphill flow. Every creating thing in this universe has a father and a mother. Not only animal and vegetable life, but every corpuscle of matter in the universe. Likewise, every creating thing is both father and mother. The mother borns the father, and the father borns the mother. The proton borns the electron, and the electron the proton. Each was the other, and each sequentially becomes the other through the pulsing breath of wave interchange. Deceptive evidence. One of the illusions which deceived man into believing that God's universal body was dying was the discovery that all nebulae are rushing away from each other with incredible velocities. This fact would lead to the utter dissolution of the universe in time. The so-called red shift in the spectrum proved this to be fact. The fact is true, they do rush away from each other, but the conclusion drawn from that observed fact is not justified by the processes of natural law. The reason for the universal expansion which is now taking place is that the universe as a whole breathes inward and outward, just as all things in nature do. Large-scale breathing cycles of the whole universal body consume untold eons for the completion of one cycle, while man consumes but a few seconds to complete his cycle. Man of eons to come will witness the effect of nebulae rushing toward each other at the same speeds for the same number of eons. In all nature, there is no effect of motion which is not balanced by an opposite effect. The universe is sexed throughout. One sex cannot exist without the other. Radiant energy is impossible without generative energy to born it. The desire of the Creator for separateness must be balanced with his desire for oneness. The expansion stroke of the universal piston must have a balancing compression stroke in order that the universal body may manifest the life of its Creator. The whole universe slowly expands toward the death half of its breathing cycle and then contracts toward the life half of it. Naught is there in all my universe which is not part and counterpart pairs of things, equal and opposite counterpart pairs of creating and repeating things, each seeking to unbalance each, and each forever seeking balance in each. Every separate mass in the universe is in its own part of its cycle, either inbreathing toward the high point of its maturity or outbreathing toward its resurrection. Each one, whether generating or degenerating, is being generated into extended life by the inbreathing of the whole, of which each is an indissoluble part. In my imaged universe, all things are two, centered by me, for all things extend from the dual, two-way moving pendulum of my thinking, and my thinking is two. I, the one light, center the two lights which register my thinking, but I am not those two lights, nor am I my thinking. Behold in me the Trinity, the one extended unto the two, the one Creator, centering the extended two. In my imaged universe, all effect is also two, all thermal measures and the weights of things, the two of matter and of time and direction, the two of color and of the elements, the two of the wave of my thinking and its expression. The very one light of me is extended in the two lights of my imagining. For behold, I am light, but the universe of my imagining is dual light. Light divided and multiplied by common root directly and inversely applied to all things, which forever move two ways between the two extended lights of their centering one, to express my knowing by my thinking. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 14, Weight. Weight is a measure of unbalance. It indicates the intensity of desire of any mass which is out of balance to find balance. Every mass in the universe has its proper potential position. Every mass will find that position, if not prevented from doing so, by the bindings of other masses. Weight should be measured dually as temperature is. It should have an above and a below zero to measure the intensity of desire in masses to rise from the earth as well as to fall toward it. Weight is matter out of place. All matter is a record of its potential at the place of its birth in its wave. Masses of matter, like buoys floating in the ocean to mark courses for ships, are floating in space to register the electric potential of the position of their birth. Whenever matter is in the place of its birth, it belongs there. It is therefore in balance. It floats in its balanced field. In that position, it is weightless in respect to anything else in the universe. Whenever it is taken from its field center or becomes an eccentric part of another field, it is out of balance with the two forces acting upon it. It then has weight, and the measure of that weight is the measure of its unbalance with its out-of-place environment. Weight of matter and measure of electric potential are one and the same thing. Weight is unbalance. A body which floats has no measurable weight. It is in balance with its environment. Likewise, a dead battery has no measurable electric potential. The ammeter needle points to zero. Its two unbalanced conditions of charge and discharge have become voided by each other. The measure called weight and the measure called electric potential are the expression of force which the two electric opposites of charge and discharge exert against each other at any point in the universe. The potential of all orbits of matter in space in which matter floats is equal to the potential of the mass which floats in it. The plane of our Earth's equatorial region coincides with an equipotential plane of pressure which is equally balanced in respect to that part of the Earth which floats above that plane, and that part which floats below it. In this plane, the Earth has no weight whatsoever in respect to anything in the entire universe, for it is in a balanced position in respect to the entire universe and keeps moving into a new position only because of the movement of all other masses in the universe. Our balanced Earth is weightless. The Earth could have weight only if removed to other pressures farther extended from the plane of the lens-like wheel of which our sun is the hub. If it could be pushed toward the sun by some giant hand, it would seek balance in its own orbit when released, exactly as a man would rise when plunged beneath his own balance level in water. Every freely moving mass in the universe floats in its own equally divided wave field, exactly as a man floats in water. The moon is not falling upon the earth as generally supposed, for it is in balance with its environment and cannot fail. Its contracted mass is equal to the expanded mass it displaces in its wave field. For the same reason, a cloud floats in the sky. If one could put scales under it, one would find it had no weight unless lifted above or thrust below its equipotential level. If it condensed into heavier vapor, it would fall to seek a new static equator where it would again float. If it condensed to rain, it would fall into the sea to find balance in a like condition. Weight is not a fixed property of matter. It is a variable, as matter is variable. A man weighs less as he climbs a mountain, weighs more as he descends into a mine, and weighs nothing when he floats in water. Unless and until matter is extended from a plane of equal pressure, there can be no weight, nor can there be electric potential. Weight curves gravity. The equilibrium of sea level is a good example. If that static equator has no dynamic wave extensions, there can be no electric pressures exerted to express in weight, nor could there be weight of waves when waves are not extended from it. Waves above sea level have a positive weight when they fall toward gravity. Waves below sea level have negative weight when they rise toward space to find balance at sea level. Weight is, therefore, but a dimension of unbalance. Unbalance alone can be weighed, for there can be no weight to balance. Weight defined. The following definitions of weight are in keeping with natural law. Weight is the sum of the differences between the two pressures which act upon every mass. Weight is the measure of the differences in electric potential between any mass and the volume it occupies. Weight is the measure of unbalance between any mass and its displaced environment. Weight is the measure of the force which a body exerts in seeking its true potential. Weight is the sum of the difference between the inward pull of gravitation and the outward thrust of radiation. Weight is the measure of intensity of the desire within all matter to express motion or seek rest from motion. So if I become imbalanced, I shall be weightless. For again I say, Each of the two lights which giveth form to my knowing through my thinking, giveth its all to the other one to become the other one sequentially. Light giveth to darkness to again become light, as life giveth to death to again become life. Likewise, darkness of heaven giveth darkness unto suns to again become dark, as suns giveth light unto heavens to again become suns. Thus wise, all things of earth giveth unto heavens to again become earth things by the giving of heavens. Thus do all my creating things simulate the oneness of my knowing by interchanging their all for oneness in me. That interchanging records my knowing in pulsations of my thinking, but my thinking is not me. My knowing is alone me. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 15. The source of solar energy. One of the greatest mysteries of science is the source of the sun's renewing energy. Fires burning. What is it that generates heat in the sun to keep it from cooling? One theory is that its contraction generates it, for contraction supposedly heats. But that is not the answer, for contraction does not heat nor generate. Contraction is possible only as a result of generation, not as its cause. Generation must precede contraction. It does not follow it. Heat follows as a result of contraction. Heat radiates. Radiation is the opposite of generation, and opposites act in opposite ways. Radiation expands and the resultant expansion cools, while generation contracts and the resultant contraction heats. Here again is the father-mother principle manifesting its law of equal, opposite, and sequential interchange. The cold of expanded space generates the sun's heat by compressing large volume into smaller volume. The high pressure of incandescence is born from the low pressure of vacuous blackness, in accordance with the law of rhythmic balanced interchange between all pairs of father-mother opposites. The temperature cycle. The temperature cycle resulting from balanced interchange between the cold of space and the heat of suns is as follows. Cold generates, generation contracts, contraction heats, heat radiates, radiation expands, and expansion cools. Thus, our hot sun is being generated from cold space via its poles and is radiated back again into space via its equator, in accord with the father-mother reciprocative process of inside out, outside in turning, and will continue to generate increasing heat in the sun until it becomes a true sphere. This spherical perfection has not yet been attained, for the sun has not yet reached the amplitude of its wave where all forming matter becomes true spheres. One opposite borns the other. When the amplitude position is attained, its radiation will then begin to exceed its generation. It will then be the same condition as a man who has just passed his maturity high point, when death and life interchange their preponderances. From that point on, cold space will bore a black hole through the sun from pole to pole, and it will expand into a giant ring, centered by a smaller sun, recondensed from the remnant of its expanding self. Many such ring nebulae are visible in the heavens, notably in the Lyra Ring Nebula, M57, figure 61, page 252. The star tells the whole story. Excellent examples of the degeneration of a sun into a ring or rings by the inside-out turning process of negative electricity are the Owl Nebula, M97, in I'm just going to spell it, Ursae Majoris, and the Dumbbell Nebula in Velpeculi, figure 62, page 252. One can likewise witness this inside-out turning process in his kitchen range. Jets of burning gas are seen as a blue and green flame around black holes, which center each jet. These gases are negatively preponderant, which means that they are thrusting out from their center in excess of pulling inward from it. There is no death. He who seeketh life without the light will find death, but he who seeketh the light will find eternal life even when he walketh toward death. He who knoweth not the light shall die to find it. but he who knoweth the light shall never die. In man's inhaling there is life, and death trails his exhaling. Yet must man breathe out to live again, and deeply, in that he may die. Know thou that I alone live, I do not die, but out of me cometh both seeming life and death. Life is but the inward flow of my thinking's divided pulsing, and death is its outward flow. Know also that the divisions of my thinking are but equal halves of one, for I again say that I am one, and that all things which come from me are one, divided to appear as two. All things come and go from my divided thinking. All coming things are living things, and those which go are dead. Know thou that all creating things are resurrected from the dead, and dead things live again through my divided thinking. Again I say that all things are bound as one through light. I am forever creating my living body and destroying it in seeming death, that it may live in me to die and live again. The end of life and death is life's new beginning. Both life and death are one in me. All things are forever living and forever dying. And while they live, they die, and also while they are in death, they live. Such is my decree, my universal law, from which there is no escape for man or star or grain of sand. For all things flow from me, that they may appear to man, and return to me, that they may disappear from his senses in the cycle of my thinking. I am the repetitive God. All things which flow to me and from me flow again both ways through me forever in a cycle which ends not, nor has begun. From my right hand life flows one way and returneth to me full spent as death, while full death floweth the other way and returneth to me renewed as life. Around my cycle both life and death wend their opposed ways, each seeking each until the twain meet balanced at maturity, where each gives half to each. But when they pass that halfway point on their separate ways to me, each then gives thought to each, and then both know, as they return to me, that each are both, and both are one. In me, death is the seed of life. Death rebounds from death as life. From death springeth from the soil, and from life death floweth, even as the perfume leaves the rose. Death giveth of itself to life, that life may live, and likewise life giveth to death, that death may die. Life is regenerating death, and death is life degenerating. Light leaves thy sun as death, and comes to thee as life. And when thy death leaves thee, it likewise becomes new life, to whom or in what its impact quickens with thy death. Two ways there are of breath, the inward charging breath of life, and the outward discharging breath of death. All opposed pairs of my divided thinking pass in opposite ways along these two paths in their traversing of my cycle. All things which I have divided into pairs of opposites have within them both life and death, but one of these is greater than the other until they meet as equals halfway round my life-death cycle. When once they meet and pass, they then exchange these qualities, the greater growing lesser and the lesser growing greater. Even though life is full when life is born, death emanates from life itself as death and takes the opposite path towards death. Likewise does life emanate from death to weaken it when death is strong, until life conquereth death to make death live as life. Verily I say, life cannot live without dying as it lives, nor can death conquer life and gather aught to it but death. Life is my multiplying breath of compressive action, and death is my dividing, opposed breath which expands as life's reaction. Hear thou me when I again say that life and death are opposites, which pass each other on my cycle going opposite ways. Life attracteth life to life by its compression, and death repelleth both death and life by its expansion. I am the interchanging point of life and death. I balance life with death, and never in their changing can either death or life outbalance death or life. Write thou that death and life are one, as the swinging pendulum is one, e'en though it oscillates two ways in its incessant swinging. He who travels east in my curved universe arrives at west as surely as he who travels west. Likewise, life traileth the eastern road to arrive at death, while death taketh the western road where life awaiteth to quicken death as life. So also does death traileth the road of life to interchange with life, while life likewise traileth the road of death to find itself through death. Hear thou me say, there is no death in all my imagined universe. In it is naught but life. For naught but life and love is in me and my knowing. Naught is there in my thinking, which is not my knowing, and naught but life and love are in my thinking. Take thou man's death away from him in this new day of man. Give him eternal life in me by knowing me in him. From the Divine Iliad. Chapter 16, the life principle. For centuries, man has been searching for the life principle in germs of matter. He might as well cast his nets into the sea to search for oxygen. There is no life in matter, nor is there death, for matter is but motion. It begins and ends to begin again, but life is immortal. It has no beginning. It has no ending. It cannot die. Man has long believed his body to be his self, the person, the being. Man's body is but motion. It can have no being. God dwells in man, the person. The being in man is immortal. Life in him is God in him. The body of man manifests God in him by manifesting life in life-death resurrection sequences, as all creating, decreating, recreating things in nature likewise do. The body of man must be forever reborn unto the endless end to manifest God in him. There is naught but birth in this cyclic, pulsing universe. There is no death. The idea of man is a part of the one whole idea of creation. All creation is but an expression of that one idea, part by part, each being a part of the whole. God gives an eternal repetition of bodies to all parts of his idea, to manifest that idea in wave cycles of the divided light of his thinking. One half of each cycle unfolds the idea into the form of that idea and gives it action for producing that form. The other half of the cycle refolds the idea to give it rest in the light of its source, for the purpose of repeating the manifestation in a repetition of that body. A return to rest in the light is not death. It is a return to life for the purpose of rebirth to again manifest life in a renewed body. We do not say that man is death when he rests in sleep to partially renew his body. We know that he will awaken with new parts of his body to replace those which have served their purpose and disappeared. When man's whole body wears out and needs replacement, he likewise rests in a longer sleep. Man's body is but patterned waves of light in motion. Waves disappear into the ocean's calm, but they reappear. The ocean is a part of the idea of creation. Waves express the idea of the power of the ocean, but the power and the idea are in the calm of the ocean, whether expressed by waves or not. The turbulence of the ocean springs from its calm, just as the movement of the lever springs from its still fulcrum. All motion is a two-way extension of stillness. We do not think that the ocean is dead, while it is at rest in its calm, for we know that it will again manifest its power by waves of motion when desire is strong enough in it for manifesting it by motion. Waves of light which give transient form to a man's body are but his body. They are not the man, nor the man idea. The body of the man is an extension of other waves of father-mother light in the sun, and the idea of man exists in the still light which centers the sun. Man can never die, for he is omnipresent light, and he exists everywhere. Likewise, man's body cannot die, for man's body manifests immortal man, and immortal man always has a body in which to manifest. This body which extends from the earth disappears into the heavens and the earth, but that which disappears to sensed man of earth has not ceased to be, for its pattern has been recorded for repetition. It still is and will reappear. The senses of man are not attuned to the rest of the cycle of man's bodily journey from disappearance to reappearance, but man's knowing reaches out over the entire cycle, and man can know eternal repetitiveness of his body when he knows God in himself. When water disappears beyond the senses as water vapor and gases, we know they will reappear as water when they have completed their cyclic journey. As man knows the light in him, he will as surely know that he will return from eons to complete the purpose of manifesting his Creator as one part of the whole idea. That purpose cannot be completed in one life cycle, nor in 10 times 10 million life cycles. Man has but begun to express the man idea on this planet. He still has a long way to go, and the body he needs in which to manifest will return to him as surely as the light of day reappears from the darkness of night into which it has disappeared. What happens after death? The unanswered mystery of where do we go when we die needs a comprehensive answer. Abstractions and theories are not satisfying. Nature's processes are simple and are all alike. What happens to one thing which disappears happens to all things. There are no exceptions to this process of nature. All things in the solar system come from the sun and return to it. The life germ for which man is seeking is in the sun. The idea of man is in the sun. Likewise, all idea of all things is in the sun, awaiting birth into form. The pulsing light of polarity borns all idea into its form when conditions are favorable for each idea to be mothered by an extension of the sun. Everything in nature is a moving extension from a still point of the one light. The center of the sun in our solar system is the point of still light, from which everything in the entire solar system radiates spirally and toward which it gravitates spirally for its resurrection into another cycle. The sun is the seed of the solar system from which all manifestations of idea in this entire system extend and to which they return. Motion is for the sole purpose of manifesting idea. All idea springs from a state of rest in its seed. As it unfolds from its seed, it refolds into it. It therefore follows that motion is a seeming two-way extension-retraction from and to a point, and has no existence save to senses, which sense but the extension, and not the voiding simultaneous reaction. All the suns of all the heavens are centered by the still points of omnipresent light, from which all idea extends and returns. Suns are seeds of idea. From those seeds all form emerges. To those seeds all form returns. The earth has been extended from the sun for that very purpose. Organic life is part of God's one whole idea. Organic life cannot be expressed in form in the sun, although the idea of it is there. Everything which appears on earth as form of idea is in the sun as concept of that idea in the seed. The seed is the Father light, which extends its idea of man and other creating things out into far space where its children, the planets, have sufficiently cooled to manifest the man idea in organic form. Suns are crucibles which born their children, the earths, and set them out to cool in order that God's idea, which is in the formless suns, can manifest form in the sun's extensions. Suns are the seeds of creation. The Creator scattered his seeds of light throughout all space to father and mother, all borning imaged forms of his imagining. In the still center of suns is all idea for borning into the images of God's imagining. But in the oneness of the light of suns, they are without form and void. All seeds are without form and void, even though the pattern of all idea is in them. The oneness of incandescent suns must be divided and extended to cooling earths before the ideas of the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms can sequentially unfold to prepare the way for man's unfolding from his seed in the sun. All expression of idea of earth is likewise in the sun and must be extended to earth for manifestation. Mountains and oceans are in the sun, but also all things else. The crying sound of a newborn babe, an avalanche, or the street noises of a city, all of these are light, and such expressions of the light are possible only through division and extension of the one light into the two which manifest the one. Millions of years ago, this planet became sufficiently far from the sun for the water idea to be expressed as pairs of opposites, and organic life appeared upon the earth in lowly forms. These forms gradually complexed until the man idea began to be expressed, not by a germ, but by the polarization of light itself, as manifested in the interchanging heartbeat of the Father-Mother light of the universe. The idea of all things is omnipresent in the one still light. The expression of all ideas extended to the two lights of white suns and black space surrounding suns, which manifest the Creator's two desires. Desire for expression is manifest by the electric action-reaction sequences of interchange between the two opposing white and black lights of suns and space. It is this interchange which polarizes the still seed of the idea into unfolding form of that idea. To polarize means to divide stillness into opposing pulsing extensions. It is like extending a lever from a fixed fulcrum and setting it in motion to express the idea, which is in the still fulcrum. In this manner, the womb of Mother Earth becomes impregnated with the seed of the man idea extended from the sun, and the first cell of man unfolds from Mother Earth into the heavens toward the refolding light of the Father. This first pulsation of the mother light, which is borning God's idea into pattern form, is the black light negative half of its pulsation cycle. The unfolding mother light, which reaches out into the heavens, is the black light of expansion. Black light is a negative pattern of the positive idea of light, as expressed by incandescence. In other words, black light is expanded or unfolded white light. Conversely, white incandescent light is contracted or refolded black light. This is nature's method of giving form bodies to formless idea. The positive father light refolds the unfolding negative mother light into cyclic wave pulsations, which man calls growth. But growth is but a moving picture of sequential patterns of unfolding idea projected upon the imaged three-dimensional screen of time and space. This is the Creator's method of electrically recording his one whole idea in many electrically sensed multi-pattern body forms of matter. Life and death of bodies. To understand the meaning of life and death, we must know more of nature's processes, especially those concerning our body, and the spirit within which motivates the body and forever records our constantly changing individuality. We must know the basis of our individuality and the reason for its constant changing, in order to understand what happens after death. We must become more fully aware of nature's processes which give us bodies and take them away to give new bodies to fulfill nature's law of repetition. Man's electrically sensed body is not the immortal man which his body manifests. His body is not the individual to which he attributes his life and being. His body is composed of a few chemical elements borrowed from earth and sun to fashion into an instrument for his use. When his body disappears, the individual which inhabited that body is not dead. Every body emerges from a formless state into a formed one in repeated cycles of appearance, disappearance, and reappearance. All creating things are formless as idea at their source. They then unfold into formed idea through desire to unfold. This process of emergence from a formless state and a return to that state has been going on within man's body since its beginning. All bodies of all creating things are forever turning inside out and outside in during their entire cycles. During a small part of the cycle, bodies are within the range of human sensing, but during the greater part of the cycle, they are beyond that range. At no time during the entire cycle are creating things without bodies or patterned records of bodies, from which new bodies will again spring true to their pattern records. Each in-breathing, out-breathing cycle is unfolding the form of a new body from an already existent pattern record. The constant refolding process, which man calls death, is recorded as it refolds for repetition in its next life cycle. Nature records every action and desire of the body. Likewise, every conscious desire and thought of the soul in those cosmic elements, which are called the inert gases, helium, neon, krypton, argon, and others. These cosmic elements, which will not unite with the physical elements, are the basis of God's recording system, by means of which every thought and action of every creating thing is stored in them as seed extensions from sun and earth centers for repetition until their purposes are fulfilled. Everything in nature is purposeful, and nothing in nature fulfills its purpose in one life cycle. Nature multiplies the time dimensions of her light waves so that pattern records of forms which have expanded beyond man's range of sensing can come within that range, then divides those time dimensions until they again disappear into the other half of their cycle beyond man's range of sensing. Man's individuality. Man's greatest difficulty in comprehending what happens after he disappears in death is due to the lack of comprehension of his immortality, which never disappears. His visible body would be useless if it were not centered by his invisible, immortal self, soul, or person. Man is aware of himself as an individual, but his concept of what constitutes his individuality is vague. His individuality is what he unknowingly interprets his immortal self to be. His self or soul never changes, never appears or disappears, but his individuality constantly changes to forever fit the changing concept of what he interprets his immortal self to be. As every man gradually comes to know the light of his self in him, his individuality changes by the constant uplift toward that increasing awareness of his centering omniscience. As greater awareness of the light of the universal self comes to man, he gradually loses his individuality and becomes more that universal self. When mankind has become fully aware of God in him, the play of man on this planet is finished, his purpose fulfilled, and the individual man ceases to be. Man loses his expression of life in matter to find eternal life in the light. There is no death, period. Know thou that divided light which record my knowing are lights of suns, and darkness born of suns. All imaged forms of my all-knowing are born from dark to light, and mirrored back to dark for endless borning into light. Within still centers of my suns is my all-knowing, the still light of my knowing lights of my thinking, interchanged to manifest my knowing in moving forms of my imagining. Wherefore I scatter seed of my all-knowing throughout my kingdom as light of many sons and children of those many sons, to father, mother, my all-knowing in moving forms of my imagining. And behold, each son of my divided thinking fathers a whole universe of my imagining, giving light to its unfolding dark, to forever quicken dark by light. In this wise, all quickened idea of me within the heavens of earths and suns unfolds from dark wombs of earths to light of suns, to refold within tombs and wombs of earths, for reborning unto heavens of earths and suns. In this wise, my desire to give fulfilled by equal taking of my giving for multiplied regiving. See thou that man well knoweth that I, the father mother of my universe, center all his givings and his regivings and measure them with watchful eyes to balance them in me. Say thou to him that his moving is my moving, for without me he can in no wise move, e'en to manifest me in his moving. From the Divine Iliad. The Secret of Light, Part 3. The Mystery of Gravitation and Radiation, Omnipresence, the Universe of Being. In my universe, there is but one form from which all forms appear. That one form is the pulsing cube sphere, two halves of the heartbeat of my dual thinking. All forms pulse, therefore all forms are two. One form for the inbreathing pulse, which generates, and one for the outbreathing, radiating one. The cube is the sphere expanded by the outward breath to black rest in cold space, and the sphere is the cube compressed to the incandescence of white-hot suns by the inward breath. All spheres emerge from the pulsing, breathing cubes of space and return to them to find fulcrums of rest for reemergence. Behold, I center one form where it seeks rest in me from the action of my thinking, and I envelop that form with its other half, where it may again find rest in me as another fulcrum for expression of my thinking. These two sexed halves extend from me and return to me, but they are not me, nor are they two halves of one, for they can never be two halves of one. They are always two and never one. Nor can they unite nor meet, for their ways are opposed ways, which never meet. For each one voideth each in their seeming meeting. Behold, I am within all things, centering them, and I am without all things, controlling them. But I am not those things which I center and control. See thou that man knows that each divided light of his conditioning which extends from me to him is balanced always. For I am balance, and that is truth and the law. For I am truth and the law. Say thou to him, each thing is everything, and each is everywhere. For I say that all things are the same things, for all things are universal. Each thing reaches through every other thing to the farthermost star. For this purpose have I set my mirrors and my lenses of dual light, to attain an infinity in my imaged universe in which no measure is. And I also say that man's infinity ends in the eyes of man where it began. All things in my mirrored universe end where they began. Eternity thus ends in now, and now in eternity. See thou that man well knows the illusions which deceive his sense seeing. Point out to him my mirrors and my lenses which curve my universe of seeming into imaged spheres of my thinking as seed for multiplying one into many ones. Say thou to him, all things occupy the same space, and each thing occupies all space. All things extend from all things and are extensions of all things. Likewise, I say, all things center all things and are involved in all things. Say thou these things in words of man's knowing, and say thou that I, the light, center him and all things else, for I am everywhere. From the Divine Iliad. Again I say that all things extend to all things, from all things, and through all things. For to thee I say again, all things are light, and light separates not, nor has it bounds, nor is it here and not there. Man may weave the pattern of his self in light of me, and of his image in divided lights of me. E'en as the sun sets up its bow of many hues from divided light of me, but man cannot be apart from me, as the spectrum cannot be apart from light of me. And as the rainbow is a light within the light, inseparable, so is man's self within me, inseparable, and so is his image, my image. Verily I say, every wave encompasseth every other wave unto the one, and the many are within the one, e'en down to the least of waves of me. And I say further that everything is repeated within every other thing unto the one. And furthermore I say that every element which man thinketh of as of itself alone is within every other element, e'en to the atom's veriest unit. When man queries thee in this wise, sayest thou that in this iron there is gold and all things else? Thou mayest answer, within the sphere and encompassing it is the cube, and every other form that is, and within the cube and encompassing it is the sphere and every other form that is. From the Divine Iliad. This magnetic electric universe, in postulates and diagrams. God is light, God is love. God's creating universe is founded on love. It is creating with light. The principle of love is desire to give. God gives love by extending his light. God's love is a mirror of light, which reflects his giving of love by the regiving of love. The law of love is rhythmic balanced interchange between all givings and regivings, a mirror of light which reflects his giving of love by the regiving of love. The law of love is rhythmic balanced interchange between all givings and regivings. The symbol of love is the wave of dual light which gives and regives equally and rhythmically. This is a dual electric wave universe of interchanging light. God's love is everywhere. His light is everywhere. There is naught but good in God's omniscient universe. Evil is a product of man's thinking. God extends his love, his power, and his knowing radially from 0 points of omnipresent stillness to other 0 points in the measure of his desire to give form to his imaginings. The intensity of desire extended from the centering points of rest to extended points of rest determines the dimension of desire. This radial universe, the entire mechanical principle of nature by means of which its light illusions of motion are produced, is the consequent effect of such radial extensions. Because of it, the seeming multiplication and division of the universal equilibrium into the opposed electrical pressures of gravitation and radiation, which form the foundation of this universe of change, are made possible. God's imaginings extend from rest to rest in his three-dimensional radial universe of length, breadth, and thickness, to become the stage of space for his imagined radial universe of matter, time, change, and motion. Points of rest, further extended to other points of rest, form three reflecting planes of still magnetic light, which are at right angles to each other. From the center of these three mirror planes of zero curvature, God's givings are radially projected to 6 opposed mirror planes for reprojection as regivings, to unfold and refold the forms of God's imaginings in the curved electric universe of his desiring. Birth of wave fields. The desire of God to give of his love is manifested in projected action as an outward explosion from the centering point of rest, acting as a fulcrum. The desire to re-give is simultaneously radared back from every point of its progress to refold to the unfolding action. All action in nature is forever disappearing into a mirror of its own image of equal potential. Every projected action in nature which is simultaneously radared back as a reprojected reaction is sequentially repeated as a similar echo from its wave field boundary planes of zero curvature. All actions in nature are outward explosions, slow actions of growing things or fast actions of released dynamite or atom bomb. Conversely, all reactions are inward explosions. Actions unfold formlessness into form. Reactions refold form into formlessness. Actions are the basis of radiation. Reactions are the basis of gravitation. Every action anywhere is repeated everywhere throughout the universe. As a consequence, harmonic centers of the same measure of desire extend their actions outward from their centers toward other harmonic centers. Harmonic explosions of equal measure thus fill all space in God's omnipresent universe. Outward explosions which meet each other cannot be spheres, for all space must be filled. Tennis balls crushed together become cubes by gradually flattening where they meet at 6 points on curved surfaces. Likewise, outer explosions flatten into the 6 planes of cubes. Outward explosions are resisted at their maximum in the direction of the 6 points where spheres meet. They are consequently deflected to the 8 points of least resistance, which become diagonals of cubes instead of radii of spheres. 8 directions of two-way expressed force are thus generated, which become the basis of the octave wave. Outward-inward explosions projected through each other develop 2 opposed pressures. The outward direction divides its potential by expanding it radially. The inward direction multiplies it by compressing it radially. Thus, the 2 opposed plus and minus equilibrium conditions are produced, which motivate this electric universe of two-way motion. Give to it its heartbeat and produce all effects of illusion caused by the interchange of the 2 conditions of matter, the cube sphere. Pairs of interchanging opposed conditions are born from each other and become each other as a consequence of that interchange. As all opposites in nature are likewise born, the cube and the sphere are the 2 opposites of form, from which all forms of all things are born. They are the only forms ever created. being father-mother of all forms. The sphere and the cube both manifest the cosmic principle of balance. Their position in light waves is in the one balanced position in the wave where compression and expansion have ceased to oppose each other, which is at wave amplitude, known as trough or crest. Carbon and sodium chloride are good examples of true cube crystallization. Likewise, their atomic units are true spheres. Sodium iodide or sodium bromide do not crystallize in true cube because of their unbalanced positions near but not upon the plane of wave amplitude. The cube and the sphere are one, being two opposite phases of the same thing. The cube is the sphere extended to black coldness, while the sphere is the cube contracted to white incandescence. Every true sphere in every light wave is an incandescent sun, regardless of its dimension. Prolating spheres, such as our sun, are becoming incandescent inward toward their centers, while oblating spheres, such as our planets, are becoming cold inward toward their centers. The cube is born from the sphere to fulfill the desire of the Creator, to produce form by projecting light from incandescence toward the cold dark of the heavens. Conversely, the sphere is born from the cube to fulfill the other desires for oneness by reprojecting cold dark from the heavens to light in the seed. The creation of all forms of matter is an eternal interchange between the father light of incandescent spheres and the mother light of cold cubes. All forms are born in the direction of the coldness of space and are voided in the direction of incandescence. Every creating body is set out into space from its crucible in the sun to cool into the form appropriate to its extension from the sun. That is one half of the cyclic journey of every body from the sun and back to it. The other half of the cycle is the return to the sun to void the body of its form for the purpose of acquiring a new body. Every cycle of motion is a journey from heat to cold and back again. All bodies are formed by freezing and voided by melting. The freezing and melting points of all bodies are dependent upon their respective densities and electric conditioning. The sphere is the clay of earths, the light of the sun, and the formlessness of seed. It is the womb from which the clay of earth extends into the cube-bound heavens to expand into form, and it is the tomb within which all form is voided for re-giving to the heavens as a new form. Every form in nature is either becoming a cube or a sphere, or is a section of either one. Complex bodies are multiples of spheres of matter surrounded by multiples of cubes of space in multiples of wave fields. All crystal shapes are sections of cubes. Their shapes are determined by their positions in their wave field. The cubes of space are wave fields which bound all interchanging motion between the two conditions within it. Motion cannot pass through these planes, but can be reflected symmetrically back or extended symmetrically toward the center of the adjoining wave field. Within each cube field is the curved universe of two-way light illusion and beyond, to the farthest reaches of space. It is a repetition of illusion from wave field to wave field at the rate of 186,400 miles per second. That is the speed in which every action-reaction anywhere repeats itself everywhere. This illusion of motion gives rise to the belief that light travels. Wave field boundary planes of zero curvature insulate all effects of motion, which take place within it, from every other wave field. Centering the wave field is the incandescent sphere which mates it. The potential of the entire field is divided equally between its centering sphere of multiplied matter and the surrounding space of divided matter. Each mate of each wave field in the universe is balanced with its opposite mate, even to the weight of one electron. The reason why the centering sphere is of high potential and its surrounding space is of low potential is due to a difference of volume. The centering sphere may be a few thousand miles in diameter and its surrounding space many millions of miles in diameter, yet they are equal. potential for potential, but unequal volume for volume. Neither of these mates could sustain its separateness of condition unless it constantly interchanged to give all of itself to the other alternately in repetitive cycles. Spheres must give to cubes of space by breathing out to discharge themselves and charge space. Space must then re-give to spheres by breathing out from itself to discharge itself and recharge spheres. Each short cycle of interchange is accumulated into a longer life-death cycle in which solids entirely disappear into space, and space interchanges its potential to become solids. This principle constitutes the forever inside-out, outside-in turnings of nature, by means of which all forms sequentially appear, disappear, and reappear. The inbreathing of spheres generates low potential into high. The generative process of nature is gravitation. The outbreathing of spheres radiates high potential into low. The degenerative process of nature is radiation. Multiplication and division of expressed energy into the high and low potential of gravitation and radiation is made possible by the plan of nature, which causes all actions of nature to extend radially from omnipresent points of magnetic light. Gravitation pulls spirally inward from within to wind light waves into solids to center space. Radiation thrusts spirally outward to unwind dense solids into space to surround solids. Each is an equal reaction to the other. Each becomes the other sequentially. Gravitation is the positive electric principle which exerts its pressures centripetally toward the maximum incandescent points of compression in every wave field. It is the father principle of nature, the integrating principle of uphill flow of energy, which forever balances its downhill flow. Radiation is the negative electric principle, which exerts its pressures centrifugally towards its wave field boundary planes of magnetic light. It is the mother principle of nature, the disintegrating principle of downhill flow of energy, which forever balances its uphill flow. The Creator extends its power of motion to but one half of a cycle for each of the two opposite manifestations of his desire. Gravity gives a material form to bodies to manifest the idea of bodies. Radioactivity gives spiritual formlessness to the heavens for re-giving to earths as formed bodies. Gravity begins its half cycle as the inward explosive reaction of an outward explosive action, thus fulfilling the law that all opposite expressions are born from each other and interchanged to become the other. It ends its half cycle at a point of rest, at the still point of magnetic light, which centers every material body, whether of microcosmic or macrocosmic dimension. Gravity then ceases when its motion ceases. There is no center of gravity in nature. The centering light of every mass is still magnetic light. Likewise, the still axis of every vortex is still magnetic light. Radiativity then begins its half cycle from that point of rest and ends it on wave-field boundary planes of magnetic light, where gravity began. Radiativity then ceases when its motion ceases. Both gravity and radiativity borrow their power to find balance in rest as their journeys end from the points of rest of their beginnings. They each repay their separate borrowings to the other at every point of their respective journeys. Each thus perpetually voids itself by giving to the other. At each journey's end, each opposite cancels itself out by giving its all to the other. It is then reborn as the other. Everywhere in nature, each action is its own reaction. Death gives to life that life may live, and life gives to death that death may die. From the Divine Iliad. Every action in nature demonstrates this principle. A ball thrown in the air must start from a point of rest, motivated by energy borrowed from the center of gravity of this earth, which is its fulcrum. The point of rest in the thrower's hand is an extension of the earth's still center. As the ball ascends, it decelerates as it pays its borrowed energy to space. thus charging space with the borrowings of Earth and equally discharging Earth. When the borrowing is fully paid, the ball comes to rest. From that point, it must again borrow the energy from space, which it borrowed from Earth to pay for its return to Earth. Upon its accelerative journey to Earth, it passes each point at the same speed it registered on the upward half cycle, thus discharging space and equally charging Earth to balance all borrowings and payings. All actions in nature are extension retractions from 0 to 0 and back again to 0. All are balanced simultaneously and sequentially. This is a zero universe of plus and minus 0, which never exceeds the 0 of the one light from which it seemingly sprang as multiplicity. The two opposite electric conditions. This zero universe of equilibrium demands two opposed conditions in order to simulate that which our senses interpret for motion and change. These two needed conditions are plus and minus equilibrium, positive and negative electricity. Plus 0 means a credit of pressure borrowed from the universal equilibrium to compress a large volume into a small volume. Minus 0 means an equal expansion to balance the borrowed compression. $1,000 borrowed from a bank is a plus condition of credit, which is balanced by an equal debit of $1,000. The central 0 represents the bank. The extended zeros represent credit and debit. Both are equal but opposite. A credit of $1,000 equals 0. When the credit is paid in part or in full, the debit is proportionally voided simultaneously with the credit. These two opposite conditions of credit and debit correspond with the two opposite conditions of compression and expansion in nature, upon which motion is dependent. When an equilibrium pressure is divided into opposite conditions from the 0, from which both are extended, motion between the two becomes imperative. They must interchange with each other to void their unbalanced conditions. This is the principle of the electric current. Figure 18 represents a room of equal pressure. Two tanks in it are connected with a tube and petcock. By pumping all the air out of one tank into the other, the two plus-minus conditions have been established which make motion imperative. Nature always borns each opposite from the other in this manner. By opening the petcock, an outward explosion will take place in the plus tank. An inward explosion of equal potential will take place in the evacuated tank. The plus tank will discharge part of its compressed condition to charge the minus one. The electric battery is the same in principle. In nature, the discharged radiation which explodes outward from the sun simultaneously explodes inward as gravitation. Cause of the universal pulse beat. Matter and space constitute the two conditions necessary for interchange of motion, diagrammed in figures 18 and 19, with one distinguishing difference. That difference is that the two conditions represented by the tanks of the compressed and expanded air and the two cells of the electric battery are equal in volume, while bodies of matter and their surrounding space are unequal in volume. The expanded condition of space is millions of times greater in volume than the compressed condition of its centering body. This explains the seeming mystery of gravitation and radiation, which causes solid objects to fall toward the Earth and gases to rise toward space. In the electric battery, the interchange between the two pressure conditions can void both in an explosive flash by a short circuit if the wire connecting both cells is heavy enough. If a small wire connects both cells, the interchange takes time to complete the voidance. Each condition gives to the other in installments, for the wire is not big enough to void both conditions instantly. The consequent giving and re-giving by the two opposite pressures constitute the oscillations of the electric current. Electric interchange by installments is measured and recorded by waves, and the time element of those recordings of interchange are wave frequencies. They constitute the pulse beat of the electric current. When an electric wire pulses with wave frequencies of an electric current, we say that it is a live wire. When it stops pulsing because the current is disconnected, we say that the wire is dead, for it no longer pulses. All nature pulses in measured frequencies with the heartbeat of the universal electric current, as evidenced by universal breathing inward toward bodies and outward toward space. When breathing is switched off in man's body by the cessation of interchange between the two opposite pressure conditions of matter, we say that the man is dead. By solving the mystery of installment interchange between bodies and space, one can more fully comprehend the fact that neither pulse beat, breathings, nor wave frequencies of interchange have any relation whatsoever to life, for they relate only to the principle by means of which life or energy is manifested by motion. The first step in solving this mystery lies in the principle by means of which matter and space become unequal in volume. Figure 20 represents the electric battery with the line AB dividing the two pressure conditions as the equilibrium of both. This line represents a static equator, a plane of rest from which both opposite conditions are extended at right angles as a dynamic equator, line CD. Figure 21 represents static and dynamic equators, or magnetic and electric, at 90 degrees from each other. As the two opposed conditions which extend from these planes of rest are equal, the lines of force which connect both are as symmetrical to both diameters as though reflected by mirrors placed at right angles to each other. Such symmetry belongs to the cube and sphere alone. Figure 22 represents the electric battery with a negative cell much larger than the positive cell. The static and dynamic equators will still be at right angles to each other, but the static equator will not be in the middle. It will be much nearer the positive pole and will be curved because lines of force which record the measure of interchange between the two opposite pressures can be symmetrical to the dynamic equator only and not to the static equator. Such symmetry belongs to the radial universe of cone sections. All dynamic equators are radial, and all lines of force of conic symmetry are forever changing to record the forever changing potential of dynamic equators. Figure 23 illustrates this principle which forms spheres and creates the illusion which makes heavy objects seem to be attracted radially toward the Earth, and tenuous matter thrust radially away from it. Line AB shows the curvature of the static equator, which causes the dynamic equator to expand at its negative end and contract at its positive end into the radii of a cone. Upward thrust of radiative pressures would curve the base of the cone, thus produced to correspond with the curvature of its static equator, AB. Figure 24 represents a bar magnet which has been divided into the two opposite pressure conditions of this electric universe by coiling a charged wire around the bar of steel, thus forming two opposed plus and minus electrical vortices with intensities measured at poles. Two nails of equal weight are suspended to these poles. It is not magnetism, however, which picks up these nails. It is the electric vortices which pick them up, for the vortices are still effective upon that steel bar even though the electric charged wire has been removed. It is the whirlpool motion of the electric vortex which performs the work of lifting those nails and not the stillness of the poles of magnetic light. If the bar magnet is enlarged at one end, it becomes a cone. The division into the two opposed conditions will still be equal, as in figure 25, but the volume will be so large in one as compared with the other that the nail which the positive end will still pick up cannot be lifted by the negative end unless the nail is ground to a fine powder. The negative end will then lift the same weight in total, but only by dividing the nail over the whole volume. Before this principle is applied to matter and space, it is necessary to correct the general impression that the Earth is a magnet. By referring to the bar magnet pictured in figure 24, it can be seen that its poles alone express gravity. The Earth, on the contrary, expresses gravity at its center. The Earth is formed between magnetic gaps of its wave as all bodies are formed. If two bar magnets are placed so that negative and positive ends are near each other, that still point, which we call the center of gravity, will evidence itself between the two ends. If iron filings are placed in this gap, Conditions of gravity similar to those of the Earth will be found there. Gravity will end and radiation will begin at that center. Nails will fall toward it from any direction, as heavy objects do on Earth. And compass needles will follow the vertical directions of lines of force, which extend toward its pole. The analogy between the unequal battery cells and bar magnets is now sufficiently complete to compare them with matter and space. In Figure 28, two bar magnets have been fanned out into cones. The weight which the positive end will pick up as a solid has to be finely divided in order for the expanded volume of the negative end to pick it up. The essential difference between the two opposed pressure conditions of the electric battery and the two of matter and space is that in the battery the opposed potentials are equal because the volumes are equal. In the universal battery of matter and space, the two opposed conditions are conspicuously unequal. The resultant high and low potential contrast each other so violently that the solid matter falling toward the high potential of the compressed condition must be divided into vapors and gases before the same substance will fall toward the low potential of the expanded condition. A solid bar of iron will fall radially toward the earth because both are high potential compressed solids. If divided sufficiently by vaporizing it, that same bar of iron will fall radially toward the heavens. Gravity and radiativity are opposite pressure conditions of the same thing. Both of those pressure conditions are in every creating thing. Every creating thing can expand to lower its potential or can contract to raise it. Like conditions seek like conditions to find balance. Creating things changing their compressed conditions to expanded conditions must move to find balance in like conditions. That is the sole cause of two-way motion. Every potential has a balancing potential position somewhere in the universe. Desire to find that position is in every creating thing, and any restraint exerted to prevent it from moving to find its balancing potential can be measured as weight. The cause of the radial universe, which constitutes matter and space, lies in the inequality of its two opposite pressure conditions, both as to volume and potential. The cause of the universal pulse beat and the breathing, which motivates the manifestation of life in every creating thing, lies also in its inequality. All creating things pulse and breathe just as organic life pulses and breathes, but that is not life, it is but motion. The universe is dual, the still magnetic universe of reality and the dynamic electric, radial two-way universe of illusion which extends from the static universe at any angle of 90 degrees. In the dynamic electric universe there are two directions, inward and outward radially from a still point of magnetic light to still planes of magnetic light. All motion within magnetic wave fields is controlled by the Creator. For behold, I am within all things, centering them, and I am without all things, controlling them. From the Divine Iliad. The inward radial direction is north, the compressive direction of gravity, which multiplies potential by compressing light waves radially into smaller volumes of greater frequencies. The outward radial direction is south, the expansive direction of radiation, which divides potential by expanding light waves into larger volumes of lesser frequencies. The two directions of the static universe are east and west. They are static because they are spherical. They follow curved planes of unchanging equipotential pressures, such as the contour of the Earth or Sun, or of the orbits of planets or floating clouds. East and west do not oppose each other. Each arrives at its own starting point without change of potential. North and south, on the contrary, diametrically oppose each other. They are constantly changing. They seek opposite directions, each passing through the other in opposite spiral lanes, each interchanging with the other as it passes, each voiding the other through that interchange, and each becoming the other because of it. East-west spherical planes form the axes, of light waves from which the dynamic universe extends its gyroscopic wave radially at amplitudes of 90 degrees, and also its other gyroscopic octave tones at the varying degrees of pressures where the elements of matter are formed. East-west spherical planes are also the fulcrums of wave levers, which curve gravity as they pump high potential into low to expand solids into the gases of space, and low potential into high to compress light waves into the solids of Earth's. Incandescent suns of white-hot light are born from cold black darkness, and cold dark space is born from white-hot suns. This curved electric universe. All suns are generated into incandescence by two black rivers of evacuated light, which flow centripetally inward toward their still centers by the way of their poles. Conversely, darkness of space is radiated from two incandescent rivers of white light, which flow centrifugally from sun's equators. Thus are the four arms of all spiral nebulae formed as two pairs of opposite interchanging with each other to become the other two. The two black arms belong to gravity and the two white ones to vacuity. This electric universe is curved. Motion is spiral. Where motion ceases, curvature ceases. Cleavages between wave field boundary planes of crystals separate them into their individual crystal forms. Motion cannot pass through those planes, for there is naught but stillness there. Motion is repeated in all wave fields by reflected extension from wave field boundary planes. Curvature is imperative under such conditions, for opposed pressures resist each other, and each must bend to the other to find passage for its own expression of force. Motion and curvature simultaneously begin and end when opposition begins and ends. Each wave field is like a separate projection machine in which its own curved motion picture universe is duly projected upon its self-measured zero screen of space, A in Figure 39. The incandescent sphere of light, which centers its pictures the forms of desire in the measure of desire for manifestation. This curved universe consists of lenses and mirrors of light, which reflect, bend, curve, concentrate, and decentrate light into its countless forms. Any action anywhere is repeated everywhere by and through countless mirror planes of wave fields and the lenses of space, figures 40 and 41. Concentrated spheres such as the Earth and Sun are surrounded by layers of light of equal pressures. Clouds float around the Earth in them. The reason they float in curves parallel to the Earth is because of these spherical equipotential planes of pressures which curve as the Earth curves. Curved pressures of light act as lenses to multiply and divide light radially. Light rays which pass through curved planes concentrate toward a point when projected through light lenses of space in the convex direction and decentrate when they pass through in the concave direction, figures 42 and 43. Gravity and radiativity are accounted for by this fact. Every object which falls toward the Earth falls radially towards its center because of this fact. No two men who stand upright in balance with gravity stand parallel to each other. Lines drawn through the feet and head of any two men standing in either hemisphere would form a cone with its base in the heavens and its apex at Earth's center. Rain falling vertically from a cloud falls conically. The area of the base of the cone in the cloud is greater than its conical measurement on the Earth, figures 44 and 45. The electric potential of rain increases as it falls because of multiplication of pressures by the lenses of light which surround the Earth. For the same reason, a man weighs less as he ascends a mountain and regains it when descending. With figure 50 as the first figure, are born with centripetal and centrifugal spirals meet. Matter registers the potential of the position of its birth. For that reason, it floats in equipotential orbits appropriate to its position in its wave field, together with all units of its system. In the electric current, electronic systems are born where the familiar loops of force occur around a charged wire, figure 50. Figures 51, 52, and 53 diagram electric systems forming at AA. The spiral is an incomplete sphere, just as crystal forms are incomplete cubes. Spirals and crystals have individuality which they lose by avoidance in the oneness of spheres and cubes. Individuality is given bodies for the purpose of manifesting separateness and multiplicity. Individuality, separateness, and multiplicity are then voided in oneness. Individuality in every creating thing is a moment-to-moment record of its unfoldment and refoldment. It is the fruit of cosmic desire for creative expression. It begins when the cycle begins, ends with its ending, and repeats itself in each cycle until the entire cycle of any expressed idea is voided in its completion. Two-way sex-conditioned spirals are the consummate individuals of all creation. They condition all bodies with the condition of their bodies. They unfold all idea from stillness of mind knowing into moving form of mind imagining, and refold it into the stillness of mind knowing. They are the electric workers which fulfill desire of mind by interweaving threads of light into patterned forms and recording those patterned forms in the still light, which centers every spiral pair, as the axis of a cone centers the cone. The one centering axis of both spirals is the shaft upon which the dynamic universe rotates. All motion rotates and revolves upon still centering shafts, and all shafts are two-way extensions of points, which lead to and through centers of spheres. The familiar wave line, which records all effects of motion, controls those effects. One can record that wave line, but is not aware of the fact that it is the power extended by the Creator in the measure of desire for power. The wave line is a record of the amount of energy borrowed from its static equator to express any mechanical process, such as the vibration of a harp string, the pulsations of an engine, the cardiogram of one's heartbeat, or the pattern of an earthquake, as recorded by a seismograph. Figures 54, 55, 56, 57, and 58. The shaft of a wave is a line drawn through every point upon the surface of a wave-disturbed ocean in a vertical section, where water and sky meet. Around the still shaft of the wave, all motion of the wave spirals to interweave the patterns and forms of desire. All spiral forms must have intense individuality in order to express such amazing varieties of form and pattern. Figure 59. The inside-out, outside-in turnings of all creating forms is due to the gradual unfolding, refolding principle of nature. This process is controlled by spiral pairs, which are motivated by still centering shafts of magnetic light. Opposed pairs of spirals gradually expand centrifugally to planes meeting at static equators to complete the unfolding half of a cycle. They then contract as the opposite of what they were to complete the other half. During the entire journey, they continue without reversal of direction. A clockwise spiral is always a clockwise spiral during its entire centripetal journey to its apex and its centrifugal journey to its base. The opposed pair which rotate upon the same shaft are anti-clockwise, for both are projected through each other. Figure 60. The characteristic unfolding, refolding, inside-out, outside-in principle of nature causes the integration of matter at poles and disintegration at equators. Matter integrates by the contraction of one pair of spirals around the shafts which wind it into spheres by the way of their poles, and disintegrates it by the expansion of the other pair which unwind it by way of equators. The pair of spirals which wind light waves into spheres continue that winding until holes are bored through spheres and rings are formed, aided by the centrifugal force exerted by the expansion of the opposing spirals. Rings are the death half of the cycles of spheres. Rings recondense around points in space and rewind as spheres. The majestic ring nebula in Lyra, Figure 61, is an outstanding example of the disintegration process of nature. The ring exemplifies the death half of the cycle and the newly formed sun, at its center the life half. A new body has been born out of the old one as it expanded into the heavens. The heavens abound with new bodies appearing from old ones, which have disappeared into another form. The Owl Nebula demonstrates this principle by two rings and two stars reborn from them. Figure 62. The rings of Saturn will become moons, just as its other rings have become its several other moons. Our own moon was born from a ring from Earth as it expands its bulk by absorbing its oceans and accelerates its rotation as all the outer planets have done. Figure 63. Jupiter is even now developing belts, which will be thrown off as rings to become moons. These moons will become comets and eventually plunge into the sun, as all things in this solar system likewise do. Figure 64 illustrates the unwinding process by means of which moons free themselves from the bindings of their mother shaft to again seek revolution around the shaft of their beginning in the sun. Disintegration of suns and planets by radiation is accompanied by flattening at their poles. Spheres come into being by prolating and go out by oblating. Ever-increasing speed of rotation around shafts is the cause of this phenomenon. Inner planets rotate very slowly upon their own shafts because they are so close to their mother shaft in the sun, but they revolve very swiftly in their orbits around the sun. Figure 65. Mercury, our own moon, and Phobos, the inner moon of Mars, are so close to their mother shaft that they are obliged to revolve swiftly, with the same face always toward their primary. The outer planets have so far broken away from the influence of their mother shaft in the sun that their years have materially lengthened, their days conspicuously shortened, and their faces are constantly changing in relation to the sun. Cyclones, waterspouts, and tornadoes develop on our Earth when spirals tighten around their shafts. For the more they thus contract, the greater their speed. When spirals are so wide at their bases that the angles to the Earth's surface are negligible, there is calmness and peace. Stillness at 90 degrees to the Earth's surface, they then do inestimable damage. Figure 66. The universal octave. The heartbeat of the universe, starting from zero of rest, spirals from its minimum to its maximum and back again to zero in four pairs of opposite actions and reactions. These four pairs of opposite electric interweavers constitute the universal spiral octave wave by means of which the dynamic universe of effect rises from the static universe of cause. Figure 67. The octave wave formula, which governs all motion and its birth position in the universal wave, is as follows in Figure 68. Figure 68 is the two-way journey from 0 through 0 to 0. 0 to 4 means the centripetal direction toward the apex of the spiral, which leads to higher potential, density, gravity, and the white heat of incandescence. 4 to 0 means the centrifugal direction toward the base of the spiral, which leads to lower pressure, lower potential, vacuity, radiativity, and the black cold of space. Each of these is half of a cycle. The reason an octave cannot be counted from 1 to 8 instead of from 1 to 4 is because each of the pressures, which bear the relations of 1 to 4 positive in the octave, is a credit pressure, which has its equal opposite debit pressure in 1 to 4 negative. The elements of matter, born on the spiral pairs of opposites as tones, have the same relation as tones of music have to the octave wave. All wave motion is expressed in 8 tones, 4 pairs of opposites. The middle pair is seemingly 1. The octave is usually expressed as 7 for this reason. An octave is a series of orderly harmonic tones. Tones are multiplied and divided pressures of light, spaced rhythmically with mathematical precision upon each octave wave of motion. The law which applies to one effect of motion applies to all, whether sound wave, electric current, color spectrum, or octaves of elements of matter. No state of motion has permanence or even duration. Everything is forever in a state of transition, changing its position in its wave by either multiplying or dividing its vibration frequencies to change its conditioning. The basis of all octaves is the keynote of rest, from which the octave springs to express the idea which lies within the magnetic stillness of that keynote. The fulcrum of the wave of musical octaves is its keynote, from which all tonal changes in the octave are mathematically calculated in wave frequencies and volume. That keynote is always in one's consciousness, whether the note is being sounded or not. It is the balance of its octave. All tones are out of balance with it at all times and forever desire balance. No state of motion can evade the keynote of rest from which it sprang, nor can it be separated from it electrically in matter or consciously in mind. No matter what instrument produces octave tones, its frequencies and other dimensions must be in the orderliness demanded by the opening and closing spiral pairs, which control those tones by conditioning them. Likewise, no matter what the instrument, whether larynx of man, string of violin, carbon wave field, or color spectrum, its sole motivating power for producing change of dimensions for the purpose of producing change of tone is electric pressure directed by desire and borrowed from the keynote of the octave's stillness. Furthermore, all power thus borrowed from one expression in any octave tone must be in balance with the opposite of that tone within which those borrowings have been debited. This outstanding fact of natural law must be borne in mind in considering those principles as applied to the mechanics of the universal wave, which produces the octave wave tones of the elements of matter with such precision that any effect produced by any of them in combination or separately will produce that same effect always. The elements of matter. An invariable characteristic of nature is to express life-death cycles of any idea in 9 lesser interweaving cycles enfolded in the one. When we think of man as an idea, we think of him as grown up to fullness of middle age. Until then, we think of generating man as infant, child, and youth. Following his generating cycles come the degenerative ones, in which he gradually repays all of his borrowings from his zero of rest and returns to that zero to again borrow power to re-express the idea of man. Figure 71. This process of nature, which expresses its cycles of idea in 9 lesser cycles, is conspicuously present in the life-death cycles of the elements of matter. Carbon alone expresses the idea of matter. All the 9 octaves of the elements are stages of unfoldment and refoldment of carbon. The first 4.5 octaves lead to the maturity of carbon by the generative contraction of gravity. It is the hardest of all the other stages of its transition, having the highest melting point. The last 4.5 octaves lead from maturity through old age to disappearance at the end of the 9-octave cycle by the radiative expansion of vacuity. Figure 70. Genero-activity begins at the birth of carbon in the first octave with genero-active, inner explosive speed of light, which is 186,400 miles per second. It ends with an equal radioactive outer explosive speed. This speed is the limit at which motion can reproduce itself in curved wave fields before reaching zero, where motion and curvature cease. Carbon fulfills the plan of the Creator in his desire to create but one form, the cube sphere. Carbon alone crystallizes in true cube, with all of the qualities of the true cube and sphere fully exemplified. All other elements which crystallize as cubes are octave extensions of carbon. All such extensions occupy the 404 position of wave amplitude. In carbon are all of the elements of its previous stages, just as in man are all the actions and reactions of his previous stages. Hydrogen is a 1-octave younger prototype of carbon. It forms on the wave amplitude at 404, just as carbon forms at 404, 1 octave ahead. In hydrogen is a whole octave of elemental tones. Several of these have been recently discovered and wrongly named isotopes. Isotopes are split tones, such as those which a violinist could produce between full tones. An amazing thing happens at this point in the unfolding of carbon's life record. Hydrogen's melting point is 259 degrees below 0 centigrade, and in 1 octave, the winding up process of nature acts like a whiplash at its halfway position. where generoactivity and radioactivity meet as equals. This effect tightens the winding of carbon into such a dense substance that the melting point jumps to 3600 degrees above zero in that one octave. Nature immediately counterbalances this accelerative action by dropping nitrogen, the next element beyond carbon, into a gas which melts at 210 degrees below 0 centigrade. It does not recover from the gaseous condition during the rest of its octave. The cosmic seed of the carbon octave is helium. Silicon is one octave older than carbon. The melting point of silicon drops to less than one half of its younger stage, 1420 degrees. The cosmic seed of the silicon octave is neon. When carbon becomes still another octave older at the 404 position of cobalt in the 6th octave, it divides its full tone into 10 split isotope tones, 5 on either side, figure 70. Carbon at this stage has lost much of its vitality and changes its character by thus dividing it into cobalt isotopes. Its melting point has dropped to 1480 degrees, which is slightly higher than the silicon stage of carbon. Because of sharing that position with 10 others, it has lost much of its true cube sphere quality of balance, which the 404 position manifests. The evidence of that is the metallic quality of cobalt, which would be impossible in the true cube sphere position of 404 in the octave wave. The 404 position is one of balance between the pairs of metallic opposites, such as iron and nickel, manganese and copper, chromium and zinc, or sodium and chlorine. When any of these pairs lose their metallic quality, such as iron and oxygen in iron rust, or sodium and chlorine in sodium chloride, they find both rest and balance in the stony quality of the salts. They crystallize in the cubic system if they are equal or near equal opposite pairs. Sodium chloride is a good example. One can see its approximately true cubes in sodium chloride, ordinary table salt, or in the distorted cube crystals of sodium iodide. The 404 position in the octaves of the elements is the position of rest, where any action must end its half cycle and begin its other half. It comes to a point of rest before returning to a point of rest, as all actions and reactions in nature do. At one octave of still further aging, carbon becomes rhodium and again climbs to its amplitude position at 404 by 5 efforts and descends by 5 more. Rhodium is more vital than cobalt, for its melting point is 1950 degrees, figure 70. The cosmic seed of rhodium octave is krypton. Great vitality is often evidenced in nature's creations after they have fully matured. The radioactive death principle is as vital in disintegrating the body as generoactive principle is in integrating it. That vitality is enhanced by the opposition of the generoactive resistance set up against it. Such strong vital metals as silver, nickel, copper, tantalum, tungsten, osmium, platinum, and gold belong to the aging half cycles of carbon. Tantalum is a radioactive metal which becomes so dense because of opposition between the two electric conditioners that its melting point reaches 3,400 degrees centigrade, or within 200 degrees of carbon. Osmium follows with a melting point of 2,700 degrees, and platinum at 1,755 degrees. In this octave, the violent drop from carbon's melting point to nitrogen's melting point at minus 210 is balanced by this corresponding generoactive reaction. In the next octave of carbon's aging, the radioactive death principle becomes more evident in lutetium. After reaching its 3 position in the positive half of its octave, it arrives at its balanced position of 404 only after making 13 efforts, as evidenced by 13 isotopes including unknowns. These are balanced by 13 in the negative half cycle. Among these 13 is the vital tungsten, a negative metal of great commercial value. By bombarding this metal with a sufficiently high current to cause it to disintegrate, it will discharge its seed of inert cosmic gases, just as an oak tree will discharge its cosmic seed in acorns. The cosmic seed of the lutetium octave is xenon. The cosmic seed of carbon's last octave of disappearance arises from the inert gas nitron. Octaves unfold from their past recorded seed, and they must have a seed into which their present record can refold. That principle is absolute in nature. Radium and actinium evidence the going to seed process of all completed cycles of growing things in a strong measure. One can see this process taking place in radium without resorting to the electrocution process referred to as applied to tungsten. A small telescopic instrument, the spinthariscope, contains a needle upon which a microscopic portion of radium has been placed in front of a fluorescent screen. By looking through its lenses in the dark, one can see the shedding of the cosmic seed of the slowly dying carbon in its radium stage as the rays of those cosmic seeds bombard the screen. The effect is beautiful, like looking into the heavens on a starry night with all of its stars twinkling into appearance and disappearance, as fireflies twinkle in the meadow on a dark night. Carbon never comes within perception at tomium, but its efforts to reach tomium are evidenced in the uranium group of isotopes, of which there are 15 before tomium is reached. Out of this group, several have been found and made use of, especially those from which the atom bomb has been produced, figure 70. Radioactivity has so nearly reached its maximum at this point that the speed of the cosmic seed shed by these isotopes has been measured at 180,000 miles per second, which is approximately the speed of light nearing its ending point at tomion, where the octave again begins at alphanon. The inert gases. The octaves of the elements of matter grow from seed, just as all things grow from seed. From the moment the elements unfold from their seed, they are in a constant state of transition from the beginning of their cycle to the end. Elements are not fixed, created things. They are pressure conditions of light waves. Those conditions of light pressures are constantly changing from infancy to old age in the elements of matter, just as they are in the animal kingdom. The inert gases are cosmic elements which will not combine with any other elements. They constitute the recording system of this creating universe. They surround the zero from which motion springs and to which it returns. They represent minimum motion in the wave, just as amplitudes represent maximum motion. They are the seeds of the octaves of matter, and each octave has a different seed, just as different trees have different seeds. Elements are waves, and waves disappear and reappear. God's recording system does not allow any creating thing to disappear without recording the actions and reactions of its stages of appearance. All states of motion are recorded in the inert gases. In the inert gases are the souls of their bodily manifestations in the universe of motion. In them is desire for expression and the pattern form of that desire. The cosmic inert gases fill all space between the stars of heaven. They insulate the states of motion from each other by their balancing zero. They bring all motion into being through the will of the Creator, true to the pattern of desire. They are the source of balancing cosmic rays which interchange between zero and matter. They vitalize matter with the omnipotence of creative desire, which lies within the zero of these cosmic rays. There are 9 cosmic gases, the first and the last being one. Alphanon begins the cycle and ends it. There is no beginning and no ending. The list of cosmic gases follows: alphanon, betanon, gammanon, helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, and niton. Spectrum analysis. The known octaves which lie within the range of perception are 5 1/2. These begin with the third or hydrogen octave and end with the uranium group, which are isotopes of actinium and tomium in the last octave. The invisible octaves of finely divided matter of space are 3 1/2 in number. These octaves are beyond our range of perception, but they are not beyond our knowing. Light is the universal language. Through spectrum analysis of light waves, man has been able to analyze and recognize each element when in its incandescent stage. By means of the spectroscope, he has been able to divide light rays through its prisms into the component parts which make up the life history of each stage of its two-way cycle. Each element tells the story of its entire previous incarnations in other octaves since its beginning. Any line in one octave is repeated in the next, but shifted in position because of the changing pressures of each succeeding octave. The spectrum of hydrogen is preponderantly red. A bright red line indicates its present octave. Other red lines tell its past history in lower octaves. The simple history of hydrogen, as compared to the complex spectrum of iron, is like the history of an obscure youth as compared to that of Napoleon. In the spectrum analysis of iron, the lines which belong to iron and those which tell its recent and remote history can be seen at a glance. These lines also indicate the relative ability of the iron atom to charge or discharge. Wavelength 7181.8 is immediately recognizable as belonging to iron in its present octave. 6916.8 is recent history and 6944.8 is extremely remote history. Herein follows a partial list of lines whose wavelengths belong to iron or to its immediate midtone associates, and also other lists indicating its recent and its more remote history. And it has a diagram belonging to iron, recent history, remote history. So you guys can see that I will include this at the end. The visible and invisible spectrum is divided into several thousand lines. Each line is different in its shade of color and in its plane. Each line proves that this universe of varying motion is a universe of varying pressures. Atomic structure. The elements of matter are not different substances or different things. They are different pressure conditions of light waves. The light units of the elements are all alike, but are differently conditioned by the electric pressures exerted upon them during the inward or outward spiral journey from 0 to 0. The unanswered mystery of how the elements become mathematically precise octave tones, just as musical tones or color tones of the spectrum are mathematically precise in vibration orderliness, lies in the wave field gyroscopic principle. Together, the 8 elements of an octave form 2 halves of one whole cycle of tones, which ascend from 0 to 4, 0, 4 position of amplitude, and then descend again to 0 to begin anew. This spiral journey contracts into greater pressures as it approaches wave field amplitude positions at spiral apices and expands into lower ones on the return journey to spiral bases. That two-way spiral journey of each half cycle extends between 6 mirrors of still light, which compose the wave field and wind around a still shaft, which centers the spiral. 3 of these mirrors are the mirrors of action and 3 are the mirrors of reaction, figure 75. The 3 of action are the inner intersection planes of the cube, and the 3 of reaction are the outer boundary planes of the wave field. All of these planes of the wave field are of 0 curvature, but the spiral universe, which is forming within those planes, is curved. Curved planes of light act as two-way lenses which bend light to focal points and extend it from those focal points radially. As the two-way spirals of forming matter extend from the wave field center in opposite directions toward wave field intersections, the 6 mirror planes of still light focus 3 points of still light upon the still shaft of each half cycle. Centers are formed at these focal points, which become the 1, 2, 3 positive and negative elements of matter by rotating gyroscopically around the wheels of light, which act as equators for those borning tones. Multiplying and dividing pressures determine the density and volume of each succeeding element. The color spectrum records these pressures as the complete history of every element, from octave to octave of the whole 9-octave cycle of the elements. Multiplying pressures of the spiral also affect the curvature of its light lenses to such an extent that the focusing positions change their mathematical ratios in conformity with the acceleration of gravity and the deceleration of radiation. The positions of focal centers of gyroscopic wheels upon the wave shaft are thus affected, as diagrammed in Figure 76 and Figure 72. Each element is the square of the distance to and from its succeeding one, in accordance with its direction. The direction of gravity is the inverse square, and the opposite direction is the direct square. The volume of each succeeding element is likewise affected directly and inversely as the cube. 6 of the 8 gyroscopic wheels of the whole octave are thus accounted for by geometric projection of two-way opposed lights through each other, from two sets of 3 mirror boundary fields. The fourth double tone is formed at the rest point where 8 cube wave fields meet. This is the point of rest, which is known as the center of gravity in Earth's or Sun's, where motion and curvature cease. The complete sphere thus becomes a section of 8 adjoining wave fields and revolves around that point of rest upon the wave shaft where the two half cycles of the wave meet. For this reason, the 404 position is one of balance, in which the yellow of orange is the dominating color of one of its two gyroscopic wheels, and the yellow of green is the other, centered by white. At the 2 points upon the still shaft of the turning sphere, where the shaft penetrates its surface, are the magnetic poles of still light, which control the balance of each sphere's turning. One of these is the north magnetic pole, which controls the winding of the sphere into density by centripetal electric force, and the other is the south magnetic pole, which controls its unwinding centrifugally into space. In a sphere such as our nearly mature sun, these magnetic poles are practically upon the sun's poles of rotation, but upon oblating planets, such as our Earth, the magnetic poles are removed from that pole of rotation in accordance with the measure of the Earth's oblateness. The elements of matter are miniature stellar systems. Every principle and law which applies to one applies to the other. This solar system is a gyroscopic wheel in the position which iron occupies in the elemental series. When it spirals a little further, it will correspond to a carbon atom. The sun will then be a true sphere, and its new planets will also be true spheres. The gyroscopic principle accounts for that law of nature, which causes like elements to seek each other. All decomposing components are sorted out, element by element, gyroscopically. The efforts of man to transmute one element into another must be governed by this principle, and not upon the theory that another substance will be obtained by knocking out one electron. It makes no difference how many planets there are in a solar or atomic system, insofar as its substance as an element is concerned. One or more added or subtracted would not change the element into another substance, any more than one or more children would affect the nationality of their parents. Transmutation will become simplified by observing that the plane of gyration in relation to amplitude and the speed of revolution of the gyroscopic wheel upon its still shaft will alone change volume by either multiplying or dividing density. Great possibilities in new metals lie in the proper application of this principle. The shape of the universe. This ageless universe has no shape. It has a seeming infinite extension, but that extension is a reflected one. This electric universe of two-way extended light is but a series of mirrors which reflect into each other through curved lenses. Its seeming extension might be likened to a light within a mirror-bound room. One light within such a mirrored enclosure would seemingly extend infinitely, but the light thus mirrored would be the same light. The reflected extension would have no reality. The idea of continuity or discontinuity is based upon mirrored effect of an initial cause. Continuity infers time. Time is but one of the effects which constitutes this universe. Time flows two ways, but the senses detect only the forward flow. They cannot detect the backward flow, which cancels out the forward flow. Time is as unreal as the wave universe is unreal. What is true in principle of one wave is true of all waves. Each wave is a two-way reflected extension of an equilibrium zero, which we call a vibration. Vibrations appear, disappear, and reappear from their source of rest to manifest idea, which is existent alone in rest. Just as the vibration of one wave disappears into its zero of universal stillness, so do all vibrations disappear into the universal zero of stillness. This zero universe of vibrating waves can have no shape other than a seeming one. The voiding principle. This is a zero universe of seeming mechanical motion of force exerted in a seeming three-dimensional universe. Every action of any nature begins with zero, counts up to 9 to end and begin again at 0. Beyond 9, it cannot go, but up to 9, it must go. 9 is universal. 9 is universal because it is the wave field number, the 8 of the cube centered by the 0 of gravity in the sphere. Our decimal system is based upon the wave field of the cube sphere. It is as follows: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 equals 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The musical scale and the spectrum of nature correspond to the wave field tones. They are as follows: musical, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Tones, do, re, mi, fa, sol, rest, sol, fa, mi, re, do. Spectrum, black, red, red, orange, yellow, white, yellow, green, blue, blue, black. Underneath it's the black and red, it's got violet on either end. Figure 75 demonstrates this fact. The three centering planes are centered by 0. All intersections of these planes add up to 8. 8 centered by their 0 source equals 9. Likewise, the cube itself adds up to 8 by counting the intersections of its 6 faces. Also, there are 8 directions of action and 8 of reaction, each 8 being 4 pairs, which are 9 by adding the centering 0. 9 is the 3 times 3 of length, breadth, and height extended from 0. The length, breadth, and height of any expression is 2 extended zeros centered by 0. Figure 2, page 219. Length and breadth are static, for they are both on equipotential levels. Height is dynamic, for it's radial. The universal 9 of matter and space is 3 mirrors of rest, centered by rest, from which all 3 extend at right angles to each other, each mirroring itself into the other. Figure 75. The universal 9 of the octave is 4 pairs of opposite pressures extending diagonally from 0, which centers the cube, to 8 zeros, which corner the cube. Figure 75. The measure of extension from 0 to 0 is desire for extension. Desire for extension from 0 to 0 is energy in 0. Energy extended from 0 to 0 is manifested by pressures of desire equally multiplied and divided, equally added and subtracted, equally credited and debited, and equally and oppositely conditioned. The sum of all these balanced effects is 0. Figure 75. 0 pressures equally multiplied and divided are manifested by the action and reaction of motion. Motion is a projection of the opposed energy pressures of desire from within a centering 0 to the extended mirrors of rest, which measure desire and mirror it back to rest in the centering 0 as expressed desire. The sum of dually reflected motion thus expressed is 0. 0 thus extended by action to fulfill desire for expression, and simultaneously mirrored back to manifest the fulfillment of expressed desire, is all there is to this universe of rest. 0 multiplied or divided, added or subtracted, extended or retracted, results in 0. This is a 0 universe in all effects of motion, a seeming universe in time and sequence, and a mirage of universe of imaged forms. It is a universe of 2 negations which simultaneously cancel each other and sequentially repeat the canceling of their negations to create the illusion that 0 can be multiplied or divided or added to or subtracted from to create a reality which never is nor can become. Figure 75. That is what creation is. It is the imagining of knowing. Knowing is light. Light is still. Imagining is thinking. Thinking is the imagined action and reaction of motion mirrored from zero of rest to zero of rest. This is a still universe of the light of knowing. In it is no activity. But what about our senses? Our senses tell us otherwise. Our senses are inadequate. They deceive us mightily, and that is good. If the senses could but see the whole, there would be no play. The senses record motion alone, for the senses themselves are but motion. Motion is an illusion which only seems, it has no being. The senses do not know, but man believes that his senses do know, and in that belief lies man's confusion. The senses, being but motion, sense moving things and moving light mirrored as moving things. They sense the forward movement of an airplane piling up compression ahead of it, but they do not record the mirrored invisible counterpart of that plane, equal to it in potential and speed, moving backward into a vacuum behind the plane, which simultaneously voids the compression ahead of it. This inadequacy of the senses to record the backward flow of forward moving things causes the illusions of sequence and of time. In figure 77, this principle, diagrammed by arrows extending two ways from every element in the whole known series, indicates that integration is simultaneously balanced by disintegration. No time interval elapses between the debiting of any credit extended to opposites in nature. Figure 78 diagrams all matters as pairs of opposite conditions. Each line is connected with its opposite mate. Each of the pair is a negation of the other one. Each pair is conditioned as the two tanks of air in figure 18 and the storage battery in figure 19 on page 231 are conditioned. Each one of these elemental pairs is an equal and opposite mirrored extension from a centering zero fulcrum. The fulcrum of all effect is the one light of God. God alone is in man and in all things. Every action is voided as it occurs, is repeated as it is voided, and recorded as it is repeated. From the Divine Iliad.
This is your guide to the 4 pillars of destiny. Preface. During my school days, learning Bazi on my own was a difficult, daunting, and nearly impossible task. There were no books on Bazi in English, and no formal classes on the subject. Chinese books available on the subject were often mainly classical texts, which required the assistance of masters to interpret and understand them. These Chinese books, after all, had been written by masters for masters. Advancing my own knowledge in the Bazi required undertaking studies with masters in Hong Kong. Today, as a master trainer and consultant teaching Bazi in various English-speaking countries, I find the challenge that I faced remains for those with an interest in the Bazi when it comes to reading in reference materials. My students often ask if I can refer them to an English text that could be helpful in their Bazi studies or help them understand Bazi better. Much of the motivation behind writing this book was to afford individuals from all walks of life, both English and Chinese educated, the opportunity to learn more about Bazi. You see, those who can read and write Chinese are not necessarily more advantaged than those who can read and write only English, where Bazi studies are concerned. This is because often the text or books available are written in an archaic language. I hope this book will be able to remove some of the barriers and obstacles that people in the past have encountered in seeking to learn more about Bazi. I was further spurred on to write this book by the tremendous success of my Bazi Beginners DVD, which had been an instant bestseller since it hit the market. This convinced me of the need for a good, informative beginner's text on the subject. Writing this beginner's book has been a great challenge. I knew the text had to be practical, but at the same time not too technical, entertaining, and yet informative. I am confident that readers will find this book helpful, practical, and easy to digest, as I have taken great pains to ensure that this book satisfied the standards I have set for myself. I have also viewed the writing of this book as an opportunity to establish a benchmark for the respect that the practice of Bazi rightfully deserves. In recent years, feng shui has been over-commercialized to the extent that today it suffers an image problem. A once respectable ancient science has become the stuff of hoo-ha and superstition. A misinformed public is not the way forward for any field of study. Accordingly, I feel it is important to write this book to help put people on the right footing about Bazi and to prevent needless commercialization of the subject. One of the early challenges I faced when pioneering the teaching of Bazi to Westerners was the accurate translation of key Bazi terminology from Chinese to English. The challenge was to translate the terms without losing any of the original Chinese essence. As Bazi terminology is very much couched in a pictorial language, the selection of the correct English words required much consideration. I therefore had to coin several English terms for Bazi references. Over the years that I have been teaching Bazi, these terms have grown to become almost a language of its own, which all my students use when they talk about Bazi. You will be introduced to these terms, or Bazi language as I like to call it, throughout this and future books. I hope they will be helpful in your journey towards understanding Bazi and your destiny code. Bazi, pronounced Bat-ji in Cantonese and Bazi in Mandarin, means 8 characters. These 8 characters are translated from our birth information, year, month, day, and hour, into 4 pairs of distinct Chinese characters. 4 pairs make 8 characters, or Bazi, and each pair is known as a pillar, hence the name, 4 Pillars of Destiny, as it is sometimes known. Through just these 8 characters, the potential, the mysteries, the ups and downs of life are revealed to us in full technicolor. Bazi, after all, is a pictorial art. By decoding a person's Bazi, we can unlock and reveal everything there is to know about a person's life and destiny. I chose the title The Destiny's Code because I felt it encapsulates the essence of what Bazi is all about. To a layperson, these 8 characters have no meaning, but to those who have the key, it holds vast and tremendous insights. Just as a person's DNA holds the key to the scientific makeup and the secrets of the human body, so does a person's Bazi hold the key to his or her destiny and the secrets of what is in store for him or her in this life. I hope the title The Destiny Code also conveys to my readers a sense of Bazi being a Chinese science, a technology, not in the sense of computers and gadgets, but in the context of the application of a science that helps guide us and improve our lives. Destiny awaits beyond this page. From the author, Joey Yap. Chapter 1. What is destiny all about? First, destiny. Second, luck. Third, feng shui. A Chinese saying. Most people are aware that feng shui is extensively used by business tycoons, largely in Asia, to enhance their wealth. But few people know of the presence of masters who work behind the scenes for some of Asia's most powerful and wealthy tycoons, advising on everything from suitable businesses to acquire, where and what positions to place key managerial staff, stock market investments to make, the best time to sign contracts, logo designs, and even accurate, almost prescient, economic forecasts. Like the emperors of ancient times, who had imperial astronomers at their disposal to select dates for warfare or peace treaties, today's tycoon emperors have in their employ in-house Bazi and feng shui masters, tasked with everything from date selection of official openings to selecting suitable CEOs to manage individual businesses in their empire. It is not enough that a person be capable and qualified. He or she must also have the luck that ensures he or she will be able to execute a plan. Even the seemingly early retirement of certain tycoons superstars, or politicians from public life is often planned and deliberate, based on advice from their in-house Bazi masters. The work of feng shui is often obvious and seen by all, but Bazi is often unseen and hidden, an invisible hand working behind the scenes. For many Asian tycoons, when it comes to business, nothing is left to chance. Then it is certainly not left to luck or destiny. Feng shui and Bazi are used synergistically, as they should be. Feng shui is the prescription. Bazi is the diagnosis. The public has yet to understand this synergy between Bazi and feng shui. In May 2003, a journalist in Kuala Lumpur interviewed me during the launch of my new feng shui video course, the Zhuan Kong 10-day video coaching program. The journalist in question had an opportunity to review my 10-day video coaching program prior to the interview. The opening salvo of his interview was a formidable question indeed. If feng shui was so easy, then everybody should be rich. But who said feng shui is only about wealth creation? If feng shui could create millionaires or billionaires, as so many think, then it must be the world's most amazing get-rich scheme ever. And all feng shui masters in the world should be billionaires. Allow me to let you in on a little secret. Have you had a look at Forbes magazine lately? It's not a feng shui master who is at the top of the Forbes wealthiest individuals list. So, what can feng shui do for a person? Feng shui only helps hasten and magnify what a person's capacity in life is. If a person's capacity is extensive, then feng shui can help yield greater effects. If his capacity is limited, then there's little scope as to what feng shui can change for this person. A person's capacity in life is what we term destiny in Chinese metaphysics. Every person is born with certain capacity in life, a life path. This capacity governs his or her potential, outcomes, and achievements in life. When an individual's capacity is properly analyzed and understood, then it is possible to assist him or her appropriately. This assistance can either be advice through Bazi on how to act and when to act, or through feng shui on how to enhance his or her ability to fulfill his or her potential to its limits, or to avoid perils and downfalls in life. Destiny can be analogized to a map of one's life. This map is unchanging and static. The destinations upon it are already fixed at the time of a person's birth. Destiny is a guideline to your personal limits in life. We often hear the phrase, "the sky's the limit," which suggests that with effort, determination, positive thinking, and a dash of luck, a person can achieve anything he or she wants. In Chinese metaphysics, a person's destiny is essentially his limit. It's how far you can go and what you can expect to achieve in life. Feng shui cannot change a person's destiny. Yet destiny is controlled by the actions and inactions of an individual. Now you might be wondering, how can my actions influence my destiny, and yet my destiny be fixed at the same time? Let's just say today, a person was born with the destiny to be the next Bill Gates. This individual will not find he becomes Bill Gates by simply sitting around and twiddling his thumbs. But yet, even actions or inactions have their limits. Truly, if it was possible to motivate or positively will oneself into great wealth or achievement, we would see motivational coaches and life coaches jostling with feng shui masters for the #1 position on the Forbes list of richest people in the world. But in both cases, this is not so. How many Bill Gates are there? 1. How many Warren Buffetts? 1. How many Richard Bransons? 1. And the reason for this is destiny. But a person's life is not just about destiny. Destiny cannot change, but fortunes can. The term fortunes is synonymous with the term luck in Bazi. Fortunes are dynamic and ever-changing, and can be analogized to paths upon the map of your life. Fortunes or luck cycles refer to the quality of the roads in this map of life. Thus, when fortunes are favorable, the destination is reached more quickly and more efficiently, and the path is smooth. When fortunes are unfavorable, then the path to a destination is fraught with challenges and obstacles, even failure to reach the destination. Hence, the Chinese often talk of destiny and fortunes, Ming Yun. Issues of destiny. Men at some times are masters of their fates. William Shakespeare. In the course of my experiences as a master trainer teaching Chinese astrology, I have often found that destiny is something that people have lots of hang-ups about. Many people believe that their lives are 100% within their control, and that individuals have the ability, if they so wish, to achieve anything in this lifetime. Yet, one must acknowledge that there are few areas of human experiences that are entirely untouched by the question of destiny. Whether you are religious or an atheist, there will always be a point, a moment, when one realizes there are greater forces at work in our lives, and that things sometimes happen that are beyond our control. The Chinese say, "That which you are not meant to have, you can never have." Your destiny sets out broadly what in this lifetime you will be able to have, and what you will not be able to have. Destiny does not mean that you cease to be in control of your own life. Destiny does not mean that you cannot, through effort, hard work, persistence, and industriousness, achieve or improve things in life. The study of destiny is about knowing what is within your control and ability, and what is not. The fated problem. I find that when the subject of destiny comes up, it becomes inexplicably associated with fate and the concept of a person being fated to do or not do something. Understandably and rightly so, there is a great deal of resistance to the concept of fate in the modern society that we live in today. Destiny is not fate. It is not about what is written in stone, what events are certain to occur or not occur. Rather, it is about questions of capacity, which are in turn linked to affinity, yuan in Chinese. It is about making the right decisions or not taking certain actions that will assist you in achieving or avoiding certain outcomes. Limitations. What limitations? Many people ask, what is the point in trying to or making an effort to do anything if everything is predestined? Equally, many people today believe that with changes in society, such as the removal of class-based systems and concepts like meritocracy, equality, and equal access to education, anyone who makes enough of an effort and tries hard enough can achieve all that he or she wishes to achieve. We live in a society today where it is considered not politically correct to label people limited or to tell people that they have limitations. Never mind that in large corporations, an entire department called Human Resources is devoted to finding out just what employees can and cannot do, and to ensure they are equipped with the right skills. The question of capacity. And generally, nobody likes to be told that they're not capable of doing something. Now, I have to be a bit harsh here. Wake up and smell the coffee. Life is not always fair. The higher powers of this universe did not make every person equal. By equal, I mean not every person is destined to achieve greatness, to become president of the USA, or a multimillionaire. There is only one Bill Gates, only one Donald Trump, only one Warren Buffett. And destiny is the reason for this. Now, it's not all bad news. While the Chinese believe that life is predestined, they do not believe in a fatalistic outlook on life. Destiny is akin to the famous saying, "It's not about the hand you're dealt, but how you play it." In the study of Chinese metaphysics, the ancient sages believed that the universe is made up of a triumvirate of heaven, earth, and man, known as the cosmic trinity. Each of the elements of the cosmic trinity, heaven, earth, man, controls or exerts an influence equivalent to 33%. The path of our life and a certain degree of our fortunes are set out by heaven. The environment or feng shui magnifies our fortunes or luck. But man's own action or inaction is what makes an outcome swing one way or the other. Hence, a person with a limited capacity may have many achievements thanks to his hard work and positive thinking attitude, while a person with the capacity to do great things may squander his potential by choosing to sleep all day at home. Now, you may be wondering, if it's all predestined, what's the point in knowing? The truth is that it is good to know one's limits in life. The English have a saying, you cannot make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Think about it. Knowing the limits, knowing the no-goes, knowing what could never be achieved would save many people a lot of heartbreak, disappointment, unhappiness, and frustration. Surely life would be so much more pleasant and enjoyable without the pressure to achieve something that may well be impossible. Surely there would be more happy people in this world if people focused on the can-dos rather than getting upset over the can't-dos. There are many ways in which destiny can be viewed in a positive light. Knowing your limits is just one aspect of destiny. The other aspect of destiny is knowing your true abilities and hidden talents, understanding yourself better. An entire industry has been spawned in the last 20 years, aimed at helping people understand themselves better, make better use of their talents, discover their true inner selves. All this and more are revealed through the study of one's destiny. So what's not to know? We all believe we are special. We all believe we are unique. And we all believe that because we are special and unique, we are destined for something. The question is, what? Decoding your destiny code. Like most forms of astrology, Chinese astrology has 4 types of applications. 1. Personality analysis. Discovering a person's character, nature, behavior, and potential. 2. Destiny analysis. Investigating the life path or destiny of a person. A. Static chart. Investigating the potential of wealth, relationships, career, and health. B. Dynamic chart. Exploring the future through 10-year cycles, annual and monthly cycles. 3. Event analysis. Studying of a particular event that occurs or will occur at a place and time. 4. General analysis. Exploring the astrology of a country or city, economic and political cycles. There are 2 major systems of Chinese astrology which can be used to ascertain a person's destiny code. Bazi, the 8 characters or 4 pillars, and Ziwei, Dao Shu, purple star astrology. Both systems are equally potent and fascinating. Finding out what destiny has in store for you is a bit like finding out your DNA. First, you need to be able to find the code. Then you need to be able to read the code. Both these systems utilize distinct techniques to decode an individual's destiny code. Bazi's most useful feature is its use in helping us understand the personality traits, character, behavior, and potential of a person. It is also a technique for destiny analysis which is used to evaluate a person's life path. Generally, Bazi is relatively easier to learn than Ziwei Dao Shu because there are fewer star names to memorize. Bazi is a system that centers on the concept of balance between the elements, while Ziwei uses many stars to classify events, personalities, and outcomes. This is a book on Bazi, so I will keep this discussion brief. Ziwei will be covered in another book. Bazi Basics. A literal translation of the words Bazi means 8 characters. In the West, Bazi is sometimes known as Four Pillars of Destiny. As these 8 characters are derived from 4 pairs of characters, Bazi is sometimes called Sizu, or Four Pillars. Now, Bazi is much more sophisticated and precise than the daily newspaper forecasts that are based on the 12 celestial animal signs. Do bear in mind that these Sunday horoscopes are mainly for entertainment purposes. It is not possible to generalize entire swaths of people born in dragon years as bold, fierce, and ambitious. Honestly, how many people are born in a dragon year? Can they all be bold, fierce, and ambitious? Probably not. By all means, read them and have a chuckle, but remember, they are not true examples of Chinese astrology or Bazi applications. Bazi is a complete system of astrology that consists of hundreds and thousands of possible combinations. It is a classical study, with texts that go as far back as the Tang Dynasty. Among the most notable texts on the subject are Di Tianshui, Ziping Zhenguan, and Yuan Hai Ziping. Grandmaster Xu Ziping is credited as the founding father of the Bazi system's practice today. Grandmaster Zhu Ziping lived during the 5 Dynasty era, from AD 907 to 978. He revolutionized the Bazi system then and formulated the Ziping Bazi system that is widely practiced today by many renowned masters of the subject. Bazi translates our birth information, a person's year, month, day, and hour of birth, into 4 pairs of distinct Chinese characters called Jiazi. 4 pairs make 8 characters, or Bazi. Each pair is also known as a pillar, hence the name 4 pillars. The 8 characters are made up of yin and yang variations of the 5 elements: wood, water, metal, fire, and earth. By analyzing the structure of a person's Bazi, which reveals compatibility, clashes, combinations, and the interplay between these 8 characters, we can determine, with significant accuracy and great detail, a person's character, nature, and life path. By decoding a person's Bazi, we can unveil his or her destiny code. An individual can make use of the information contained in his or her destiny code to accelerate performance at work, strengthen relationships with others, overcome weaknesses, maximize talents and potential, and make informed decisions based on forecasts of his or her upcoming cycle of luck. The basics of Bazi. The sky has its randomness in terms of weather, and a person's life has its fluctuation in terms of fortune. A Chinese saying. What are the origins of Bazi as a scientific study, and why do we need to know where Bazi originates from? It is important to understand the source of Bazi so that it can be viewed in its proper context, as a scientific study, and not as fortune-telling or some kind of religious or superstitious practice. Science, even in its modern high-technology form today, remains an accumulation of experiences and observations. Modern science and its discoveries are a result of observation and recording of the results from experiments. Meteorology, or the study of weather, is a good example of how seemingly random events can be developed into a science through observation. Accordingly, Bazi and Chinese metaphysical studies such as feng shui were developed in a similar fashion, through observation. In the case of Bazi, these observations were recorded in philosophical studies. The Chinese 5 Arts. Legendary, mystical, and historical incidents were often used as a reference to study and formulate patterns of determining one's destiny in the early days. The legendary sage Fu Shi's early heaven Bagua, King Wen's later heaven theory, and Confucius's I Ching contained such developed and profound observations that during the Han Dynasty, these texts were commonly used by destiny analysts for decoding a person's destiny code. As early as the era of the Huangdi, Yellow Emperor. There were imperial astronomers responsible for observing the stars and heavens and advising the emperor on the well-being of the country and nation based on their observations. During those ancient times, imperial astronomers also served as strategists and advisors to the emperor, as they were supposed to be well versed in the secrets of heaven and earth. By analyzing the stars and using the secrets of heaven and earth, the imperial astronomer advised the emperor on timing and opportunities for warfare and other important actions. The records these astrologers or strategists kept later became sources of reference for astrologers of the later dynasties in China. For example, the text River Map Low Book was studied and later reinvented into numerology and divination of early and later heaven. Ancient sages spent much time studying, researching, and understanding the meaning of life by observation of men's destiny. Through this, they were able to develop methodologies for forecasting a person's destiny, a subject known as destiny studies. In order to study a person's destiny, several methods of assessment are used. And this includes Chinese astrology systems like Purple Star Astrology and Bazi. To complement the destiny studies, and in order to predict the outcome of incidents and events, the sages developed the science of divination, or Bushi. In modern terms, the science of divination can be akin to the mathematics of probability. By accumulating experiences and empirical data on the observations of physical appearances, such as the shape and appearances of the human body, facial features, lines on the palm, location of stars in the heavens, the study of physiognomy was developed. This field of study consists of the study of facial features and appearances, palms, grave sites, and residential sites. Shang, fortune-telling through physiognomy, includes methods based on observation of appearance, physiognomy, symbolic imagery, and mathematical science of the bagua, and time and space to determine our life or character and possible outcomes in life. In this category, we have techniques like face reading, palm reading, and feng shui. Feng shui is equivalent to the fortune telling of the house through observation of its appearance, direction, and location in the environment. By observing the human body and through theories of the Yi Jing, I Ching, and Bagua, the study of medicine was developed. This field includes the study of herbs and how they react to the human body, how meridians of qi flow in the anatomy, and how to harness the invisible forces in nature to vitalize oneself. Chinese medical studies are largely based on concepts of the Yi Jing, Bagua, 5 elements, and most of all, the yin and yang. Through investigation of men's emotional boundaries and energy patterns, the study of alchemy was established. This includes the study of magic, spells, rituals, exercises for prolonging life, and physical conditioning that enhances the quality of health. This study mainly converges on ways to maintain and develop personal physical and emotional health. The ancient Chinese termed these 5 types of studies as the 5 techniques or 5 arts, wushu. Today, we refer to them as Chinese metaphysics. Very loosely translated, these 5 arts are mountain, medical, fate, physiognomy, and divination. Bazi is part of the destiny studies category. The study of Ming, the study of life. The study of destiny, Ming Shui, is focused on people and, it can be said, is about achieving a greater understanding of human beings. For in order to improve one's fortune, one must first understand all there is to know about the person. Forecasting a person's destiny is much like a weatherman using data collected from the environment to forecast the weather. Every person is affected by certain types of energies from the universe at the time of their birth. By tracking these energies in that person's life at that time of birth, and tracking the changes in the decades and years to come, we can forecast a possible pattern. A person's Bazi, which is derived from the date and time of birth, encapsulates all this information. Here's what we can ascertain with the information derived from a person's Bazi: characteristics and talents, family relationships with his or her parents and siblings, life with his or her spouse, children and their well-being, the ability to amass, accumulate, manage, and/or save wealth, outcomes of certain actions and decisions in life, physical conditions and common illnesses, issues that are created by his or herself, judgment and relationships with his community and friends, relationship with superiors and subordinates, working capabilities and career prospects, and opportunities to enjoy one's life. Bazi analysis is about using the information contained in the person's Bazi to unlock information on the person's inborn and potential talents. A person's Bazi, in essence, contains his or her destiny code. Many Asian businesses make use of Bazi to determine which senior managers should be placed in what positions at which time. This is to ensure that the person's capabilities are not just properly utilized, but that his or her luck is suitable and beneficial to the company's endeavors. This is a tremendously sophisticated form of management that is more than just basic human resource management. The human resource department may be able to tell a company what an individual is capable of, but it cannot tell if a person's personal life is likely to be affected in the next 6 to 12 months before a big merger deal. For example, by a divorce, the death of a family member, or illness. The HR department cannot tell if a person will be able to effectively deal with certain problems that a business is facing, or if a person will have difficulties with staff or legal difficulties when moved to a certain department. But a good professional Bazi master can. Bazi also has tremendous benefits when it comes to domestic affairs. Parents can set their children's education path according to their talents and potential, and pave a better foundation for them to maximize their true innate talent and gifts. Relationships between couples would be less stressful if parties had no reason to suspect their spouses based on their Bazi. Alternatively, difficult times or trying moments in a relationship can be more easily worked out if the parties understood the source of the conflict or tension. Bazi can help you make use of talents that you have or seek out opportunities which maximize your inherent abilities and avoid entering into a field which appears to be suitable, but in fact will not bring you any achievement or success. It is like planting the seeds in an area of the field that is already fertile, rather than attempting cultivation in an area that cannot yield anything. Bazi can also be used to forecast the general fortune of a person in 1 decade, big limits of 10 years, the yearly cycles, or the monthly cycles. Forecasting your luck cycles helps you understand what to expect in your life path. Knowing what's in store is a great advantage in life. If you like your destination, follow through and enjoy the journey. If you don't like it, go the other way. Often, Bazi is a tool largely associated with fortune telling. I think this is not an appropriate term to describe the capabilities of this art. Bazi helps you understand yourself, the external factors that influence you, and helps guide you in making better decisions and improving your life. Bazi is about possibilities, a better future, and better fortunes. That is why I don't think the term fortune telling does Bazi any justice. The art of Bazi has much more than meets the eye. A Bazi practitioner is like a life coach or counselor. Their role is to help you understand the path of your life and to guide you to a better living. By the time you finish this book, you will understand what I mean. Your destiny code is your Bazi. Now is the time to decode your destiny and improve your future. Chapter 2: The Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches. In the introduction, I explained how Bazi enables extremely accurate forecasting of a person's destiny from only an individual's birth data, their year, month, day, and hour of birth. The reason why Bazi is sometimes called 4 pillars of destiny is because when viewed together, a person's Bazi data, or year, month, day, and hour of birth, generate 4 pairs of characters. These characters, one on top, one below, are read together as one pillar, hence the term 4 pillars. Like all of the Chinese 5 arts, the 5-element theory is an extremely important component of Bazi. A Bazi chart, which is plotted from the Bazi data, is essentially an expression of these 4 pieces of information in the form of the 5 elements: fire, water, wood, earth, and metal. A Bazi chart is a code, one which, when decoded, tells us what is the strength of the various elements at the time of a person's birth, as each of the elements represents a particular aspect of a person's life, such as wealth, career, or relationships. By examining the individual elements, a Bazi practitioner is able to ascertain the outcomes, the potential, and the events in a person's life. Bazi has many complex layers, much like an onion. I have simplified many of the ideas in order to make the subject more accessible and understandable for a beginner. However, as your understanding of Bazi grows, you will begin to see the many layers within a Bazi chart. Getting Bazi. A few thoughts on learning Bazi. In my experience as a master trainer, teaching Bazi to many students around the world of all cultural origins, descent, and nationalities, I have found that the most important thing that students must remember is to keep an open mind. It does require a measure of retooling your thinking processes, from how you look at the concept of destiny and luck, to whether you're a right brain or left brain person. You need a certain amount of logical deduction, alongside a measure of creativity, the ability to look at the micro situation as well as the big picture. Now, I realize this is a lot to think about, so just remember to focus on 2 things. Think pictorially, and always relate your thoughts back to the 5 elements and yin and yang. At the start, you can expect to only see very obvious or apparent information. Remember, Bazi is a bit like art appreciation. As your skill and understanding develops, so will your ability to see the picture in the Bazi with greater clarity. Let's get started. Understanding the Bazi chart. A Bazi chart is comprised of 4 pillars. Each pillar consists of 2 characters, one up top, one at the bottom. The top character is known as a heavenly stem, and the bottom character is known as the earthly branch. To avoid confusion, don't think stem or branch. Think heavenly, as in above, and earthly, as in below, to guide you as to which is what. A complete Bazi chart has 4 sets of characters, 4 heavenly stems, and 4 earthly branches. Here on your screen now is what a Bazi chart looks like. What does the Bazi practitioner look for in a Bazi chart? Remember the 5 elements and yin and yang? Like in the practice of feng shui, a Bazi chart should have balance. The qi must flow well and not be disrupted, and the chart should have a balance of all the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. A good Bazi chart has harmony between the elements, while a bad chart is elementally imbalanced. If a chart is good, then the person will enjoy good fortune, and the bumps in life will just be bumps. If a chart is bad, then a person's fortune will not be smooth, and bumps in life will seem more like mountains. Learning Bazi begins with learning a few basic Chinese characters. Now, before you hit the panic button, I urge you to bear in mind this little fact. You only need to learn 22 characters in total. The Roman alphabet comprises of 26 characters. Most of us seem to have managed that without too much trouble. So let me assure you, learning the Bazi characters, all 22 of them, will not be difficult. Once you've learned the Bazi characters, you will already have begun to learn the language of Bazi. The next step after that is to plot your own Bazi chart using your own birth data. To do this, you'll convert your Bazi data into Chinese characters, comprising the heavenly stems and earthly branches. The Bazi language. The 10 heavenly stems. The heavenly stems are known as prevailing qi or surface qi. In the context of Bazi, the heavenly stems represent external perceptions of a person. In other words, what a person shows on the surface in terms of character, personality, or outlook. The heavenly stems show characteristics, personality, or outlook that everyone, friends, family, acquaintances, can see and perceive. Narrator's note. For those currently more familiar with Western astrology, this is similar to the role played by the ascendant or rising sign in our natal birth charts. For example, if a person's wealth element appears in the heavenly stems only, this denotes a person who likes people to know that he or she is wealthy. These people are likely to be ostentatious in showing off their wealth, so everyone knows that they have money. Whether they actually have that much wealth or not is another matter. By contrast, an individual with wealth elements that appear only on the earthly branch does not make his wealth readily apparent and will be modest with showing his wealth. He may, for example, keep a low profile, drive a simple Japanese car rather than a Mercedes, and not be readily known by many people to be wealthy. There are 10 heavenly stems, and they comprise of the yin and yang polarities of the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Now, I realize that often people associate the concepts of yin and yang with weak and strong. While this is broadly correct, it is best at this point not to make judgments based on whether an element is yin or yang. Yes, there are concepts of weak and strong in Bazi, but they are not based on the polarity, but other factors which will be discussed later in this book. For now, just treat the stems as yin and yang versions of the 5 elements, and nothing more. Getting to know the 10 heavenly stems. A little pointer before we begin to learn more about the 10 heavenly stems. The study of Bazi is one that requires a little bit of imaginative capability and a little bit of logical deduction. It is a right brain and left brain study. You need to be able to picture a Bazi. You'll understand why in a minute, and see the elements in pictorial form. So as you go through this section, don't just focus on the text. Remember also to try and get a mental picture of the 10 heavenly stems as they are described to you. To help you along, I've included some pictures. Jiark represents yang wood. Jiark wood should be visualized as a great big tree. Think California redwoods. Think teak trees. Think towering solid oaks. These trees are hard and unyielding. Yi represents yin wood. If Jiark wood is a great solid redwood tree, then Yi wood are the leaves, flowers, small bushes, twines, and vines and grass. It is flexible and malleable. Bing represents yang fire and is the fire of the sun. It is bright, vibrant, warm, life-giving. Its function is to bring sunshine and brightness to the world. Ding fire is yin fire and is the fire of the candle, a small flame, but illuminating in the darkness. Wu is yang earth and represents large boulders, big rocks, or large stones. It is solid, heavy, and unmoving. Ji is yin earth and represents soil, sand, or soft earth. It is fine and porous. Gung is yang metal and represents raw iron or a large axe. It is hard, tough, and unfinished. Sin is yin metal and represents fine jewelry, necklaces, and beautiful rings. It is shiny, sparkling, and glamorous. Rern is yang water and represents the waters of the ocean, waters of the lake, or the powerful gushing waters of a river. Kuei is yin water and represents water from rain clouds, mist, dew, or frost. Using the elements. Remember what we said about a pictorial approach. Okay, here's a sneak preview of how the 10 heavenly stems and their pictorial representations help us understand a person's character. A person who is the element of Kuei, yin water, will be harder to pin down or is more elusive than a person who is Wu, yang earth. Why? Because Kuei, yin water, that of the rain clouds or mist, is always moving. By contrast, Wu, being a great big boulder, isn't going anywhere unless someone forcibly, and with great effort, moves it. We've all heard the saying about a rolling stone gathering no moss, but when was the last time you saw a boulder actually move on its own accord? Now, think about some of the other heavenly stems and their characteristics. These will give you a general picture about the inherent characteristics of a person's chart. To help you along the way, here are a few questions to get you thinking. Which of the two woods, Jiark wood or Yi wood, do you think is more stubborn? Is a Sin metal or a Gung metal person likely to be more showy and vain? If you haven't figured it out, don't worry. Keep thinking in pictures, asking yourself questions, and you'll figure it out soon enough. More Bazi language. The 12 earthly branches. When it comes to the 12 earthly branches, do not think about the conventional understanding that most people have about the Chinese zodiac. You know, the one that says dragons are fierce and ambitious, dogs are loyal, and snakes are sly. Not only are these stereotypes really unacceptable, they are also not relevant or even truthful. The 12 animal signs are layman terminology used to help us understand the chi of the 12 earthly branches. Never had they come up with personality traits all alone. How many people born in the same year as you have the same traits as you do? Probably not more than a handful. My point exactly. The use of the animals in the earthly branches is largely due to the fact that in the old days, when Bazi was developed, it was too difficult to explain the earthly branches to lay people, other than by using animals commonly found in the household. Furthermore, anyone who knows Chinese or Mandarin will realize that the Chinese characters and pronunciations for the words used to describe the earthly branches are not the actual words used to describe the animal. For example, rat in the Chinese language is shu, but in the earthly branches, rat is si. I think a better way of looking at the earthly branches is as codes for the yin and yang versions of the 5 elements. So remember, when you're thinking about the earthly branches, think of the animals as simply codes for the 5 elements and their yin and yang manifestations. Once again, don't let the yin or yang nature confuse you into thinking they refer to strength or weakness. Yin is yin, yang is yang. Don't peg any meanings to this at this point in time. Stems versus branches. 1 in branch is better than 3 in stem. Ancient Chinese Bazi saying. Now that you understand the heavenly stems and earthly branches, you might be wondering, which is better or which is stronger? Let's think pictorially again. This time, imagine the Bazi pillars as a tree with roots underneath and towering leaves above. Like an iceberg, a tree may appear small on the surface, but its roots may run deep into the earth or many miles around the tree. The earthly branches are like the roots of a tree. They are the foundation of the pillar. The branches are what the pillar sits on and relies on for its strength and to hold it up, just like the roots of a tree anchor it and keep it stable. Earthly branches carry the main chi. The heavenly stems simply show the chi on the surface that is usually weaker. Hence, it is often said in the ancient classic that 1 in branch is stronger than 3 on stem. Heavenly stems are obvious or prevailing chi, while earthly branches are less obvious but carry more strength. Just like the roots of the tree give the tree its ability to stand upright. Later on, you will learn that the earthly branches play a more important part in Bazi analysis, because not only do they carry the force of time, but they represent the seasons and tell us about the strength of the elements. Also, a clash in the earthly branch is more severe than a clash in the heavenly stem. In Bazi, a pillar which comprises of 1 heavenly stem, 1 earthly branch, should be solid and steady, similar to a sturdy tree. We like the elements in the pillar to be harmonious with each other. Otherwise, the Bazi is not balanced, and the chi does not flow well between heaven and earth. A well-balanced chart is one that has harmonious flow of chi between heaven, stems, and earth, branches. These are usually charts belonging to people with superior fortunes. Chapter 3. Unveiling the Code of Heaven. To know what's in store for you at the time of your birth, you need to first learn how to plot your Bazi chart. Unfortunately, decoding the secrets of heaven from your destiny code is not as easy as flashing a wand, so we do have to do a little bit of work in order to get to substance that we're actually interested in. Now, obviously, we're at the age of technology with computers and the internet, that of course you don't have to learn to plot your own Bazi chart manually. My website, www.masteryacademy.com, has a Bazi Ming Pan calculator that does the job fine. But manual plotting has its advantages. Firstly, it is unlikely to be wrong. Secondly, it assists you in learning the Bazi destiny code language, notably the Chinese characters that are used in Bazi. Finally, all forms of astrology studies require their students to do chart plotting manually, be it Western or Vedic astrology. Every student must learn to plot charts by hand. So, let's get plotting. The 10,000 Year Calendar, an essential Bazi reference book. To plot your chart, you need to translate your Western or Gregorian date of birth into the Chinese or solar date of birth. The chief reference guide you will need to achieve this is the book called The 10,000 Year Calendar, also known as the Wanyan Li. The Chinese had a sophisticated calendaring system, so much so that they had 2 calendars. Most Chinese people know of the existence of the Chinese lunar calendar, which is used to determine the date of Chinese New Year, but running parallel to this lunar calendar is the Chinese solar calendar. It is this solar calendar that is used for many of the important calculations in feng shui and the 4 pillars of destiny, or Bazi. These 2 calendars merge into what is known as the farmer's calendar, or Nang Li. The lunar calendar, which is usually the reference point for important Chinese festivals such as Chinese New Year, the Winter Festival, and Mid-Autumn Festival, follows the cycle of the moon. The solar calendar is based on the 12 months and 4 seasons of the year. The lunar calendar varies yearly, has a leap month every 3 years, and the transit of the year, celebrated as Chinese New Year, changes each year. By contrast, the transit of the year in the solar calendar is like clockwork. February 4th of every year is the transition point into a new year. There are no leap months or missing months. A brief note about spring. There has been a lot of hoo-ha regarding Li Chun, literally meaning the coming of spring, or the lack of it in certain years. Some people say when a year has no Li Chun or coming of spring, the year is called a blind year, and that is likely to be difficult because there is no growth. They associate spring with growth, and with no coming of spring, there is no growth. Thus, many people unknowingly believe that getting married in a blind year is bad fortune. This misconception must be corrected. Li Chun is a term derived from the Chinese solar calendar and is used to describe the first month of the Chinese solar calendar. It does not refer to the first month of the Chinese lunar calendar. So, in fact, every year has a Li Chun, or a coming of spring, because the solar calendar, unlike the lunar calendar, does not have missing months, and the start of every year in the solar calendar falls more or less on the same day, which is the 4th of February. There is no such concept in Chinese astrology as a bad year due to the absence of spring. Chinese feng shui and Chinese bazi are based on the Chinese solar calendar. Since most people's date of birth today is recorded in the form of Western Gregorian dates, rather than the Chinese lunar calendar date, the 10,000-year calendar enables the plotting of a bazi chart easily, since it shows the dates of the Chinese solar and lunar calendar, side by side, with their corresponding Western Gregorian dates. This is important particularly for bazi, because it determines whether a person is born under the previous year's animal sign or the next year's animal sign. For example, if a person is born in the month of January of 2004, supposedly the year of the monkey, they are still considered to have been born in the year of the goat, 2003. To be considered as born in the year of the monkey, the person must have arrived in this world after February 4th, 2004. If you're concerned about how enormous or heavy this 10,000-year calendar is, take heart that it doesn't really have 10,000 years of dates. It's probably only got about 100 to 150 years of dates. The 10,000-year calendar is available in most Chinese bookstores. It is published by a variety of publishers, mostly in Chinese. However, those who have difficulty with the Chinese characters and numerals may want to get a bilingual version of the 10,000-year calendar. Check in major bookstores near you, or the online store in my academy's website, www.masteryacademy.com, for details on getting your copy. A quick lesson on the 10,000-year calendar. Most 10,000-year calendars will have the year printed numerically, and the bazi pillar for the year printed beneath it. Yes, every year has a year pillar. It is from this year pillar that astrologers derive information such as wood monkey year or metal rooster year. It is using this year pillar that many astrologers provide annual predictions on everything from the state of the economy to which industries will perform well in a given year. Plotting a bazi chart. Okay, now that we have an understanding of the 10,000-year calendar, it's time to learn how to plot a bazi chart. Each bazi chart contains two aspects: a static bazi chart, which comprises of the four pillars, and the dynamic aspect of the chart, which is the luck pillars. We'll start with the static chart first. To begin, you will need to have the relevant birth data to plot your bazi chart. This would be your date of birth, year, month, and day, as well as your time of birth and gender. Here's the checklist. 1. Name. 2. Sex, male or female. 3. Date of birth, the day, the month, and the year. And 4. The exact time of birth. Fill in the Western Gregorian birth details. The following section will show you how to convert the data into the Chinese solar equivalent. Step 1. Preparation. Draw the diagram above. This will provide you with guidance when filling in the bazi characters and ensure no mistakes are made. Each bazi comprises of 4 pillars: a year pillar, month pillar, day pillar, and hour pillar. Using this diagram, fill in the birth data so that you can plot the chart sequentially and in a systematic manner. Write the month and numerical figures on top to help you remember the date you are plotting. Step 2. Check the year. In the Western Gregorian calendar, a new year is celebrated on the 1st of January of each year. The Chinese Shia calendar also has the same tradition of transiting each year at the same date, which is February 4th. Contrary to popular misconception, you do not use the Chinese New Year as the transition date for each year. That is because we do not use the Chinese lunar calendar for Bazi. We only use the Chinese solar calendar. So if a person is born on February 6th, 2004, he or she is definitely born in the year of the Jiarkshin, wood monkey. However, if he or she is born on February 3rd, 2004, then he or she is born in the year of the Kui Wei, water goat. Step 3. Identify the year pillar. Once you have ascertained the correct year of birth, copy down the year pillar in the year box of the diagram. Using our example of February 20th, 1967 at 4:30 p.m., this person's year pillar would be Ding Wei, or fire goat. So, write Ding Wei in the year pillar. Step 4. Identify the month pillar. The Chinese Shia calendar also has a monthly transition point. Although this date does vary, it does not vary significantly. Usually it is plus or minus a day. Use the table below as a rough guide, but always refer back to the actual 10,000-year calendar to be sure. It's well worth committing the information in this table to memory. Once you know the information by heart, you will be able to ascertain almost immediately what is the earthly branch of the month pillar. So, if it is a person born on October 23rd, you immediately know that this person is born in the month of the Shu, or dog. If a person is born on August 16th, you will immediately be able to tell that this person is born in the month of the Shen, monkey. At this point, you may be wondering, why the emphasis on the month branch? This is a good question, and once we move on to reading, analyzing, and decoding a chart, you will see why knowing the month branch at first glance is important. For the purposes of plotting a complete Bazi chart, you need the month pillar, of course. To get the complete month pillar, with the heavenly stems and earthly branches, you will need to refer to the 10,000-year calendar. Going back to our example of the person born February 20th, 1967, to get the month pillar, first, turn to the page for the year 1967. If you are using my 10,000-year calendar, it is on page 260. Now, from our little quick monthly transition dates table above, we know that this person is born in the Tiger month. But what is in the heavenly stem of this month pillar? Look down the columns until you find February 20th. If you look at the top of the column, you will see the month pillar for that month. It is Run Yin. So then you would write the characters for Run Yin in the month pillar column. Step 5. Identify the day pillar. Finding the day pillar is very easy. Just look up February 20th in the February month column. On the right-hand column is listed the Bazi for that day. You will find that February 20th is a day of Yi Mao. Yi is yin wood, while Mao is rabbit. So this is a day of the wood rabbit. Fill in Yi Mao into the day pillar of your diagram. The heavenly stem of the day pillar in every chart is known in Bazi terminology as the day master. In this case, the day master is Yi wood. Different charts will have different day masters. As you progress through this book, you will learn the significance of the day master. But for now, just learn to identify the day master. Step 6. Identify the hour pillar. Next, to ascertain the hour pillar, you have to do a little bit of cross-referencing. The table below is known as the 5 rat chasing day establishing hour table. This table is found on page 18 of my 10,000-year calendar. It is duplicated here for your easy reference. To ascertain the hour pillar of a Bazi, you will need to reference 2 pieces of information, the time of birth and the day master. Take note that the Chinese day has 12 hours only, so each hour comprises of 2 Western hours. So a person born at 7:30 a.m. and a person born at 8:30 a.m., both would be considered born in the hour of the Chin, or dragon. From our example of February 20th, 1967, 4:30 p.m., we can, using the table in page 53, ascertain that this person was born in the Shin, or monkey hour. So fill in the hour branch as Shin, or monkey hour. Now, ascertain the day master by looking at the day stem. In the case of our example, the day master is Yi. From the Shin hour, slide your finger vertically across the columns until you come to the pillar for Yi. You will find that the hour stem is Jiark, Yang wood. Fill in Jiark into the stem of the hour pillar. This is the Bazi chart for someone born on February 20th, 1967, at 4:30 p.m. Practice makes perfect, so I'll run through a few more examples here to help you understand more about plotting the chart. Example 2, March 26th, 1956, at 9:30 a.m. Step 1. Draw the Bazi diagram below on a piece of paper. Step 2. Check for the correct animal year. Since this person is born well past February 4th, there is no problem with the year pillar. Step 3. Look up the year 1956 in the 10,000 year calendar. If you are using my 10,000 year calendar book, 1956 is on page 238. You will see that 1956 is the year of Bing Shin, the year of the fire monkey Shin. So, write Bing Shin in the year pillar of your diagram. Step 4. Identify the month pillar. Since this person was born March 26th, we know that they are born in the month of Mao, or rabbit. Now, check the month of March 1956 to determine what the heavenly stem of this rabbit month is. It is the month of Xin Mao, meadow rabbit. Fill in Xin Mao in the month pillar. Step 5. Identify the day pillar. Now, to find the day pillar, look up March 26th in the calendar and check the corresponding Bazi for the date. You will see that it is Rern Chin, or water dragon. Write Rern Chin in the day pillar. Step 6. Identify the hour pillar. This person was born at 9:30 a.m., which, as we can see from the table above, is the Z, or snake hour. To find out the heavenly stem of the hour pillar, look at the day master, which is the day pillar's heavenly stem. It is Yi. Now, run your finger vertically across the columns until you get to Rern. You will see it is Yi Z. Write Yi Z in your Bazi diagram. This is the Bazi chart for someone born on March 26th at 9:30 a.m. It is very important that you try to plot as many charts as possible manually using the 10,000 year calendar. Practice, after all, makes perfect. And although I've developed a computerized calculator on my website, the machine sometimes makes mistakes that a human would never make. So even if you do use the computerized program, remember to check it by plotting the chart manually. Finding the day master. In Bazi, the heavenly stem found in the day pillar is the element that is known as your self element. In Bazi terminology, we call it the day master. The day master is of great significance. It is the point of reference for all your Bazi readings and analysis. In other words, without the day master, it is not possible to read a person's Bazi. Conversely, an experienced Bazi practitioner can tell a lot about a person just by looking at his or her day master. For example, in the above chart, the day master is Rern, which is Yang water. We can say that this person belongs to the Yang water element, or that he is a Rern water person. This is a good point to start putting into practice the Bazi language you have learned in the last few chapters. Try not to say Yang water person. refer to a person by their daymaster. For example, Rern Water, man or woman. If you are a guy and your daymaster is a Bing, then address yourself as a Bing fireman. Or if you are a woman and your daymaster is Sin Metal, you are a Sin Metal lady. Take a look at your own Bazi chart now and find out what is your daymaster. Keeping things straight. If you are a student of Feng Shui, you may have heard about the personal gua or life gua or Ming gua. This gua is also represented by an element, such as fire or water. Remember that Bazi and Feng Shui are two independent subjects. Your Bazi daymaster may not be the same as your life gua element. Feng Shui and Bazi, while interrelated, are systems used to analyze different things. Accordingly, it is best not to confuse the two. Remember, your life gua is your life gua and relates to your Feng Shui calculations and assessments. Your Bazi daymaster's element is used as a reference point for destiny analysis. Do not attempt to merge the two studies. They are not interchangeable. Quick practice. Before you move on to the next chapter, find 5 sets of date of births, complete with time of birth, and manually plot out the Bazi charts. If you can do more, that's even better. The more charts you do, the more fun you're going to have in the next few chapters, especially in the chapters that cover Bazi analysis. Chapter 4. Have you got the luck? Destiny might be difficult to change, but luck can change. The last 3 chapters have been about introducing the concept of destiny to you and also getting hands-on with Bazi by learning how to plot a Bazi chart. I know you may be impatient to get to the analysis bit, but there's just one more step before we start analyzing charts. Let's get back to the big picture for a minute here. I want to explain the concepts of destiny and luck. The reason is that in this chapter, we will be learning how to plot a person's luck cycle and luck pillars. But before we get to the calculations and interpretations, we need to know what all this luck business is about. Now, I realize that most people will be thinking, I know what luck means or is. Does it really need an explanation? Well, for most people, luck is something random, something chance-like, a kind of, if it happens, it happens, like winning the lottery. In the study of Bazi, luck does not have such a random value to it. Instead, luck is something that can be calculated and evaluated beyond merely good or bad. Bazi enables us to know what kind of luck a person is going to go through or is going through, and whether that luck is beneficial or not. 3 levels of luck, the cosmic trinity. The Chinese sages believed that in the universe, 3 kinds of luck enter into play in our lives: heaven luck, earth luck, and man luck. Heaven luck refers to what is God-given or bestowed by heaven. It is fixed at birth and cannot be controlled or changed by man. Heaven's will is what decides when we are born, where we are born, who is our family, what race we are, and what background and upbringing we will have. Sounds a bit like destiny, right? Absolutely. Heaven luck is, in essence, destiny. Earth luck is referenced to where a person lives and the feng shui of the place that he or she resides or works in. Like destiny, the playing field is not level either when it comes to qi, living force, distribution on the earth. Some parts of a city, state, or country are better than others, just as how sometimes slums and prime real estate can't be in the same postcode. Some areas have superior landform and mountains, producing wealthy individuals. Here's a clue. The Hollywood Hills have a lot to do with why Hollywood is the place for entertainment, movies, and superstars. Finally, there is man luck. This refers to choices that people make, their morals, their virtues, their beliefs, and life decisions. Man luck is what makes individuals strive to better themselves. It is what positive thinking and motivational coaching is all about. If a person has good man luck, they will strive hard to improve and advance themselves. By contrast, if their man luck is not so good, they are likely to be individuals who do not see the value in self-improvement or even reading the papers. These three forces are interrelated, and what we are essentially left with is a metaphysical chicken and egg scenario. Each of these types of luck do not operate in a vacuum. They are interdependent. I call this interplay of interrelated forces of the cosmic trinity. Let's get a bit philosophical. Understanding this interdependence, or the concept, is not difficult. I have found that most people have difficulty accepting the concept of the cosmic trinity, heaven, earth, man. Allow me to illustrate how, in fact, the concept of the cosmic trinity is virtually infallible. Yes, this is one theory that has no flaw. Many people think that they can control their destiny by being highly motivated, controlling their vices, constantly improving themselves by reading books or attending life-changing self-improvement seminars. However, we must acknowledge that no amount of positive thinking, no amount of determination, drive, or willpower can turn a person into Bill Gates or Donald Trump. Your average how-to-get-rich life coach is at best a millionaire or a multimillionaire. Now, if all that was required to overcome an unfavorable destiny is the power of mind over destiny, as it were, many motivational gurus would be positive thinking themselves into billionairedom. Of course, wealth should not be the only measurement of success. There are many life or relationship coaches who also suffer from relationship problems, health, or family issues. It is a fact that there are things beyond human control that affect our lives. Who you are born to, where you were born, who your parents are, who your relatives and close friends are from early life. All these factors are not controlled by mere motivation or positive thinking. From this, we can obviously and logically rationalize that there is an X factor that makes a difference. That would be heaven luck. You can't achieve something which you're not destined to achieve, no matter how much you want it or work for it, or motivate yourself to achieve it. I also like to use the example of the feng shui master as an illustration of the cosmic trinity concept. Now, the feng shui master is supposed to know the secrets of heaven and earth. He is able to not only select the most suitable, most favorable location for his home or office, but he can also fix a less suitable location to optimize it for wealth creation. So how come there are hardly any billionaire feng shui masters? Again, it's heaven luck. They may have the heaven luck to be able to learn and practice feng shui well. They may have the skills to locate an excellent piece of land, but they may not have the money to buy that piece of land, or it may simply not be for sale at that particular point in time. There is no lack of man luck, no lack of earth luck either. The feng shui master naturally would have improved his own home or office to the maximum, but the missing piece in the puzzle is the heaven luck. It is not meant to be. There are factors that are beyond our man or earth luck's control. This is called heaven luck, your destiny. Do the right thing, at the right time, at the right place. Heaven, earth, man. Thus, when each of these three factors connect at their optimum points, that is when kings, emperors, and billionaires are made. The X factor, luck. There are instances of individuals born with an excellent destiny, which is to say a good Bazi chart, but who do not live up to their potential until late in life. Alternatively, promising individuals are cut down in the prime of their life, hit, as it were, by a serious spate of bad luck. It is said that sometimes all a person needs is a little luck. This could not be more true. Even in an optimum situation of highly favorable man luck, earth luck, and heaven luck, In other words, a person who exerts effort, has good feng shui, and is born to be great will not succeed without luck. Consider these examples. Colonel Sanders of KFC fame did not truly become a household name until he was in his 60s. Abraham Lincoln failed 3 times to be president of the United States, died in office, but yet is often considered the greatest American president. JFK, John Lennon, and Bruce Lee are examples of individuals who probably had a superb destiny, but didn't have the luck to carry out what destiny had in store for them. The Chinese often talk of Ming Yun, or destiny luck, to indicate that these two are in fact one. It's not enough to be destined to succeed. You need a bit of luck too to enjoy that success. Wriggle room in heaven. Destiny is not the be-all and end-all in the game of life. Each person's destiny may be set at birth, but there's still wiggle room, as it were. If heaven is not fair in not giving each and every person an equally stellar destiny, then heaven evens the odds by ensuring that no person has perpetual everlasting good luck or perpetual everlasting bad luck. A person's earth luck and man luck have a role to play in his or her life. But there is also the luck cycle, a dynamic changing factor that is drawn from the Bazi chart. You see, a person's Bazi chart, which is supposed to contain information about a person's destiny that is fixed and static, has a dynamic feature which is the luck cycle. So, a superior destiny chart that also has a good luck cycle enables a person to truly benefit and make use of what heaven has bestowed upon him. A person with a superior destiny chart, but a less ideal luck cycle, may find that he only enjoys luck later in life. Plotting the luck cycle. In Chapter 3 of this book, you would have plotted with the assistance of the 10,000-year calendar, your personal Bazi chart. Now remember that a Bazi chart only contains the static aspect of your Bazi. To unlock the dynamic aspect of your Bazi, to discover whether or not you have the luck, or when you will have the luck, you need to plot your luck cycle. To plot your luck cycle, you first need your Bazi chart. The dynamic aspect of the Bazi is always drawn from the static aspect. The order of luck. Before we start, you need to familiarize yourself with 2 very important concepts: the forward cycle and the reverse cycle. The forward cycle and reverse cycle refer to the sequential order of the heavenly stems and earthly branches in a person's luck cycle. Take a look at the diagram below. A few things to remember about the cycle of heavenly stems. A yang stem is always followed by a yin stem, and a yin stem followed by a yang stem. This is the case no matter which direction the cycle is in, be it forward or reverse. B. The cycle does not skip. For instance, Bing, yang fire, is always followed by Ding, yin fire, in a forward cycle, whilst Yi, yin wood, always follows Jiark, yang wood, if it is a reverse cycle. C. When you reach either end of the cycle just continues. Therefore, Kui, yin water, is followed by Jiark, yang wood, if it is a forward cycle, and Jiark, yang wood, is always followed by Kui, yin water, if it is a reverse cycle. Now, a few things that you need to remember about the cycle of earthly branches. A. The cycle does not skip. Only the direction of movement changes. In other words, Wei, goat, will always proceed to Wu, horse, if in a reverse cycle, or proceed to Shin, monkey, if in a forward cycle. It does not skip animals. B. When you reach either end of the cycle, that is, Hai, pig, or C, rat. The cycle simply continues. In other words, if you are in a reverse cycle at she, rat, the next animal is hi, pig. If you are in a forward cycle at hi, pig, it goes to she, rat. Forward or reverse, finding out the luck cycle direction. Whether the luck cycle moves forward or reverse is determined by two factors. A, gender of the individual, male or female, and B, polarity of the birth year, yang or yin. To determine if a year is yin or yang, you simply look at the heavenly stem in the person's year pillar in his or her bazi. If the heavenly stem is a yang element, it is a yang year. If it is a yin heavenly stem, then it is a yin year. For example, year 2004. By referring to the 10,000-year calendar, we can see that the year pillar for 2004 is Jiark Shin. Jiark is a yang stem, so 2004 is a yang year. Or for 2005, when we refer to the calendar, we can see that the year pillar for 2005 is Yi Yu. Yi is a yin stem, so 2005 is a yin year. A male born in a yang year is called a yang male. A female born in a yang year is called a yang female. Now, this has nothing to do with the sexual orientation of the person. We are simply describing the polarity of the person born in a certain year. The table below tells us when to use the reverse cycle and when to use the forward cycle. The forward cycle is yang male, yin females, and the reverse cycle applies to yin males and yang females. Accordingly, a person born in a yang year who is male will have a luck cycle that moves in a forward cycle. A person born in a yin year who is a male will have a luck cycle that moves in a reverse cycle. A female born in a yang year will have a reverse cycle, while a female born in a yin year will have a forward cycle. A forward or reverse luck cycle does not indicate good or bad luck. It is just the way the luck cycle is plotted. Nothing to do with the quality or type of luck the person would experience in his or her lifetime. Plotting the luck pillars. Once the direction of the luck cycle has been determined, we can now plot the luck pillars. What are luck pillars? Just like it is not possible to read a person's bazi without the daymaster, so it is not possible to gain a complete picture of a person's destiny without looking at his or her luck pillars. Luck pillars answer the two most important questions in bazi: when and what. The luck pillars reveal when a person is going through what kind of luck. In life, it is not just a case of being able to take the right action, but being able to take the right action at the right time. If your bazi chart tells you what you can and cannot do, then your luck pillars tell you when you should and should not take action, and what kind of action you should or should not take. Remember, nothing is permanently good and nothing is permanently bad. If you have a good destiny, you need a good set of luck pillars to help bring out the best of your destiny. Similarly, if your destiny is not ideal, all you sometimes need is a run of good luck in your luck pillars to overcome your weak points and to maybe even bring out the hidden potential of your bazi. A good set of luck pillars can turn a bad destiny chart around completely, making fortune smile on you, while a good destiny chart can turn disastrous through untimely luck pillars. Your bazi chart is akin to a ship that is given to you at the time of your birth, and your luck pillars are like the winds and tide. A good destiny is like having a good ship from the start. If the wind and tides travel the same direction as your navigation, your life is as smooth as silk. If the winds and tide are blowing against your ship, your travels will be bumpy and at worst, stormy. In this respect, you could say luck pillars are like resources. When your resources are good and your destiny is good, things proceed smoothly and according to plan. With good resources, even the tough times don't seem so tough. And if things are not going that well, then a change of luck is all it takes to bring those resources back to fore again. The key reference point for plotting the luck pillars is the month pillar in the person's main Bazi chart. Now you will need to utilize what you have learned from the preceding pages on the forward and reverse cycles for the heavenly stems and earthly branches to plot the luck cycle. Example: a male born on May 14th, 1944 at 5:15 a.m. This is a male born in a Yang Wood year, so he is a Yang male. His luck cycle therefore moves forward. The reference point is the month pillar. This person's luck cycle is a forward luck cycle. The heavenly stem in the month pillar of his Bazi is G. Therefore, the heavenly stems for the luck cycle starts at Gung, the heavenly stem after G, and moves forward. After Gung is Sin, after Sin is Run, and so on. What about the earthly branches then? Remember this table? The earthly branch in the month pillar of his Bazi is Shi, snake. Therefore, the earthly branch of the luck cycle starts at Wu, horse, which is the animal after Shi, snake. Wu, horse, is followed by Wei, goat, and Wei, goat, is followed by Shin, monkey, and so on. Accordingly, this person's first luck pillar is Gung Wu. His second luck pillar is Sin Wei. Remember, the luck pillars are always plotted from right to left, and not from left to right. This is the standard universal Bazi chart plotting method, and should be adhered to at all times when plotting a Bazi chart. Never plot the Bazi luck pillars from left to right. Let's take a look at another example. A female born August 14th, 1971, at 7:18 a.m. From her year pillar, we can see that this lady was born in the year of Yin metal, so she is a Yin female. Her luck cycle will move in a forward cycle. The reference point starts at the month of birth. Another example. A male born March 11th, 1931 at 11:30 p.m. This is a male born in a Yin metal year, so he is a Yin male. His luck cycle follows the reverse cycle. Reverse cycle means from Sin, the heavenly stem for the month of birth. The next in the cycle is Gung, and following Gung is Ji, and after Ji is Wu, and so forth, in the reverse order. In the earthly branches, after Mao, rabbit, will be Yin, tiger, and after Yin, tiger, will be Chou, ox, and so forth, in reverse order. This is the reverse cycle. One final example. A female born on January 6th, 1969 at 4:16 p.m. This is a female born in a Yang Earth year, so she is a Yang female. Her luck cycle follows the reverse cycle. From the month pillar Yi Chao, the luck pillar will be plotted in reverse order. From Yi stem, the next stem in reverse order will be Jiark, and then followed by Kui, and then by Rern, and so forth. From the month of Chao, the luck pillar's month branches will be plotted in the reverse order. So the luck pillar branches will start with Shi, the rat, and then followed by Hai, pig, and then Su, dog, and so forth. Practice time. It is now time to plot your own Bazi chart and your luck pillars. If you have a spouse or a partner, do theirs too. Practice makes perfect. Then, proceed to the next step. Calculating the age limits. Now, the luck pillars, which tell us what kind of luck a person is undergoing, are not much use unless we know when the years are good, and when they are less favorable. So, the final step in plotting the dynamic aspect of a Bazi chart is to calculate the age limit. The age limit marks of the blocks of luck pillars. Each luck pillar is a block of 10 years, but what we need to know is when that block of 10 years starts and ends, which is the age limit. Age limits vary from person to person. They can range from 0 to 10 for each block. The most important piece of information for calculating the age limit is the day of birth and whether the luck cycle is a forward or reverse cycle. Remember how you determine if it is a forward or reverse cycle? Again, the table for your reference. The forward cycle is yang male, yin female, and the reverse cycle is for yin male and yang female. Pictured once more on your screen for easy reference is a table for the monthly transition dates. You should always double check the monthly transition date using the 10,000 year calendar manually. Now, here's how we calculate the age limits. Step 1. Determine if it is a forward or reverse cycle. Step 2. Calculate the number of days between the date of birth and the nearest forward or reverse monthly transition date. Exclude from your calculation the day of birth. Step 3. Divide the number of days between the date of birth and the nearest monthly transition date by 3. Let's look at a couple of examples so you can get an idea of how the calculation works. This is for a male born May 14th, 2004 at 5:14 a.m. Step 1. Determine if it is a forward or reverse cycle. This person is born on a wood monkey year. He is a yang male. Accordingly, his luck cycle is a forward luck cycle. Step 2. Calculate the number of days between the date of birth and the nearest forward or reverse monthly transition date. The number of days from May 15th and June 5th, the nearest monthly transition date going through the forward cycle, is 22 days, counting from May 15th onwards. Step 3. Divide the number of days between their date of birth and the nearest monthly transition date by 3. 22 divided by 3 is 7.3. Round up 7.3 to the nearest number, which is 7. His age limit starts from the age of 7. He will enter his first luck pillar at 7 years old. His next luck pillar is 17, since luck pillars are in blocks of 10 years. Here's another example, but this time, a female born August 14th, 1971, at 7:18 a.m. Step 1. This is a woman born in a yin year, so she is a yin female, and her luck cycle is a forward cycle. Step 2. We count the number of days from August 15th until September 8th, the nearest monthly transition date going through the forward cycle. The difference is 25 days. Step 3. 25 divided by 3 is 8.3. Rounded off to the nearest number is 8. Accordingly, her age limit starts with 8, and she enters her first luck pillar at 8 years old. And another example to make sure you understand. For a male born on March 11th, 1931, at 11:30 p.m. Step 1. He is born in a yin year, so he is a yin male. His luck cycle is a reverse cycle. Step 2. We count the number of days between his date of birth and the nearest monthly transition date going backwards, which is March 6th. The difference is 5 days. We count backwards here because he follows a reverse cycle. Step 3. 5 divided by 3 is 1.6, which is rounded off to 2. So his age limit starts at 2, and he enters his first luck pillar at 2 years old. And another example. A female born on January 6th, 1969 at 4:16 p.m. This is a yang female, so we need to follow the reverse cycle. Her date of birth is January 6th. The nearest transition date, counting reverse or backwards, is January 5th, which is only one day. Divide 1 by 3 to get 0.3. Her age limit starts at 0, and she enters her first luck pillar at age 0. Bazi shortcut. Watch the transition years. The luck pillars are a very quick and immediate way to check your Bazi. The luck pillars usually represent years of capital transformation or change in your life. Things look up, proceed more smoothly, hidden talents appear, and opportunities that weren't there before suddenly appear. Remember that the reference years in the luck pillars are your Chinese age. What is this Chinese age? The Chinese count the 9 months spent in the womb of the mother as 1 year, so everyone is born as 1 year old. Accordingly, a person's Chinese age is his or her Western age plus 1 year. Thus, if you are 42 by the Western calendar this year, you are considered 43 in the Chinese age. The big picture. This is a snapshot of a computer-generated Bazi from my calculator at www.masteryacademy.com. It is best if you practice manually plotting the charts before resorting to using this calculator. I have explained here each aspect of information that is derived from this calculator. The 10 gods will be examined as you progress to higher levels of Bazi. They are basically manifestations of the basic 5 factors that we will discuss in Chapter 7. Each 10 god is actually a star name and has nothing to do with the spiritual deities. They are just verbatim translations of special Bazi terms. Nobleman star is not your secret helper. This star is derived based on your daymaster and indicates the presence of helpful people in your life. Why learn about luck and destiny? You have now learned how to plot a full Bazi chart, and in the chapters to follow, we'll be looking at how to analyze and decode a Bazi chart to establish a person's destiny code. This code holds the story of your life, your character, your talents, your future possibilities. For the feng shui practitioner, Bazi is an indispensable tool, providing the diagnosis that forms the foundation for the prescription in feng shui. This is because feng shui only helps if a person has a good destiny and suitable luck in the first place. By studying a person's destiny and luck, we can then find out what is the real problem and proceed to take the correct man luck, human actions, or feng shui for those who practice this art to help find a solution or resolution. Bazi is perhaps one of the most important diagnosis tools to understand a person. Contrary to popular misconception, feng shui is not a one cure-for-all art. What works for one person will not always produce the same results for another. And the moral of the story is, don't copy someone else's feng shui. A little story on Bazi. A wealthy client called me to carry out a feng shui audit for his home. He was having money problems, but not a lack of it. Rather, his children were busy jostling and fighting over their inheritance, despite the fact that their father was still healthy with plenty of good years ahead. His home had been feng shuied. A so-called water dragon formula had been applied to increase his wealth. Unfortunately, this was a bad idea. Why? My client's Bazi chart revealed that he was going through strong wealth luck. The powerful water formula that enhanced his wealth even further ended up throwing everything out of balance in his life. He had too much wealth, and it was the root cause of his family problems. Now you might be thinking, why is Joey, the author, against his client having more money luck? This is a good point to go back to the introduction of the book and read it again. But let me save you the time and trouble and say it again. Feng Shui is not about wealth creation. It's about balance. It is all about balance. In Bazi, there is a saying, Too much wealth deteriorates the health. Remember the early section about how feng shui, bazi, and personal actions are all interdependent? Accordingly, a good feng shui practitioner will use bazi to look at what should and should not be done with the feng shui to ensure that it produces a harmonious outcome and strengthens the weak areas. For example, family life, personal relationships, rather than one that throws the person's life into turmoil, all in the name of wealth enhancement. A feng shui practitioner must also work within the ambits of what heaven has given a person in his or her destiny. So wealth enhancement for someone who cannot take it is like giving penicillin to someone who is allergic to penicillin. The outcome is never pretty. Understanding your luck and destiny will enable you to find out what's in store for you and help you plan ahead. Remember the old saying, failing to plan is planning to fail. Bazi is all about making the best use of your life, avoiding the pitfalls and maximizing your gains in favorable times. Your luck pillars reveal to you where and what you should focus on to make the best out of your life, and which areas will be causing you much heartache and setbacks. Bazi is about making informed decisions in life. Same time, same day, same month, same year. Why am I not a millionaire? One question that I often get when it comes to Bazi is, if two people are born on the same year, month, day, and hour, does this mean that they all have the same destiny? If you happen to have the exact birth data down to time, as say Bill Gates or Donald Trump, or Warren Buffett, and you are reading this book, then you have your answer. There are additional X factors in play that impact the level of greatness a person can achieve, assuming they have a superior Bazi chart to begin with. Feng Shui's influence. Yang and Yin house Feng Shui play a great role in determining how much of the potential contained in your destiny code can be unlocked or unleashed. You might have the exact same time and date of birth as Bill Gates, but if you aren't living in the same place he is living, knowing the same group of people he knows, meeting the same people he has met, you don't get to maximize your potential as much as he does. Nevertheless, since you still share the same Bazi, you might enjoy similar greatness, just on a different level. For example, a person sharing the same Bazi chart as Mr. Bill Clinton or Mr. George Bush, but living in another country, may not rise to become president of the United States, but he or she may well achieve political success in his or her own country. This person is still a president of a country. He or she is just not the president of the USA. It is all a case of the playing field that you are in, and where you get to unleash the potential of your Bazi. Then there is the Yin house factor. Yes, you have the exact same birth data, even time of birth, as Bill Gates. But are your ancestors buried in the same place as his? Yin house feng shui is the most powerful form of feng shui, and it plays an extremely important role in determining the quality of a family's fortune. Emperors of the past from various Chinese dynasties have painstakingly sought superior burial grounds solely to ensure a lasting dynasty. It is for this reason that the Ming dynasty lasted for more than 300 years, and the Qing dynasty for 260 years. How many dynasties of the business world today survive past the third generation? Not too many, unfortunately. This is the Yin house factor. Ultimately, all things being equal, why does one person rise up and tower above the others? The answer probably lies in the graves of his or her ancestors. Ancestors who are buried in good locations with powerful feng shui give their descendants an added edge, icing on the cake that enables their descendants to enjoy good luck or power or wealth or all of the above if the location is truly superb. This is a book about Bazi, so I will not dwell too much on the issue of the Yin house feng shui. Suffice it to say that when the question arises as to how two people born on the exact same day in the exact same time may have different levels of greatness. The ancestral grave may hold the key. If you wish to know a little bit more about yin and yang house feng shui, I have a book titled Stories and Lessons on Feng Shui that has some of these fascinating stories about yin house feng shui. Besides the feng shui, look at the face. Every year, I conduct an annual forecast talk for over 1,000 Chinese astrology and feng shui enthusiasts who wish to know more about the feng shui and astrology for the year. Once, during a question and answer session, a lady stood and asked a very pertinent and relevant question. She said, "There are thousands of people born in the same animal year and probably using the same feng shui door. So how can they all suffer the same bad luck?" My answer was this: the thousands of people born in the same year using the same feng shui sector in their respective houses don't share the same face. The Chinese art of face reading, or Mingjiang, explains how different features from the face reveal different fortunes and outcomes. By reading a person's eyes, nose, ear, mouth, eyebrows, forehead, and other facial features, the fortunes of a person can also be ascertained. So much so, individuals can have the same bazi, but since they all have different faces, they will all have different outcomes in life. Even twins who share the same bazi do not share the same destiny. The things that you do or don't. Ultimately, making the right choice is what helps to swing your life one way or another. Remember man luck? Having the same bazi as Bill Gates is no use if you don't utilize the potential. There is no shortcut to greatness, even with a superb bazi. Actions set individuals with the same bazi apart. Two people may share the same bazi, but they may not take the same action when faced with a similar fork in the road. A good bazi chart is the basis of a good life and a good luck. A good ancestral burial spot and a good fortune face are icing on the cake. To have a good bazi chart is already a tremendous advantage in life. You may not play in the same field as a Bill Gates does, or be as rich as he is, but you arguably will not be a slouch either. And remember, you will only have half of his problems. A good bazi is like owning a Ferrari. You must know how to drive it and know what it is capable of doing. If you do nothing with it, or drive it on bumpy roads all the time, it would be a waste of an excellent vehicle. The best tool in the world must still be wielded by a master. Now that you have better understood the potential of bazi, let's get on with some analysis, finally. Chapter 5. Bazi Fundamentals. An analyst is only as good as his tools. Now that you have learned how to plot a bazi chart and the luck pillars, you have 2/3 of the tools needed to analyze a bazi chart and decode your own destiny code. The most critical component to bazi analysis is a mastery of the 5 elements and an understanding of the basic principles of yin and yang and qi. At any point in your bazi studies, even as you advance past this book to more advanced materials, always try to correlate everything you learn with these 3 key concepts: yin and yang, qi, and the 5 elements. Yin and yang. There exist 2 opposing, interdependent, and interrelated forces in our universe. Yin and yang are natural forms of energy that are in constant states of change, movement, and interaction. This dynamic relationship creates and governs all life, from birth, growth, sickness, and death. The stages of existence are in constant evolution. The interaction of yin and yang is reflected by night and day, positive and negative, active and passive, hard and soft, fast and slow, male and female, hot and cold, anger and happiness, and so forth. We can see this interplay in nature in the form of the four seasons, where yang is reflected as the peak of summer and yin in the coldness of winter. Yin and yang are therefore the two primordial forms of qi. The interaction between yin and yang subsequently relates to the five phases of qi, known as the five elements. Let's relate this concept to Bazi. The Bazi chart has a static and dynamic quality, yin and yang. Luck, as I have said earlier, can never be always good or always bad. Again, this goes back to the principle of yin and yang. Finally, a good Bazi chart is one where there is a good balance or equilibrium. This is the core of the concept of yin and yang. There cannot be one without the other, and balance or equilibrium is what is sought. Now, with this very elementary knowledge of qi and yin and yang, what can we deduce from a Bazi chart? Well, if the chart is predominantly yin elements or yang elements, we can automatically deduce that the particular Bazi chart is not very good because there is no balance of yin and yang. Why? Because anything that is too yang or too yin indicates a disharmony between the elements. Individuals with such charts may be lonely or unable to express their emotions effectively. A person's chart is completely yang or completely yin when all the heavenly stems and earthly branches in the Bazi are of the same polarity. Every heavenly stem and earthly branch has its unique yin or yang polarity. Refer to the table on the next page for a reference on their polarity. Qi, the essence of life. Qi is life force energy. It cannot be seen or heard. However, its influence can be felt around us and in all places. It is the invisible force that shapes, nurtures, and governs all living beings. From the peaks of the highest mountains to the depths of the deepest oceans, the flow of the rivers to the undulating ridges of the land, and from busy malls to the quaint little corners of the street, qi permeates our world. Qi is the force that brings life to all beings. What does qi have to do with Bazi? In Bazi, we are studying the qi that makes up and influences a person's life at the time of his or her birth. The year qi, the month qi, the day qi, and the hour qi. The 8 characters, the destiny code that forms the Bazi chart, represents the type of qi that is infused in us at the time of our birth. The luck pillars represent the changing or moving qi that will influence us along the path of life. In a good Bazi chart, the qi flows naturally through the chart and is not disrupted by too many clashes. The interaction and interrelations between the qi of your Bazi chart and its corresponding luck pillars are your destiny. The 5 elements. Wu Xing. The theory of the 5 elements is the backbone of all Chinese metaphysical studies. Feng Shui, astrology, Chinese medicine, and even martial arts. I cannot overstate the importance of grasping the 5 elements when it comes to Bazi. The principle of the 5 elements is the core science of decoding a person's destiny code. In the olden days, students of Chinese metaphysics, especially in the professional field of Feng Shui, had to undertake Bazi studies as well. This is because Bazi gives the individual an extremely firm grasp and understanding of the 5 elements, which enables him or her to understand Feng Shui formulas better and apply them correctly. It is also because Bazi works hand in hand with Feng Shui in many aspects that a thorough understanding of Bazi is important in order to be able to effectively practice Feng Shui. Bazi is akin to the diagnosis of a doctor. It probes the person's life to enable the practitioner to assess the past, present, and future life path. Bazi enables the Feng Shui practitioner to understand what the inherent problems are and where the potential dangers lie. When practitioners then apply feng shui, it is akin to a prescription to help smoothen the life path, or perhaps to rectify certain problems or potential pitfalls. Hence, without proper diagnosis, Bazi, it is difficult to prescribe a remedy, feng shui. Strictly speaking, the English term 5 elements is not very accurate and perhaps even a little deceptive. It is supposed to be a translation of the Chinese term Wu Xing, which means the 5 transformations or 5 phases. The 5 elements, wood, water, fire, earth, metal, are in fact the result of the interaction between yin and yang qi during the 5 different phases. They are transformations of qi. The 5 elements represent certain key attributes in a person's chart. For example, water represents a person's wisdom. A good quality water element indicates a person is wise and intelligent, and is capable of thinking clearly and acting astutely in appropriate instances. Conversely, a poor quality water element indicates a person who is slow-witted, foolish, misguided, or irrational in his or her thinking. The element of wood relates to the person's benevolence and gratitude. People who have a good heart, a positive outlook in life, and those who are progressive in nature have good quality wood elements in their chart. Those who lack kindness or compassion, and who are unable to make progress in life, invariably have poor quality wood elements. The element of fire is extremely important because it governs a person's elegance and mannerisms. A good fire element in the chart denotes that the person behaves appropriately, elegantly, and graciously. Fire also represents passion. A poor quality fire element belongs to an individual who gets depressed easily and often feels inadequate. How do you know if a person can be trusted? Look at his or her earth element, because earth represents trustworthiness. Excessive or a lack of earth elements causes problems with the person's stability. Finally, the element of metal. Metal is what gives a person decisiveness, a sense of justice and righteousness. A good quality metal element in a person's chart means a person has good leadership and decision-making ability. The 5 elements in interaction. The 5 elements each have 3 distinctive reactive relationships with each other: a productive relationship, a controlling relationship, and a weakening relationship. We refer to these as the productive cycle, the controlling cycle, and the weakening cycle. The productive cycle. The productive cycle is a phase where the elements support and strengthen each other. In this phase, the relationship is supportive, giving, attractive, pleasing, and generous. This cycle is in harmony and in constant movement. In the productive cycle, the elements feed and support each other. The qi flows smoothly. The cycle can be easily remembered if we rationalize the cycle and see it in a logical manner. Water nourishes plants. Thus, water produces wood. Wood is used to make fire, so wood produces fire. Fire in turn burns material into ashes and forms earth. Fire produces earth. Earth is where we can find minerals, so earth produces metal. Metal through condensation produces water. Thus, metal produces water. The controlling cycle. At first glance, the word controlling sounds negative. Many newcomers to the subject of 5 elements tend to see controlling as something unfavorable or despotic. This is far from the truth. In the context of the 5 elements, controlling merely means to guide and to keep in order. In the area of Chinese metaphysics, the translation of the term from Chinese to English sometimes results in some confusion because it is not possible to exactly translate the words. The Chinese word is ke. There is no actual and accurate translation for this word. The closest words are to control, to counter, or to destroy. It's not correct to classify the controlling cycle as good or bad. Remember yin and yang? There are always two sides of a coin. A world without control is a world without law and order, and chaos reigns. So control is good if it brings order. Proper control denotes responsibility, stability, and peace. On the other hand, too much control becomes a dictatorship and a stifling situation. So too much control is not desirable either. Good control is akin to the control of a mother over her child. The mother exercises restriction and concern over her child's actions and behavior, so that her child would not be endangered or grow up to become a bad person. Bad control is analogous to an abusive parent beating up his child, causing emotional torment and physical pain. So remember, it is fine to control. Control brings order and direction to an element. Thus, it is always desirable to have appropriate controlling element in your Bazi. However, to over-control, now that is different, because over-control involves excessive restriction or stifling. Over-control brings hatred, anger, and frustration. The controlling cycle is how the five elements interact to manage, manipulate, restrain, or influence each other. Learning the controlling cycle is relatively easy as long as you focus on thinking pictorially and using logical deduction. In the controlling sequence, water controls fire because water puts out fire. When the weather is hot, you drink more water to cool down your body temperature or jump into a pool. Fire controls metal because the heat of fire melts and molds metal. This is how raw iron is molded into useful tools of machinery. Metal controls wood because a large tree or a small bush is cut and trimmed using objects made from metal, such as an axe or a saw, scissors, or blades. Wood controls earth. How do you prevent a landslide? You plant trees, shrubs, and bushes to hold the earth together. Earth controls water because no matter how large the lake or ocean is, it is still bordered by earth. A large river can be blocked off by a dam, so earth holds water. The weakening cycle. The third cycle is called the weakening cycle. Once again, do not jump to conclusions about weakening being negative just because it weakens. Remember, in Bazi, we are striving for balance. When an element in the chart is excessively strong, it should be weakened to a certain extent so that there is balance among the elements. Weakening actually means an element has produced another element. It is like a product or an invention. Energy is consumed to generate something. Why do we have a weakening cycle? Any object that is produced weakens what produced it. For example, if a mother gives birth or delivers a baby, her energy and stamina is weakened. The weakening cycle exemplifies this within the context of the five elements. Thus, when an element produces another, it is weakened by its product. For example, when earth produces metal, metal becomes stronger, while earth depletes in strength. Now, think pictorially. If you mine for minerals, which is metal, inside the earth, don't you have to dig and penetrate the earth, weakening the earth? Metal needs to liquefy to produce water. Hence, water weakens metal. Water is used to nourish plants. When the plants absorb the water, water's energy is consumed. Hence, wood weakens water. When we want to make fire, we burn wood. Fire consumes the wood and produces heat. So wood is weakened by fire element. Fire burns and produces ashes, dust, and earth. After combusting everything into ashes, fire will extinguish naturally. Thus, earth weakens fire. Connecting the elements. By understanding the nature and order of the five elements, we are able to understand the chi balance in a Bazi, and in turn, see the strengths and flaws of a person. In a Ba-Z chart where the 5 elements are balanced, the qi flows smoothly, and this denotes a good life. Now, once you have mastered the 5 elements and the 3 cycles, you need to place the 5 elements within the context of the 10 heavenly stems and the 12 earthly branches. The earthly branches' 5-element relationships. A Ba-Z chart consists entirely of the 5 elements, as represented by the heavenly stem and earthly branches. When we are examining the interrelationship and interaction between the heavenly stems and earthly branches, we use the 5 elements to understand and appreciate the relationship. Accordingly, it is good to try to commit to memory the 5-element cycles. This will help you a lot as you progress through this book. Alternatively, bookmark this section so that you can keep referring back to the 5-element cycles. A little teaser. The 5 elements in your Ba-Z chart will subsequently transform to 5 main key aspects in a person's life. I call them the 5 factors: wealth, influence, companion, resource, and output. These 5 factors will help you decode your destiny code. It is essential to convert your understanding of the 5 elements into heavenly stems or earthly branches. For instance, Jiark and Yi, wood, will produce Bing and Ding, fire, control Wu and Ji, earth, and weaken Run and Kuei, water. Follow the diagram below to familiarize yourself with the 5-element cycle using the heavenly stems format. After you've achieved a firm grasp on the 5 elements, proceed to the next chapter. We are going to do some analysis. Chapter 6: Finding the Favorable Element. Despite its overuse in this world, the concept of yin and yang is the core and an essential part of Chinese metaphysical subjects such as feng shui and Ba-Z. At the center of the concept of yin and yang is the idea of equilibrium. Hence, when evaluating a Ba-Z chart, we are really looking to see if the chart has a good balance of elements. We don't want in a Ba-Z too few or too many of certain elements, or certain elements being too weak or too strong either. Balance is the key. Balance carries a different meaning in each chart. Sometimes charts are in themselves fairly well balanced, comprised mainly of favorable elements. These are considered superior charts. Other times, a chart is strongly dependent on a single element to bring balance. If this balancing element is not only in the chart, but is of good quality as well, then the chart is still considered a superior chart. B-grade charts, or less superior charts, are usually charts where the chart is not balanced intrinsically, and the element that is needed to balance the chart is of poor quality. In C or D grade charts, the balancing element is not the best choice for the particular daymaster. Hence, an important part of evaluating a Ba-Z chart is the process of weighing the strengths and weaknesses of the 5 elements in the chart and determining which are the crucial elements that either bring balance to the chart or maintain the balance in the chart. Since there are only 5 elements, the process of elimination is a relatively easy process. The difficulty lies in determining which of the 5 elements it is, and in the case of certain charts, where 2 or 3 of the elements appear to hold the key to the balance of the chart, which is the best element to choose. Now, of course, you might be asking yourself, is there such a thing as a perfectly balanced chart? Remember, the quantity of the elements is not the indicator of balance. In Ba-Z, we must not ever be fixated on quantity when it comes to finding the chart's balance or conducting a Ba-Z analysis. We must always be looking at quality. Having an equal number of all the elements is by no means the definitive means of judging whether or not a Ba-Z chart is balanced. The quality of the elements is also an important consideration. What do we mean when we talk about the quality of the elements? We are evaluating whether these elements are sentimental or antagonistic, and whether or not there is a smooth interdependent relationship between the elements. Does the chi flow smoothly in the chart? Is each element interdependent on one another? Begin with the Daymaster. The reference point for any Bazi chart is always the Daymaster. Quick reminder, the Daymaster is the heavenly stem found in the Day pillar. The Daymaster is also known as the self element. The first step in evaluating a Bazi is to determine the strength of the Daymaster. To do this, we look at the earthly branch found in the month pillar. This is known as identifying the season of your birth. You do not need to be concerned with the entire month pillar. Just look at the month of birth's earthly branch. This is the first and most important step in analyzing a Bazi chart. The earthly branch of the month pillar is known as the Yu Ling, or season master. The strength of the Daymaster is almost always evaluated with reference to the season. At this point, you might be wondering, what is all this talk about the seasons? What if I live in Newfoundland, where it's cold 9 months of the year? Or in Malaysia, where there is no winter? Or in Australia, where Christmas is probably the hottest time of the year? The concept of the seasons in Bazi is simply a form of descriptive terminology. It is not based on the real climates or the real seasons changing. Remember how the ancient sages used household domestic animals to describe the earthly branches? Similarly, the use of the seasons is just a code to describe the strength of the chi of a particular element. So how do you know which season you are born in? Look at the chart here. This table explains which animal sign of the earthly branches belongs to which season. It is useful to commit to memory the information in the table on this page. For example, it's helpful to be able to remember that yin, tiger, mao, rabbit, and chen, dragon, as spring, and shi, snake, wu, horse, and wei, goat, are summer. So what does the season have to do with the strength of the Daymaster or self-element? You see, in each season, certain elements are stronger or weaker. Wood, for example, is very strong in spring, while fire is prosperous in summer. It's not difficult to remember which element is strongest in which season if you utilize the pictorial method. What flourishes, blooms, and grows during spring? The trees, the flowers, the grass, all of which are represented by wood. At the height of summer, naturally, fire is strong because summer is when it is the most hot. You might be thinking, there are 5 elements, but only 4 seasons. So what is the season of Earth? Earth is read rather uniquely, and determining how to read Earth lies in the ending month of each season. For example, the Chen, dragon month, is the last month of spring, so people born in the Chen month are considered to have spring Earth. The Wei, goat month, is regarded as the last month of summer and is regarded as summer Earth. The Su, dog month, is the autumn Earth, while the Chao, ox month, is the winter Earth. Strength of the elements. The above chart describes the 5 stages of strength for each of the 5 elements, with reference to the 4 seasons. This chart provides a very simple and quick means to evaluate the strength of a Daymaster based on the season of birth. The 4 seasons. In this section, I delve a little more deeply into how the seasons are used to evaluate the strength of the Daymaster or self-element. Remember at all times while you are reading through this book to think pictorially. Finally, look out for key words like prosperous, weak, trap, strong, and dead. These are the keys to appreciating the importance of the seasons in evaluating a person's Bazi. Also, Remember to think about the five-element cycle pictorially, and not just the production cycle, but the controlling and the countering cycle. Spring season. Spring is the season of wood. Hence, wood is the most prosperous element here. Thus, a wood daymaster, born in any of the spring season's earthly branches, namely yin, tiger, mao, rabbit, or chen, dragon, is considered to be a daymaster born in a timely, prosperous season. This means the wood is vibrant and thriving. In the five elements, wood produces fire, so fire in the month of spring is also considered strong, with long-lasting flames of the fire. Thus, fire element is strong in spring. In spring, wood is strong. Thus, water is weak. Why? Remember the five elements. Think now of the weakening cycle. When wood is so prosperous and strong, it naturally consumes a lot of water. But water is not completely drained of chi either, because spring season comes just after winter, and winter is the season of water. Hence, water is weak in spring. In spring, metal is considered to be trapped. This means that chi is frail and fragile. Furthermore, in spring, wood is strong, vibrant, and thriving. Metal, which in the five elements controlling cycle controls wood, cannot do so and will be blunted from all the chopping of wood. In the season of spring where wood rules supreme, earth would be dead. Why? Because in the cycle of the five elements, wood controls earth. As wood is very strong, it will over-control earth, thereby making earth very weak. Although the chen or dragon element is earth, it is still the spring season where wood chi is strong. Thus, this type of wu, earth in this month, looks hard and thick, but is actually weak inside. This concept of analyzing earth is slightly sophisticated, and I will elaborate on it in later books. Right now, treat this as just an initial taste or appetizer, and don't worry if you don't understand the concept completely right away. Summer season. In summer season, because it is the season of fire, clearly fire is the most prosperous element. So a fire day master, meaning Bing or Ding, born in any of the summer season earthly branches. Zi, snake. Wu, horse. Wei, goat, is considered to be born in a timely, prosperous season. This means the fire is very vibrant, shining, and bright. As fire produces earth in the five-element cycle, so an Earth Day Master, meaning Wu or Ji, born in the month of summer, is considered strong. In the season of fire, wood will be weak, because wood is weak when fire is so prosperous. A lot of wood will be consumed for it to burn brightly. But wood cannot be regarded as totally and extremely weak, because summer is just one season away from spring, which is the season of wood. So wood chi is weak in summer. Water is very weak in summer. As the heat of summer is strong, water will evaporate. Water is in the trap stage of chi during summer months, meaning chi at this stage is frail and fragile. Although in the controlling cycle, water controls fire, in summer, fire is very strong, so water, which is already weak, cannot control fire adequately. In the season of summer when fire rules supreme, metal is dead. Why? Because in the cycle of the five elements, fire will control metal. As fire is extremely powerful and strong, it will over-control the metal element. Thus, metal will be very weak. Autumn season. Autumn is the season of metal, so we say that metal is the most prosperous element. So a metal day master, meaning Gung or Sin, born in any of the autumn season earthly branches, Shen, monkey, Yu, rooster, and Su, dog, is considered to be born in a timely, prosperous season. This means the metal is very shiny, strong, and beautiful. Metal produces water, so water in the month of autumn is also considered strong. In the season of metal, earth will be weak. Why? Because for metal to be so prosperous, a lot of earth will be dug up to produce metal. However, the earth element cannot be regarded as completely weak because autumn is just one season away from summer, which is the season of fire. So there's plenty left over of earth. Remember, earth is also strong in summer. So we say earth chi is only weak, but not that weak, in autumn. Fire is very weak in autumn. It is in the trap stage of chi, meaning chi at this stage is frail and fragile. Now, in the controlling cycle of the 5 elements, fire controls metal. But in autumn, metal is so strong, fire cannot heat, mold, or melt the excess metal. Fire is outnumbered and made weak. In the metal season of autumn, where metal chi rules supreme, wood would be dead. Again, let's refer to the 5 elements. Metal controls wood, but since this is over control of an element, wood will be very weak. Winter season. Winter is the season of water, so water is the most prosperous element. A water day master, meaning Run or Quay, born in any of the winter season's earthly branches, Hai, pig, Si, rat, and Chow, ox, is considered to be born in a timely, prosperous season. This means the water is very strong, radiant, and flowing. Water produces wood, so wood in the month of winter is also considered strong. In the season of water, metal will be weak, because for water to be so prosperous, metal will be exhausted by the task of condensing the water. However, the metal element cannot be regarded as completely weak, because winter is just one season away from autumn, which was the season of metal, so there's plenty left over of metal chi. So we say metal chi is weak in winter. Earth chi is very weak in winter. It is in the trap stage of chi, meaning chi at this stage is frozen and hardened. Now, in the controlling cycle of the 5 elements, earth is supposed to control water. But in winter, water is so strong and earth is frozen. It cannot control the excess water. Earth is flooded and weak. In the season of winter, where water chi rules supreme, fire would be dead. Again, let's refer to the 5 elements. Water controls fire, but since this is over control of an element, fire will be completely extinguished. The season says it all. You might be wondering, what about the other heavenly stems and earthly branches in the Bazi chart? Don't they count towards something? Yes, of course they do. And as your understanding of Bazi develops, the other heavenly stems and earthly branches will come into play. Even then, they are of secondary importance. The primary indicator of the strength of every chart is significantly dependent on the month of birth, as this dictates the seasonal chi strength. The above method of determining the strength of the daymaster based on the season is just the first step in the study of Bazi. There are always exceptions to the general principles and other more sophisticated techniques of evaluating daymasters, as well as exceptions that relate to the condition of the daymasters, which will be discussed in more advanced books. This is a beginner's book, an entryway, so I have begun with simple ideas, concepts, and techniques designed to enable you to be able to engage in analysis by the end of this book. Having said that, basing the judgment of the daymaster's strength on the month of birth is by and large still the most accurate means of quickly and simply evaluating the strength of a Bazi. As you progress through this book and the other books in the series, you will be exposed to more sophisticated techniques for evaluating the daymaster's strength. But for now, stick to the month of birth. In later books, I will share with you more sophisticated concepts, methods, and techniques on determining the Daymaster's strengths. Finding the favorable element. After you've determined the strength of the Daymaster through the seasons of your birth month, you need to determine which is the most favorable element that the Bazi chart needs to achieve balance. The concept of balance is not an easy one. If only it were as simple as making the number of elements add up. In essence, in the study and practice of Bazi, what we are looking for is a Daymaster that is not too weak, not too strong, but just right. Take a look at this example. This is a wood Daymaster born in the month of Wu, horse. Which season does the horse month belong to? Summer. This wood is born at the height of summer, when fire is the strongest. Now remember, think pictorially. If fire is strong, it will consume wood. Wood chi in summer month is considered weak. So what then is the favorable element? Whatever strengthens and supports the wood, which in this case is water. How do we arrive at this conclusion? Let's think about the 5-element cycle and use it to eliminate the possibilities. Weak wood does not need to be weakened any further, but strengthened. Fire, as we already know, consumes wood, therefore weakening it. So fire cannot be the favorable element. Weak wood does not want to be chopped by metal either, so metal is not the favorable element. So what grows wood? Water. Hence, water is the favorable element. What does this mean now that we found the favorable element? After pinpointing it, let's evaluate the person's luck based on his or her luck cycle. If this person is to go through the water element in the luck pillars or annual pillars, then this person will experience good fortune, and his life path is likely to be smooth and generally not too difficult during these years. By contrast, if he were to go through the fire element in his luck pillars, he will suffer bad fortune or bad luck. What is this bad luck? It may mean obstacles in life, difficulties with relationships with those around him, generally a less than smooth situation. Useful God versus favorable element. If you've had some exposure to Bazi, you may have heard of this concept called the useful God, or Yang Xin in Chinese. This is an advanced Bazi concept that will be covered in my next book. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Practice familiarizing yourself with the 5 elements and finding the favorable element first. Don't be misled into thinking beginner's material is not useful. Sometimes, like all wisdom in life, the most profound things are often the most simple ones. Complicated techniques do not always necessarily ensure accuracy or the right answer, and in Chinese metaphysical studies, we must always remember to go back to the basics and key principles. Your goal at this point, and by the end of this book, is to be able to tell whether a person is currently undergoing good or bad luck, and when they will experience good or bad luck. Focus on answering this question first. The rest will come as you progress through this book and Bazi studies in general. I promise. The have and the have-nots. Let's look at the same Bazi chart, but change a few elements a little bit, and you'll see how the situation is very different. Pictured here, we have example A and example B. Now, both A and B are born in the same month. Based on our earlier analysis, we concluded that a Jiark person born in the horse month would have water as his favorable element and fire as his unfavorable element, with Jiark being Yang wood. In example A here, there is a Kui water in the year stem, and in example B, there is a Bing fire in the month stem. Which is the better Bazi chart? A's chart is better because there is a favorable element present in the chart. In B's chart, not only is there no favorable element, but there is an additional unfavorable element, being fire, right in the month pillar. So, the person in example B must wait until he goes through water element years in his luck or annual pillars to have the benefit of his favorable element. The person in example A, by contrast, already has the water element in his Bazi to help him out. What do these two examples, coupled with the earlier example, show us? How do we separate the wheat from the chaff? What is a good chart and a not so good chart? Remember, the chart with the favorable element actually present is always better than the one without the favorable element in it. What if both charts also have the favorable element? Then your comparison would be which one is in a better position in the chart than the other. Let's try another example. This day master is Gung, metal born in the Shin monkey metal month. Shin monkey is the season of autumn. In autumn, metal is prosperous, so clearly, this is a strong, prosperous metal day master. Since it is strong metal, what element do you think is this chart's favorable element and unfavorable element? Take a moment and think about it. Pause if you need to. Gung is raw metal or iron ore. Metal that has been dug out from the earth is useless unless it is forged or molded into something useful, like a sword or an axe. So strong metal needs fire to make it useful. So you might be thinking, easy. Obviously the favorable element for this chart is fire, right? Rewind back to the section on the 4 seasons, which explains the strength of each of the 5 elements in the individual seasons. Remember that in autumn, fire is in the trap stage. It is weak and fragile. Imagine weak fire trying to mold and melt a huge boulder of raw metal ore. It would be extremely difficult. So what is the solution? We need to feed the fire a little to make it strong. So some wood would be helpful. So the favorable element in this chart would be both fire and wood, which means if this chart encounters fire and wood in the luck pillars, this person will enjoy good luck. Does this chart need more metal element? Definitely not. Why not? It is already strong metal, so more metal would not balance out the chi. Remember what I said earlier about how a chart had to be balanced. The Daymaster should neither be too strong nor too weak. Too strong an element is a flaw in the Bazi chart, and it means that when the person goes through metal element pillars in the luck cycle, he will not enjoy good fortune. The chart reading will of course be a little more complicated than this, because there are 8 characters instead of just a few we've chosen as examples. Sometimes, in Bazi, people get confused because they try to look at a Bazi and derive everything from it all at one go. The trick with Bazi is to always focus on looking for one thing at a time. At this stage, concentrate on evaluating the Bazi based on the strength of the Daymaster. Joey's quick guide to assessing the favorable element. These are very simplified guidelines that will enable a quick evaluation of the favorable element. Bazi is a layered and deep subject, so to keep things simple, I have come up with these general guidelines. As your knowledge of Bazi grows and deepens, the exceptions to these guidelines are easier to understand. But for now, you may utilize these guidelines to help you analyze your own chart. The key to utilizing these guidelines is to first determine if your Daymaster is strong or weak. The strong Daymaster. Strong Daymaster favors controlling another element, being controlled by another element, or producing another element. If your Daymaster is strong, your choices of favorable elements are the element the Daymaster controls, the element that controls the Daymaster, the element that the Daymaster produces. Now you might be curious as to why. Remember again what I said earlier about a balance. We want a daymaster that is not too strong, not too weak. If your daymaster is strong, you should make it less strong to achieve balance. How do we reduce the strength? Now, let's think 5 elements again. By controlling another element, the daymaster has to exert strength. So a strong daymaster will usually favor the element it controls. A strong daymaster can also keep its excessive strength in control by being controlled by another element. For example, a very strong gung metal needs to be kept in shape by the fire element. Since fire controls metal in the 5-element cycle, fire is needed to mold the excessive metal. A strong daymaster can also achieve balance by producing an element. Remember the 5-element cycle. To produce something, the daymaster's strength will be reduced. So using the example of strong wood, that is, wood born in spring or in winter season, we can say that fire is a favorable element because fire will consume some of the excessive wood qi, thus weakening the wood slightly. Remember, if your daymaster is strong, it should either control, be controlled, or produce. Now, what is unfavorable, then, for a strong daymaster? Clearly, that which is already strong does not need to be strengthened even more, as this will lead to imbalance. So any element that adds to the strength of the daymaster will be considered unfavorable. A strong daymaster dislikes the same element or the element that produces the daymaster. If, for example, your daymaster is a strong Kuei water, your chart will not favor any additional water, obviously. Your daymaster would also not favor metal because metal produces water, thus adding to its strength and making the Bazi imbalanced. Remember, if your daymaster is strong, it does not need the same element or the element that produces it, because the same element and the element that produces the daymaster only serves to make it even stronger. And so, the weak daymaster favors the same element or the element that produces the daymaster. Things are a bit easier if the daymaster is weak. If your daymaster is weak, then your choices for favorable elements can only be the element that produces your daymaster or the element that is the same with the daymaster. Why? A weak daymaster needs more of the same element to be stronger. Imagine a puddle of water that has more water added to it. Doesn't it get stronger? Or the element that produces it, which has the effect of creating more of the element. So if you are a weak ruin water, for example, water and metal would be your favorable elements. The weak daymaster dislikes controlling another element, being controlled by another element, or producing another element. What are the elements that a weak daymaster dislikes? A weak daymaster does not like to be further controlled by an opposing element, since it is already weak, and more control will be over-control. Remember what we said earlier about how over-control is not desirable. A weak daymaster also does not like to have to produce more because this weakens it even further by depleting its strength. A weak daymaster also does not like to control another element, as this saps its strength as well. Analyze this. Now that you have established your favorable and unfavorable element, you can begin to determine not just your own luck cycle, whether you are currently going through good or bad luck, but also utilize this knowledge to unlock your destiny code and the meaning behind the elements in your Bazi. Chapter 7. The 5 Factors. If it is destined to be in your life, you will eventually get it. But if you are not destined to have such a thing, don't force it. Let it be. Chinese saying. At this stage, you should already be familiar with your own Bazi chart and the various elements in your chart. You would have also identified your day master and determined your favorable and unfavorable elements. In this chapter, we look at the question of just what all those different elements really mean. Your Bazi is your destiny code. Each of the elements holds within it a meaning. The elements can represent people, such as a superior, an employee, or a family member, or actions or personality traits or abilities. At later stages of your studies, you will learn that these elements also represent events and outcomes. In this chapter, I will explain to you what the elements mean for each of the 10 types of daymasters. Yes, each element means something different to each one of the 10 different daymasters. Why are there 10 different types of daymasters? Because there are 10 types of heavenly stems, and each can be an individual's daymaster. In case you've forgotten, here are the 10 heavenly stems again. As there are 5 elements, so each element represents one of what I call the 5 factors. The 5 factors are wealth, output, influence, resource, and companion. Now, the names make sense to you at this point in time. The important thing is not to try to put dictionary type meanings to these phrases, but to remember that the meaning becomes specific once the context has been ascertained. For now, view them as part of the language of Bazi. You are now starting to learn the language of Bazi. If you want to learn this art, you must learn to speak its language. Remember also that the elements that represent these 5 factors change, depending on what is your daymaster. So, for example, the element of fire may be the companion element for a fire daymaster, but it will be the output element for a wood daymaster. I must emphasize that at all times, the daymaster is the reference point when evaluating a Bazi chart. In the following section, I will explain the meaning of each of the 5 factors. Just remember that each factor is neither good nor bad. Whether they are good or bad will depend upon whether these are favorable or unfavorable elements. Throughout this book and this chapter, you must always keep in mind the 5 elements and the various 5 element cycles. Whenever you are not sure, do try to refer back to the 5 element cycle, which is reproduced below for your reference. Remember that in Bazi, our goal is about the balance of these elements in the chart. Wealth. Money may not help you achieve everything in life, but without money, there is a whole lot more you cannot achieve. Chinese saying. In this world, whether we like it or not, an individual's financial condition does shape his or her destiny tremendously. There are a lot of things money can't buy, but without money, there would be a lot of inconvenience and lack of opportunities. The wealth element in a person's Bazi chart represents direct income and indirect income. Direct income refers to salary or earned and residual income. Indirect income refers to revenue from businesses, your investment portfolio, income from real estate sales, royalties, and other investment-related revenue. The wealth element is the element that is controlled by the daymaster in the 5 element cycle. The rationale for this is quite simple. A person controls his or her assets or property, which is how his or her wealth is established or tabulated. Accordingly, in Bazi, what your daymaster, which represents you, controls, therefore represents your wealth. Sometimes the wealth element is referred to as the wealth star. In Bazi terminology, star and element are used synonymously and sometimes interchangeably. Remember what I said earlier about how Bazi is like an onion with many layers? Well, the wealth star, to a male, also represents his wife star. This concept harkens back to the old days, when a man's wealth was measured by the number of wives he had, and the fact that in the old days, a man's wife was considered his chattel. Thus, if a man has a good quality wealth star in his destiny code, he will also have a very good wife. Vice versa, a poor quality wealth star denotes a less than desirable wife. I must emphasize that this principle applies only to men. For women, the wealth element does not represent the husband. For a woman, her husband is represented by what is called the influence element. A little patience, we will get there. A little personal note. In the course of teaching Bazi over the years, I have noticed that some women do not like to be viewed as an asset. I think women shouldn't take this concept too personally. Remember, this is just the way we classify the attributes of the elements and their relationships in the study of Bazi. This is the way it has been since the inception of Bazi, and we should not change this approach just because we don't like the idea of a woman being an asset. I often tell the female students in my class that being viewed as an asset is infinitely better than being classified as a liability. Surely? I must emphasize that the wealth element need not be many to make a chart of a rich person. It is always the quality and not the quantity that we are concerned with when analyzing a person's destiny code. How do you find out what your wealth element is? For quick reference, check the chart below to find out what your wealth element is. So for example, if you are a wood day master, then your wealth element is earth. You will need to know the elements of the heavenly stems and earthly branches in order to fully appreciate the little table above. In case you have forgotten these elements, here is a quick reference for you. Keep in mind that each wealth element has a yin and yang manifestation. In my later books, I will introduce this concept called the 10 gods, which provides more depth for Bazi analysis and further analyzes the wealth star as direct wealth and indirect wealth. In a man's Bazi, the wife is usually represented by the direct wealth star specifically. But to keep things simple for now, we will keep the analysis collectively to just the term wealth star. How do we analyze the wealth element? Sometimes in a Bazi chart, we may see the wealth element being clashed away. This means that the man may face the possibility of losing wealth at that particular period of time, or may face separation from his wife, or the loss of a wife. For example, in a Bazi chart with the Sin, which is yin metal daymaster, its wealth element is wood. In this chart, the wealth element is the Mao, rabbit, earthly branch. Now, remember what I keep saying about the number of elements. It's not about how many you have. A chart that is surrounded by wealth elements is not necessarily the chart of a rich person. It could be the chart of the teller who works at the bank. They are, after all, surrounded by money. It just isn't theirs. Keep reminding yourself, quality, not quantity. In Bazi, there is a saying, too much wealth deteriorates the health. Remember that too many wealth elements weaken the daymaster. Let's take a look at this example. This gentleman is Sin, metal, born in Chin, dragon month. Chin, dragon, is the season of spring when wood is the strongest. Note that although the Chin dragon earthly branch is an earth element, Chin dragon month is one of the months in the season of spring, so we view it as spring earth. In spring, naturally the strongest element is wood. Inside the spring earth Chin, there is no metal. This chart is surrounded by earth elements, which is wood. Notice the Jiark wood in the month stem is rooted in the month and the year branches of Chin dragon and Yin tiger. Perhaps at this point you might be puzzled with the term rooted. Rooted refers to an instance when the same element is found in the hidden stems underneath the earthly branches. Every earthly branch contains hidden stems. Don't worry about the technicalities of hidden stems at this stage. As you progress through this book and your knowledge of Bazi grows, you will be able to appreciate better their significance. This Sin Metal Daymaster is weak. The cause for this weakness? There are too many wealth elements. The wealth elements are his unfavorable elements. That is why this gentleman has trouble making ends meet and is constantly having money problems. He is surrounded by money, but it is not money that he can take in the sense of putting it in his pocket. His Sin Metal Daymaster is not strong enough to control the wealth element, which is wood. This also means that wood becomes a negative element. Next, take a look at the luck pillars below. This chart first goes through 30 years of fire luck. Check the earthly branches between the ages of 7 to 27. They are Z, snake, Wu, horse, and Wei, goat. These are known as the southern fire direction. This means that during the first 30 years of this gentleman's life, he is going through fire luck. This Sin metal is weak. It does not want to see the fire element because fire further weakens its strength. From our analysis, we can say that this person can expect the first 30 years of his life to be hard and difficult years. Output. Output is the term used to describe the element that is produced by the Daymaster. For example, if your Daymaster is wood, then your output element is fire. Why? Because wood produces fire in the 5 elements production cycle. Have a look at the quick reference table here to determine what your Daymaster's output element is. What does this concept of output mean? The output element has many layers. It can represent a person's creativity, intelligence, ability to perform, ability to rise to the occasion, or it can represent a person's expressive abilities or quickness of mind. It also represents the ability to go against the norm, to achieve the extraordinary, to stand out in front of a crowd, to initiate a plan, or to execute a strategy. The output element also represents the individual's products, things he or she has created or invented. Output element, of course, also represents a person's persuasive prowess. Whether you can get your message across clearly and effectively all depends on the quality of your Bazi's output element. When you use your abilities or intelligence to produce outcomes or results at work, you are using your output element. Output enables the person to express his or her ideas effectively and productively, to get the message across, to communicate, and to persuade others. A chart where the output element is a favorable element normally belongs to people who have a strong personal drive and determination to succeed. A favorable output element may also denote that the person will be creative and have talents relating to speaking, teaching, marketing, or in performing arts like acting, singing, and dancing. Authors, musicians, directors, and scriptwriters are people who usually have beautiful output elements. When we judge the output element, we are looking at its quality. Finding one is not good enough. It needs to be of good quality, to be beautiful, to be useful to a Bazi chart. You might be wondering why I keep using the words beautiful and quality to describe the elements. This is because not every Daymaster reacts the same way to their output elements, nor do all Daymasters use their output elements equally as well. As your study of Bazi advances, you will appreciate this concept better. But for now, just remember that having a certain element, while it is a start, is not the be-all, end-all when it comes to Bazi analysis. This is a beginner's book you are holding, so I'm going slowly and steadily. Without a good output element, an individual will be gullible and an easy mark for everything ranging from school children selling raffle tickets to con men. A person with a weak or unfavorable output element may find themselves in possession of unwanted magazine subscriptions or tickets to the secretary's fundraiser ball. An unfavorable output element normally is one of the big reasons why people who should say no end up saying yes. Charts where the output element is an unfavorable element usually belong to people who have difficulties in expressing themselves. Alternatively, they will be timid individuals or people who, despite their abilities, never quite seem to get noticed or recognition for their efforts or work. An output element problem, such as a clash or combination, usually indicates a problem with staff, such as your staff being headhunted or resigning. Quick note, don't be too concerned about what the clash or combination concepts are at this point. You will learn more about them as you advance through this book. Now, let's take a look at an example of the output element here. This lady is Yi Wood, born in Yin Tiger Month. Yin Tiger is the season of spring, when the wood element is the strongest. Notice also that the Wei goat earthly branch contains minor roots of wood. Most importantly, look at the time of birth. It is Si rat hour, which contains water to feed the wood day master. This Yi wood is strong and vibrant. What it needs is some output element, which is fire. Fire helps bring warmth to the cold, early spring month. Fire also brings balance to the chart, as the wood is strong and needs to be weakened a little. So the favorable element is fire, which is right next to the daymaster. Fire in this chart is the output element, and it is a favorable element. This person's Bazi shows that she is talented, outspoken, and has the ability to learn quickly. Her talents will bring her wealth, as fire produces earth, her wealth element. This person also already has wealth elements in her chart. Notice the Wu and Ji earth inside the Yin tiger and two Wei goat earthly branches. She will eventually be very wealthy. Influence. The influence element is sometimes described as the power element in some books on 4 pillars of destiny. I think that the term power does not do justice to the concept, nor does it provide sufficient shading to the concept, which can be subtle and indirect. So I prefer to use the word influence. The influence element in Bazi is the element that controls the daymaster. Don't be misled by the word control. It doesn't always carry a negative connotation. Control here is more like the control a mother exerts over her child. When a mother tells her child what to do and what not to do to prevent the child from growing up to be a bad person, this is not negative control. This is control in the form of guidance and supervision. Look at the chart now to determine what is the influence element for your daymaster. What does the influence element refer to? Broadly, the influence element refers to nobility, authority, and charisma. Ever been at a function or party where one person walks into a room and suddenly all the attention just moves towards this person? Or what about people who seem to bring the sunshine with them whenever they enter a room? This is the effect of the influence element in a person's chart. The influence element also represents law and order, rules, and regulation. It makes sense. After all, rules, regulations, and laws exist to control people, correct? Imagine a world without laws. A world without traffic laws would mean that people would be driving in different directions, no traffic lights, and massive chaos. Control is the means to bring order to the world, and therefore, eliminate chaos. Hence, the influence element, the element which enables control, is important in a person's chart as it enables them to exercise self-control and behave. A favorable influence element normally denotes a person who is law-abiding, conservative, respectful, and honest. Now, like all things, we don't want too much control. Too much influence will cause the chart to become imbalanced, and the daymaster will dislike being overly controlled. What happens when a parent over-controls their child? The child rebels. The same thing with the Bazi. If the influence element is too strong, You are looking at the Bazi of a rebel, a nonconformist, someone who defies authority or must always walk their own path in life. An unfavorable influence element usually results in a person who is radical, restless, and does not like to take orders and advice from others. Women should take special note of the influence element, as this is the element that represents the husband. The influence element is also called the husband star in a woman's Bazi. This Rern water man is born in the month of Si, Rat. Si, Rat month is the winter season. In winter, the strongest element is water. So this person's Rern water daymaster is classified as strong. Perhaps a little too strong. Rern water is the water of the river or the lake. Think pictorially now. This Rern water is not the calm lake where the waves lap gently on the banks. It's more like a torrential, gushing waterfall. What is needed to balance it? A little earth to help control and direct the water by damming it up. Earth is the influence element in this chart, and because it is needed by the Rern water daymaster, it is a favorable element. Having decoded this person's Bazi, we can determine that this individual is someone who respects the rules, is law-abiding, is principled, righteous, and disciplined, since the influence element also represents self-control. Now, remember the influence element also represents a person's status and position. A favorable influence element denotes that the person will achieve certain ranking or certain positions in life, and or will command respect from others. Finally, the influence element also represents elegance, nobility, and charisma. Remember what I said earlier about the influence element being the element that represents a woman's husband element. Let's take a look at an example now. This woman is Ji, Earth, born in Yin Tiger month. It is the season of spring, when wood is the strongest element. Wood is the influence element to a G Earth person. This means that this lady's influence element is born in the season in which it is strongest. Her influence element, wood, is very strong. You will notice that I have read the chart slightly different this time. You see, you can actually, using the month's earthly branch, determine the strength of each and every one of the elements, and not just that of the daymaster. Now, this is quite an advanced concept in Bazi analysis, so if you don't quite understand how it works, don't worry. Remember, analyzing your Bazi and unveiling the destiny code is like peeling an onion. Go layer by layer. Now, what about the daymaster? This G-Earth daymaster is not weak. It has roots in the Wei, goat, which contains earth, and also the Shu, dog, in the year pillar, which also contains earth. In Bazi, if you're too weak, you don't like to be controlled. You need to be a little bit strong. This G-Earth is strong enough to be able to accept the control of the influence element. Since this G-Earth actually likes the control of the influence element, and the influence element is of good quality, this denotes that this G-Earth lady has good husband luck and will enjoy a good marriage. Resource. The resource element is the element that produces your daymaster. Since resource is the element that feeds the daymaster, it represents the person's thinking and knowledge, the person's learning ability, wisdom, thoughts, and knowledge. This element also represents a person's family background or the support from superiors. Resource also represents intuition or sixth sense. It represents help or assistance received. Individuals with good resource elements are individuals who are intelligent, who enjoy learning, and are focused on self-improvement. Individuals with resource as their unfavorable element, however, will have poor intellectual skills and probably many bad habits. If a person has too many resource elements, they are likely to be lazy and pessimistic. So, as I said before, balance is the key. You do not want too many or too little resource. As resource represents the ability to learn, so an unfavorable resource element indicates a person who doesn't like to learn. On the other hand, if a person's resource element is needed, or is one of the favorable elements in the chart, this is likely to be an individual who likes to study or learn many new things. The resource element is usually what Bazi practitioners evaluate when asked to determine if a child will excel in his or her examinations. If the resource element is in good condition, then the child will likely enjoy academic or scholastic success. What does good condition mean? This means it is supported or correctly utilized based on the entire Bazi chart. In a chart where the resource element is clashed away or is hurt by opposing heavenly stems and earthly branches, this denotes bad fortune in exams. It may also indicate that a person's mother will be ill during that period, since the resource element also represents a person's mother in his or her chart. An unfavorable resource element can also result in a person being a negative thinker. This is Ding Fire, born in Hai, Pig month. Hai Pig is winter season, where the water element is the strongest. Water puts out fire. Fire needs wood to strengthen itself. So wood is regarded as favorable in this chart. Wood to a fire daymaster is the resource element. A person with resource as a favorable element will naturally like to learn a lot and pursue many academic dreams, as resource represents input or knowledge. When a person needs resource, he or she will naturally tend to be inclined towards intellectual pursuits. You could say that the person is also intelligent, as resource element represents intelligence. This person's chart indicates that he or she is also gentle and forgiving, as such are the characteristics of the resource element. Companion. The companion element is the same element as the daymaster. Look at the quick reference chart here to determine what is your companion element. As the companion element is the same element as your daymaster, it represents a person's willpower, thoughts, sense of self-esteem, self-consciousness, and self-confidence. It also represents his or her personal outlook in life, how a person perceives or feels about him or herself. Companion elements also represent friends, siblings, and rivals or competitors. Companion elements help a person have a healthy measure of personal ambition and drive to succeed. A person whose chart has good companion elements will never be lonely in life. This person will always be surrounded by friends and supporters. By contrast, a person without any companion elements or too many companion elements is likely to be solitary or always feel lonely. Having no companion elements, or having too many, creates an imbalanced chart. Now you might be wondering, how can having many companion elements result in a person being lonely? Remember, we are never concerned with quantity. We are always talking about quality. And as the section on wealth has demonstrated, many does not always denote better. In a Bazi chart, your companion elements also represent your siblings. If your companion element is unfavorable to you, you will not have good affinity with your siblings. Conversely, if your companion element is favorable, you will enjoy a good relationship with your siblings. A chart with negative or unfavorable companions elements belongs to a person with either an ego problem or low self-esteem. A quick clarification. The word or term companion here does not refer to spouse or lover. Remember, your spouse element is, if you are a man, your wealth element, and if you are a woman, your influence element. Don't let the word companion give you the wrong idea. Example. This person is a Yi Wood born in the month of Yin Tiger. Yin Tiger is the spring season when the wood element is prosperous. What does prosperous mean? It's a notch up from strong. It means the wood element is very strong. You will notice that there are many wood elements or companion elements in this Bazi. Look at the month and hour pillars. There are Jiark woods in both those pillars. Notice that the Yi Wood Daymaster is also seated on top of a Mao rabbit, earthly branch. The Mao rabbit is yet another wood element. This person has too many companion elements, to the point that the companion element becomes an unfavorable or negative element. Why? Because strong wood doesn't need to be strengthened anymore. More wood here will cause the Bazi to become imbalanced. This person is likely to be selfish, opinionated, stubborn, and self-destructive, because these are the negative traits of the companion element. Balancing your Bazi with the 5 factors. Bazi is a study of balancing the elements. The name of the game is to look for the balancing element, find it, name it, and think about what it relates to. Remember in the previous chapter we talked about the favorable and unfavorable elements. You need to now relate those to your 5 factors. Here's a reminder for you, with the added layer of the 5 factors. A strong daymaster favors wealth elements, influence elements, and output elements. A strong daymaster meaning a daymaster that is born in the right season and gets reasonably good support from its neighboring branches would normally favor meeting wealth, influence, and output elements. What does meeting mean? It means that the Bazi sees these elements in either the annual or 10-year luck pillars. So a strong daymaster meeting the wealth luck pillars will have good wealth luck, an excellent time to invest or go into business. A strong daymaster dislikes resource elements and companion elements. By contrast, the strong daymaster does not like meeting the companion element or resource element. Meeting more companion elements in the luck pillars denotes that there is a possibility of losing wealth or loss of income. Because companion element represents rivals to a strong daymaster and throws the strong daymaster off balance by making it too strong. Companions to a strong daymaster chart will fight for control over the wealth element, meaning there will be others coming in to rob your wealth. Your analysis will be different when the daymaster of the chart is weak. A weak daymaster responds and reacts differently to the other 5 elements. Weak daymaster favors companion elements and resource elements. A weak daymaster, meaning one that is not born in the right season or one that lacks surrounding elements that support or strengthen the daymaster, needs help from companion and resource elements. This is because the companion element is the same element as the daymaster. A weak daymaster needs to get help from a companion who lends strength and helps establish balance. The resource element feeds and nourishes the weak daymaster. Thus, resource element is a weak daymaster's favorable element. In instances where the resource element is a favorable element, the person would favor studying, learning, and self-improvement, as these things are favorable to the weak daymaster. A weak daymaster dislikes wealth elements, influence elements, and output elements. A weak daymaster does not favor meeting the wealth element because it is not strong enough to control the wealth element, and it also throws the entire Bazi chart off balance by weakening an already weak daymaster. A weak daymaster meeting the wealth element usually indicates problems involving money, or in some instances, income tax problems. A weak daymaster also is not strong enough to withstand further control from the influence element. The influence element pressures the weak daymaster as it tries to exert control. A weak daymaster meeting influence element usually indicates problems with the law or authority, job-related obstacles, such as problems getting promoted, or advancing or being retrenched. The weak daymaster also does not like to meet output elements in the luck pillars, because it is already weak. It does not have enough strength to produce even more. When a weak daymaster meets an output element, it is forced to produce out, depleting its strength and again, causing an imbalance in the Bazi. Situations like these normally indicate staffing problems. A weak daymaster meeting an output element may also result in arguments or disputes that arise out of accidentally saying the wrong thing or offending someone. Working out the favorable and unfavorable elements. It is very important that you must first determine the strength of the daymaster. Then you will be able to determine what elements the chart favors and what it does not favor. From this, you can derive what type of luck is the person going through in which particular point in time, or what kind of obstacles the person is likely to face during certain luck pillars. Determining the strength of the daymaster is a very complex form of analysis with many layers and subtleties. However, it is always the month branch that gives you the bulk of the information. In later books, I will discuss concepts such as about the roots and formation when it comes to the strength of the pillars. But at the beginner level, focus your attention on determining the strength of the daymaster, determining your favorable and unfavorable elements, and corresponding these to your 5 factors. Chapter 8. Will I be rich? My email inbox is constantly inundated with emails from many individuals who are often desperate to know when they will be rich, and not just rich, but millionaires. Now, of course, money and wealth are not everything in this world, but it is an important consideration for many people today. One of the reasons why the "when will I be rich" question is difficult to answer in Bazi is because the meaning of rich or wealthy is difficult to define. How much money is enough? Or how much is a lot? Indeed, how much is too much? Donald Trump once remarked that when he owed hundreds of millions of dollars in debt to the banks at one point in his life, he considered the beggar who had $2 in his begging bowl more rich than him. It's all about context. Unfortunately, and I must disappoint some readers with this statement, your Bazi is not read like a bank statement. It does not tell you how much money you will have in exact figures or net worth. Instead, what a Bazi chart tells you is whether or not you have the capacity to amass great wealth, and whether or not this wealth will last or will simply be a flash in a pan. How do you judge your wealth capacity? Usually, a Bazi practitioner will first look at the Bazi and determine if the wealth element is present. If the wealth element is not present, you already start out with a disadvantage, money-wise, in life. Assuming that the wealth element is present, the next thing we have to evaluate is whether the wealth element is strong or weak. Even if the wealth element is strong, we still want to check your luck cycle to determine if you are going through good luck, thus allowing you to capitalize on your wealth potential, or even better, going through wealth luck. Now, it's not enough to just be able to make it. The famous rap artist MC Hammer managed to make over $30 million a year and lose it all in that same year. So, we must also look at whether a person will be able to hang on to this wealth, or will they make it and lose it just as quickly? Finally, we need to look at issues of personality and career. You have to enter the right career in order to maximize your wealth potential, but you also need the right personality and attitude to amass the wealth. You can have all the wealth potential in the world, but being a lazy bum isn't going to help you get rich. Let's take each of these issues one at a time. Evaluating the wealth element. The wealth element in your Bazi chart is the element that your daymaster controls. For example, for a metal person, his wealth is wood. For a water person, his wealth is fire. So first and foremost, identify what is the wealth element in your chart. Now, after you have identified your wealth element, you need to determine if your daymaster can actually exert control over your wealth element or not. What do I mean by this? You see, the daymaster must be strong enough to exert control over the wealth element. If your daymaster is weak, then it cannot effectively control the wealth element. This is the essence of understanding and interpreting the wealth capacity of a chart. Take a look at the following 2 examples. One Bazi chart belongs to a rich man, and the other Bazi chart belongs to a guy who can barely make ends meet. This man is Yi Wood, born in Cho Ox month. Cho Ox month is considered winter season. In this chart, water is hidden inside Cho Ox and inside Chin Dragon. This is an advanced concept called the hidden stems. While the Cho Ox is dominated by the earth element, when we are looking at the month pillar, we are interested in looking at the season of birth first. We know that Cho Ox is the winter season, and in winter, the water element is strong. Now, as water produces wood, we can conclude that wood is strong. So this Yi Wood Daymaster is quite strong. Now you might be wondering, isn't Cho Ox the earth element? And since wood controls earth, this weakens wood's chi. So shouldn't this wood be weak? The answer is because Cho Ox is, in this chart, the month of birth. That is why you need to consider the season and not just the earth element. The Cho Ox belongs to the winter season, and that is why the water element is considered strong. The earth in this chart, which is the wealth element for Yi Wood, is not weak either. Can you see that there are a number of earth elements in the earthly branches? Look in the Cho, Ox, Chin, Dragon, and Shu, Dog. Do you see how the earth element penetrates to the heavenly stem? And what does this concept of penetrate to heavenly stem mean? It means that the same element appears on both the heavenly stem and earth branch. In Bazi, this means the element is strong because from the branch, it pierces all the way to heaven. The element is very dominant and strong. So we can conclude that the Daymaster and Wealth element are strong. This means that this Yi Wood can control the earth element, its wealth star. So we can conclude that this person has the potential to become rich. What makes this Bazi chart stand out is the being fire in the hour pillar. Being fire, as explained in previous chapters, is the fire of the sun. Now let me introduce yet another advanced concept of Bazi called Tiao Hao, regulating the climate. The temperature of this chart is cold. I say that because this person was born in the Cho Ox month, which is the winter season. And in winter, it's cold. A Bazi chart should be warm and comfortable. Otherwise, the elements will not foster growth, and there will be no liveliness in the chart. So what this chart needs is a little bit of warmth to help the Yi Wood grow. And that is exactly what the being of fire in his hour pillar supplies. Being of fire, in case you have forgotten, is the fire of the sun. Hence, this person is able to become wealthy because he is able to use both fire and earth well. Now, in our second example, this person could hardly make ends meet most of his life. Let's find out why. He is Gung Metal, born in the High Pig month. High Pig month is the winter season, when water element is the strongest. Take a look at the other characters in his Bazi chart. Do you also see the two Z rat characters? These are water branches. Observe the heavenly stems. Notice the two Kuei water heavenly stems on the top, one on the month and the other on the hour pillar. In this chart, we have water penetrating to the heavenly stems from the branch. So we know that water element is very strong in this chart. In fact, it's too strong and has the effect of weakening the metal Daymaster, as it has to produce too much water. In the advanced Bazi, this is called metal sinking in water. So this person's Gung Daymaster is in fact weak. What about his wealth element? Metal controls wood, so this person's wealth element is wood. You will notice that there is only one wood element, hidden inside the High Pig and the Wei Goat. Now, wood cannot grow if water is too strong, because when the water is too strong, it floods the chart and flushes away the wood. Remember my previous emphasis on the importance of balance in the Bazi? Too much of any element is not a good thing. In this chart, we can see how that is the case. Even though water grows wood, too much of water will only uproot and flush the wood away. So this person's wealth element is also considered weak. If a person's daymaster is weak and the wealth element is also weak, it is very unlikely that the person can become wealthy. Many beginners make the mistake of counting how many wealth elements they have in their charts. This method of reading charts is wrong. It is always the quality of an element, never the quantity, that matters. So when you evaluate the wealth element in your own chart, don't get carried away with counting the number of wealth elements. The key is to find out the quality of the wealth element, that is, its strength, or whether it penetrates to the heavenly stem, and not count the number of elements only. Choosing the right career. Ladies are most afraid of marrying the wrong man, and men are most afraid of choosing the wrong career. Chinese saying. Imagine this. Bill Gates, instead of going into the software business, went into the business of selling watches. He would probably still have gotten rich, but perhaps not quite to the extent of having a global empire. Choosing the right career is an extremely important factor when it comes to wealth. It's one thing to have a rich man's chart. This simply tells you that in your lifetime, you will have money. But how rich you will be depends on how well you chose your career to match your life path. In other words, you need to go into the right field in order to make the money that you're destined to have. Entering the wrong field, even if you have the capacity to make money, is like asking Michael Jordan to play tennis. It just doesn't happen. The Chinese have an old saying, every field comes with a hero, meaning there's always someone that makes it in every field. However, remember the capacity in each field is different. A person selling lunch boxes or chicken rice would probably need to sell 1 million meals to make $1 million, something an expert bond or stock market trader can make in a few minutes. In the course of my travels and consultations all over the world, I have encountered many instances of individuals who entered a field that did not suit them, but they persisted with it because it was the best choice at that time. At the same time, I have also met individuals who have consciously made it a point to move into a field that was suitable to them. Despite some initial adjustments, they later found that their decisions, which sometimes were very difficult and painful at first, have led them to a bigger playing field and increased their sense of fulfillment and satisfaction in life. However, one can safely say that if you at least choose the right field, you have a major advantage over others who don't. It is always better to go with the flow than to work against the odds. There are fields of work with elements that suit you, while there are those that would make your work a permanent uphill climb all the time. So, a wise choice goes a long way. Choosing career based on your Bazi. Using Bazi to help someone select a suitable career could be a subject of an entire book in itself. The variations are infinite because every individual and his or her Bazi chart is unique. Hence, for the purposes of this section, we're going to keep it simple and just use the 5 elements to help guide you on the question of a suitable career. Before we get started, remember, your best career field may not necessarily refer to the element of your daymaster. That is just one method of looking at career choices. A better technique is to examine your suitable career fields based on your favorable element or elements. Remember how in earlier chapters, I showed you the ways to establish your favorable and unfavorable elements? Based on your favorable elements, you can establish the relevant industry that you will excel or do well in, or will invariably be drawn to. For example, if your favorable element is fire, then you should select the fields that are related to the fire element. If your favorable element is water, then you would do better in the water element related industry. Conversely, It is inadvisable to enter the fields related to your unfavorable elements. Generally, in the study of Bazi, an individual's achievements and performance in life would be limited at best, fruitless at worst, if he chose to enter a career field that is unfavorable to his Bazi. Entering a field of work that is represented by your unfavorable or negative element can disadvantage you significantly, not to mention the fact that most of the time, you will probably feel dissatisfied and unfulfilled with your life. So what careers relate to each of the 5 elements? Here is a general guide. Fire industry. Fire in the study of the 5 elements represents exuberance, beauty, mannerisms, and politeness. It also represents advancement and illumination. Fields in the service industry are usually fire-related. If you are in the business of making others beautiful, such as cosmetics, beauty products, you are in a fire-related industry. Pilots, air hosts, and hostesses are doing fire-related jobs. Why? Fire chi rises to the top, and water chi flows to the bottom. A plane uses fuel and flies in the sky, so it is of a fire element. Computers and electronics and all items that use electricity are related to fire. So if you sell computers and gadgets, you are in a fire business. If you are in an industry that relates to petrol, oil lamps, lighting, then these are all related to the fire element and thus are fire industry fields. Water fields. All mobile or moving businesses are related to water. So if you are in transportation, career, or tourism businesses, you are involved in a water-related field. Any business that involves or requires the use of water, such as raising fishes, supplying mineral water, or filtering water, is also part of the water business. Water also relates to wisdom and intelligence, so if your work involves thinking, creativity, or innovation, you are in a water field. If you are involved in strategic planning and your job entails a lot of analysis, you are also in a water field. If you are working in a hygiene company, in a laundromat, or the cleaning industry, you are also in a water-related field. Earth occupations. The most obvious example of an earth occupation is real estate. If you buy and sell houses or if you sell land, you are in the earth element business. If you are involved in the building materials, minerals, stonecraft industry, then you are also involved in an earth-related industry. If you sell tiles and marble or engage in a business which is involved in these items, you are also involved in an earth element industry. Antique dealers and art dealers are regarded as involved in earth-related industries, since these involve objects that last throughout time. Earth also relates to trustworthiness in the study of the 5 elements. If your work relates to selling trust and a sense of security, such as healing and insurance, then you are in an earth element related business. Metal jobs. Metal represents justice and righteousness in the study of the 5 elements. Thus, people in the armed forces, in the police force, and in the legal profession usually belong to the metal element industry. Many people think that if they work with metal objects like televisions or computers, they are in a metal element line, but this is not correct. Television, computers, and other electronic items that require electricity and energy to function belong to the fire element. Metal fields include goldsmiths, coin collection, pewter industry, grills and aluminum, and selling automobiles. Metal also represents finance. If you have a lot of metal in your chart, you will be attracted to the finance, banking, or stock trading industry. If metal is favorable for you, then it means that you will do well in these fields. If metal is unfavorable for you, you will dread to be in the industry, but you probably have no choice but to continue in this line. Woodwork. In the study of the 5 elements, wood relates to growth and progress. So jobs that involve teaching or helping others to succeed are jobs that involve the use of wood. Obvious examples of the wood industry are timber, plantation, furniture, or goods made from wood. Businesses that are seasonal in nature, such as fashion design or the clothing business, are also related to wood. If your work involves creating, inventing, or designing, you are also in the wood business. Defining your industry. Gone are the days when people were farmers or soldiers or fishermen or traders. Job descriptions have evolved, as have the types of jobs around. The marketing manager is a relatively recent incarnation, much like the chief information officer or CIO. Most jobs nowadays involve more than one of the 5 elements, what BASI practitioners call mixed elements industries. The trick is to identify the main element of the industry. Take, for example, the hair salon business. What element is that? Hair, in the study of the 5 elements, relates to wood, so it is a wood industry. But the hair salon offers haircuts, which involves the use of scissors, which are metal. So, the hair salon business involves wood and metal. But what if you work as a marketing executive for a company that deals in hairstyling products, such as Vidal Sassoon? You don't cut hair. You don't even touch hair. Are you still in the wood metal industry? In advanced BASI, a practitioner looks not just at the suitable field for a person to enter, but what role they should play in it. This is done using a concept in BASI known as the 10 gods. So, using our earlier example of the marketing executive for hairstyling products, this person is in a wood field using his or her hurting officer star. Luck periods for wealth. So you have wealth elements in your chart and you're in the right career to ensure you can maximize that wealth potential. Why then is the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow still not visible? They say opportunity only knocks once, and perhaps in BASI, this might be true. People imagine that they need 20, maybe 30 years of good luck in order to amass wealth. Not true. Sometimes, all you need is one good 10-year block. And if you work hard and go all out during those 10 years, you may just be able to fulfill that wish of retiring to the Bahamas. Having the potential and capacity for wealth in your BASI is one thing. You still need to time your actions correctly. You have to know when is your prime time and when is your downtime, and act appropriately. Knowing when to take action is as important as knowing what to do. The idea in BASI is to go with the flow and not against the tides. Of course, there are those that say that we should live our life with a little sense of adventure. True, life wouldn't be fun if everything was predictable or predicted. But knowing when is the best time to take advantage of opportunities doesn't take the fun out of life. It's just the wise thing to do. That is why there are so many forecasts out there each year. There are financial specialists who forecast the performance of share markets every year. Then there's the weatherman who tells us when to bring our raincoats. And of course, we have our geologists who are supposed to forecast for us the earthquakes and tsunamis. Are forecasts a bad thing? I don't think so. It helps us plan and prepare. BASI is a similar forecast tool to help us shape and run our lives better. By knowing what to expect and then being able to make the best of the situation, you take advantage of your BASI's potential and minimize any negative effects. This chart belongs to a gentleman with a Ding Fire Daymaster. From the chart, we can tell that he is a weak Ding Fire because he is Ding Fire born in the U Rooster month. U Rooster month is autumn season when fire is weak. In case you have forgotten why fire in the autumn season is weak, go back for the quick recap. Also, there are too many metal elements in this chart. There are Gung and Sin metals flanking the Daymasters left and right. In the day and hour branches, the Cho ox, which is earth, and the Si rat, which is water, both weaken the Ding Daymaster. What does this mean? It means that while this person's Daymaster, which is fire, is weak, the strength of his wealth element, which is metal, is very strong. So this gentleman is not super rich, but clearly he has the potential to be wealthy. All he needs is, yes, the right type of luck. So let's take a look at his luck pillars. What does Ding Fire need to make itself stronger so that it can control the already strong mental wealth element? Wood, of course. Between the ages of 58 to 77, this gentleman will go through 20 years of wood luck. Thus, he can expect to experience much wealth later in life. He can also seek to maximize his wealth potential during the ages of 38 to 47 when he goes through strong fire luck. During these years, he will enjoy wealth through partnerships, which will be successful. Why partnerships? The fire element to a Ding Fire person is the companion element. Since fire is a favorable element to this chart, he can use fire, meaning he can have partners in business and create wealth through partnerships. This gentleman will most likely amass his wealth through joint ventures or working together in partnership with others during those 20 years. But his real wealth luck comes in during wood luck years, because wood directly strengthens his Ding Fire, and the wealth that he can acquire during these years will not have to be shared, so to speak, with anyone. Easy come, easy go. One or two silly mistakes can in some instances literally cost a fortune. I've had clients who have lost their entire fortunes due to mishaps. If making money is about making sure that you seize the opportunities when your luck is good, then keeping your money is recognizing the times when you may experience a loss of wealth and staying away from anything too risky during those periods. The key to guarding against mishaps related to wealth is to look for elements that will cause imbalance to the Bazi chart. In particular, imbalance which relates to your ability to control your wealth element, or something which results in the removal of your wealth element. I will introduce one of the easiest and certain methods of recognizing this scenario. It is one of the earthly branch relationships called the 6 clashes, or Liu Chong. 6 clashes is a Bazi term for a type of relationship between the elements. There are 6 different types of clashing relationships, hence the term 6 clashes. A clash between the earthly branches denotes an opposing force between one earth branch with another. It usually results in the removal of an element. Here is a table of the 6 clashes. It is useful to commit this table into memory because this principle can be used for other types of Bazi analysis besides wealth analysis. Now let's see what the effect of a clash is when it comes to matters of money. This Daymaster is Wu Earth. Wu Earth's wealth element is water. In this particular Bazi, the wealth element of water can be found inside the Sea Rat branch in the year pillar. When this person enters the Wu Horse luck pillar in his destiny, the Wu Horse will clash with Sea Rat. This clash will clash away his wealth element. This indicates loss of wealth since the wealth element is being clashed away, which means that when this person enters the Wu Horse luck pillar, he or she will encounter problems with money. Should you advise him to make major investments in this period of his life? Or should you advise him to lay low and keep a low profile, perhaps save up for the rainy day? Remember, Bazi is all about taking the right action during the good or bad luck cycles with a view to improve your life. If one of your earthly branches is your wealth element, and it is involved in a clash in any particular year or luck pillar, then it is likely that year will be a loss of wealth year. Simple, isn't it? Let's look at another example. Rern Daymaster's wealth element is fire. The wealth element of this Rern Daymaster is located inside the Z Snake earthly branch in the year pillar. Now refer to the table of 6 clashes. You will notice that the High Pig clashes with the Z Snake. This means that during the High Pig year, this person will experience a loss of wealth. Let's look at a more complete example. This man lost a lot of money just before he reached the age of 36. Let's find out why. He is a Ding Fire born in Wu Horse month. Now, Wu Horse is the height of the summer season, when fire is the strongest element. Clearly, his Ding Fire Daymaster is strong. Take a look at what is around him. there are two more fire elements on the month and year stems, a bing and a ding. This man's chart has many companion elements. Now remember, when a day master is weak, then companion elements help to strengthen it. But when a day master is strong, it doesn't need more companions. These companions will end up competing with the day master to control the wealth element. Why? Because his day master is strong, so he does not need more companion elements to make him stronger. His companion elements are therefore negative elements. When did he lose a substantial sum of money? During the ages of 26 to 35, when he was going through the luck pillar of Quay Maug, the water rabbit. What happened? Mao, rabbit, and Yu, rooster, are one of the 6 clashes in Bazi study. Remember the 6 clashes I mentioned earlier? Now, the Yu, rooster, is metal, which is the wealth element of Ding, fire. The Mao, rabbit branch of the luck pillar clashes away the Yu, rooster in the year pillar, thereby removing the wealth element from his chart. Rabbit clashes with rooster. Furthermore, the Mao, rabbit, is wood, and wood in this man's chart is an unfavorable element. Why? Being a strong fire element, he does not need to be strengthened any further by a resource element. Wood strengthens fire. Thus, wood is an unfavorable element to him. Wood comes in and throws off the balance in the chart by making the already strong fire too strong, and at the same time, removing the wealth element in this chart. Hence, the loss of wealth. Are there exceptions to rule? Yes, of course there are. However, in general, whenever a clash involves a wealth branch, there is a 65 to 75% chance it will be related to loss of money. Of course, there are exceptions and one has to qualify the clash on the basis of its severity, but these are advanced methods of analysis that I will share in later books. For now, look out for these clashes in your chart. They could literally save you a fortune. Who wants to be a millionaire? Much of our world today seems to revolve around making money in the fastest, shortest possible way. Have you seen that TV show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? It's a good illustration of how today we worship individuals who get rich overnight on a single stock market trade or IPO, who go from rags to riches on a TV show, who receive a windfall, as it were, from the heavens by winning the lottery. I think the question when it comes to wealth should never be if you can be a millionaire, but if you can stay a millionaire. Remember, easy come, easy go. There are people who may well be able to reap a great amount of money in a short span of time, but in the same amount of time, manage to squander it all. That is why in Bazi analysis of a person's destiny code, we look for wealth and source of wealth. Just wealth alone is not enough to ensure long-lasting financial fortunes. You need to have continuous source of wealth. So what do we look for in a Bazi that indicates a continuous source of wealth? Essentially, you also need the output element to support your wealth element. Remember the 5 elements? Well, you will notice that your output element is what creates your wealth element. If you have output, then your wealth element has support and can continue to grow. This gentleman is Jark Wood, born in Cho Ox month. Cho Ox is the winter season. In winter, the water element is strong. Water produces wood. Now notice that inside the Cho Ox and Chen Dragon, what we call the hidden stems in Bazi, are roots of water. Notice that this chart also has Bing fire, which helps bring warmth to the chart. Fire is the output of wood. Fire produces earth, which is the wealth of wood. Accordingly, we can see in this chart that the output element is continuously producing the wealth element. The wealth element is supported by its source, indicating continuous growth. The Daymaster element is strong, wealth is strong, and there is perfect use of output star. This is a Bazi chart of a wealthy individual. A word on wealth and windfall. Pennies do not come from heaven. They must be earned here on earth. Margaret Thatcher. Many Bazi practitioners will tell you that in many consultations, people like to inquire about Pian Kai, or wealth from the heavens, better known as windfall gains. Usually, this relates to questions about the stock market or whether or not they can win money from gambling or the lottery. I am no expert in stockbroking. Asking any Destiny Code analyst about stockbroking is like asking a fishmonger how to write a computing program. Stock picking is an art and a special skill. There are experts in this field, and it requires much study and research. It is not that much just about luck alone. It's the same with gambling. Winning at the casino is not just about a game of luck and chance. It's a game of statistics and probability. People who win at gambling have very special charts, or at least they go through very special timing in their destiny. Not many people have such charts. Bazi analysis of a person's wealth is not about forecasting the ups and downs of the stock market, telling them what stocks to pick or whether they should buy a lottery ticket at 34. A Bazi analysis of a person's wealth is mainly about understanding his wealth amassing capacity and through what fields or work can this be maximized. Bazi is not an art specifically designed to predict trends of financial markets either. The Heavenly Star method might be a better choice for this purpose, but that's not the topic of discourse here. Bazi is an art designed mainly to assess a person's destiny, not the market's destiny. Does the market have a date of birth? Is it a male or female? You get the point? If you want to pick stocks or play the market, you need a different kind of personal chart. So what about Warren Buffett or Li Ka-shing, you might ask? Stock picking is like any other profession. It has rules, it has skills, and you need a talent for understanding the market, the complexity of the market, and read the trends. Usually in Bazi, we look for the capacity of a person with regards to what we call indirect wealth. And of course, the right luck pillars do help. You must have the correct Bazi chart, one that already has the capacity in its code, and the right supporting luck pillars in order to excel and win at the stock market or make windfall gains. In every market's rise and fall, there are those who make money and those who don't. This is because there are those who go through wealth luck and those who do not. Bazi is not specifically designed to help you gamble and make windfall profits. Though over the centuries, many people have been intrigued by the fact that there is a slight possibility that gambling can be calculated with Bazi. I do not rule out this possibility, but definitely this is not an area of my expertise at the time of writing this book, and I personally do not endorse such a practice. You can gamble for fun, but I don't think you should gamble your fortunes away. It is definitely not a wise way to live, and not a correct way to practice Bazi. Chapter 9. Prince Charming and Miss Right. All about romance. I think one of the main motivations in life for many people is to find that special someone to share their happiness and success with. Yet in this world, unfortunately, there are many who seem to succeed in everything but relationships. It is common for Bazi consultations to sometimes be just about one thing: relationships. Women, although increasingly these days men as well, usually want to know, when will I have a relationship? When will I meet Mr. or Miss Right, or that special someone? When will I get married? The Love Code. Bazi for relationships. In some respects, evaluating your relationships through Bazi is like having marriage counseling. You're trying to find the source of a problem and understand what is wrong with your relationship. The advantage of Bazi is that you can use it to not only find out why your relationship or marriage is having difficulties, but also in the process, understand yourself and your personality better, and thus, perhaps make changes to your attitude or your character that can make your relationships or marriage better. Those of us who are more romantically inclined tend to think of relationships as an everlasting, till death do us part scenario. But like all things, in Bazi and in the living world, nothing is permanent. That is not to say that you can never be happy with just one person, but that relationships, like all things in life, have their ups and downs. Passion, commitment, love are not constant in this life or in a Bazi chart. It is for this very reason that a Bazi is so useful when it comes to relationship matters. View Bazi analysis as an education, offering solutions to the issues we encounter when dealing with the opposite sex. But remember also that when you are evaluating your Bazi, you need to think in an objective, unbiased way. Admittedly, this is difficult, so perhaps when it comes to evaluating relationships or marriage, get a friend to look at your chart rather than try to analyze it entirely by yourself. Often, an opinion from someone who is not deeply involved in your life can provide a different perspective regarding your specific concerns. An unbiased or independent view can sometimes be harsh, but would eventually be the real help or advice you need. When you are trapped in a love or emotional problem, it is often difficult to get out of the maze. The Chinese say, "To force, there is no happiness." Perhaps the most important thing in relationships is don't force the situation. Remember that while love and relationships are important, so is leading a happy, healthy, and vibrant life. This is a very simplified way of looking at relationships and marriage through Bazi. There are other more complicated relationships such as clashes, punishments, harms, and destructions. But as this is a beginner's text, let's keep things simple. Having said that, don't underestimate what you can discern with simple techniques of Bazi. Often, matters aren't as complicated as they appear. It is the people who complicate them. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Peach Blossom Appeal. One of the simplest ways to determine how you will fare in the game of relationships is to find out how attractive you are. The best part is you don't need a mirror for this. Ever wondered how some seemingly ugly, by objective standards, people are always the center of attention? Or some people who are not bad looking have difficulty attracting the opposite sex? Or how some politicians or artists seem to maintain their popularity despite being flawed characters? The answer is in the peach blossom. Peach blossom is a type of flower in China that is culturally associated with romance. When someone says you're going through peach blossom luck, they are in effect saying that you are having good romance luck. Peach blossom stars is the name for a certain group of earthly branches that may appear in a set of Bazi. You could call them attraction magnets. They give a person charisma, a certain mystery X factor that draws people to them, or gives them a magic touch when it comes to managing or influencing people. The reference point for the peach blossom star is the Daymaster's earthly branch, as you can see in the following diagram. Each person has an individual peach blossom star that is assigned to his or her Daymaster's earthly branch. This peach blossom can manifest in 3 ways. It appears within the 8 characters of your Bazi, or it appears in your luck pillar, or in an annual year pillar. For example, if your Daymaster's earthly branch is the Yin tiger, Wu horse, or Shu dog, then your peach blossom star is Mao rabbit. If your Daymaster's earthly branch is the Z snake, Yu rooster, or Chou ox, then your peach blossom star is Wu horse. If your Daymaster's earthly branch is Shen monkey, Si rat, or Chen dragon, then your peach blossom star is the Yu rooster. If your Daymaster earthly branch is the Hai pig, Mao rabbit, or Wei goat, then your peach blossom is the Si rat. This example shows a lady born on the Jiark Yang wood, Shin monkey day. Her reference would be Shin monkey. So her peach blossom star is the Yu rooster. Check your Bazi chart now and find out which animal sign is your peach blossom star. Evaluating your peach blossom. If you have peach blossom stars, and some people have more than one, as one of the 8 characters in your Bazi chart, then you are someone who has a magic touch with relationships. This can mean that you are very attractive to the opposite sex, or both sexes, or you have a charisma that makes people want to gravitate towards you, but not necessarily in a boyfriend or girlfriend way. Politicians, movie stars, singers, or speakers usually have peach blossom stars. This is what gives them their public appeal, magnetism, and charisma. If you go through a luck pillar of your personal peach blossom star, in that 10 years, your attractiveness towards the opposite sex will increase. In the year 2005, year of Yi Yu, wood rooster, this lady born in the day of Jiark Shin, wood monkey, will meet with her personal peach blossom star. If she is still single in 2005, you can say that she will likely meet someone in the year of 2005. Using the peach blossom star method to check your attractiveness is the first and easiest way to analyze potential relationships. Of course, it is not the only way. A word of caution: having peach blossom star in your Bazi does not mean you are supermodel material. Sometimes, peach blossom stars represent a potential attractiveness. This potential will only be realized in certain periods of time based on your cycle of luck. Sometimes this comes early in life, and sometimes it doesn't come until a very old age. This is the luck factor in Bazi. Are you the marrying kind? Asian society places a great deal of importance on conformity and doing what everybody else is doing. It has become commonplace for us to define normality through our stereotypes of how people should behave, what they should do with their lives, and as far as relationships go, getting married, having 2 or 3 children, a dog, and a house. The unfortunate truth is that the determination to fit into the stereotype of normal has not had the effect of creating a more normal society. In fact, it is quite the opposite. Divorces, broken families, misfit children, or children with issues caused by their poor family background seem to be on the rise these days. When you are evaluating the issue of relationships, specifically marriage, it is important, if you wish to make full use of the knowledge that comes from Bazi, to ask yourself this one very pertinent question. Are you really the marrying kind? The truth is that as far as destiny analysis goes, some people are better off being single. While some people may find their lives improve upon marriage, others may find marriage is not all that it is cut out to be. Some people have excellent luck with relationships because their Bazi indicates they will have enjoyable and fruitful love lives. But it's also a fact that very few people have it all. What is having it all? A good love life, a good career, good wealth luck, respect, status, power, a harmonious family, well-behaved and successful children, and a good end to their life. The perfect life, hassle-free, only happiness, and no sorrow. Now, wouldn't that be ideal? But, like there is yin and yang, so the world can be incredibly unfair. All those people with good charts, and incredibly fair. No charts are forever good, or forever bad, or good in every single aspect equally. Some good-looking people flit from relationship to relationship, finding no satisfaction in any one of them. How is it the school geek seems happily married? When it comes to your destiny and relationships, some people meet their soulmate early in life, some later in life, some meet no one, and some only can admire from afar. Whatever you have in your chart or do not have in your chart, remember that it's not about the hand you're dealt, but how you play the game. Finally, timing is one very important and crucial factor in Bazi. So sometimes you have to wait for your turn. Trying to win the game early, so to speak, may bring a temporary gain, but could ultimately lead to a loss. Evaluating your marriage luck. The idea of living with someone you love and sharing your success, indeed your life, together, is a very precious thing. not something that many people would turn down. And yet, you have probably heard about the guy or lady who, despite being very attractive, just keeps falling in love with the wrong person or the wrong type. Or people you know who are trapped in terrible relationships, but just don't seem to be able to get out of those relationships. You may be the marrying kind, but have you got the marriage luck? Does your destiny support your romantic or personal aspirations? There are people out there with beautiful destiny charts that give them not just the chance, but the certainty of such a life with someone special. And there are people out there with more money than they can ever spend in 2 lifetimes, trying to get out of their marriages. In the above example, we have a woman who has had a very unhappy marriage and is now divorced. What is the cause of her relationship woes? She is Rern Water, Yang Water, born in Mao Rabbit Month, which is the peak of spring. Now, wood is the strongest element in spring, and wood absorbs water, so this water daymaster is pretty weak. Her daymaster needs to be a bit stronger, which means she favors her resource and companion elements. Unfortunately, her daymaster has little support from the branches or stems in her chart. Not even the metal in the U rooster branch of her hour pillar is enough to strengthen her Rern Water daymaster. Now, ladies, remember that when your daymaster element is weak, you do not like to be controlled by another element. Thus, this weak Rern Water does not like her influence element, Earth. Quick reminder, Earth controls water in the 5-element cycle. Accordingly, Earth is now an unfavorable element for her. In the study of Bazi, for a woman, the element that controls her daymaster element is called the husband star. Thus, in the above chart, her husband star is an unfavorable element. Now, imagine if your unfavorable element is your husband element. What would you make of her relationship with her husband? The obvious answer would be bad, of course. The more she tries to force a marriage, the more the unfavorable element affects her. She has to wait for the time in her luck pillars where a certain favorable element appears to alleviate this flaw. When that time comes, her marriage or relationships will work out naturally. Decoding relationship luck through Bazi. Generally, there are 2 methods for evaluating a person's marriage luck: evaluating the spouse palace, evaluating the quality of the wealth element for men, or influence element for women. Using these 2 methods, we are trying to ascertain if this person will have a good or bad relationship with their spouse, but also whether marriage is favorable or unfavorable. This is also sometimes used to evaluate if early or late marriage is preferable for a person. The spouse palace. The spouse palace represents your relationship with your spouse. This palace is located directly under your daymaster. In a majority of cases, if you have a favorable element located in your spouse palace, you will enjoy a good marriage in the sense that your relationship with your spouse will generally be good. You and your partner will enjoy your marriage to each other, have a loving relationship, and will be committed to each other. Chances are that as long as you are not an unreasonable spouse or put needless pressure on your relationship, you will have a good marriage. However, if in this palace you have an unfavorable element, then you might not feel that you would have a wonderful relationship with your spouse. This does not mean that you will not get married. It may simply mean that in the duration of the marriage, you do not feel satisfied with the relationship for some reason, or you are simply not as lovey-dovey as some couples are. So what do you do if this is the case? As commonplace and trite as the answer is, you simply have to work harder at your relationship. I do not think I am by any means saying anything revolutionary when I say that people do have to work at their relationships, marriage or otherwise. People with favorable elements in their spouse palace simply don't have to put in as much effort as those who have an unfavorable element in their spouse palace. This does not mean that they do not have to work at maintaining their relationship. For example, keeping the spark, maintaining the zing in their marriage, appreciating their other halves. You know the drill. Indeed, it may well be the case that people who do not take their marriage for granted, or know from their bazi that their marriage luck is not so good, would do better simply because they make the effort. They go the extra mile to make their marriages work. Now, I'm sure it probably seems a bit depressing to see all these less than good marriage charts. So let's take a look at what the chart of someone with good marriage looks like. This is the Bazi of a lady named Mrs. Chan, who enjoys a happy marriage. Mrs. Chan is Yi Wood, born in Si Rat month, which is the winter month. In my next books on Bazi, when I cover the combinations, you will learn that Si Rat and Cho Ox is known as a half-winter directional combination. This means that the water element in this chart is strong. Now, with half of winter in the chart, obviously, this Bazi is also quite cold. To keep the analysis simple, this is how you read this chart at the present level. In winter, the water element is strong. Water, of course, grows wood. So we can say that wood is strong in this chart. Strong wood usually requires output to reduce the strength of the wood and to balance the chart. Wood's output is fire. Now look and see where the fire element is to be found. Smack inside her spouse palace is the Z, snake, which contains, in the hidden stems of the earthly branches, the favorable Bing, fire element. Mrs. Chan has her favorable fire element in her spouse palace. A favorable element in the spouse palace usually indicates satisfying relationship with the spouse. The untouchable palace. Every relationship has its ups and downs. Some couples argue throughout their life together but still remain together. Some couples go through huge arguments, then break up on a small issue. Some couples suddenly find after 20 years of marriage, they don't like each other. By using Bazi, you can actually try to spot or foresee these arguments and conflicts, and in some instances, stave off the breakup. Remember, I asked you to memorize the 6 clashes earlier. In case you haven't committed them to memory yet, here they are again. In Bazi, a person's spouse palace is sacred. I call it the untouchable palace. Ideally, you don't want this palace to be clashed. A clash in the spouse palace usually denotes a problem associated with your relationship with your spouse. There are major clashes and minor clashes. Pay attention to major ones, such as a clash due to a luck pillar, as these are the ones that hit a relationship hard. Minor ones, such as a clash from a year pillar, are not as bad. Now let's look at an example of how to evaluate the impact of a clash in terms of relationships or marriage. This chart belongs to a G, Earth lady. Her influence element, which represents her husband, is wood. When she enters the 10-year luck pillar of the U, Rooster, and in the year of the U, Rooster, within those 10 years, a serious threat to her relationship can be expected. Why? Because U, Rooster, which is metal, clashes with her Mao, rabbit, which is of a wood element. This clash occurs in the Daymaster's earthly branch, which is her spouse palace. When both the luck pillar and the annual pillars pose a double whammy into the spouse palace, this normally indicates an extremely strong likelihood of a turbulent period when it comes to the marital relationship. Looking at wealth and influence. Remember in earlier chapters, I talked about the husband star and the wealth star? To the men, their wealth star represents their wife. Remember, wealth is what your Daymaster controls in the 5-element cycle. And to the women, their influence star represents their husband, since it is what controls your Daymaster in the 5-element cycle. Just a quick pointer here. The term stars here is merely a term used by a Bazi practitioner to describe what a specific element represents. Don't focus too much on the names or terms at this point. We're at the beginner's level, so keep it simple. Now, so far we have learned that if these are favorable elements to the person with regard to their Daymaster, chances are the quality of marriage for the person would be quite good. If these elements are unfavorable, these usually belong to people who have a hard time enjoying their marriage or have a bad marriage. To analyze the quality of a marriage, you also can look at the quality of the wealth or influence star and I'll show you how to do that in the following examples. You may be curious to know, though, what does a really good marriage chart look like? One thing you must remember, Bazi readings for relationships are based on what some people may regard as a bit of an old-fashioned viewpoint on marriage and relationships. In today's world of the working career woman and the age of the house husband, the idea of what is an ideal marriage has probably changed since the time of Grand Master Xu Xiping from the Five Dynasty era about 1,000 years ago. Grand Master Xu Xiping is the founding father of Ziping Bazi system, the system of Chinese astrology we are using now to decode a person's destiny code. Of course, what you believe to be an ideal marriage is an individual opinion, but for now, let's focus with what Bazi considers to be the ideal marriage. I will deal with the modern view of marriage in my next book. Traditionally, a good marriage is a tall order. The woman is a good, loving wife who takes care of her husband. Her husband is reasonably rich and takes care of their children and their home. The children are reasonably successful and respectful. Finally, she will have the opportunity to see her grandchildren married before she dies. Regarding the chart on your screen now, this lady was in her 80s when she died. She was married to her husband for more than 60 years. At her funeral were her grandchildren and great-grandchildren, along with hundreds of family members and friends. This lady was Kuei Water, born in Shen Monkey Month, the autumn season where metal is the strongest. Metal produces water, so her water is reasonably strong. Now, her influence element is Earth. Where is her husband's star then? Right next to her, in her month pillar. See the Wu Yang Earth in the month pillar's heavenly stem? What makes this lady's marriage look good is that her daymaster combines with her husband's star. In advanced Bazi, Wu and Kuei are called a heavenly stem combination. This means her husband loves her a lot. Now, her husband's star in this chart is no slouch either. He is well supported by the fire elements in her chart. Fire produces earth. So both her self-element, Kuei, and her husband's star, Wu, are reasonably balanced. What about her children? The children of Kuei are the wood element. Water produces wood, remember? In this woman's chart, wood is located right below her. Picture this, a gentle rain sprinkling down on the plants. In Bazi, this is a beautiful picture. Now, emotional state is very important for a good marriage. This woman has no clashes, harms, punishments, or destruction in her chart, indicating a stable personality and a balanced emotional state. What does a chart that indicates a bad marriage look like? Take a look here. This woman was born in 1966. She has been married twice. Presently, she is single, but is in a relationship. She is Gung Metal, born in the month of Wu Horse, which is at the height of summer. Now look at her Bazi. You will notice that she has 2 Wu Horse, so she has 2 Ding Fire. Look at the hidden stems underneath these earthly branches to find the 2 Ding Fire. Both these Ding Fires are strong, as there is also a Bing Fire heavenly stem appearing in the year pillar. This indicates the fire element is excessively strong. Now, using what I like to call the secret art of common sense, we will know that fire that is too strong will automatically hurt the Gung Metal Daymaster. So, her favorable elements are metal, to strengthen the Daymaster, and water, to cool the fire. The sea rat contains Kuei, yin water, which will be helpful in cooling her chart down. It is located in her spouse palace. Unfortunately, the sea rat clashes with the Wu horse in the month pillar. Ding fire is the influence element of this Gung Metal Daymaster woman and thus represents her husband's star. What causes her to have a bad marriage or bad husband luck in her life? In decoding a person's destiny, like any other science, more than one indication of a problem usually suggests that there is going to be a problem. In her case, firstly, her spouse palace has a clash. Secondly, this clash involves her husband element, fire, and her spouse Pallas, which is the sea, rat, earthly branch. Thirdly, fire element, which is the element that represents her husband, is her unfavorable element. Finally, you will also notice that all her 4 branches are peach blossom stars. Now remember that in Bazi, we are always striving for balance. A bit of peach blossom is good to enhance one's attractiveness, but too many peach blossom stars is not good for relationships, and especially for women, when it comes to ensuring a stable marriage. As your knowledge of Bazi increases, come back and study her chart again. You will see that this woman's relationship issues are also caused by self-punishment and destruction in the branches of her Bazi, denoting emotional instability, the main cause of her relationship woes. Giving the right love prescription. Of course, when people come for a Bazi consultation that relates to their relationship, they aren't just looking for the good news, or bad news, as it were. They want some advice. In the course of my practice of Bazi, and I have done readings both locally and overseas, the cultural context is very important. In countries and societies where divorce is commonplace, acceptable or not too difficult to undertake, you tend to get more people asking when is the right time to get a divorce, rather than whether their marriage will be good. In Asian societies, divorce is usually the last resort in terms of advice given by a Bazi practitioner. It is usually only suggested when the relationship is abusive or tormenting. This is because in Asian society, it is generally expected that couples will stay together for the sake of their children or the family, although I should add, this is changing. How do you use Bazi then to plan the decisions that relate to your relationships in the marriage? All things considered, personal happiness is at stake here for most people. Here are a few scenarios where Bazi can help you make a decision on how to handle your relationships. Waiting for the right person. Your Bazi chart may indicate that you have more than one relationship possibility, but the real relationship, the right person as it were, only comes later in life. What then do you do? If you chose the first person who comes along, there is the possibility of running the risk that when the real Miss or Mr. Right comes along, the earlier relationship runs into difficulty or problems of the third person kind. Hitting the clash. What do you do when your Bazi reveals a clash with your luck pillar and your spouse Pallas? When you are in a relationship, 2 to 3 bad years might seem like an eternity, much less 10 years. It is often at these points that people contemplate the path of divorce. If your Bazi tells you that your marriage is going to hit a rough patch at that point, then you can make use of that knowledge to get around the problem. Perhaps you just need to tolerate your other half more, or close an eye to some of the difficulties, or attend counseling. Perhaps your spouse or yourself may consider working overseas for a period. As they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Also, temporary separation through overseas work can help fulfill a Bazi chart clash in a controlled manner. Some families I know have weathered through the tough years of their relationship period, almost threatening to divorce, but didn't choose that route. Whatever it is, there is a solution at hand if you chose to take action. And since you know what is the cause of your difficulties, it would seem silly not to do something, right? It's all about the right time. If you have failed dismally in relationships or always end up picking the wrong person, it is likely that you have a certain negative element in your Bazi, especially in your spouse Pallas. In a majority of the cases, it's all the timing. If you're fortunate, this time of your life comes early in life. For the rest of us, this time comes a little later. For some people, a late marriage is better than an early marriage, as this will ensure their relationship with their spouse will be positive rather than unfavorable. If you know that your early years, until say 35, are likely to be unfavorable to marriage, it might seem wise not to walk up to the altar at an early age. It is wise to wait until it comes. In the meantime, try working in areas where you will achieve much better results. Work with your Bazi chart, not against it. Your time could be spent more productively doing something which has a good chance of achieving results, or that we are good at. Commitment when a person is ready. One of the situations where a marriage turns sour is when people are forced to commit to marriage when they are not ready. Sometimes this is psychological. Most of the time, it's in their bazi. They are just not ready to take on the relationship. 1,000 mountains can be moved, but to change a person's character, it is not possible. A Chinese saying. It is often easier to move mountains than to change a person's character. The only way is to wait until that person comes to a point in life where commitment is a priority. Some people have this luck earlier in life, while some much later. Hence the need to understand and accept these factors in life. Neither party should be forced into a situation that they don't want to be in. Whose problem is it? Now, I realize this is a book about bazi, with a little bit of feng shui thrown in, so it seems a bit odd to sound like a marriage counselor. But many people often refuse to acknowledge that sometimes their marital problems are caused by their own attitudes. In the many professional bazi readings I've done, often I encounter clients who think the problem is with their partners or spouses, never with them. It's amazing how human nature is. Others are always wrong, and we always think or feel we are right. Men who find their wives are naggy or a pain in the butt, or who feel their marriages have lost that loving feeling, as it were, sometimes don't realize that their spouses have not changed. They have simply not kept up their end of the bargain, or not bothered with the relationship, or they have changed. Before people put the blame at the door of their spouses, they should first evaluate their own bazi to see if perhaps the problem is them. If it's not, then you check your spouse's chart. If your influence element is what is causing your chart to be unbalanced, then it is probably your work that is putting a strain on your marriage. The answer: work harder at putting in quality time at home, even if it means you have to be a bit more organized. If your output element is dominant in your chart, your problem is likely due to your overly high standards or demanding attitude. The answer: expect less from your spouse, and you will be happier. Admittedly, it is not easy to undertake some of these changes, easy as they seem. To change a person's attitude, indeed, approach to life, is very difficult and requires a lot of effort. So you must ask yourself at the end of the day, if this relationship matters to me, what can I do? Or rather, can I do what it takes to make it work? If you believe in soulmates, and there are few of us who don't believe in the existence of someone special, someone just right for us, then let fate and destiny do its job. If your time comes, this person will come. If it is not at the right time, then focus on what the time is right for: your career, making money, personal satisfaction, personal growth. Bazi, above all, is about taking the right action at the right time, taking advantage of your luck. For some of us, missing that moment is missing the boat forever. Your next chance comes, well, in your next lifetime. For others, it may be a case of taking the boat that is going down the wrong stream or headed in the wrong direction. If you know it's not going the way you want, why jump on board? Chapter 10: The Power of Bazi. A lot has happened since we've started from Chapter 1. By now, you would have grasped the basic idea of decoding your destiny through Bazi. You have begun to understand your destiny code. You should be able to tell at this point, by reading your own chart, if you are enjoying good luck or suffering bad luck. This is achieved through the analysis of favorable and unfavorable elements. Once I taught a class, a student came up to me and said, "Okay, we've learned Bazi. We have decoded our own destiny code. Now what do we do with it?" Knowing one's destiny code through Bazi helps us understand ourselves better and enables us to make better decisions. Decisions based on our true capacity and ability. Bazi reveals to us our potential and our capabilities. Make a good use of the knowledge you have gained from your understanding of your destiny code to make informed decisions. But the essence of Bazi is in our action. It is not good enough to just know. One must make use of what one has learned and understood about oneself, then take the right action. When one has all the information that is needed to make an informed decision, the question ultimately is, what are you going to do about it? Taking action is an important follow-up to decoding your destiny. Perhaps you need to capitalize on opportunities or keep a low profile as you are in turbulent times. A change in your attitude and behavior may be needed to improve your relationships. These are some examples of the empowerment that comes with unlocking the destiny code. Fulfillment in life is sometimes about living our lives in accordance with our true identities and true selves. It's difficult to encapsulate in just one chapter what we can learn from Bazi and how we can maximize the knowledge we derive from our Bazi to help us in life. What I'd like to do in this chapter is to give you a few simple examples and illustrations of how Bazi can provide us with invaluable information that in turn can help us to make better decisions in life. Health is the greatest wealth. Look at all the health products and health equipment available in the market nowadays. Undeniably, health is the greatest concern of many people today. Many of the participants at my public seminars ask me about identifying health problems from a Bazi chart. Of course, this is never an easy question to answer. Not because it is difficult to ascertain this information from the Bazi, but because it is difficult to teach someone in a quick discussion how to figure out what are his or her potential health problems. There are so many ways to help ascertain a person's potential health problems or ailments. Let me share with you a few simple techniques for identifying health issues from a person's Bazi. One quick way of identifying health problems is by evaluating the strength of your daymaster, as we did in Chapter 6, and then finding out your unfavorable element. Your unfavorable element is likely to be your problem area or health threat. This is the case with the majority of charts. In Bazi studies, the unfavorable element is known as the Ji Shen, or the negative god. This element is usually the cause of bad fortunes, or more specifically, poor health or certain health ailments in an individual's life. Your personal unfavorable element will determine the type of problems or the possible weak spots in your body. Here is a short, quick summary of how the elements relate to various types of health problems or parts of the body. This is the Bazi chart of a lady suffering from stomach cancer. She is Kuei water born in the Wei goat month. As Wei goat is a summer month, fire is very strong. We can also see that there are many earth elements in the earthly branches, the Wei goat and the Chou ox. Therefore, we can conclude that her chart has a lot of fire and earth. Accordingly, her Kuei water daymaster is extremely weak. Her unfavorable element is earth. We know that the earth element corresponds with the stomach region, so we can already see that her health problems are likely to relate to her stomach. What kinds of problems are related to the stomach? The Wei goat and Chou ox contain Ji earth inside, hidden stems. Earth is mud, soil, and dirt. Ji heavenly stem also represents stomach and diaphragm. What happens when you mix dirt into water? It becomes contaminated and dirty. In Bazi, contaminated water is an image of poison. In reality, this usually denotes malignancies. Hence, this suggests stomach cancer. From this example, you can see how Bazi can help us understand our potential health problems and health conditions. This allows us to plan ahead by recognizing problem areas in our health and health weaknesses, and enabling us to prepare for problems by knowing which areas will need attention when age catches up. It is extremely advantageous to have early knowledge of prospective health problems, so early treatment and appropriate medical attention can be sought. Understanding personal relationships. One of the main uses of Bazi is to help us understand our relationships with the people around us. Often, human beings behave, react, and respond differently to different people around them. Even with the same person, sometimes we behave differently. The elemental effect from the time factor, luck pillars, annual pillars, and month pillars all play a role in shaping how we relate to others at different points in our lives, or even different months of the year. By looking at the relationship between the elements in your Bazi chart, it is possible to ascertain what your relationship will be with someone or something. There are generally two important perspectives that can be used to evaluate Bazi in terms of relationships with others. The first method is to look at the pillars as palaces. This method enables you to evaluate the nature of your relationships with something, such as your career, or someone, spouse, parents, children. The second method for reading a Bazi is through the 10 gods. This is a slightly more sophisticated method that requires we delve more deeply into the 5 elements and the 10 different stars, commonly known as the 10 gods. We will focus on the palace method, which is quicker and easier to apply, in this book. In the palace method, each pillar in the Bazi represents one of the following. 1. Grandparents, extended family members. 2. Parents or superiors. 3. Spouse or home. And 4. Children or subordinates. The palace method of assessing your Bazi is the easiest and quickest way of assessing the above 4 types of relationships. Now, let's say if, in a particular luck cycle, there is a clash with the element in your month pillar. Immediately, you can ascertain that the problem might involve your relationship with your parents or your superiors. If, for example, you have an unfavorable element in your year pillar, then this indicates that your grandparents will not be very helpful to you in life, or that you do not have much affinity with them. It may also indicate a less than good family background, for example, a broken family or perhaps a dispersed family, or that you or your parents will have to be self-made, as you or your parents do not have anything inherited from your grandparents for you or your parents to gain a head start in life. If your favorable element is in your children palace, this indicates that your affinity with your children will be good. They are likely to be respectful children or have a good relationship with you. Conversely, if you have an unfavorable element in your children palace, then this indicates that you will not have a good affinity with your children. What is affinity? It is difficult to translate this concept into English. In Chinese, it is known as yuan. Poor affinity can mean many things. It may mean separation by distance. It may mean that many obstacles or hindrances have to be overcome before you can be together. Poor affinity with your children might mean that you are separated by distance. You live in different countries. Or in especially bad cases, it may mean miscarriages or the early death of a child. In a mild case, it may simply mean that you and your child have different outlooks or perceptions about life. In extreme instances, parent and child simply cannot get along with each other. The grandparents' palace, besides representing your relationship with your grandparents, can also represent your extended family members or older family members. Your parents' palace represents not only your parents, but also your superior or boss or a mentor. Your spouse palace, besides representing your relationship with your spouse, also represents your home and living conditions. Your children palace does not only represent your children, but also your subordinates and people under your care. This is a quick and fast method to establish what your relationship or affinity with various individuals in your life will be like, using the relationship between the elements and your daymaster. This is your life. The palace method can also be used to provide a general picture of your life in 4 phases: young age, youth, middle age, and old age. Here's a quick method of checking to see if you can expect smooth sailing or rough waters through the difficult life phases. Where your favorable elements are located can tell you a lot about a person's life path. Whether they are good starters or good finishers, or bad starters but good finishers in life, all can easily be read just by looking at the position of the favorable element. If your favorable element is in your day or hour pillars, especially in the earthly branches, this indicates that the older you get, the better your life gets. This is, of course, a good sign. It is always better to have a good ending in life than to suffer a terrible fate. The Chinese believe that life should be bitter first, then sweet. So, A bad start and good finish is a blessed life. A good start and a pathetic finish is not considered good at all. Similarly, if you have unfavorable elements in your year pillar, this suggests a difficult or hard childhood. Unfavorable elements in your month pillar indicate that life truly gets better for you after 40, and that your early life might be hard, tough, or bumpy. Individuals who enjoy good fortune from young age usually have favorable elements in their year and month pillars. Bazi for crisis management. When written in Chinese, the word crisis is composed of two characters. One represents danger, and the other represents opportunity. John F. Kennedy. Bazi is not just about knowing the good things in life, but about bracing ourselves for the not-so-pleasant events in life. From a person's Bazi, we can anticipate the kinds of difficulties or obstacles a person may face. How do you see what kind of trouble is approaching from your Bazi? And what happens if you see trouble heading your way in Bazi? Take a look at the Bazi below. What can this person expect in the year 2004, which is the year of Jiark Shen, wood monkey? This gentleman is Kuei Water, born in the Shu dog month. Shu dog month is the autumn season. Metal is strong and water is reasonably strong. This is because metal produces water. That's why in the metal season, water can be strong. The gung metal beside him and the hidden water roots found in the Cho ox makes this Kuei water a strong daymaster. What element then is needed in this Bazi? Remember, our objective in Bazi is to have a balanced chart. You do not want any particular element to be too strong or too weak. The Kuei water is strong, and since this person is born in autumn, the fire element, which is this person's wealth element, is accordingly weak. Let's take the analysis a bit deeper. His daymaster is strong and it can easily control the weak fire element. But take a closer look at the chart. Don't you think the chart is a little bit cold? This chart needs a little bit more fire to help bring some warmth and life to the chart. This is called the regulating useful God selection technique, which we will explore in later books. Now, where can we find the fire needed to warm up the chart? It is found in the Ding fire, the year pillar's heavenly stem, and the hidden Bing fire, found inside the sea snake of the year pillar's earthly branch. So we can say that to this gentleman, his year pillar is extremely important to his Bazi. The arrival of the Jiark Shen year brings about two events. The Shen monkey clashes with the Yin tiger branch and the hour pillar, and combines with the Z snake in his year pillar. In Bazi, besides clashes, there are also combinations involving the earthly branches. Now, a clash or combination does not always denote trouble. How do we know if it will be trouble? By looking at what the elements that are clashed or combined represent, and what the combination itself represents. Inside the Z snake is the Daymaster Kuei, water's wealth element, Bing, fire. Now we know that the wealth element denotes wife, spouse, or girlfriend. When Shen monkey comes into combine with the Z snake is combined away. In advanced Bazi, you will learn that a combination results in something being taken away or removed. In other words, the wife, spouse, or girlfriend is removed or disappears from the picture. What compounds the situation? The fact that the Z snake and the Ding fire in the year pillar are extremely important to this person's Bazi, as they help to balance his Bazi chart. It is a needed element in the chart that keeps the Bazi balanced. If they are gone, the chart could fall apart. Now, everyone has relationship troubles. The question is, will this relationship problem be a minor hassle or a tormenting pain that hurts and affects the person significantly? Yes, because the Yin tiger and Shen monkey clash is known as an emotional clash. So this is likely to be an agonizing heartbreak or relationship problem. As the Yin tiger wood element represents Kuei water's output, his thoughts and thinking, this clash disrupts his life and causes disharmony and distraction. Accordingly, for this gentleman, We can say that the Jiark Shen year is likely to bring emotional problems that affect his work, and the source of the emotional problems is a breakup with his girlfriend or spouse. As this situation is revealed in the heavenly stems, this means that it is obvious to all since it's exposed on the stems that it is emotional problems. Obvious to all here means that all his friends and people who know him will know about his problem. If the clash or combination is hidden, that means no one knows about it. Now you may be thinking, every 12 years, a monkey year rolls around. Surely this gentleman cannot expect that every 12 years there will be a breakup, right? Remember, the annual heavenly stem and the person's luck pillars also impact on the situation. So no, the next monkey year will not necessarily herald another breakup for this person yet again. Forewarned is forearmed. It's one thing to know what's going to happen, but it's another thing to deal with the situation. While Bazi can help you see what is coming, you can't always do something about the situation, unfortunately. Why? Well, you can exert all your man luck and willpower to try to avoid the situation, but sometimes that is just not enough. So, if you can't avoid or sidestep a problem, the best thing is to be mentally and psychologically prepared for it. Brace for the impact. You can't always change your destiny entirely, but you can surely soften the impact. Dealing with an obstacle, hindrance, or crisis that is coming is like getting ready for an exam. What do? You prepare. And if you are prepared, chances are you'll come out of it better than if you did not prepare yourself at all. Knowing your Bazi is like having a cheat sheet with you during your exam. You already know the questions before the test. Another analogy of Bazi is a bit like checking the weather forecast. If you know there will be showers tomorrow morning, you'd probably go out armed with an umbrella. Bazi is not at all about fortune telling in this modern day and age. I prefer to view it as a tool that helps us prepare for events and situations and guides us on what is a suitable recourse or action to take. Here is a personal example of how Bazi can be used to avoid obstacles, hindrances, or hassles when applied properly. Last year, I was interviewed by a journalist about my teaching work in London. The interview was very cordial, and I personally thought it went very well. 2 months later, the article comes out, and the phone didn't stop ringing. The content of the article was accurate, but it also gave the impression that I was an arrogant person with a seriously inflated ego who had made certain comments that could be misconstrued as offensive or critical of others. Obviously not an ideal outcome, and did not quite reflect what I had meant in the context of our earlier interview. Now, my Bazi at that time was being affected by a very strong 7 killings or influence element. This combination indicated trouble caused by misunderstandings or miscommunications. Surprise, surprise. What would have been the solution then to this problem? In Bazi, cures come in the form of actions. In my case, knowing that my Bazi was being influenced significantly by an overly strong 7 killings element, it would probably be wise to have been very careful with the way I spoke to the journalist, or perhaps to have my secretary on hand for the interview to ensure that the wrong message was not conveyed. Action is the cure. To understand how action is the cure in Bazi, you need to have a good understanding of the 5-element cycle, as is seen in the chart here. This chart translates the 5 elements into human actions. In effect, the way to resolve or counter a problem that is revealed by your Bazi is simply to take the right action in accordance with the 5 elements. In Feng Shui, a cure involves using the forces of nature, your environment, or earth luck. In Bazi studies, it is about actions and decisions. Let's say that a chart has the problem of too much of the wealth element. Remember, having too much wealth elements in a chart is a problem because it causes imbalance in the Bazi. So what is the solution or cure? Refer to the diagram on the previous page. Based on the control cycle, what do you think controls the wealth element? The companion element, of course. The companion element helps wealth. In Chinese, we call this Bijian Feng Kai, meaning companions help share the wealth. By helping you share the wealth, They also at the same time lend your Daymaster strength to control the wealth element. So, it's a win-win situation. So how do you use the companion element? The key is to find out what the companion element represents. In most cases, the companion element represents your friends, your siblings, or someone very close to you. If a person is troubled by excessive wealth element, then the advice is to seek a business partner to work with, or a sibling or friend. What if a Daymaster is strong or excessively strong, and thus can control the wealth? Then these people do not need companion elements, and usually will be people who cannot participate in joint venture opportunities or business partnerships. Let's take a look at this example. This Bazi chart belongs to a male, born on September 12, 1956, in the Z snake hour. Let's start by evaluating the strength of the Daymaster. This gentleman is a Rern Water, born in the U Rooster month. U Rooster is an autumn month and is part of the metal season. In autumn, the water element is strong. The presence of a gung metal inside the Shin monkey, the year pillar's earthly branch, also helps to strengthen the Daymaster. So clearly, this is a strong Rern Water. To a water person, fire is the wealth element. In this chart, the fire elements are pretty strong. How do we know they're strong? The Ding and Bing, seen on the heavenly stems, are rooted in Z, snake, and Wu, horse. In previous chapters, I talked about roots in a Bazi, which are the hidden stems. Rooted means that a particular heavenly stem has the same element and the earthly branches. When an element is rooted, it has a strong, steady, and proper foundation, like a tree has roots. An element will have a truly strong presence in a person's chart if it is not only present in the heavenly stems, but is also rooted in the earthly branches. Where the Daymaster is strong and wealth element is strong, you will know that it belongs to someone who has considerable financial capacity, because the Daymaster is strong enough to control the strong wealth. What makes this chart also exceptional is that there is only one visible water element, and it is a strong water element too. This means that the wealth in the chart is not shared with others. This also demonstrates how the quantity of the elements in a person's chart does not always tell the whole story. It is much more important to look at the quality of the element. Herein lies the difficulty in reading. If a person's Daymaster is strong because of the presence of companions, it means there potentially will be people who share in your wealth. If, on the other hand, a person's Daymaster is strong because of resource elements, then this person will not have to share his or her wealth with others, since resource will never participate in sharing of the wealth. What's the favorable element in this Bazi? The Yi wood. Why? Strong water needs to release its strength, so it is best used to produce wood. Why not choose the wealth or influence elements? This Bazi can utilize wealth and influence as well. So the trick is to pick the best favorable element. Remember, we are looking for a good flow of Qi. Water producing wood, and wood then produces fire. This is the most natural and smooth flow of Qi, since this follows the 5 elements production cycle to the hilt. Hence, it is best to first favor wood over all the other possible favorable elements. Now what or who is the wood element to this person? Wood is an output element. Output represents talents, arts, and performance. In advanced studies of Bazi, the Yi wood to a Rern Water Daymaster is called a hurting officer. The hurting officer star represents expressive talents. Hurting officer also represents perfectionists, especially when the hurting officer is Yi wood. You may be curious about the identity of this exceptional individual. His name is Leslie Chong, a talented Hong Kong movie star and singer. Following his recent death, it was revealed that he had left behind a substantial fortune. Riding the luck with Bazi. Those who fail to plan, plan to fail. Bazi moves in luck cycles. Once the luck cycle is passed, it is over. This means your failures and hardships in the past will not repeat itself in the future. But it also means your present success will not happen again. To decide what you want in life, and to show what is preventing you from getting it, you need precise information. To take the right action, you need precise instructions. Bazi helps you plan for the future, and at the same time, learn to take action that goes with the flow. Be it laying low when luck is bad, or being aggressive and opportunistic when luck is good. Bazi helps you plan your actions appropriately. Self-improvement through Bazi. Many of us would like to improve ourselves. How else can one explain the dearth of motivational books, tapes, seminars, and life coaches, all out to help people improve their lives and take control? Yet, people are sometimes uncertain as to what changes they need to make. It's understandable. How many of us can really look at our flaws objectively, or even see our own flaws? Bazi is, in that sense, a mirror that helps reflect back to us our flaws, our weaknesses, and our strengths, thus enabling us to make improvements or changes to improve things. By understanding the elements that cause you to react or behave in a certain way, do your best to consciously change your actions and your decisions to change the way you feel about yourself, change how other people perceive you, and change the way you feel about someone. Taking the stress out of life. Bazi is also about being realistic. Yes, there are some things that you can work hard at changing or improving, but also some things which you cannot. It's good to be hopeful and optimistic, but don't be positively bluffing yourself when you place your hopes and dreams too high, to the point where it is beyond your Bazi capacity. Then you are only paving the way for disappointments. Parents will save themselves a lot of angst and heartache if they recognized their child's abilities or inabilities early on, and rather than trying to push them one way or another, guide them in the right direction. How many books are out there looking to help people find the right job or change jobs? Bazi takes the stress out of this in some respects by helping you identify not just what kind of jobs you will be good at, but what kinds of industries will attract you and what kind of positions you can excel at. I hope that by now you've gained considerable insights into the wonderful art of Bazi. It is your destiny code that reveals your life. I hope that you will be able to use Bazi to make a difference in your life and in the lives of those around you. For those who wish to continue their journey of learning beyond this book, in the next book on the Destiny Code, we will explore more techniques for analysis, concepts such as special relationships between heavenly stems and earthly branches, structures and formations, and dive deeper into how Bazi can help you determine your potential, unlock your talents and capabilities, make better decisions, and in turn, achieve fulfillment and happiness in life by living life according to what we are able, capable, born to, and destined to do and achieve. This is the beginning of your journey into the Destiny Code. This concludes Bazi, the Destiny Code, Book 1, Your Guide to the Four Pillars of Destiny. Written by Joey Yap. Read by Alio Voices. All the best.
Retire of all negative thoughts that you have accumulated during the day. Your consciousness is built by an accumulation of ideas and thoughts. If you think you can succeed and attract riches, you will have a better chance than if you tell yourself 100 times a day that you will fail, that there aren't enough riches to go around, or other negative thoughts. 7. Strive to be worthy of the best that life has to offer. Build your consciousness of quality and riches by wearing the best clothes you can afford. Eat in the restaurants that represent quality. Choose your entertainment on television or movies with the intention of improving the quality of your mind. Read good books. Be conversant with the classics of the past in art, music, and literature, as well as the modern trends in these fields. 8. Use the riches you now possess and appreciate and enjoy the free gifts of life. Sunshine, fresh air, beautiful flowers, smiling faces of children, music, good food, friends, and loved ones. These emotional values are also riches of the spirit, and they should not be neglected while you search for material treasures and possessions. A test to determine your state of consciousness. Your answers to the following questions will determine to what degree you have achieved the enrichment of your consciousness. If your scoring is low at present, do not be discouraged, but strive to achieve a higher rating through restudying this chapter. To determine your grade, give yourself credit for 10 points on each question that you answer yes. If your score is 90%, it is excellent. 80% to 90% is very good. 70% to 80% is fair. 1. Do you spend at least 1 hour a day in improving your mind by studying things that pertain to your personality? This includes your voice, your manners, and the social graces. 2. Do you appreciate and enjoy good music? 3. Do you read books considered classics? Books by writers such as Dickens, Shakespeare, Victor Hugo, Dumas, Milton, Dante. 4. Do you seek out friends who are cultured and refined? 5. Do you try to keep your present home neat, clean, and orderly? 6. Are you utilizing the riches that you already possess fully? 7. Do you visit your local museums, art galleries, and cultural institutions often? 8. Do you try to raise your standards and avoid doing things that are common, cheapening and coarsening to your personality? 9. Do you select your clothing with taste and an eye to quality and style? 10. Do you spend at least half an hour a day in meditation and contemplation of the mystery of life, searching for beauty, goodness, truth, happiness, and love? Chapter 8. 10 Keys that Unlock the Metaphysical Forces of Your Mind. Your mind possesses vast reserves of power and knowledge within its domain. When we speak of mind in this study, we mean the totality of consciousness, which scientists call the conscious, the subconscious, and superconscious minds. In metaphysics, we add another dimension to mind. This is the divine mind, which is often called cosmic mind or universal intelligence. It has been found that in psychological experiments where people were hypnotized, they possessed amazing knowledge that they did not have in their conscious states. Some people could speak foreign languages fluently, although they had never been abroad or studied such languages. Others knew how to play the piano or some other instrument. Still others knew about countries and strange places where they had never been. Where were these reserves of knowledge stored? If they were not in the conscious mind, then they must have resided in some other part of consciousness where the person was not even aware of them. One man who had a very poor mind for mathematics could add, subtract, and multiply long lists of figures while in a state of hypnosis. Miracle super forces of geniuses. Certain men and women throughout history have known how to release these miracle super forces of the divine mind and perform feats that astounded people. Joan of Arc was such an example. She was a poor peasant maid who had never been away from her village. When she began to hear voices and have visions, people thought she was obsessed with evil spirits. She saw in her visions that she would ride at the head of France's victorious armies, and the voices told her she would one day save France. When she finally convinced the French generals of the veracity of her visions, they put her at the head of their soldiers, and she led them to victory after victory. Were her visions delusions? Or rather, were they induced by some superforce within her consciousness that knew of her divine destiny? We are inclined to believe the latter, for too many times in history men and women have had this kind of divine vision and have achieved miracles that were impossible for ordinary men and women to perform. In his experiments in extrasensory perception, a noted authority tells of an instance where a young woman's father died, leaving her impoverished. After the funeral expenses were paid, there was no money left for food in the house. One night this woman had a realistic dream in which her father came to her as she had known him in life and told her of a secret compartment in an antique piece of furniture in the living room where she would find a large sum of money hidden in big bills. Upon awakening, the woman could still hear the sound of her father's voice in her ears. She arose and went to the antique dresser her father had told her about. She reached into a recessed area behind one of the drawers, and there found the money in the secret compartment she had been told about. How Napoleon unlocked this superforce. Napoleon called upon the miracle superforce of his higher mind, and won for himself a position as Emperor of France, and nearly conquered the entire continent in his 20-year rule. He believed in astrology, and was told early in his life that he was destined to become a king. He believed that he was destined to liberate the people of France from tyranny and poverty, and to unite all of Europe in a great confederacy over which he would rule as emperor. When he consulted mystics and seers, they confirmed his own inner conviction that he was born to rule. This idea became an overpowering, magnificent obsession in Napoleon's mind. He began to study the art of warfare, of political and diplomatic strategy, and finally, when he felt the stars were auspicious, he set out on his rendezvous with destiny. There is no doubt that Napoleon tapped some higher power, another dimension of mind than his own conscious mind, to rise to the heights he ultimately attained. What were the miracle keys that he used to unlock the super force of his mind? The 10 miracle keys to all greatness. In a study of metaphysics, we find that there are 10 keys that unlock the miracle super force of the mind. We shall study each of these keys in turn and see how to apply them to your own life. With these keys, you can unlock doors of consciousness where the miracle super force resides. The key of imagination. Your destiny is forged in the workshop of your imagination. It is in his imagination that man can truly grow wings of the soul and soar above the limitations of mortal mind and become godlike in his dreams and aspirations. That which you can conceive, you can achieve. The very act of picturing a condition you desire sets into motion certain super forces within your higher mind that begin to create the conditions imaged. Einstein gave the world a mathematical formula which perfectly states the metaphysical law for using creative imagination to materialize the destiny we desire. Einstein's formula is expressed mathematically as E equals mc2. What this formula says is that energy and matter are convertible. Mental energy possesses its equivalent in matter and is as real as so-called material energy. All physical and material things are actually manifestations of energy. The energy in a thought produces its own materialization. An idea is as real and solid as a bridge or a skyscraper. The concept of love is as real and permanent as the sun or the earth. The fact that mental energy cannot be seen or felt does not argue that it has no existence. Let us examine this metaphysical concept further below. I have reduced it to a practical formula which utilizes the imagination as the energy-producing miracle force. It is dream, dare, and do. What is your big dream in life? It is through your imagination that you must picture what I call your big dream of life. There can be no actual achievement of your dream, the daring and the doing of our metaphysical formula, until you first have the picture in your imagination of the things you want to attract in life. The dream stirs into action the miracle super forces of your higher mind, and the mental and spiritual energy that it sets into motion externalizes in creative patterns. Do you dream of achieving some high goal in life? If you do, it must be specific and clear-cut. Otherwise, the super forces of your higher mind are not activated sufficiently to bring it into being. I remember in my first year in high school in biology class when we were studying the sprouting of plants, we were given home study work where we were told to plant bin seed and then watch them mature. I was so anxious to see the miracle of growth and evolvement that I kept digging up the poor bin seed until it gave up in discouragement and died. The picture of the mature bin, the sprouts, the roots, the final edible vegetable inherent in the seed, were all there in the invisible dimensions of time and space, waiting for the final creative pulsation in the soil. But the law of growth could never work when it was constantly disturbed. This same law applies to your life. In your imagination, you plant the seed of the crop you wish to reap. The super forces of your higher mind are ready and waiting to mature the destiny you want. But you must hold the picture firmly in mind. Then let the higher power mature your dream and externalize it into its physical and material equivalent. One man's imagination changed the world. One of the most imaginative men in history was Jules Verne, who lived between 1828 and 1905. He wrote more than 100 books, and in his imagination created the first submarine, helicopter, radio, television, and dirigible. Simon Lake invented his submarine from inspiration he received when he read Verne's story 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Verne's imaginative pictures were fanciful, but they were converted into rational and productive products by men who read his literary works and were, in turn, inspired by them. Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin when he saw his pet cat trying to reach through the bars of a cage to get at his canary. In his imagination, Whitney visualized steel bars holding back the cotton seed, while iron claws drew out the fluffy white cotton between the bars. This one invention revolutionized the industry of the South. The miracle superforces of man's higher mind were stimulated by the power of the imagination to produce such modern great things as the printing press, wireless, radio, television, automobile, typewriter, harnessing of electricity, the splitting of the atom, and the creation of such miracles as the electronic microscope, the 200-inch telescope at Palomar, and now, man's ultimate triumph of mind over matter, the creation of spaceships that are on their way to the moon and distant stars. How to stimulate your imagination. 1. Read a scene in a book or magazine, and then in your imagination try to project that scene in all its details. Add to it what you wish and make the scene come to life vividly, trying to see the characters, the environment, the action, and any other details that are described in the story. 2. Think back to your childhood and recall some scene that you enjoyed, such as a Christmas, Thanksgiving, or birthday. In your mind's eye, try to recall the people who were there, the things they said and did, the food you ate, and any other details that you can remember. 3. Picture your perfect dream home. Cut pictures out of home decorating magazines and let them serve as a stimulus to your imagination. Visualize a party in the dream home. See the friends you have invited, work in the garden, and do any other activities in your mind which you might perform in such a home in reality. 4. Stand before a mirror and imagine that you are speaking before a vast audience in an auditorium. You can speak aloud or to yourself. Make up a talk on some subject with which you are conversant. This speech can be a short one of 2 minutes, or it can be longer. The brain centers are stimulated by such an exercise and make it possible for you to speak more fluently when you need to express yourself. 5. Imagine yourself having $1 million. This mental exercise will help you stimulate the miracle response centers of your brain for building a fortune. If you cannot imagine yourself being rich, it will be difficult to ever attract a fortune. 6. Imagine yourself standing on the prow of a boat headed for some exotic land like Hawaii. You can use pictures from travel magazines to help stimulate your imagination in relation to this exercise. Some people have used travel pictures and literature to stimulate the miracle response centers of their brains, and soon they found themselves actually visiting the places they had imaged in their minds. The second key, curiosity. It was curiosity that caused Columbus to sail the seas in search of new lands. If he had been satisfied with the popular belief that the earth was flat, he never would have embarked on his voyages of discovery. It was curiosity that caused the scientist Fleming to wonder why green mold on bread in a test tube killed germs. His curiosity led him to the discovery of the life-saving penicillin, which is called a miracle drug, and which has saved the lives of millions of people. It was curiosity that led Galvani to experiment with his galvanic battery, from which so many inventions have come. Curiosity has been implanted in the consciousness of man for a specific purpose. This divine emotion makes him discontented with the world as it is and causes him to search for new ways to change things, to improve them, and to give man greater comfort and luxury. How to develop curiosity. 1. Look about you in your work and see how you might improve conditions. Many an invention has been born because man's natural curiosity caused him to wonder if he couldn't improve on the methods being used in his business. A man sitting at a lecture was disturbed by a woman's big hat. He became curious as to how to convert this obstruction to something positive, and before he left the auditorium, he had an idea for a new hat pin, which made him a fortune. 2. Look at some invention such as radio or television, and try to figure out the principle involved in its mechanism. 3. Look around you in your garden and see the fruit, vegetables, and flowers, and try to reason out the method by which they draw the nourishment from the soil to create their products. It was this type of curiosity that led Burbank to develop so many new types of fruits, vegetables, and flowers. It was curiosity that led George Washington Carver to convert the lowly peanut into plastics, insulating materials, fodder for cattle, varnishes, oils, paints, and many other products, which helped revolutionize the industry of the South. 4. When it thunders or lightnings, try to understand the reason why. Look up the facts in an encyclopedia. 5. Stimulate the curiosity response centers of your brain by wondering how other people live in other parts of the world. Study books in your library showing the customs and habitats of people in Asia, Africa, South America, and Australia. 6. When you listen to beautiful music or read interesting stories, try to analyze the emotions that prompted the composers and authors to create their works. The third key: knowledge. It is through the intellect that man rules the universe. The pen is mightier than the sword. Your miracle super forces of the mind are more easily motivated and released when you fortify yourself with knowledge. This does not mean that you must be a college graduate to succeed in life. Many great men have risen to high positions who did not have a formal education. Wisdom is very often an innate trait, and some of the great philosophers like Socrates and Plato founded their own schools. Henry Ford was not a college graduate, but he had innate wisdom. He absorbed knowledge sufficient for his purposes and succeeded in his chosen field. Bacon said, "For knowledge too is itself power." All knowledge begins with this precept by Socrates: know thyself. The regime for building knowledge. 1. Observe the universe about you and stimulate all 5 senses by absorbing the sights, sounds, and experiences that surround you every day. 2. Reason out why things happen in the physical and material universe under the law of cause and effect. 3. Study specialized knowledge that fits your business or profession, and keep up to date on latest developments in your field by subscribing to magazines dealing in such matters. 4. Expand the horizons of your mind by absorbing as much knowledge as you can about as many things as possible. Take an interest in civic events in your community. Join clubs and organizations that have a wide diversity of interests. 5. Learn by example through emulating the lives and thoughts of great men of history. Read their biographies and autobiographies. Find out what they thought, how they worked, what books they read. Learn everything you can about their lives, and then use them as models by which you shape your own life. 6. Study books on psychology and find out how the human mind works. You will not only be better able to cope with your own life problems by knowing psychology, but such a study will help you understand other people better and improve your relationship with them in your social life and business world. 7. Every day learn some new word or fact that will add to the sum total of your knowledge as you grow older. Most people make the mistake of closing their minds to new ideas when they close their high school or college books. The human brain is illimitable in its ability to absorb more and more knowledge as we grow older. Scientists now find that an older person who has kept his brain agile and active can learn and retain new facts as readily as a young person. 8. Keep your brain agile and exercised by studying a foreign language course, or working out mathematical problems, or studying public speaking, singing, dancing, music, writing. Any activity that is new to you and which will keep your brain and body cells active and youthful will not only add to your sum total of knowledge, but will actually give you better health and more vitality. Scientists now find that the brain centers are tied in some mysterious fashion to various organs and centers of the body. When any of these brain centers are left undeveloped, they atrophy, and the parts of the body which are tied in with these brain centers begin to deteriorate and weaken. This is why scientists now urge old people to take an active interest in all kinds of hobbies and avocations when they retire. A man once asked J.P. Morgan why he didn't retire. He said to the great financier, You're worth over $100 million. You surely don't need more money. Why don't you retire? Morgan asked the man, "When did your father retire?" The man answered, "In 1908. Why? When did your father die?" Morgan asked. "In 1911, the man answered. "That's the reason I don't retire," Morgan replied. 9. Have a planned reading regime for your future. Try to read a book a week, not just fiction, but books that will help you improve your mind and add to the sum total of your knowledge. It is good to vary the subject matter of these books so that you expand your horizons of thinking to encompass many fields. You might get a simple book on astronomy and discover the fascinating cosmic world of outer space. You might study a book on science and invention to learn of the miracles being produced by men's minds in our atomic age. Biology is another fascinating subject, which will teach you secrets about the vibrant and expanding world in which you live. You might also study the various philosophies of the ages, beginning with the Greek philosophers and then going into the teachings of the Far East and the comparative religions of the world. History is another all-engrossing subject for you to study, for through learning about the past, you can know what mistakes to avoid in the future. The fourth key, affirmative will. The miracle super forces of your mind are unlocked by this fourth key, affirmative will. Most people are buffeted by the forces of life. They vacillate back and forth between two possible courses of action, not knowing which to do until it is too late. They are very much like the mule which hesitated between two piles of hay, not knowing which to go to, and starved as a consequence of his vacillation. Affirmative will summons all the super forces of your conscious and subconscious minds into a positive, dynamic focal point which drives you towards your objective without hesitation or hindrance. There are two opposing forces in life, and man is constantly forced to make a choice between these two. There is the will to succeed and the will to fail. The will to be healthy and the will to be sick. The will to live and the will to die. The will to be rich and the will to remain poor. The will to happiness and the will to misery. The will to love and the will to hate. The will to good and the will to evil. The will to peace and the will to war. Man must choose his destiny. Man can choose his destiny. He is different from all other living creatures in that he has this power of choice. By exercising your affirmative will, you can select the events that make up your destiny, just as the artist chooses the scenes he will paint and the colors with which to paint those scenes. If he does not like what he painted, he cannot blame it on the scene he is copying, but on himself for his own inability to accurately reproduce the scene from nature. There are two types of will in life also. There. 1. Passive will. 2. Affirmative will. The passive will can create mental images of success and riches, but lacks the capacity to execute these images into reality. Many would-be millionaires daydream about having $1 million, but they lack the affirmative will to put their daydreams into motion. How to use affirmative will. 1. The will is fashioned from the mental habit patterns that you build. From the time you were born, you began to build habit patterns for almost every act of your life. You rise in the morning and bathe, brush your teeth, shave or make up, put on your clothes, lace your shoes, and prepare to go to your day's work. You do not give much conscious attention to these daily actions, for you have built habit patterns that take care of most of them. If your daily habit patterns have been negative ones, and your mind is filled with thoughts of fear, failure, and disaster, then your auto-conditioning will all be in favor of these negative emotions, and your actions will be correspondingly negative. Change the habit patterns of your mind from negative ones to positive ones. This is easier said than done, but it can be accomplished if you use the power of your affirmative will. Smokers who wish to stop know how difficult it is to change their habit patterns. They must make a superhuman effort to give up the habit of smoking. How do you change your habit patterns? In the same way they're created. By performing the mental or physical act over and over again, until it is so deeply ingrained in your consciousness that it becomes automatic. Then we call the action a habit. 2. Use creative commands to your higher consciousness, which we studied in Chapter 2. The higher centers of your brain are stirred into action by creative commands. Let these be given each morning as you start your day's activity. Then all during the day use little energy boosters to keep your spirits high and your energies at their maximum peak. You can say a dozen times a day, "I feel wonderful. I am able to overcome this problem. I am now dissolving these obstacles through the power of my will. I like people and they like me." 3. Try not to let negative experiences in life prove too discouraging. Everyone has these negative conditions to cope with. Even the millionaire has his problems. When some condition arises that tends to get you down, say to yourself, "This too shall pass away." Another good statement to dissolve these unwanted negative experiences is this: the solution to the problem is already on the way. 4. The affirmative will must be exercised every day of your life. Otherwise, you are apt to slip into negative and passive habit patterns that affect your entire future destiny. Every day, exercise the will to live. How? Have an intense desire to live for some specific cause or person. You may want to educate your children. You may want to own your home. You may desire a fortune to help other people. The more altruistic and unselfish your purpose for living, the greater will be the life energy that flows from your higher mind. Many people who have lost the will to live die early in life because they have no one to live for and nothing they want to accomplish. When people are motivated by a desire to live for some purpose, they often have a release of the life force that keeps them going until they're 100 or more. Grandma Moses was an example of how this super force of the mind can enormously extend the normal lifespan and give one many years of creative, useful activity. At 76 years of age, she began to paint, and soon was selling her paintings at enormous sums. She lived to be over 100, and there is no doubt that her renewed interest in creating helped stimulate the miracle super forces of her brain, infusing her body cells with life-giving energy and purposefulness. 5. Every day exercise the affirmative will to succeed. Do this by planning each day's activity with one thought in mind, to make it as successful as possible. It is good to write down a day-by-day plan, so as to focalize your mind's energies on the things you want to accomplish. Just as a housewife makes out a shopping list for the market, so you should make out a list each day of what you wish to accomplish on that day. List your appointments, your day's work, the sales you wish to make, the money you are going to spend, the purchases you plan, the social engagements you will have. A neat and orderly mind ensures a neat and orderly life and destiny. 6. Exercise daily the affirmative will to attract more money. Money is an idea more than it is an actual material thing. In ancient times, such strange things as tea, fur, stones, pieces of iron, tobacco, and other objects served as money. You can only attract more money when it becomes a habit pattern in your thinking every day. The reason 60% of all college graduates achieve their goal in life is because they were trained in college to think in terms of being successful in their chosen professions. They formed the mental habit patterns of success. Every time you spend $1, think of its value. It is said that John D. Rockefeller Sr. never tipped more than a dime. One day someone asked him why a man as rich as he was didn't tip more. Rockefeller replied, "Why, a dime is 10% interest on $1 for a full year." Money works under the law of the harvest. When you plant a seed in the ground, it usually produces 10 to 20 times the yield of the original seed. When you give money out, make it a point to bless it and know that it will yield you abundance. The 5th key, divine ego. Most people who fail in life do so because they are using the wrong type of ego power. They are so obsessed with excessive self-interest that they lose their perspective and ignore the rights and interests of others. Such people are called egotists. This type of egotism is destructive and causes people to dislike one. Do not misunderstand me. We need some ego, a great deal of self-interest for purposes of self-preservation. But in our metaphysical studies, we convert this power of the psyche which consciously controls the impulses of the id, as it is called in psychology, into the divine ego. The changes in your personality and ego drive will be miraculous when you once institute this method of unlocking the miracle superforces of your mind. How to build the divine ego. 1. Realize that you were created in the image and likeness of God, as the Bible tells us. This is a spiritual idea, not a physical one. When you once accept the premise that you are divine and immortal, then you will begin to be godlike in your thoughts and actions. Voltaire said, "To be a hero, think heroic thoughts." To be divine, you should pattern your thoughts and actions after the divine image. What are the godlike thoughts and actions which you should emulate? God is described in the Bible in two ways. God is good and God is love. If you pattern your thinking after goodness and love, with all their ramifications, you cannot help but reflect goodness and love in all your relationships with others. 2. Cultivate the habit of unselfish actions in relation to others. Share your good with other people. Share your happiness. Instead of talking about yourself and your problems when you meet other people, make it a point to show interest in them and their activities. 3. Work in community projects such as the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts. Enter into charity drives for such worthwhile organizations as the Heart Fund, the Polio Fund, the Lighthouse for the Blind, American Legion, and veteran organizations. Volunteer to work a few hours a week in foundling homes for orphans, in veteran hospitals for soldiers, in prisons and other public welfare groups. Such expanded interests do more than merely help the unfortunate. They help you in building the divine ego, which can enrich your life and give you blessings of health, happiness, and prosperity by releasing the miracle superforces of your higher mind. 4. Have a high master motive in life. Desire success and money not only for yourself and your family, but also so you can help better the world through your creative efforts. There are many master motives which propel man towards his destiny. Desire for power, desire for money, fame, glory, a desire for wisdom, a desire for material things, a desire to bring peace to the world, to work for brotherhood and tolerance, a desire to spiritualize your mind and find new dimensions of the soul. The higher your master motive, the greater the drive for success and fulfillment. 5. Overcome the animalistic emotions of greed, hatred, selfishness, and envy. The divine image within your consciousness cannot flourish in such an atmosphere of negativity. 6. Implant in your consciousness the positive forces of charity, beauty, truth, justice, faith, and love. And soon you will see the divine inspiration that flows through your consciousness from the divine mind within you. 7. Spend a few moments each day in spiritual contemplation and meditation. In such mystical periods, search within for life's true meaning. Try to find the divine prototype within your own immortal soul. Pray to God for guidance and inspiration every morning when you arise and every night when you go to bed. 8. When you feel the gravity pull of Earth's problems, fears, and worries, stop whatever you are doing and retire for a few moments into the stillness of the cathedral of the soul, and say to yourself, "Peace, be still, and know that I am God." This powerful affirmative spiritual statement from the Bible reaffirms your sense of divinity and will help you once more restore peace and tranquility within your consciousness. Write down on a small card these words. Carry them with you in your pocket or purse and look at them several times. Let each man think himself an act of God, his mind a thought, his life a breath of God. The sixth key, perseverance. Perseverance means the ability to continue doing something in spite of difficulties or opposition. Many times a person who wishes to succeed will stop making the effort because of the many obstacles that he has to face. If he persisted just a short time longer in many cases, he would undoubtedly have won his goal. A miner in the Nevada desert had struck a vein of gold in his claim, which brought him a few $1,000s, and then petered out. The miner became discouraged and sold his equipment to a junk man for a few $100s. The new owner kept digging, and after a few hours, he broke through a wall of stone where he hit a vein of gold that produced $40,000 worth of pure ore. That gold mine brought the new owner $5 million in the next few years. You may be on the verge of achieving your greatest success if you but persevere a little longer and do not give up. About 20 years ago, I visited Lucille Ball on a set at RKO Studios in Hollywood. After lunch, we had a photograph taken together, and the young and radiantly beautiful star told me rather sadly, "This is my last day at RKO. My contract ends today, and they are not renewing it." I expressed my surprise and regrets, but the irrepressible Lucille said, "Oh, don't worry about me. Someday I'll come back and buy the joint." A few years ago, Lucille Ball returned to the studio that had fired her and paid about $15 million for the entire studio. Talk about miracles. This red-haired, talented young lady who went on to fame and fortune on television was able to stir the miracle superforces of her mind by her amazing perseverance in never giving up and by fulfilling the promise she made to herself in jest, to eventually buy the studio that had fired her. There is a powerful and stimulating force within your psyche, which works miracles when you respond to the challenges of life with perseverance and courage. How to utilize perseverance. 1. Work with the law of cycles in nature. There is a time in every life when fate presents a set of circumstances which can bring one success and fortune. Learn how to study and be aware of these cycles, and then take advantage of the opportunities that arise with confidence. Shakespeare spoke of these cycles in men's lives in these words: "There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Amid it, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries." 2. When you come to those periods of stagnation in your life when nothing seems to happen, learn how to utilize that time study and prepare your mind for the time when your good fortune will come. Persevere in what you are doing and do not give up, for like the miner in the desert, your greatest good fortune may lie just within your grasp. 3. In nature, all things mature slowly and in their right season. Spring is for planting the seed, summer is for growth and evolvement, fall is for the harvest, and winter is for rest and relaxation. This same cycle exists in human destiny. If your fortune does not come in your youth, the springtime of life, remember this is not always the time of the harvest. It is the time of planting. Evolve, develop your mind, prepare for the future when you are young, but do not always expect the fortune of which you dream, for it must also follow this law of nature. If you are in the summertime of your life, that is, your mature years, and you still have not achieved your success, then you must re-examine your life and see what you have done that is wrong, and after correcting your mistakes, persevere and wait for your success. 4. No matter how discouraged you may become, try not to give up. Remember that throughout history, most great men and women who ever achieved anything worthwhile were told by others that they would fail. The mob consciousness is always one of discouragement, defeat, and disaster. When Fulton invented his steamboat, thousands of people gathered along the Hudson to watch its attempt to go upstream against the current. As the steam began to rise from its funnel, the mob shouted, as with one voice, "It won't start! It won't start!" Then, as the boat began to move against the current, the mob continued their chanting. Only this time they changed it to, "It won't stop! It won't stop!" 5. When you persevere in your efforts, you build electrical and magnetic current in your brain and body cells, which charges your muscles and nerves with a superabundance of dynamic energy. It is much easier to succeed when you have conditioned the miracle superforces of your mind with the idea that failure is impossible. Your continued efforts to achieve your goal is also proof to the indwelling miracle worker that you have faith in your ability to achieve your objective. The 7th key: magnetic attraction. Magnetic attraction exists between all of the particles that make up the visible and invisible universe. It is this etheric flow of invisible substance which keeps our planets rotating in their orbits, the Earth and Moon around the Sun, and all the billions of other planets in outer space rotating around each other, without ever colliding or deviating from their orbital paths. In fact, this law of magnetic attraction, which Newton named gravity, is so accurate in its workings that we set our Earth clocks by the stars. We can predict to the minute where any given star in our solar system will be even 10 centuries from now. It was this tremendous power of magnetism which Jesus used to perform most of his miracles. By summoning up the reserves of life magnetism within the person's body and brain, the master metaphysician could heal the sick and even infuse new life into the dead. How to release magnetism. 1. Magnetism is in every cell of your brain and body, but it is scattered throughout the body. When you wish to summon it for any specific purpose, you must concentrate your mind on the act which you wish to perform. If you are trying to magnetize another person, you should concentrate on that person. Project your thoughts to him. Say his name over and over and direct your thoughts to him, just as if you were talking to him in person. The person need not be near you, but can be at a great distance. It has been proved that when people are apart, even as far as 3,000 miles, they can transmit their thoughts to each other. An instance of how the ether waves act as magnetic currents, which the human brain may tap, is that of a young lady who went to visit relatives in San Francisco in the days before planes were making the transcontinental trip. While she was on the lengthy train trip, her father had been taken seriously ill and was near death. The girl's mother frantically concentrated her thoughts on her daughter, sending her this message: "When you get off the train, call home. It is urgent." As the train approached San Francisco, the girl became more and more restless, with a vague sense of unrest and worry. As soon as she got off the train, she telephoned her home and learned of her father's serious illness. She boarded the next train for home. 2. You can use magnetism for many different purposes. To magnetize others, as we have learned above, to attract people to yourself that you like, or to attract money and material things. To show how this magnetic attraction works in one's life, let me tell you of an instance where magnetism attracted a famous movie star to me when I was an unknown, struggling for recognition in Hollywood. It was the year of the Great Depression, and I had gone to Hollywood, but could not find work. Finally, I took a job in a photographic studio with Edwin Bauer Hesser, a famous photographer of movie stars. I had concentrated my mind on meeting Mary Pickford for at least a year before going to Hollywood. At that time, Miss Pickford was known as America's sweetheart, and every boy and man in the country considered her the ideal woman. Before going to Hollywood, I had studied palmistry, astrology, and other mystical arts to better understand myself and other people. One day, Miss Pickford came into the studio to have some photos taken to publicize her new picture, Coquette, which she was making with Buddy Rogers. While the photographer was preparing his equipment, I helped her pass the time by reading her palm and telling her about herself with astrology. The amazing thing, which I did not know at that time, was that I had psychically tuned in on her marital split-up with Douglas Fairbanks Sr., which was being kept a secret from the world. I told her details about her life which astounded her, and she invited me to a big party she was giving for Lord and Lady Mountbatten of England the following week. At that party, I met William Randolph Hearst, who later was to change the entire course of my life through worldwide publicity he gave my work in the mystical sciences. The magnetic attraction which I had created by concentrating on Miss Pickford undoubtedly brought about the series of incidents which led to our meeting, and eventually helped fashion my entire future career. 3. Magnetize your mind by daily passing a series of pictures and thoughts through it of the people you want to meet, the things you want to do, the trips you wish to take, the money you want to attract, the new job you wish to have, the home you want to live in, the gifts and talents you would like to develop. Of course, there is more to this miracle power than merely passing the pictures and thoughts of your goal objectives through your mind. But the process of magnetic attraction must begin by having these image concepts firmly in your mind. Later in our deeper study of magnetism on the cosmic and spiritual planes of consciousness, we shall explore this subject further. The best way to fix these magnetic thought images in your mind is to write them down where you can see them and read them over every day. This helps in the process of magnetizing them. 4. The magnetism of your brain and body can be built through a conscious regime. As magnetism is in the air all about you, it is vitally important that you breathe deeply and consciously when you wish to increase the fund of magnetism within your body. I'm able to overcome headaches and other minor physical discomforts by taking 10 or 15 deep breaths, holding them to the count of 4, and then exhaling. One can also go to sleep more easily by doing this, for it helps build the body's magnetism and relaxes the tense nerves and muscles. The first time I stepped out onto the vast stage of Carnegie Hall to deliver my first lecture in New York City, I would normally have been a little uneasy. However, having studied yoga breathing and occult sciences for some years, I quickly inhaled 10 or 15 times, charging my brain and body with vast funds of magnetism, and I stepped out onto that stage with a feeling of calmness and tranquility. Always before a lecture, I use this method for quickly recharging the batteries of my brain and body with new electrical and magnetic power. The miracle super forces of your brain are stirred into magnetic action by deep breathing, so do not neglect this vital function. Most people only breathe with the upper parts of their lungs, and the lower parts atrophy from disuse. Breathe deeply and hold the breath for 4 or 5 counts, then exhale. Do this at least 4 or 5 times a day. When you are fatigued from your work, instead of taking another cigarette or a glass of alcoholic stimulant, try the magnetic act of deep breathing. It will give you instant energy and lengthen your life by many years. The 8th key, divine inspiration. Someone has said, inspiration helps man grow wings of the soul and rise above Earth's prison house. Divine inspiration raises man even higher into the realms of transcendental peace, beauty, and joy. Anything that stimulates your mind emotionally to creative thoughts and actions can be said to be inspiring. Divine inspiration releases the miracle super forces of your higher mind to such an extent that you are given supernormal powers and energies that are unknown to the average person. All geniuses had this ability of charging their higher minds with divine inspiration and releasing a veritable flood of creative and inspiring ideas. In music, these great composers had this divine inspiration: Beethoven, Mozart, Handel, and Bach. In art, divine inspiration motivated such geniuses as Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Rembrandt, and Raphael. In literature and poetry, divine inspiration was shown by Shakespeare, Dante, Milton, Homer, Byron, Keats, Wordsworth. In exploration and discovery, men like Marco Polo Columbus, De Soto, and Ponce de Leon undoubtedly had divine inspiration. In science, Newton, Pasteur, Galileo, Edison, Einstein, Fleming, and Salk had divine inspiration. This is only a small list of the great ones of history who were motivated by divine inspiration. In every field of human endeavor, there have been literally thousands of men and women who possess this form of inspiration in their creative works. The regime for releasing divine inspiration. 1. When you want to stimulate the miracle response centers of your higher mind, use the transcendental power of beautiful and inspiring music to aid you. This means classical and semi-classical music, not the discordant forms of new and modern jazz, which tend to overexcite the brain centers. Waltzes, Hawaiian music, and even modern ballads may be used to relax the mind and body. But for high inspiration, it has been found that the great enduring classical compositions are best for inducing the highest forms of inspiration. It has been found that in industry, when people work with music playing in the background, their output increases, their energy level is higher, and there is a decrease in fatigue and in accidents. This proves the efficacy of music as an inspirational force to stimulate the higher response centers of the human psyche. 2. When you wish divine inspiration, align yourself with the natural grandeur and beauty of the universe. Stand at the ocean's edge and observe a sunrise or sunset. Look up at the lofty mountaintops and visualize the peace and serenity to be found there. Observe the sun, the moon, and stars, and project your mind to lofty pinnacles of achievement, using these natural wonders as ideals and inspiration. Be aware of spring with its rich verdure and multicolored blooms. See the power and majesty of flowing rivers and placid lakes, reflecting the blue of the heavens and fluffy white clouds. Stop your work occasionally and walk in a park if you live in the city. Go to a botanical garden, a zoo, or some nearby field, and let your mind be inspired by the richness and variety to be found in nature. This will help recharge your mind and body with energy and bring you a sense of serenity and peace. 3. Divine inspiration can be released within your mind by a study of the great religious books of the world. You should make it a point to learn what all the great teachers and prophets have taught. Study the Christian Bible, the Talmud, the Quran, the Buddhist Bible, and any other spiritual revelations that interest you. 4. Memorize quotations from the Bible, which you can repeat daily when you feel the need of divine inspiration. I have found the 23rd Psalm and the 91st Psalm helpful. You may also use the Lord's Prayer as given in the Bible. 5. Study the transcendental philosophies of some of our great minds. The golden age of Greece was shaped by such men as Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. Let their inspired thinking help elevate your consciousness to new and lofty pinnacles of nobility and grandeur. Our own American philosophers, Emerson and Thoreau, are also worthy of study and emulation. 6. You can receive divine inspiration through doing charitable acts for others. Helping to inspire those who are less fortunate than yourself is a wonderful way to recharge your brain and body with new inspiration. You can also help inspire others with your smiles, words of encouragement, and kindness. 7. Prayer lifts man's soul into lofty dimensions of spirit that transcend Earth's gravity pull. Pray often during the day. Little short prayers help inspire you and energize your mind and body. 100 times a day I say little prayers like this. Thank you, God, for this beautiful day. I am grateful to you, God, for sending me such good friends. Thank you, God, for this lovely sunshine. Help me, God, to overcome this problem. God, give me guidance and inspiration to carry out this task. These are little soul boosters which keep one in constant attunement with the divine source of all life and all good. 8. The 9th key, dynamic action. The first law of the universe is the law of action. To stir the miracle response centers of your mind into creative patterns of thought, there must be dynamic action in your thinking first. Everyone has some form of action in his life, but the miracle-working kind of action is known as dynamic action. Synonyms for dynamic are energetic, vigorous, forceful. The type of thought that reaches out into time and space and stirs creative forces into motion is dynamic thought. A dynamic thought is one that you hold persistently and that infuses your brain and body with the necessity for dynamic action. When Edison tried 10,000 times to find a substance for his electric light filament, an assistant said, "It's no use, Mr. Edison. You've tried 10,000 times and failed. You might as well give up." The great inventor, driven by some inner compulsion into a vortex of dynamic mental and physical action, replied, "Give up. Never. Now we know 10,000 things that won't work." His next experiment the following day proved successful. Regime for releasing dynamic action. 1. Emotionalize your thoughts for greater dynamic action. The nerves and muscles of your body respond to emotions that are fervent and dynamic. The lukewarm mind, that is without enthusiasm or emotion, seldom has the drive to get things done. Toynbee, the noted historian, says that the Southern peoples, who lived in an atmosphere of indolence and inactivity, where the weather was extremely hot and the people became lazy, have always been conquered by the Northern races, who lived in a stimulating climate that engendered dynamic action. No matter where you live, north or south, you can achieve more dynamic action by emotionalizing your thoughts. When you want something, want it urgently. When you love someone, do so with emotion. When you face a new job, show enthusiasm and happiness. When you want more money for some specific thing, flood your mind with thoughts of the things you will buy and how much you will enjoy them. In this way, you will stir your brain and body into dynamic action patterns with your emotions and make it much easier for you to achieve the things you desire. 2. Overcome the tendency to procrastinate and put things off until tomorrow. This tendency kills dynamic action, and many wonderful ideas you have will never be carried out into forms of creative action. Adopt a "do it now," and even put a sign over your desk or work table with the words "do it now" written on it. I did this for years until I acquired the habit of doing things that I wanted to put off. One of the most important letters I ever wrote, which brought me good business results, came as a result of this habit to do it now. If I had waited a week longer, it would have been too late. 3. Work with the laws of nature, not against them. You cannot burn the candle at both ends and have light very long. If you dissipate your energies, stay up late at night, gamble, drink excessively or smoke too much, or overwork or overplay, you are upsetting the law of balance in nature, and you cannot have dynamic action. Your mind and body must be kept at a peak of perfection and high energy at all times. Otherwise, you will become inefficient and ineffective in everything you do. The law of balance in nature decrees that there must be balance in everything we do mentally or physically. Balance your work by having some fun and relaxing as often as possible. Balance physical love with the spiritual needs of man's soul, the need to worship and the love of God. This cross of balance will tend to give you more dynamic action in everything you do. 4. Use the law of adaptation in your life so that you are not constantly bucking the tide. Some people spend all their time and energy opposing other people. They carry a chip on their shoulders and make enemies instead of friends. Others fight the elements or society's taboos and restrictions. These are the rugged individualists who want unlicensed freedom to act in any way they wish in a society that is rigidly regulated by codes of morals and behavior. This includes the beatnik generation who wish to wear long hair and beards and appear in public in dirty and shabby clothing. There is nothing wrong with this conduct if it does not infringe on the rights of others, but the individual who casts off all restraints and does exactly as he wishes must pay the price in being ostracized by society and losing many opportunities for improving his lot in life. Dynamic action does not mean throwing off all restraints, but adapting to the mores of society and adjusting to the existing situation as gracefully as possible. 5. Dynamic action, mentally and physically, can be implemented by applying the law of evolution to your life. You must continue to evolve, and when you stop evolving and growing, you begin to stagnate. Nature has this law in action throughout all creation. When something ceases to be useful, it is destroyed. Make it a point to keep evolving your mind and body, to maintain them in useful forms of action as long as there is life within you. Have some mental exercise each day. Also have some form of physical exercise, which will help maintain you in a dynamic and useful condition until advanced old age. 6. Love of humanity has been one of the great master motives which has stirred countless thousands of men and women into many forms of dynamic and successful action. Father Damien worked with the lepers of Molokai for years, bringing new methods of treatment to that dread disease, and finally gave his life in that work. He was stirred to such dynamic action by his love of humanity. Mia Curie and her husband worked for 20 years in a miserable lean-to, where snow drifted through the cracks in winter, extracting minute particles from hundreds of tons of pitch blends to isolate a gram of radium. Their work was for the good of humanity, and now many people's lives are saved because of their loving sacrifice. Dr. Albert Schweitzer dedicated his life to serving the Africans in the jungles, where he brought healing to thousands. This dedicated man was inspired to dynamic action by his love of people. 7. To increase your flow of dynamic energy for all purposes in your life, have some definite goal which you are trying to achieve. This goal should be readjusted every 5 years or so, for our needs change as we grow older. With this fixed goal in mind, focalize all your thoughts and emotions on its achievement. and soon your brain and body will be flooded with dynamic energy that will inspire you to dynamic action. Elsewhere in our study, we have given some worthwhile goals which everyone is trying to achieve. The 10th key: metaphysical divine love. Master metaphysician Jesus said, "A new commandment I give unto you. Love ye one another." The old law had been an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, a law of revenge and hatred. Undoubtedly, the profound changes civilization experienced after this law was released could be traced to this new philosophical concept of divine love. There are many different types of love. Elsewhere in our study, we learn of the healing power of love and also the need for physical and emotional love in our lives. The most potent type of love for stirring the miracle superforces of your mind is divine love. The human soul searches throughout eternity for its divine counterpart, God. Our earthly experience is a constant quest for our physical mate, for purposes of procreation and carrying on the race. However, the soul has its hunger and its need also. It is for divine love, the divine romance in which man, in the generic sense, searches for his lost half, the God consciousness in a cosmic love that extends throughout eternity. When man once discovers this divine love, he becomes complete and fulfilled. The love of God transforms and transfigures all humanity into the radiant divine image of God himself. How to release divine love. 1. Do little loving things every day of your life for your friends, relatives, and neighbors. These little kindnesses gradually build the habit pattern of divine love within your consciousness, and in turn, attract loving actions from others. 2. To build the divine love concept, you must first rid your mind of the consciousness of hate, envy, resentment, jealousy, and malice. Whenever such a negative thought enters your mind, say to yourself, "I now supplant this negative thought with the thought of divine love." Soon you will have rid your mind of these deadly negative thoughts which counteract divine love. 3. It is not enough to love only our friends and relatives. We should extend divine love to everyone in the entire world. I know it is difficult to hold this cosmic concept of love, for there have been so many enmities throughout the centuries in countries that have long been oppressed by their enemies. Many people hate the Germans, the Japanese, the Russians. The Greeks hate the Turks because they occupied their country for 400 years. Rationally, we can understand such reactions, but spiritually, we cannot condone hate of any kind. We must try to rationalize our reasons for hating and then work out a pattern of forgiveness and divine love, so we do not come under the negative emotional effects which hatred engenders. A girl who came to my lectures in Carnegie Hall for some time had the most radiant and beautiful expression on her face. I became curious as to why she was so magnetic and attractive. Her features were not too beautiful, but there was a spiritual quality within her that transcended the physical. One day I asked her for her secret of loveliness. She smiled brightly, opened a gold locket hanging on a chain about her neck, and showed me the inscription inside. "Whom, not having seen, I love." Then I understood the reason for her spiritual beauty and serenity. She loved the entire world and its inhabitants with divine love. 4. Every time you meet someone that you want to hold and interest, practice projecting an invisible golden line between your mind and theirs. Send out the thoughts on this golden cord, "I love the divine in you, and you will love the divine in me." People sense our thoughts, and they will instantly respond to thoughts of love and kindness. Another young lady who came to my lectures told me in an interview with her that she could not attract the right type of boyfriend. She wanted to marry and have children desperately, but all the men she attracted seemed so physical and animalistic that she had withdrawn into a shell of solitude and no longer went out on dates with boys. I gave her this golden cord concept and told her to radiate divine love rather than physical or emotional love. She left my office a changed person. Within 1 month, she had 3 proposals of marriage from fine men. Later, she made her choice and married. She now has 3 beautiful children, and her entire life has changed. 5. Your mental states show on your face and in the contours of your body. In order to show to the world the image of divine love, Begin at once to change your facial expressions from anxiety, fear, worry, and hate to expressions of love, confidence, peace, and poise. To do this, stand before your mirror and study the various expressions that come onto your face with various emotions. Think of something you hate. Notice how the face assumes an ugly mask. Fear and worry do the same thing. Now change your thought. Think of someone or something that you love. See the uplifted expression of the cheeks and mouth. When you meet people you want to attract or impress, carry the expression on your face that you have when you say, "I love you." 6. Another important way for stirring the consciousness of divine love from within is to memorize beautiful and romantic poetry. The electrical pulsations from your mind to your face tend to set the mold of your expression in the form of the thoughts you habitually think. Emerson said, "What you speak so loudly that I cannot hear what you say." To shape the inner consciousness so its radiations are romantic and beautiful in your face and form, absorb the beauty and meaning of romantic poetry. Learn Elizabeth Barrett Browning's beautiful poem, "How Do I Love Thee?" in its entirety, and say it often when you wish to become inspired with divine love. Study the poems of Keats, Shelley, and Byron, also the love sonnets of Shakespeare. 7. Learn to be a lover of beauty in life, and soon you will reflect beauty in your soul. This soul beauty transcends physical beauty and will make you radiant and beautiful. Chapter 9. The metaphysical miracle power used by the world's richest men. What miracle power is used by men and women who accumulate a fortune? Do they possess some special secret miracle power which makes them different from others? Have they learned how to tap a hidden vein of gold, a vast reservoir of mental and spiritual power with which they can convert their ideas into a radiant golden stream of riches? In our study of this miracle power for building a fortune, we shall explore the ancient secret of the alchemists who tried to convert base metals into gold. They failed, but the principle of transmutation they used is a solid one, and this law of transmutation is behind all great riches. This secret power of transmutation is in all of nature, and we see it at work in the soil. When we put a seed of wheat or corn into the ground, nature transmutes it into a pint of grain. Plant a pint and nature gives you back a bushel. The law of the harvest is to reap more than you sow. Nature knows the alchemist's secret of transmutation well. She takes black soil and fashions golden apricots and pink watermelon. From green grass, the alchemist of nature produces white milk and yellow butter. From the same patch of soil, this miracle force in nature will yield corn, apples, wheat, potatoes, and cotton. What strange secret power is in the soil that can give such a diversity of riches from the same elements? Metaphysical alchemy. Secret of the ages. Throughout the ages, there have been men and women who knew how to use metaphysical alchemy to achieve miraculous results. With this superpower of divine mind, they were able to wrest a fortune from nature. They were able to convert their ideas into material substance. They knew how to use the hidden forces of nature to create new substances like nylon and plastics. They discovered the hidden reservoirs of wealth and brought forth oil, coal, steel, and gold from the hidden places of earth. They tapped giant trees and from their resources created mansions and skyscrapers, and from their sap brought forth sugar and rubber. However, nature does not yield her priceless treasures to man easily. There must be a regime of work and study of the laws of nature. There must be a willingness to give something to the universe in return for what we are to receive. Nature does not give man anything. Man must pay a price for all these priceless treasures. Metaphysical alchemy, the secret power of the ages, may be used in your own life to convert your ideas into golden treasures, if you wish to become rich. Or you may use this secret miracle power, as so many geniuses of history have, to achieve some worthwhile goal through releasing your creative talents in other ways. Everyone does not want to become a millionaire. Many people are satisfied to have a comfortable income and security for old age. Such people may still benefit from a study of this metaphysical alchemy, for with this power of transmutation, They may convert their time, thoughts, energies, and efforts into substantial rewards that will sustain them comfortably throughout life. 16 Gold Keys to Metaphysical Alchemy. We shall study the lives of some of the world's richest men, past and present, and see how they have used our 16 gold keys to metaphysical alchemy. In each instance, you will discover these successful men have used one or more of these gold keys to unlock the secret doors to the treasures of the universe. Vision, courage, organizational ability, willingness to take chances, an expansive mind, enthusiasm, sharing their wealth, thrift, integrity, loyalty, intensity of desire, good judgment, ability to make right decisions, determination, patience, persistence. Everyone has had an idea at some time in his life, which, if followed through, might have produced a fortune. The only difference between the richest men in the world and ordinary people is that these men followed through with their creative ideas and used one or all of the above 16 golden keys to riches. Let us study some of these successful men's lives and see how they applied the principle of metaphysical alchemy to their ideas and lives. The key to the Rockefeller fortune. Perhaps one of the most outstanding fortunes in the entire world is that of the Rockefeller oil empire. The late John D. Rockefeller Sr. transmuted his ideas into a vast worldwide financial empire that is still blessing millions with its productivity and products. What keys did Rockefeller use to transmute the products of Earth into billions of dollars? Vision was the first golden key that Rockefeller used in this process of transmutation. Back in the early days when the automobile was still in its infancy, he had the metaphysical vision to realize that one day the wheels of industry would turn with oil. He obtained oil leases on land that was useless on the surface and harnessed the natural resources of the earth by drilling oil wells. Anyone else who had vision could have done the same thing. Vision was the key to the Rockefeller fortune. However, Rockefeller used other keys that are given in our list. He had great organizational ability and formed a company which he headed. He also showed a willingness to take chances, number 4 on our list, and risked his capital, which he had to first borrow on this extremely hazardous undertaking. He showed enthusiasm, an expansive mind, numbers 5 and 6 on our list. He had thrift and integrity. He also exhibited good judgment and the ability to make the right decisions. He shared his wealth. Millions of people have been helped by the scientific and medical discoveries of that altruistic organization, the Rockefeller Foundation. He also used the last 3 keys on our list: determination, patience, and persistence. Rockefeller loved his work. He was at his desk early and remained until late at night, personally taking care of the thousands of details that came up daily. He continued this habit of work until he was in his 90s. His enthusiasm gave him amazing glandular stimulus that carried him successfully through periods of illness, worries, and problems that might have floored a weaker-willed person. Andrew Carnegie and his golden touch.